Chapter 1 I'm rich. Standing in front of the small supermarket where he used to buy cigarettes, Zhang Wei stood for a long time, trying to think, how did it change so much? Wasn't it just yesterday that he bought cigarettes here? Could it be that this small store was suddenly renovated? Just one night renovated like this? Couldn't help but pinch himself. If not for this sharp pain, he thought he hadn't woken up and was still dreaming. Although strange, Zhang Wei still walked to the cashier as usual, rushed to the boss and shouted, the same old, come a pack. Good Lu, Xiaowei you should smoke less. Just bought 2 packs yesterday. The boss promised, skillfully grabbed a packet of hontish and handed out. Zhang Wei pulled out a crumpled $10 bill from his pants pocket. However, when he touched the $10 bill, a pang of abnormality made Zhang Wei couldn't help but look down and take a closer look. The size, shape and style of the bill in front of his eyes were similar to what he remembered, but the overall touch was obviously delicate and soft as if it was a high-grade fabric. Very comfortable, not at all like an ordinary $10 bill. Careful point can even be found in the middle of the anti-counterfeiting metal line color is gold, in the light reflecting a golden hue. This golden luster? Could this be gold? Is it possible that a new version of the banknote has been issued? Such a big change that I didn't even notice it. The new version of the banknote is a bit bold. Just a $10 bill even use gold as a security line. Is it possible that the price of gold is now worthless? Otherwise, the production cost of this banknote is also too high. Zhang Wei looked at the banknote a couple more times before handing it to the boss. Alright, pay up, find me the money. The boss looked at the banknote in front of him and first his eyes lit up, then he froze. $10. Surprisingly, it's $10. This Zhang Wei has been buying cigarettes from me for a few years now, and I've never heard of him being so rich. He's never heard of him being so rich. He just took out $10 with his hand. But do you want to buy cigarettes or the supermarket? Looking at the frozen Lu Goen, Zhang Wei heart a little grasped the mind. What is this? Looking for $2 is not to froze it. Then looked sideways to the boss's wife. Found Li Lian in incomparable shock. Mouth open wide. After a half a minute, Lu Goen only slowed down, trying to wipe his eyes, gasping for breath. Wei, where did you get so much money here? Taking so much money to amuse me. How can I possibly find it? What is this for you kid? Showing off your wealth? Or did you deliberately come to pick a fight? Li Lian's voice also sounded immediately after, but the tone was obviously much softer than earlier. What can't you find? Isn't it just $2? Zhang Wei asked somewhat unclearly as he let these two people make a whole mess of it. He had already bought cigarettes here for several years and had always smoked red Tashan. What's more, now that his own addiction to cigarettes has become bigger, he basically has to come here once a day to buy cigarettes, and the entire mini-mart counts this red Tashan as the cheapest. At $8, the price has always been the same. Looking for $2? You kid is not to make trouble to come. Listen to your words together with my packet of hontishan can sell you $8? My store has been open for more than 10 years. All things are clearly marked. Never shouting prices. You've been coming here to buy cigarettes for more than a day or two, and you've never seen me charge you $8 for a pack of red Tashan. Boss Lu Goen was startled by Zhang Wei's words and hurriedly explained. The boss's wife, Li Lian, even hurriedly took out the price tag from under the glass cabinet and pointed it out to Zhang Wei. Red Pagoda Mountain, 8 milliliters a pack. 8 milli? How much is this? Zhang Wei looked at it and was stunned. Uncle Lu and Aunt Li meant that hontishan has always been 8 milli a pack, and 8 pieces is obviously much more than 8 milli. It seems that milli is a small unit of money, but this money unit, I have never heard of. The smallest money unit should be points only, and points have long been used, not to mention the points now even corner are used less. A strange feeling surged to his heart, looking at the room layout in front of him, and the impression is completely different. Zhang Wei immediately glanced at the outside. Sure enough, even the streets are not the same as a whole. Am I confused? Or am I being tricked? It's not as if I'm traveling, is it? I'm not really traveling to a parallel world, am I? Without continuing to think more, Zhang Wei's thoughts were interrupted by the boss's wife. You don't even know about the millimeter anymore. Okay, you can pretend. Now that there are so many people around, I'll popularize it for you. In front of everyone, you can't try to blackmail me. Li Lian calmed down, shook his 2 fat hands, and resumed his thick voice, shouting, listen to me clearly, I'm going to popularize the most basic money conversion unit for you. Yuan is a large unit of money. $1 is equal to 10 cents. 1 corner is equal to 10 points. 1 point is equal to 10 cents. And milli is the smallest unit. 1000 milli is equal to 1 centimeter. This is a unit of conversion that is taught in first grade. Don't tell me you didn't even go to first grade and don't know this. You kid don't fool around with me, or I'll call the police right away. What? If you convert like that, $1 would equal 1 million milliards. A pack of red Tashan is only 8 milligrams. How much red Tashan can I buy with this $10 in my hand? So, then I'm rich now? Chapter 2 The Man Worth $1 Billion. Zhang Wei carefully recalled. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be this kind of algorithm, but the subtle difference was that 1 centimeter was supposed to be equal to 1 millimeter, while 1 centimeter here was equal to 1000 millimeters. But the point should be why a pack of red Taschen only costs 8 milli here. Is this a price reduction? Could it be that money has become quite valuable now that there is a monetary crunch? If this is the case, the purchasing power of $1 can really be a bit exaggerated, referring to a pack of Hontishan 8 mil, then corresponding to the previous $8 a pack of Hontishan then. A milliard is equal to the purchasing power of $1. 1 centimeter is equal to the purchasing power of $1,000. A penny is equal to the purchasing power of $10,000. A dime is the purchasing power of $100,000. Then a dollar is equal to the purchasing power of $1 million. That means the $10 in my hand now is equivalent to $10 million. I can buy 250,000 packs of red Taschen. Even if I smoke 2 packs a day and 730 packs a year, that 250,000 packs will take 1,712 years to finish. Is this world crazy? The purchasing power of $10 has doubled a million times. These two are just messing with me, right? They're sincerely making fun of me. It's not boring. I don't see any cameras around here. It's not like a trick show. No confusion. No trickery. Zhang Wei instantly realized that he had traveled to a parallel world. Zhang Wei's mind flashed, suddenly thought of something, hurriedly took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, hand a little shivering, took out his cell phone, hurriedly opened the real estate transaction software, selected to the collection of options, only to see the above clearly written 100 square meters 3 rooms, 2 halls and 1 bathroom price 2 yuan 50 cents, 120 square meters 3 rooms, 2 halls and 2 baths 3 yuan. Zhang Wei immediately looked up to the 2 people in front of him and shouted sharply, "Now the neighboring houses can buy a set for as little as $3? Li Lian couldn't help but stare, with a feeling of being choked. Her eyes swept the 10 yuan in Zhang Wei's hand, and sourly responded, "That's right, 100 or so square foot house only costs 3 yuan, and this 10 yuan in your hand is more than enough to buy a set of 3. Zhang Wei heard this 10 yuan can buy 3 sets of houses cannot help but gasp, really 3 yuan a set, combined with the house price of 3 cents a square meter. Think of their own hard work for several years, frugal and even 10,000 yuan did not save. Put aside in the past they cannot even afford to buy a toilet. Usually smoke only the cheapest Hontishan. But now, I'm rich." Zhang Wei still can't change over at once, hurriedly looked at the bank card balance, 1,081 yuan. If converted according to the current unit, this is 1,881 million milliards. 1 billion crap. I am now a man worth $1 billion. Although this value was not able to enter the national rich list in the past, it was definitely a rich man. Thought of the former richest man. Zhang Wei on the phone to open the commonly used software of a treasure. Recommended page is full of Zhang Wei usual purchase of varieties. Down a pull. The top is clearly displayed. Gen Master braised beef noodle 48 milligrams a box. A box of 24 packages. Strength oil control shampoo 59 milli a bottle. Logitech code keyboard on sale for 125 mil. Rice's newest cell phone is only 2 milli. This is true. In front of these, but they usually purchase things. Really all changed. The price all changed. I can now buy a bunch. I no longer need to worry about money. Zhang Wei then opened a car home software, skilled in accordance with the options. Immediately saw his dream model, Ferrari 458. The deep red color, streamlined body. Every time you see it makes Zhang Wei heartbeat faster. That price, which was usually seen countless times, turned out to be 5 yuan. Just 5 yuan. This was a car that could only be owned in dreams countless times, but now it was so easy to buy. After taking a closer look at the price and then looking towards the $10 on his left hand, Zhang Wei felt his heartbeat go a little beyond control. Oh my god, is this going crazy? Ferrari $5 a piece. Really, isn't that funny? The prices of the entire world here had really changed, and the amount of money one possessed remained the same. The movement at the cashier's counter attracted everyone's attention. The people who were originally picking out merchandise gathered over. Even the people on the street ran over to see what was going on. A group of people gathered around and immediately talked about it. What's wrong? What happened here? Yo, what's wrong? Boss Lu, why this look? What's up? Old Wang, you were right here just now. You tell everyone what's going on. Ha, this thing This young man ran here to buy cigarettes. Buy a packet of red Taschen. The result is to take 10 yuan to let the boss find. But also said what to find $2. $10? Take $10 out to buy cigarettes. Really great Lu boss, this small supermarket is worth a few cents. And what's with the $2? Red Taschen is only 8 cents a pack. Yes, Lu boss, this supermarket opened more than 10 years. All things are clearly marked price. We all know. How can a pack of cigarettes sold to him Charge him $8. That $8 even if you buy this supermarket can buy a dozen. This kid is so rich. You guys see? His hand is $10 cash bills. This I only saw on TV. I heard that this kind of paper money in addition to the super rich, the average person cannot see. I see. This person must be a rich second generation. So young, deliberately takes so much money out. It is just to show off his wealth. What, 8 yuan a pack? He is not making things difficult for the boss. He is trying to pretend in front of us. This person is rich, but is not a little too arrogant. In public, in front of so many people to show off their wealth. Not afraid of being targeted and robbed for him. You don't understand. This kind of $10 denomination is oversized. Ordinary people are not qualified to have it. Those who have this kind of people are at least mega rich. Ordinary people dare to rob it? And $1 or more amount of banknotes, but all in the banking system has a record. You even if you steal. Identity does not match if you cannot spend. Little brother, you look so familiar. Our elementary school is not in a school. Let's add a WeChat together to talk about it. Come on, you must be looking at people's money. Little brother, have a girlfriend? How do you see me? I am single. Anytime you can marry you. And the bride price as long as $1 on the line. You people little brother, let's make friends. Money does not matter. My favorite is the man who smokes red tashin. I've always thought that men who smoke hontashin are more attractive than those who smoke quasi. The world looks to money. This society is too realistic. After a moment's work, everyone understood what had happened. And everyone stared dead at the young man with messy hair and ordinary clothes in front of them. Various voices rose and fell in the surroundings. There were discussions, shouts, whispers, and the bold ones even directly clamored to be arrogant with Zhang Wei. The entire front of the small front desk instantly came alive. Chapter 3, Save this $10. The golden luster reflected from the $10 bill on Zhang Wei's left hand made the atmosphere even hotter, and the crowd gradually boiled over. Zhang Wei looked at the gathering crowd with a helpless face. What is this about? As for this, I just want to buy a pack of cigarettes to smoke. And what about showing off wealth and picking a fight? I really didn't think about it that way. And this $10 of mine, are you all so fanatical about it? Is the cost of flaunting your wealth so low now? I spent 15 yuan last night on potatoes and shredded pork over rice, and 6 yuan on rice noodles for breakfast. And the man in front of you cannot back off. You have no black hair. Rushed so forward for what? Hilarious also divided into occasions. Okay, the same goes for that uncle. Don't crowd the doorway. You eat your breakfast on the opposite side. Zhang Wei looked at this excited crowd in front of him, silently put his $10 back into his pants pocket, thought about it, turned his head to look at the boss Lu Goen. That WeChat payment is always okay. Not waiting for Lu Goen to respond, the boss Li Lian immediately pointed to the QR code on the counter. You scan this. 8 mil on the line. Zhang Wei opened the WeChat interface. All kinds of information did not change. Paused for a moment to sweep the QR code. The payment page also then popped up. Xiangyang Supermarket. Zhang Wei entered the number 8, and then paid. After the payment was successful, Zhang Wei shook his cell phone towards Li Lian, followed by the WeChat payment message he received as usual. WeChat payment voucher. Payment amount H8, payee direction Yang Supermarket. The information is all unchanged. Just how is this payment amount so strange? The symbol of money is like this? What the hell is H? H8 should be 8 millibar. Zhang Wei looked at a burst of strange, then opened the WeChat wallet to see the balance. H819999992. This crap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 digits. My deposit actually has 8 digits. If H is milli, so the conversion should be 81 yuan, 9 cents, 9 minutes, 9%, 992 milli. Zhang Wei feels as if his brain is not turning. This is so much. The old man actually has so much money. WeChat collection arrived 8 milli. The electronic collection voice of the supermarket sounded. Lu Goen finally came back to his senses and rushed at the crowd gathered in front of the counter, barely smiling. Okay, everyone disperse. Those who have finished buying things come here to pay. Lu Goen then took another deep breath and tried his best to say to Zhang Wei in a calm tone. Wei. Oh no, Zhang Wei This $10 of yours is really not a small amount of money. You've seen the situation. Hurry up and put the money away. Zhang Wei couldn't help but be a bit flustered even after seeing the 8-digit amount and listening to the murmurs of the onlookers. With an expressionless face, he greeted his boss, Lu Goen, and incidentally glanced at his boss's wife, Li Lian, before turning toward the crowd to squeeze out. Zhang Wei, who finally squeezed out of the crowd, took out a cigarette and smoked 2 puffs, when a figure came up from the side. Hello sir, I'm Li Shangkong, the account manager of Huangyan Construction Bank. A suited figure walked up to Zhang Wei's eyes and stretched out his palm towards the front. Zhang Wei could not help but measure this man who suddenly appeared. Medium build. In his 30s, neatly tended hair, a pair of very glowing eyes, looking very smart and capable. The bank's account manager, but also specially came up to talk to me. What could be the matter? Hello, may I ask what's up? Zhang Wei stretched out his hand and shook the other parties, asking politely. Li Shenkong immediately responded with a smile. Sir, it's like this. Just now when you were buying cigarettes at the supermarket I happened to be beside you and saw what happened. After a pause, Li Shenkong moved a little forward and continued. The $10 you have on you is considered to be a large cash denomination. The market usually does not need such a large denomination of money to circulate. And to be honest, a large amount of cash in one's hand plainly is a loss. After confirming that Zhang Wei was listening attentively, Li Shenkong continued to smile. You should know that currencies depreciate every year. Zhang Wei looked at Li Shenkong in front of him, feeling a bit puzzled. He could not help but interrupt to. What is there to say directly? Li Shenkong couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart, looked at the youth in front of him with a slight frown, and subconsciously said, Save this $10. HM? Li Shenkong hurriedly explained. It's like this. I would like to invite you to make a deposit in our Huangyan Construction Bank. As long as you deposit $10, you will immediately be able to become an exclusive member of our bank and enjoy higher returns. Zhang Wei touched his nose after hearing this. Deposit $10 to become an exclusive member. You are at least a manager. Right. Look at this dress is also considered an elite person. Now run to the street to stop me. Just for $10. Did not get Zhang Wei's response. Li Shenkong heart even more apprehensive. Eagerly said, you can rest assured. We Huang Yen to give you is certainly the industry's highest earnings, and in the future you and our bank any business we will be received in accordance with the exclusive member level. Isn't it just $10? What is this? A face of apprehension. If I told you that I still have more than 60 in my pocket, you wouldn't be anxious. Zhang Wei couldn't help but laugh as he looked at this Li Shenkong, rubbing the 6 pieces of paper hard with his hand in his pocket, his pinky finger rattling the coins along the way. Okay, let's go. Go to your bank to see. Zhang Wei's voice spread in Li Shenkong's ears as if it was heavenly music. Li Shenkong's spirit was shaken and he felt great pleasure in his heart. Look, across the road is our Huangyan Construction Bank. It's still very close. Li Shenkong turned his head to look at Zhang Wei on his right hand and pointed his right hand across the road. Zhang Wei turned his head along with the pointing to look over, but suddenly stopped, then looked to the right-hand side. The heart-muttered sentence I have a bank card in the Silver Feather Industrial Bank has $1,000, or go in and ask about it. $1,000 in the past that of course is nothing, but now it is different. The original side of the road is the Silver Plume Industrial Bank. Zhang Wei has been only Silver Plume Industrial Bank this bank card, but also this bank's old customers. Usually, if he wanted to withdraw some cash, he would do so at the ATM outside this bank, but except for the time when he ran his card, Zhang Wei hadn't entered the bank's lobby for a few years. According to the current money conversion, $1,000 is equal to 1 billion milliard. Now put the bank card on demand is only 0.35% annual interest rate. If you change to deposit a fixed term, the interest will be quite a lot. According to the interest rate of 3 or 4 points per year, that's $30 or $40 a year, which is equivalent to 30 or 40 million milliards. 100 square feet of house is only $3. Ferrari 458 is almost $5. Together I can buy a 10 suites or 6 Ferraris with a year's interest now. Chapter 4 6 points annualized interest rate. Li Shenkong took Zhang Wei from the supermarket to Huangyan Construction Bank to go. Thinking about today to go to the supermarket to pull a big customer. A few words on the other side agreed to deposit 10 million milli. The inner is a burst of comfort. Even walking cannot help but a little bit of fluttering. Today is really his lucky day. This January is his lucky month. The other party so casually decided to deposit $10 million. It seems to be absolutely a guy with amazing wealth. When he got to the bank later, he would treat him well and raise his earnings a bit, so maybe this rich guy could deposit more money. If there is a $20 or $30, then this year's performance for a year are there. Just this single bonus. It is worth last year's year. Li Shenkong walked happily. This 10-minute walk was like walking in paradise. Physically and mentally wonderful. Just cross the road directly. Mr. Zhang. Li Shenkong's mouth said then looked at Zhang Wei. This look suddenly realized that there was no one beside him, only to turn his head and see that Zhang Wei was still pulling behind. Parked there without moving, instantly scaring Li Shenkong with a jolt. Zhang Wei just stopped in front of the main door of the Silver Plume Industrial Bank. Li Shenkong did not dare to think too much, and quickly ran to drag Zhang Wei forward. Silver Plume Industrial Bank Hall. The morning has been a lot of business personnel. Many eyes gathered in the manager Ji Qingba body. This is definitely a top beauty. Tall figure, a high-level professional dress, a head of big wave black hair casually spread out, delicate face with light makeup, revealing a sensible flavor. Feet wearing a pair of black low-heeled shoes, long straight legs coated with a pair of black socks. Slim suit has an amazing fullness. coupled with a slender seemingly only hands can hold the waist. This kind of body and looks completely attracted all the eyes in the hall. Even the female teller in the window cannot help but cast a glance from time to time. Ji Qingba came to the Silver Plume Industrial Bank early in the morning, and at the moment, her eyes were somewhat curious as she looked at the young man at the entrance of the hall, who had a head of disheveled hair and was wearing ordinary clothes, and stood motionless at the entrance. I wanted to call the security guard to ask what the situation. Not waiting for Ji Qingba to make a move, a familiar figure appeared in Ji Qingba's eyes. It was Li Shangkong from the opposite side of Huangyan Construction Bank. Li Shangkong, as the account manager of Huangyan, has always been smart and capable, and is also a familiar figure in the industry. Also as the account manager of the 4 major banks, and are the best in the industry, coupled with the fact that Huangyan and Yin are even door to door. So Li Shangkong and Ji Qingba have always been rivals. What is he doing here? As if he knows that young man? No, that Li Shangkong seems to be pulling that youth. The expression seems to be very anxious. Is he afraid of something? Li Shangkong at least is also fighting for many years. The size of a manager. Not so in front of an ordinary youth to show so bad. With a sensitive sense of smell. Ji Qingba has always been able to find a lot of people ignore the details. Is also the same rely on this sharp capture. Ji Qingba made a lot of large amount of projects. Into the industry a few years time. Has been done in the current position. More than a few years in a row. The industry sales star. Ji Qingba quickly walked to the door and looked at the youth in front of him, revealing a standard professional smile. Hello, I'm Ji Qingba, the manager of the Silver Feather Industrial Bank. May I ask what kind of business you have to do? Ji Qingba thought it would be easy to deal with this kind of youngster. Her hand naturally flicked her hair back before interlocking her hands at her waist. This beautiful figure that suddenly walked over really startled Li Shangkong. In front of her eyes this was her biggest competitor. This woman's sense of smell is really sensitive, really worthy of having such a loud name in the industry. How to do? This woman appeared here. Once let her know that this Zhang Wei is a big customer, then today's business is really not certain. This year's performance may have to run. No, must not let her know. Have to hurry to take Zhang Wei away. Li Shangkong thoughts were thinking frantically when he was suddenly interrupted by a flat voice. Bad. Oh, hello, I want to deposit $10. Zhang Wei responded to Ji Qingba, pulling out the $10 in passing. Zhang Wei looked at the woman who appeared in front of him. His afterglow couldn't help but glance diagonally downward, and he couldn't help but be inwardly swayed. This name was really correctly acquired. $10, then please come in quickly. I'll do it for you. Ji Qingba's eyes looked at the $10 bill and instantly lit up. This man in front of her was dressed in ordinary clothes. Even that hair was a mess, but she was able to casually take out $10 in cash. It was truly incredible. Seeing his expression so casual and his tone so flat, it was really a bit hard to imagine. Didn't he know that what he was holding in his hand was $10? This is $10. The income of an ordinary person who doesn't eat or drink and works for 100 years. This is definitely a rich man. No wonder that Li Shangkong had an anxious look on his face, pulling this man away in a hurry. This is rushing to save money. Li Shangkong looked even more anxious when he heard this, but he couldn't afford to have a fit in front of this tycoon, and hurriedly said to Zhang Wei, Mr. Zhang, don't worry. I promise before that as long as you deposit this $10, it will definitely be the highest bank interest rate standard. Mr. Zhang, if you deposit this $10 in our Silver Feather Industrial Bank, I likewise promise that I will definitely give you the highest interest rate standard, and at the same time immediately become our exclusive member, and any business will be handled directly at the exclusive counter, which is absolutely convenient. Ji Qingba followed Li Shangkong said. This $10 cash in front of him just like attracted Ji Qingba. Thinking about the performance that can be brought if there is a $10 deposit, Ji Qingba decided to fight for it without hesitation. Zhang Wei looked at the two people in front of him and said flatly, if I deposit $30 for a fixed period of 5 years, how much interest can you give? $30, not $10 anymore. It was indeed a great tycoon. Surprisingly, it was a direct deposit for 5 years on a regular basis. Such a large sum of money deposited so dryly. Is money in the eyes of the rich so insignificant? We must take this order. If we make a good deal with this kind of person, we will definitely have endless benefits in the future. It was the same as what Li Shangkong had envisioned, really saving $20 to $30. Li Shangkong's thoughts instantly turned over several ideas, and he directly said, Huangyan Construction Bank offers an annualized interest rate of 6 points, and you will become a VIP customer of our bank in the future, enjoying all member conveniences. Ji Qingba was instantly a bit surprised. She didn't expect Li Shangkong to directly give 6 points. Even with her own authority she could actually only give a 6-point interest rate. Moreover, if she gave 6 points directly, the deposit performance bonus of this sum of money would at least give up half of it. But with Ji Qingba's ability, he could make a decision after a little thought. Silver Feather Industrial Bank, are likewise willing to give an annualized interest rate of 6 points, and we invite you to become our bank's VIP customer for life. Ji Qingbo immediately gave his answer. It was all 6 points of annualized interest rate. In fact, with Zhang Wei's previous assumptions, an interest rate of more than 4 points would actually be very good, and more than 5 points would actually be beyond Zhang Wei's expectations. It seemed that this should be the limit they could give. Both Li Shenkong and Ji Qingbo looked at Zhang Wei with bated breath after they finished speaking, now that they had given the highest offer they could. Unluckily, the two had given the same answer, and both of them had also given their highest offer. Any higher than that would not be something they could make a decision on. Then it could only go along with Zhang Wei to make the decision. After all, not the average rich people easily take out 30 casually save for 5 years. Even those who are worth hundreds of thousands of tycoons cannot be so casual. So the two can only quietly wait for Zhang Wei's decision. Chapter 5 $1,000 brings shock. The air seemed to have come to a bit of a standstill as Li Shenkong and Ji Qingbo just silently looked at Zhang Wei. Facing this kind of character, they did not dare to rush in the slightest. Zhang Wei looked at the two people who were a bit nervous in front of him. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. At least he is an elite person, not just $30, making such an exaggeration. Zhang Wei coughed and said to these two people, "I'll deposit $30 in each of your two homes." After saying that, Zhang Wei took out the 6 bills in his pocket. What? As soon as these words rang out, Li Shenkong and Ji Qingbo directly froze. What was the situation? Could it be that they were too eager to take this list and thus hallucinated? No, what Zhang Wei said seemed to be that both families should vote for $60? Is that true? Are you kidding us? After all, it's $60 in cash. It's cash. Is he really going to save it for 5 years? However, at this moment, Zhang Wei pulled out 6 banknotes in his hand, and the pure gold metal anti-counterfeiting line between the banknotes was too striking, and the two of them glanced at each other, instantly seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Really both families to vote, really want to vote $60, and this 60 now also carry. This is the god-rich right. This is truly showing off one's wealth. Did you say both families should deposit right? $30 for each family? Li Shenkong came back to his senses and boldly asked in a small voice. Yes, I said both families deposited $30 each, Zhang Wei said indifferently. It was only a few tens of dollars, so Zhang Wei was too lazy to continue the conversation, and directly deposited $30 for one family. Ji Qingbo let out a charming smile and turned to Zhang Wei and said excitedly, "Well then, it happens to be in front of the Silver Feather Industrial Bank. I'll take Mr. Zhang to handle the deposit business first." Ji Qingbo took the lead towards the hall, and Zhang Wei followed without much thought. Li Shenkong also immediately followed. Zhang Wei had said that both families would make deposits, so there was no difference in the order of precedence. Ji Qingbo walked in the forefront, stepping on low heels. That twisting posture, incomparably sexy body plus exquisite intellectual face instantly attracted the eyes of everyone in the hall. Zhang Wei followed behind, smelling a fragrant breeze in the air. Looking at the crowd, he also couldn't help but sigh. This niece. The surrounding crowd looked at the figure behind Ji Qingbo with a burst of surprise. Who is that kid? How come it seems like Manager Ji is showing him the way? Dressed so ordinary, doesn't look like a rich man either. Look behind that. Isn't that Manager Li of Huan Yen Construction Bank? How come he's still following this young man? Looks like this kid is not simple. Manager Ji and Manager Li are so respectful to him. Strong curiosity sprouted in everyone's heart, and their gazes turned to Zhang Wei repeatedly, wanting to know who this young man really was. That two bank managers were so respectful to him. Ji Qingbo had long been accustomed to the gaze of the crowd, and without delay, he immediately brought Zhang Wei to the VIP exclusive window. The teller at the VIP window had seen Ji Qingbo early on, and seeing Ji Qingbo especially bring someone over, he understood that the young man must be a big customer. Ordinary small amounts of money access will not be handled at the VIP window. Only funds that have reached a certain level are eligible to come to the VIP window. Don't you see those people sitting and waiting in the hall? They are all queuing up, and this VIP window hasn't had anyone come to handle it today. Ji Qingbo looked at the teller and shouted, "Xiao Wang, give this gentleman the deposit business, a fixed term of 5 years, with the annualized interest rate set at 6%. What? Surprisingly, the interest rate was 6 points. Such a high interest rate for the business. Deposit business with this interest rate would rarely occur once in the entire branch. The teller did not dare to be negligent and immediately smiled at Zhang Wei. "Sir, may I ask if you have done business with our Silver Feather Industrial Bank? How much money do you need to deposit this time?" Zhang Wei responded, "I have a bank card from your bank. This time I need to deposit $30 for a fixed term of 5 years. $30? Really a rich man. No wonder Manager Ji was so enthusiastic." The teller enthusiastically said, "Okay, please give me your documents. I will do it for you now." After hearing this, Zhang Wei pulled out his wallet deep in his pants pocket and took out a card and handed it into the window. This bag was said to be a wallet, but in fact, it had long since stopped holding money, and just held a few of his own documents, which Zhang Wei usually carried with him. Ji Qingbo looked at Zhang Wei's wallet and couldn't help but be a little surprised. A little look can be found. This is an imitation cowhide wallet. The hole has been very worn, and even the outer surface is beginning to fall off the skin. It looks like that kind of cheap stall goods. It was really hard to imagine that such a rich man would use this. The teller quickly took the card and skillfully operated it on the computer, incidentally explaining to Zhang Wei, "Sir, I will help you open a sub-account on this bank card as a fixed term. Deposit the $30 deposit into this sub-account, and the funds in your main account will still be a demand deposit, which you can access at any time." "Yes, no problem," Zhang Wei responded. "Okay, $1,000. A loud shrieking voice rang out, and the movements of everyone in the entire hall stalled as all eyes gathered at the VIP counter. The voice came from the little king who was handling business for Zhang Wei, who was originally operating skillfully. Only his afterglow swept the account balance. His eyes immediately focused on the amount, and he subconsciously shouted out, $1,000. The sound of that $1,000 was just too loud, and everyone in the entire hall heard it. Ji Qingbo was the first to react. "What? $1,000? His balance? His current balance? Who in the world is he, that he actually owns a $1,000 deposit? This is a current balance. Liquid capital Ah. Could this youth in ordinary clothes be the invisible rich man of my coastal city? How many people would have to be worth to have such a large deposit? $1,000 is equivalent to $1 billion. Not to mention individuals. Even those market capitalization of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of super large enterprises may not be able to casually come up with this $1,000 in cash." Ji Qingbo hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed the number, which showed Governor Liu. Li Shangkong hadn't recovered from his shock and also hurriedly took his cell phone and made the call. The sound of that $1,000 made the entire hall suddenly quiet, as if a pin could be heard, and in the next instant, all the crowd exploded into a pot. "What? What did that teller say? Did I hear it right? She said $1,000. Yes, I heard her say $1,000. I saw it." The teller took that young man's bank card and proceeded to shout $1,000. "How is that possible? That lad had $1,000. That's $1,000. What kind of character is that young man, to be so powerful? This is definitely the handiwork of a godly man. He's so handsome. He's so charming looking. I want to have monkeys with him. Yeah, really handsome. I love his debonair hair so much. Who did he get his hair done? That hairstylist must not be cheap." Chapter 6 Trouble Finding Change. Noticing that the gazes of the people around him were all focused over Zhang Wei's expression couldn't help but be a little awkward. It was mainly because this wave of awkwardness had made him unable to adapt for a while. At this time, Ji Qing hurriedly walked over, and she, who had just hung up the phone, said with a somewhat agitated expression, "Sir, our bank president would like to ask if you have the time, and would like to ask you to meet and have a meal together." And Li Shangkong on the side was also not willing to show weakness and came up. "Sir, our bank president is also." Saying that, he also looked at Ji Qing on the side with cold eyes. "Obviously I came first. How come the benefits are all taken up by you?" "Humph, woman." It seems that because the words of the two people were heard by the people next to them, at once, there are a few people followed by coaxing, "The handsome man over there. I also want to invite you to dinner. Do you mind leaving a contact information?" Yes, let's have dinner together." Hearing the voices of coaxing, Li Shangkong and Ji Qing were immediately filled with black lines. What are these people doing? As expected, Zhang Wei directly shook his head and refused at this time. "I'm sorry, I'm just here to deposit a sum of money. Nothing else. I'll leave first if there's nothing else." After saying that, Zhang Wei turned around and slipped away with the special bank card he had just gotten from the counter. Before anyone else could react, Zhang Wei quickly scurried into a taxicab and shouted, "Brother, drive! Brother, why are you in such a hurry? Robbing a bank?" The driver's big brother was quite interested in making a joke before starting the vehicle. "Not robbing a bank." Zhang Wei sighed and said, "It's almost being robbed by a bank." The driver's elder brother felt that this person was quite interesting, and said with some urgency, "Can't see that you're still a rich man. Little brother, even the bank is eyeing your money. You might not believe me when I say it." Zhang Wei spread his hands. "Even I don't know that I'm so rich." The driver was happy, feeling that Zhang Wei was really blowing this bull to the sky. How much did he drink? At this time, the driver's big brother suddenly glanced at the rearview mirror. Then cold sweat flowed down. "Brother, you really aren't robbing a bank?" the driver suddenly asked in a low voice. "I've said it's not happening. What's wrong with you, big brother?" Zhang Wei said somewhat helplessly. "No, there are 2 cars following us behind," the driver's big brother said in an odd tone. "Brother, if you really committed something, Don't mess around. Old brother has an old man and a small child. Can't afford to play anything exciting. Zhang Wei glanced towards the back. Well, it was the 2 cars that were just parked in front of the bank, sighed and said, "Okay, big brother, you can just park on the side of the road." The cab just stopped. The 2 cars following behind also stopped immediately, and a beautiful woman came down from the car at the first time, striding towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei fixed his eyes on it. Wasn't it Ji Qing from the bank just now? Sure enough, the one who came down from the other car was undoubtedly Li Shenkong, and at this time, Li Ming was paying the fare. Big brother, how much? This time, the big brother driver could also see that Zhang Wei was indeed not someone who had committed any offense. Otherwise, it was obvious that people had chased him over, but he could still stand here so peacefully to pay the fare? Forget it, buddy. This time it is considered that I am sorry. You just give a starting price of 6 mil. The big brother driver obviously paused for a moment when he spoke. Zhang Wei looked at the other party. At this time, shouldn't you say that the fare is even? And I total only sat in your car walked 100 meters it, not just need a starting price it? I just thought this driver was quite nice. I was blind. At this time, Ji Qing and Li Shenkong also came to Zhang Wei's side, and when they saw that Zhang Wei was talking, they didn't dare to disturb him at all. Okay. Zhang Wei pulled out his pocket and grabbed out a handful of change. Zhang Wei vaguely remembered that this was still what the market mom had found for him when he was buying vegetables. With this digging, a coin in his pocket accidentally popped out along with it. That is a gold-colored 50-cent coin. To Zhang Wei's eyes, if it were before, this kind of currency has almost been considered a rare species, almost only in the market to see, and coincidentally, he often go to buy food by himself. With this mold, the 50-cent coin fell out with it, crashing on the ground. Ding dong dong dong. This scene, however, caused Ji Qing and Li Shenkong, who were on the side, to freeze for a moment. Perhaps this was one of the most innocent and undemonstrative ways to show off one's wealth, as the coin really did fall out accidentally by itself. Watch out. At this time, Li Shenkong suddenly yelled out, startling Zhang Wei. This was because Li Shenkong saw that not far away, there was actually a drainage ditch, and at this time, Li Shenkong was just about to intercept the coin, but he was still a step too late, only to see that the golden-colored 50-cent coin fell into the drainage ditch and disappeared. This time, not only Ji Qing and Li Shenkong, even the driver was dumbfounded. This young man was actually really this rich? Seeing the handful of banknotes in yuan in Zhang Wei's hand, the driver felt his breath become short. In his entire life, he had never owned such a huge property, but in this young man's case, such large denomination banknotes were just like change, crumpled and casually stuffed in his pocket. Especially just now, it actually seemed to have dropped a 50-cent coin. Mr. Zhen, Ji Qing suddenly said at this time, I will immediately help you contact the engineering team and pry open this place to find your money. To Ji Qing's surprise, at this time, Zhang Wei casually waved his hand. Forget it, no need. Zhang Wei said casually, it's not easy to find, so I'm too lazy to bother. Lazy, trouble, crap. Upon hearing this word, the 3 people present couldn't help but have a simultaneous jolt. 50 cents. That was 50 cents to actually not want it just because they were too lazy to bother. Even an elite-level financial practitioner like Ji Qing would need several years of hard work before he could possibly hope to earn this much money. And as for the other 2, it was even more so. But in this one's eyes, 50 cents, actually don't want it just because they are too lazy to bother. This is simply, for a while, the eyes of the 3 people looking at Zhang Wei changed. This was super rich. The driver also completely believed Zhang Wei's previous words. This little brother. So what he said was true. Suddenly, the driver had some regrets. And at this time, Zhang Wei also handed out a $1 bill towards the driver and said expressionlessly, please make change for 90 cents. 9 minutes, 9 cents, 994 millimeters. Driver, brother, you said no to all 50 cents. Why do you still count so clearly for a few millimeters? Besides, where am I going to find it? The driver's expression was a bit twitchy. Chapter 7, A Plain and Simple Rich Man. In the end, it was Ji Qing who helped pay the fare, and it was also true that Zhang Wei did not really want to make things difficult for that driver. After all, Zhang Wei was also clear that, in fact, when all was said and done, these cab drivers could only be considered to be working for the cab company, and once they started to hit the meter they would have to charge. Zhang Wei himself is also a part-time job, so it is just a mouth. Ji Qing stood out to solve the problem. Zhang Wei also let it pass. In fact, Zhang Wei, this person himself, does not have any malicious intent, only a little angry. Just this time Ji Qing came out, is also considered to give him a step down. On the contrary, it was Li Shenkong who saw the scene and was a bit embarrassed. He actually didn't react, and was again preempted by Ji Qing. Worthy of being an elite, he was really a bit inferior to the other party in terms of this ability. That, Mr. Zhang, do you have any plans for later? Reacting to this, Li Shangkong decided to make a preemptive strike, asking Zhang Wei where he was planning to go later on, and then set up an ambush in advance. Going home, Zhang Wei asked with some surprise. Otherwise, would I have stayed on the streets and wandered around all the time? That's not what I meant. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Li Shangkong instantly became even more embarrassed and said in a shaky voice, "Of course I know that you must be very busy. It's just that." Before Li Shangkong could finish his sentence, he heard Ji Qing on the side say, "Mr. Zhang, is your home far from here?" "Not far. Ah, quite close, just inside the neighborhood next to it." Zhang Wei also knew at this moment that he couldn't get rid of the two of them, so he didn't bother to avoid it, and directly reported his address. Anyway, sooner or later, he was going to go home. "You live in this neighborhood?" Li Shangkong subconsciously repeated, and couldn't help but look towards the surroundings. However, he saw that the surroundings were all very ordinary, even somewhat old residential areas. This rich man with a huge amount of money actually lived in this kind of place? This was something that Li Shangkong had not expected at all. After all, in Li Shangkong's impression, someone like Zhang Wei, even if he didn't live in a villa, at least it would be a high-class apartment. How could he live in such a place? Or else what do you think? Zhang Wei said with some unhappiness. "I just went downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes, and I was hard-pressed to be dragged to the bank by you guys to deposit money." Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Li Shangkong's expression couldn't help but stiffen, and he immediately became somewhat embarrassed. On the other hand, Ji Qing's eyes on the side could not help but turn. At first, she thought that this was a client that Li Shangkong had observed for a long time before pulling it in, but she didn't realize that Li Shangkong had only met him by chance. In that case, one's own chances might have to be mostly better. Let this person turn a mobile deposit that can be accessed at any time into a fixed deposit. This was what Ji Qing was thinking at the moment, because if this deal was successful, it could almost be said that she would be able to take a vacation for a year or two without working for the rest of her life. "Mr. Zhang, I'm a bit thirsty. Do you mind if I go to your house for a drink?" Ji Qing said with a wink towards Zhang Wei. That's not a problem. It's just that my house is rather messy." "Then it's a deal." Without giving Zhang Wei a chance to continue, Ji Qing directly answered with a bite, turning politeness into fact. "Then please lead the way, Mr. Zhang." Ji Qing looked at Zhang Wei and said with a wink of her big, beautiful eyes. On the other hand, Li Shangkong, who was on the side, was somewhat dumbfounded. The superb client that he had managed to pull in with great difficulty was snatched away just like that? Was this the strength of a super elite? Li Shangkong had the intention to follow up and rub a cup of water, but he was completely unable to find an excuse. After all, just now, Ji Qing had helped Zhang Wei pay the fare, so there was such a reason. But what about him? For a while, Li Shangkong was a bit saddened, and could only watch Ji Qing and Zhang Wei's back disappear in front of his eyes, while quietly sending a message to inform his top boss to hurry over. Such a big customer must not be pulled away by Ji Qing just like that. Returning to his own door, Zhang Wei took out the key and casually unscrewed the door. A single man's house. Don't expect much cleanliness, especially for a deadbeat like Zhang Wei. It could almost be described as a mess. And Zhang Wei obviously did not think that he went downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. Not only did he make a trip to the bank, but there was also such a big beautiful woman who followed him home. Seeing the messy living room, as well as the half-knocked code on the computer screen, Zhang Wei's expression couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. "That, make yourself at home. What can I get you to drink?" Zhang Wei forced himself to endure the embarrassment and opened his mouth with a breezy expression and asked, "Just feel free, Mr. Zhang, what do you usually drink?" Ji Qing did not appear to have any strange eyes and asked very calmly. In fact, Ji Qing was actually very curious about Zhang Wei, a super rich man with tens of millions of savings, but she just didn't expect to see such a scene after entering Zhang Wei's house. Simple furniture, some broken and peeling wallpaper, the entire living room. The only thing that looks worth a little bit of money, perhaps, is the computer on the table. Is not right. Ji Qing's fingers suddenly trembled, because she saw a very ordinary-looking glass bottle on the computer desk, even with a canned citrus label on the lid. And inside this glass bottle, it was filled with large and small coins and folded bills, adding up to only hundreds of dollars. It was as if it was a coin jar that regular people casually utilized, only that the smallest denomination of a coin in this coin jar was a year's or even several years' worth of salary plus performance to come up with. It was at this moment that Ji Qing's eyes completely changed, becoming somewhat fiery. She had come to the right place this time. Not only was it that $1,000 deposit, but if it could be added to this change jar, one's own performance might even be able to double a few more times. She didn't dare to expect all of this to become her own performance, but if she only needed to play a little role in introducing her, then her treatment in the bank would definitely go up several steps. Is this the home of a normal geek? No. This is just a big hidden rich man in pursuit of the simplest and most simple life. So the life of a truly rich person is this simple and crude? Ji Qing could not help but mutter to herself in her heart. Who would have thought that a randomly placed coin jar in such a shabby little apartment would be able to easily buy an entire building here? At this time, Zhang Wei carried a still steaming cup and placed it in front of Ji Qing. This is what I usually drink. Zhang Wei looked at Ji Qing, still a bit uncomfortable with the fact that a big beauty was suddenly so enthusiastic about herself. What is this? Ji Qing couldn't help but ask. Looking at the color, it kind of looked like milk coffee, but the smell was different. Could it be a special drink for the rich? Zhang Wei thought for a moment, then said in a low together calm and strong voice, Xian Mai Ganjia. Chapter 8. This is what rich people have taste for. Upon hearing this name, which was clearly of extraordinary class, Ji Qing's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this was the life of the rich and powerful. It wasn't something that could be seen from the outside, but rather, one needed to look at some details in order to keenly perceive the difference between them and ordinary people. Ji Qing herself was quite outstanding, and although her family wasn't considered to be rich or wealthy, but also belonged to the level of well-off people, she had never heard of such a drink, and in her opinion, Zhang Wei was indeed a truly low-key super tycoon, living a life of great seclusion. Then, thank you Mr. Zhang for the drink, gently tasting a mouthful. I don't know if it was a psychological effect. Ji Qing only felt a sweetness filling her lips and teeth, but after entering her stomach, the blazing temperature gradually turned into a coolness that was marvelous and incomparable. I've never had such a good drink before. It should be hard to buy it normally, right? Ji Qing couldn't help but marvel at it. Zhang Wei's eyes, on the other hand, were a bit odd. As a program ape who fought with code for a long time, a regular drink was indispensable, but Zhang Wei didn't like coffee, so he just kept drinking this habit. Shenmai Ganjia did sound quite bluffable at first glance, but he didn't really feel that a dozen or so dollars for a bag of Shenmai Ganjia granules were high-end. It's not that hard la, you can buy it at drugstores. Zhang Wei's tone became more and more eccentric. So it's a precious medicinal drink? Sorry to make Mr. Zhang break the bank. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Ji Qing's expression grew more and more serious as she nodded in a deep voice, as if she was holding some precious treasure. Zhang Wei, alright, as long as you're happy. Zhang Wei was also too lazy to explain. As a program ape that was not very sociable by nature, it was really a bit difficult to cope with a woman like Ji Qing, who was extremely outstanding in terms of her ability and personality. What he didn't know was that Ji Qing was also just stalling for time. While the two were talking, the entire neighborhood downstairs had begun to gradually boil over. A luxury car slowly drove into the neighborhood. Rolls-Royce Phantom, limited edition Porsche, the latest Ferrari. While the residents of the neighborhood saw this one luxury car, they were all a bit dumbfounded. What kind of big shot has come to our neighborhood? How come there are so many luxury cars all of a sudden? Compared to these luxury cars, some small savings in the district of the rich usually parked cars, and even these sports cars may not even attire then. But now, these luxury cars had entered the neighborhood. What were they here for? Many people became curious. A man with a majestic demeanor walked down from the car. Beside him was the secretary who helped him open the car door. The man glanced at the surroundings of the neighborhood and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. I really didn't think that inside a neighborhood like this, there are actually characters like that hidden inside. Old Chen, this is something you don't understand, right? Not everyone is as fond of platitudes as you are. A mocking voice came from not far away, causing the majestic man to resist frowning. Merchant Su, what brings you here? Yo, what a thing to say. If you Chen Xingzhou can come, why can't I come? Su Shangtai stepped down from the car and said with a sidelong glance at the majestic man. Beside Su Shangtai was Li Shenkong, who had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this old rival of many years, Chen Xingzhou instantly frowned and said disdainfully, I came here, of course, because there are important customers of our silver feather industries here, with deposits of thousands of dollars in our bank. How about you? He, coincidentally, so do I. Su Shangtai laughed and said, I'm also here because there are important customers of our Huangyan construction. Although there are not thousands of dollars in deposits, there are still dozens of dollars in deposits. Aren't they also big customers? Moreover, even if they are not customers, can't I come and develop them? Hey, I love hearing this from old Su. Not far away, another person picked up. What's it to you again? When Su Shangtai heard this, he became a little offended. This is our client. Ha ha ha. The person who came down from the luxury car next to him but laughed. Didn't you say it yourself, old Su? Even if it's not a client, can't it still be developed into a client? The people who came down from the other luxury cars heard this and laughed at the same time. That's right, this was a really big customer. even if he didn't have thousands of dollars in deposits. But wouldn't it be nice to develop into a few dozen dollars in his own bank? While Su Shangtai couldn't help but glance at Chen Qingzhou at this time, both revealing a hint of helplessness in their eyes. A group of old shameless things, do not know where to hear the news. With the smell of blood mosquitoes, a brain surrounded, trouble. After a long time, a group of bigwigs from the financial industry came to Zhang Wei's doorstep at the same time, only that each and every one of them didn't look very good, wheezing as if they had asthma. I don't know what's wrong with rich people nowadays, obviously so rich, a good elevator room doesn't live in, they have to live in a staircase room even if, actually live on the 6th floor. Chen Qingzhou's male secretary couldn't help but spit out. Climbing 6 floors in one breath was a bit of a strain even for him, let alone these big shots. Young man, what do you know? At this time, although Su Shangtai on the side was gasping for breath, he still said with a smile on his face, maybe this is someone's taste? Greeting the secretary's puzzled gaze, Su Shangtai spoke eloquently. What kind of goodies haven't you seen from an invisible tycoon like this one who was hidden in the city? People have long stood at the end of the line that ordinary people can't even see in a lifetime. So now, they are just returning to enjoy the most simple quality of life. The secretary couldn't help but reveal a hellish expression when she heard Su Shangtai's words. So, the rich people nowadays, are they all fed up? He wanted to ask his own boss again, but after seeing that his boss had an inscrutable expression, and that the bigwigs from the other banks actually had a look of approval, the secretary instantly stopped talking. Could it be? Is it really because I don't understand rich people's taste? He was a bit skeptical, and not far away, Li Shangkong also had a thoughtful expression, then memorized all of Xiao Shangtai's words, regardless of whether it was useful or not. In the future, if there was another opportunity to meet a big client of this level, he must try it before he did. Sure enough, being with the bigwigs was different. Just a couple of casual remarks were enough for one to learn for a long time. No wonder he wasn't Ji Qing's opponent. It looked like he still had a lot to learn. Knock knock knock, accompanied by the sound of knocking on the door. Soon, the door of the room opened and a youth with ordinary clothes and somewhat messy hair, with a pair of dead fish eyes open, appeared in front of them. Seeing so many people suddenly standing in front of his house, Zhang Wei couldn't help but stare. Who are you looking for? Chapter 9 Richer Than You Think. After Zhang Wei learned the identity of a group of people, his expression was a bit complicated as he led the group into the house. Fortunately, although Zhang Wei's house was messy, there were still sofas, but the people who came plus the secretaries and such, totaled 8 people. And even if there were sofas, it was obvious that they couldn't sit on so many people. Zhang Wei had the bright idea to move out a few plastic stools from the room, which barely allowed everyone to sit down. The several bigwigs of the financial industry obviously couldn't all be squeezed into a modest sofa, so when a few people each sat on the plastic stools, their expressions were more or less complicated. Like Ji Qing when they first arrived, several people subconsciously surveyed the house. When their gazes finally landed on the coin jar on the computer desk, their expressions became even more complicated. Was this the life of a super rich recluse? It really was low-key and unpretentious then. That jar of change that Zhang Wei usually used to buy groceries, in the eyes of these bigwigs, was a huge sum of several $100 million. But here, it was just casually stuffed in the jar by this reclusive Mr. Zhang. It really is really casual then. Living a casual life. Not bad for someone who even has such a casual name. Say, there are 8,000 people with this name in the whole country, if not 10,000, right? Chen Qingzhou's young secretary couldn't help but spit in his heart. Hello Mr. Zhang, I'm Chen Qingzhou from Silver Feather Industrial Bank. I'm Su Shangtai from Huanyan Construction Bank. I'm Bao Wuyao from the Washington Internet Business Bank. I'm Fan Shang from the Akita Farmers and Merchants Bank. Although there were quite a few people who came, in general, they were still divided into 4 camps. Not that there weren't any other people who came again. Rather, it was possible that the others knew that even if they came, they wouldn't be able to compete with these 4 bigwigs. These 4 are probably the biggest giants in the financial industry in Qing City. After politely brewing a cup of Xianmai ganja for everyone present, Zhang Wei then curiously asked his doubts. Hello everyone. I wonder what the reason is for a few old-timers from the financial sector to come here late in the day. Ahem. Actually, it's like this. The reason we took the liberty of coming here is actually to ask if Mr. Zhang has any investment intentions. Chen Qingzhou, as the head of the bank where Zhang Wei's largest deposit was currently located, was the first to take the brunt and take the lead. That's right, it was an investment, not a deposit. This was because a fixed-term deposit was, in itself, a financial investment. Moreover, Zhang Wei's words also made them comfortable, feeling that although this young man was young and rich, he was still very polite, taking the initiative to make tea and addressing them as seniors in the financial sector. It seems that this young tycoon should have been mixed in the financial industry before. It's just, How the flavor of this tea is a bit strange. Investment Zhang Wei thought about it and asked, since all of you are here to seek investment cooperation, then I wonder if a few seniors can first introduce your respective advantages? Advantages? Upon hearing this word, the eyes of several people simultaneously lit up. With this tone, there should really be an intention to invest. It's just that they don't know what exactly he likes anymore, because in their opinion, on each of them, they had advantages that no one else could match. Glancing at each other, a fiery wariness surfaced in the eyes of several bigwigs at the same time. I wonder what Mr. Zhang's investment criteria is? Su Shangtai's eyes narrowed as he suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Upon hearing Su Shangtai's words, the several bigwigs' complexions twitched and did not speak. This was a very important question that might determine what kind of attitude they needed to treat Zhang Wei with afterward. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, about $1,000. That $1,000 balance was his payroll card, and he also had another card that served as an emergency reserve. Speaking of embarrassment, Zhang Wei saved for several years, the money inside for before. Still in the neighborhood cannot even afford to buy a toilet. But now, it is different. What? $1,000. Hearing this figure, a few people couldn't help but cry out in shock. He was actually going to take out $1,000? With this figure, even these bigwigs were somewhat unable to sit still. Only Chen Xingzhou couldn't help but stare at Zhang Wei with a deadly glare as he asked in a deep voice. Mr. Zhang, I would like to ask, the $1,000 you are talking about, is it the $1,000 that is currently stored in our bank? Of course not. Zhang Wei waved his hand. That $1,000 is on demand. What I mean is that I will take out another $1,000 for regular investment. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, the bigwigs couldn't help but become short of breath. He could take out another $1,000? Perhaps this man was even richer than they had imagined. It must be known that even those so-called mega conglomerates, despite their staggering market capitalization, were rarely able to take out so much liquidity in a single breath. But in this man's mouth, the huge sum of $1,000 seemed as if it was not worth mentioning at all. Mr. Zhang, can you give us a few minutes? At this time, Bao Wuyao from the Washington Net Commerce asked with a smile on his face. Of course, no problem. Zhang Wei waved his hand, signaling that everyone could make themselves at home. On the other hand, one by one, the bigwigs could no longer sit still, either looking for their own secretaries or pulling out their cell phones one after another, and started contacting their subordinates to start rapidly drawing up a plan. Big business. Really big business Based on the chat just now and the attitudes of these people, Zhang Wei also found something strange. In this world, apart from the fact that prices had depreciated by 1,000,000 times, other aspects seemed to be a bit different from his original world as well. First of all, these financial conglomerates, that is, private banks, seemed to be much more powerful than the world he was originally in. The other thing is, these people's pursuit of money seems to be even more fervent than one's own imagination. And when they heard the news that they had $1,000 in savings, they actually ran straight to their own homes right away. I don't know if they were the only ones like this, or if everyone in the world was like this. However, for Zhang Wei, this seemed to be considered good news, because if it was true that everyone in this world had such an abnormal obsession with money, then it seemed that many things would become more convenient for him now that he was already a rich man. So, should I get something going by the way? It's not much fun to keep moping around. It seems like the price of a building isn't too expensive. If I were to buy a neighborhood outright, how much would it probably cost? Zhang Wei stroked his chin and pondered, intending to consult with Huangyan Construction Bank's Su Shantai about this issue later. At this time, Ji Cheng, who hadn't said anything on the side, suddenly put down the cup in her hand and asked Zhang Wei in a low voice, Mr. Zhang, is this kind of xian, is this kind of drink very expensive? Upon hearing Ji Cheng's words, other than the few bigwigs who were busy on the phone, the others subconsciously glanced at the cups in their hands while perking up their ears. They also wanted to know what this exclusive drink for reclusive tycoons that tasted a bit strange was. It's alright. At this time, Zhang Wei, who was counting just how rich he was, shook his head and said casually, $a dozen or so a bag. How expensive can it be? $12 a bag? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, everyone couldn't help but look at the cups in their hands with shocked eyes. At this moment, it was as if they saw that what they were soaking in their cups was not some kind of drink, but a cup of gold. No, even gold wasn't this expensive. One of the big brother's entourage couldn't help but let his hand shake a little, and a drop of Xianmai Ganjiao splashed out, making him unable to hold back a look of heartache. Chen Xingzhou's male secretary and Li Shangkong had a dazed look on their faces and seemed to understand something. So, is this the taste of the reclusive tycoon that Big Brother Su said? Chapter 10. What do you think of me? Zhang Wei didn't care what these people were thinking. Even he himself didn't realize what kind of horrible number he had just said, thus scaring these people. After all, Zhang Wei had actually only crossed over not long ago, and certain concepts had yet to be completely changed. Perhaps it would take some time if he wanted to change completely. Since I'm so rich now, shouldn't it be better to do some business next? Well, but I don't really like to get in touch with strangers. Complicated ones definitely won't do. So it's better to do something a bit more stable. Real estate is actually quite stable. Recently these years the price of housing has been rising. My dream is to buy a house of my own. But unfortunately, I've only saved $10,000 over the past few years, and I can't even afford a toilet. Just as Zhang Wei was still pondering about buying his own house, the voices of several bigwigs finally brought him back to his senses. Mr. Zhang, I think we can continue our conversation from earlier. Chen Qingzhou's face wore a faint smile that was filled with a confident look. I also feel that Mr. Zhang can confirm the next step of cooperation with our Huang Yin. On the side, Su Shangtai gave Chen Qingzhou a look without showing any weakness, and seemed to be kind of well prepared for taking this investment from Zhang Wei. I think it's better for the two of you not to be so confident. Fan Shang's expression didn't move, but at some point, a plan suddenly appeared in his hand. Chen Qingzhou, Su Shangtai, we believe that you have just made preparations, but when did the plan in your hand appear? We, Huafu Netcommerce, but were well prepared as well. On the side, Bao Wuya was holding a laptop with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the two, Chen Qingzhou couldn't help but ask, Old Bao, Old Fan, where did the things in your hands appear from? Oh, Fan Shang said casually, before the two of you called, I had actually asked my secretary to contact the staff to come over and had already drawn up the plan on the way. And when the two of you called just now, I had asked my secretary to print out the plan downstairs by the way. Chen Qingzhou and Su Shangtai couldn't help but simultaneously twitch the corners of their eyes. So you're this well prepared? Bao Wuxian was a man with a very bookish look on his body with a pair of box eyes. After hearing Fan Shang's words, but he gently held his eyes, and a few people seemed to see a white light flashing over his eyes. Coughing lightly, Bao Wuxian then said, in fact, I have been carrying a talking device with me. The conversation just now has been completely known to the people under my command. While the two of you were on the phone, the professionals under my command have also drawn up the plan and transmitted it through the computer which was just now placed in my secretary's bag. Inexplicably, Chen Qingzhou could not help but glance at Su Shangtai. Originally, they were confident, but when they saw that these two were so well prepared, they couldn't help but be a little flustered. These two fellows, did they turn out to be so sinister? Cough. At this time, Ji Cheng, who was not far away from Chen Qingzhou, suddenly tugged on his sleeve and lowered his voice. In fact, Mr. Chen, I have actually made a plan. Chen Qingzhou's originally somewhat twitchy expression instantly regained its calmness after hearing Ji Qing. As if nothing had just happened, he gently patted Ji Qing's shoulder and praised. Well done. I knew that our employees are the best. Su Shangtai glanced at Chen Qingzhou. You old thing, can be really shameless. Obviously just panicked. Turned back to hear their own employees ready, only to put on a look of confidence. Is really, bah. Su Shangtai felt that he had misjudged Chen Qingzhou, and somewhat disdained to be with him. This kind of small scene, with his ability to improvise will be able to deal with it perfectly. However, thinking about it, he couldn't help but glance at Li Shangkong whose expression was still a bit blank. Grass, how come the gap between the employees on both sides is so big? At this time, Zhang Wei looked at the several people and also spoke. Since several of you have already made your decisions, then please give your proposals. Zhang Wei swept his gaze curiously over the bodies of the several people and spoke. Although it was also his first time experiencing such a scene, but similar scenarios Zhang Wei had encountered before. For example, there was a time when several salesmen selling insurance had approached him at the same time. Although the one who was now in his house was not an insurance seller, but a bigwig of the industry, at worst a financial elite, it actually seemed to Zhang Wei that there was not much of a difference between encountering a few insurance sellers. So, who's first? Zhang Wei asked. Ladies first, I guess. The one who said this was no one else, but surprisingly, it was Ji Qing herself. Only a smile hung on Ji Qing's face. I think that a few seniors and elders in the industry should all be gentlemen, right? Of course, if someone wants to speak first, I actually don't mind. Who made me a weak woman? At that moment, apart from Chen Qingzhou and his male secretary, everyone couldn't help but look at Ji Qing with a constipated look on their faces. You've said all the good and bad. What do you want us to say? Miss Ji Qing is right. It's better to give priority to the ladies. A few people could only pinch their noses and admit it at this time, only to see Ji Qing holding a black notebook. This was the result of her discussion with Chen Qingzhou and the others just now. After glancing at the contents on the notebook, Ji Qing's gaze then fell back to Zhang Wei. Mr. Zhang, the proposal we gave is like this. According to Mr. Zhang's idea, this deposit of over $1,000 is for a fixed deposit of 5 years. Currently, the highest interest point prevailing in the industry is 5. 8%. And if Mr. Zhang is willing to place this deposit with us, Silver Feather Industries, Silver Feather Industries, will give a point of 7% during this 5-year period. 7%? Hearing this point level, the remaining 3 people directly cursed in their hearts. 8% was indeed a common point in the market, but internally they still had a maximum point they could give, and it was indeed 7%. This Silver Feather Industries was completely not going to give them the space to continue rising. At the same time, without giving the others a chance to open their mouths, Ji Qing swiftly continued, Silver Feather Industries, own shares in numerous light and heavy industrial investment groups, and can be said to be the country's most first-rate investment weathervane. Mr. Zhang, if you are willing to deposit this amount of money into our Silver Feather Industry, you can immediately be upgraded to become our Silver Feather Industries internal privileged honoree. We will customize a personal privilege card for you that will allow you to receive honored privileges at all businesses that have investments in our Silver Feather Industries shares. Moreover, we have also decided to specially equip you, Mr. Zhang, with a personal private investment advisor to assist you. Saying that, Ji Qing winked towards Zhang Wei. What do you think, Mr. Zhang, about me? When the other 3 families heard this, they couldn't help but have a word pop up in their hearts at the same time. Grass. Chapter 11. We're honest people. We don't argue. Silver Feather Industries could be really shameless. After hearing Ji Qing's words, the 3 bigwigs only had this thought in their minds. Chen Xinzhou, this shameless thing, this time can really go out. It's not even enough to report the highest point in one breath, but to actually play this? The beauty plan has been used. Ji Qing is a real elite in the industry. Even these bigwigs have heard of this name and know that Silver Plume Industries has produced such a talent. Let her stay at the side of this tycoon. It is estimated that after a long time, the money of this person will all go to Silver Plume Industries, where there is still something about them. Chen Xinzhou, on the other hand, was full of complacency. Hey, envy it? Envy is useless. This is my family's elite. If you have the ability to also find such a talent out of it. As for what private personal investment advisor, although he did not know what Ji Qing said, but it does not matter. Blowing. Even Zhang Wei couldn't help but look odd after hearing Ji Qing's words. Silver Feather Industries was indeed quite impressive, and he knew about it before he crossed over anyway. Even the company he worked for could actually be said to be a branch of a subsidiary of Silver Feather Industries. Otherwise, his payroll card wouldn't be a Silver Feather Industries card. And, if there is really an internal news of Silver Feather Industry, it is indeed convenient to invest. Seeing that Zhang Wei had revealed his heartbeat, at this time, Su Shangtai immediately stood out and coughed forcefully, drawing everyone's attention over. The other 3 bigwigs couldn't help but show a surprised expression when they saw Su Shangtai standing out personally. Su Shangtai showed a smug look on his face. You guys who only let your men negotiate around know nothing. This person in front of me is clearly a master who doesn't lack money. And what is needed to treat such a character is sincerity. Now that I've personally come out to speak, is this sincerity enough? Mr. Zhen. Although Su Shangtai was a bit old, he looked imposing when he spoke. Unfortunately, we at Huanyan Construction don't have an outstanding employee like Ms. Ji Cheng, so there's no way we can give you the same conditions as Silver Feather Industries. But, Su Shangtai's eyes narrowed as he spoke. What I can promise is that if Mr. Zhang is willing to deposit this $1,000 into our Yellow Rock Construction, we can give a 7.5% point, and Mr. Zhang will also be upgraded to become our Yellow Rock Construction's investment windfall informant. Mr. Zhang must also know that unlike Silver Feather Industries, the project that our Yellow Rock Construction focuses on investing in is the construction industry. That is to say, if Mr. Zhang can contact us directly if he wishes to purchase a property. At the same time, we will also provide Mr. Zhang with a professional consulting customer service. Not only will he be able to receive exclusive discounted prices, but he can even learn about our Yellow Rock Construction's next development direction, and purchase new properties in advance at even more favorable prices. Su Shangtai eloquent, although not before Ji Qing's kind of unique female temptation, but the words are full of unique personal charm, so that people cannot help but listen to some of the fascinated, not to mention Zhang Wei, even next to the secretary and entourage following several other Big Brother over, cannot help but swallow their saliva. This is the strength of the Big Brother? Listening to this makes me want to go to Huanyan Construction to save money. What? It turns out that I don't have that much money. That's fine. Zhang Wei does have some intention. Huanyan Construction is engaged in the construction industry and he was actually thinking about buying his own home before. Even if you don't know how to do business, it doesn't matter. Buy a few buildings downstairs. Then, peacefully when a chartered public seems to be good look. Ahem. Old Su. After seeing Zhang Wei's expression, the 2 remaining bigwigs said that it was not good and immediately interrupted Su Shangtai's gushing. You finished your offer. There's no need to say those flimsy words. It's our turn, isn't it? Fan Shang straightened his face and said seriously, what do you mean by fooling people? What I said was supposed to be the truth. Speaking was interrupted. Su Shangtai was instantly furious. Alright. Bao Woyao did not move to digress and said, almost on the line, the next or I'll do it. It's still me. Fan Shang didn't give Bao Woyao a chance to retort at all, and directly picked up his planner and started to introduce it. At this time, the devil is polite with you. The later you say it, the less room there is. Can't you see that Su Shangtai just directly mentioned 5%? It's already a premium. Mr. Zhang, unlike the others, although we, Akita farmers and merchants, are businessmen, we are honest people, so we don't like to talk about falsehoods. Fan Shang laughed nervously twice, revealing the expression of an honest man. But screw you, fine as a ghost, just you are still an honest man? The three bigwigs couldn't help but spit at the same time. Can there really be an honest man in this line of work in finance? Honest people would have eaten dirt long ago. And Fan Shang didn't care about the other people's faces. He directly introduced, we, Jiutian farmers and merchants, don't have so many complicated industries like the others, but I can make the decision to directly give Mr. Zhang 8% of the points. 8%! Hearing this figure, several people's faces changed at the same time. This point level could be just a bit scary indeed. Perhaps 0.5% might not sound like a lot, but if this point was multiplied by 10 million times based on the money, it would be different. After all, what Zhang Wei wanted to save was not 1,000 milli or 1,000 points, but $1,000. In a world where values differed by a million times, it was 10 billion, even 0.5% of 10 billion, that would be $5 million. Fan Shang didn't care about the other people's faces, and continued to say with a naive smile, while giving this point, we, Akita farmers and merchants, will also provide Mr. Zhang with certain preferential facilitations. Saying this, Fan Shang directly handed out a card. This is the black and gold level membership card of our Autumn Field Farmers Merchant. Mr. Zhang only needs to hold this card to enjoy the highest level of preferential discounts at any store that supports our Jiutian Farmers and Merchants card, whether it's for shopping, travel, or entertainment. After saying that, Fan Shang directly shoved the card into Zhang Wei's hand without any further ado. Of course, I actually know that we, Jiutian Farmers and Merchants, will most likely not be able to compete with a few others, so we won't force our hand. But even if we don't reach a cooperation, it doesn't matter. This card is considered to be a good meeting gift. If there is an opportunity in the future, we at Akita Farmers and Merchants are still very willing to cooperate with Mr. Zhang. Fan Shang's face wore a simple smile. While hearing Fan Shang's words and seeing the card in Zhang Wei's hand, the other three could already not help but curse in their hearts. This is an honest man? I can go to hell with you. Chapter 12. Is this the way a godly man thinks? Until Fan Shang sat down again, the other people couldn't help but look at him with somewhat odd eyes. This tactic of retreating as advancing is really pure and perfected. Including Ji Qing, all the secretaries and employees looked at Fan Shang with admiration. Sure enough, the strength of the industry's big brother is not comparable to ordinary people. They have to learn a lot of things. Chen Xingzhou, Su Shangtai, Bao Wuyao and the others, on the other hand, looked at Fan Shang with some weird eyes. You confirm that when you just spoke, what you were holding in your hand was really a plan and not a line script? You came up and put an honest man vest on yourself, and then vocally and colorfully interpreted the image of an honest man putting his best foot forward? This old thing, if he had gone to act in movies when he was young, he would have been a movie star by now. If they didn't know this old man's identity and character, they would have been fooled by him just now. At this time, Bao Wuxian came forward. Since the previous two guys had stepped forward on their own, wouldn't he appear to be insincere if he let his secretary speak at this time? Therefore, Bao Woyao could only stand out on his own as well. Only Chen Xingzhou's eyes were a bit ghostly. Unexpectedly, all these old guys actually took the initiative to come forward and speak on their own. In this way, it appeared as if he was playing a bit of a big game. It was really grass. Especially, these guys were more sinister than one another. Su Shangtai engaged in a speech. Fan Shang is a show of acting. I do not know Bao Woyao, this guy will be whole out what new work. Chen Xingzhou some heart tired. In order to this $1,000 investment, these old things are shameless. One more than one too much. Even he who was originally full of confidence was a bit bottomless at this time. Forget it, he has $1,000 deposit in our silver feather industry itself, even though it's current. But even if it's with someone else, it's still our customer all the same. Chen Xingzhou reassured himself in his mind. At this time, Bao Woyao also happened to open his mouth. Unlike Fan Shang just now, Bao Wuxian was also smiling, but the smile was completely different from Fan Shang's naive smile, carrying a strange feeling. Older brother, you are also a young man, so I won't talk about those falsehoods, only to hear Bao Woyao smilingly introduce. We, Huafu Netcommerce, are in the business of online platforms as well as various e-commerce and entertainment contents. The industries involved are games, entertainment, television, movies, and so on, including the secondary yuan projects that young people like. As long as you, old brother, are willing to deposit this $1,000 into our Huafu Netcommerce, you will be automatically upgraded to our Huafu Netcommerce Supreme VIP user. If you want to invest in a movie in the future, we can directly help you contact all the people and make it exactly as you want. Or, if you fall in love with any game, you can also directly contact your exclusive customer service, and we can directly provide you with the game's most powerful SVIP account. Or, old brother, you can always choose to participate in any TV variety show that we have a partnership with, or offline meetups, Comic Con, or even intimate interactions with your favorite celebrity or Comic Con character. When speaking of intimate interaction, Bao Wuxian seemed to be afraid that Zhang Wei wouldn't understand, and purposely squeezed his eyes and intensified his tone. The others, on the other hand, were all wide-eyed. This Nima is excessive, not even a hint. This is simply being explicit. Surname Bao's this is directly seducing. Even more direct than the previous Jiqing. Chen Qingzhou and others exchanged eye contact with each other. They realized that they still overestimated the bottom line of this guy Bao Wuxian. It turned out that amongst them, the most dangerous one was not the others, but this Sven scum who wore a pair of glasses and appeared to be Sven on the surface. Ahem. Seemingly noticing the increasingly unkind eyes of the others, Bao Wuxian coughed and also put away his gradually gentlemanly tone. Restoring his previous calmness, Bao Wuxian said in a solemn tone, as for the points, there's no need to worry about that either. Although we can't give a key to farmers and merchants such a point level, we definitely won't let you suffer. Old brother. 8%. Cough cough cough. It's almost time, old Bao. The others finally couldn't look on anymore and hurriedly interrupted. This was because they simultaneously saw the odd smile on Zhang Wei's face. Obviously, he had heard it. Oh no, this dog thief, Bao Woyao. This is too shameless, isn't it? To actually even use such a tactic. What to do? Even if this reclusive tycoon seemed to like to keep a low profile, he was still a young man. A bloodthirsty young man. What if he couldn't withstand the temptation? That. At this time, Zhang Wei finally spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on him. Zhang Wei was also just an ordinary program 8 before, and the most he knew was not people, but code. Moreover, his social circle itself wasn't too big, and suddenly being stared at by so many people with fiery gazes all at once, he also felt a bit uncomfortable. I've given it some thought, and actually the conditions given by a few of you are quite good. Zhang Wei cleared his throat and said, to be honest, I'm satisfied with any of you, and it's hard for me to make a choice. So, hearing that Zhang Wei seemed to be about to make a choice, a group of nerves couldn't help but tighten up. Although they had all acted very confidently one by one just now, after hearing the conditions offered by the others, they all also began to feel that their hopes were not as great as they had thought at the beginning. And in the end, it still depended on Zhang Wei's own thoughts as to who he would choose. So, what would he choose? Ears perked up. Everyone present was afraid of missing any of his next words. So, I've decided to deposit $1,000 in each of your homes, alright, Zhang Wei said. Ha? What? Nani? The four bigwigs froze for a moment at the same time, and even with their ears perked up, they all thought that they had misheard. Mr. Zhang, what did you just say? Jiqing couldn't help but follow up with a question that asked the doubt in everyone's mind. I said that each family deposits $1,000. Zhang Wei scratched his head and said, to be honest, I think the conditions you all gave are all good, and it's really a bit difficult to make a choice from them. So I thought, let's just save $1,000 for each family then. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, everyone present was confused, because you don't want to make a choice, you want them all? So, this was the way a godly man thought? For a while, they felt like their outlook on life had been somewhat subverted. Chapter 13, why don't we make it up? Each family deposit $1,000? When they heard Zhang Wei's words, they thought they had heard wrong. However, when Zhang Wei repeated it, they finally reacted. What followed was ecstasy. It's done. There was no need to even think about competition or anything like that, because this one directly chose to save $1,000 from each family. Everyone's faces couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. Dare they just racked their brains for half a day and turned out to be thinking blindly. People directly intend to deposit $1,000 per family in one breath. Mr. Zhang, thank you very much for your trust. Mr. Zhang, then I wish us a happy cooperation after that. Ha 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 ha. It's really rare to meet such a refreshing customer as Mr. Zhang. Next time we must have a tea together. The crowd rose to shake hands with Zhang Wei, causing Zhang Wei to be a bit confused. It's just a matter of saving money. Is that so? Although it was a 5-year deposit, the money was still his. Why were these people so excited? This is not to blame Zhang Wei. In fact, Zhang Wei himself is just an ordinary person, and even before crossing over, he is just a code knocking. Simply do not understand the capital of this set. He also does not understand this $1,000 in the bank. The bank can give in these 5 years to use this $1,000 for how much operation. However, he felt the goodwill of these bigwigs. Not only did they hand over their business cards one by one, but Zhang Wei even received several cards similar to the one that Bao Wuxian had just given out, all of which were super VIP cards that could only be enjoyed in their respective banking industries. According to the words of a few bigwigs, these cards were only available to the top customers, allowing them to enjoy the most favorable values of their industries. Undoubtedly, this was also for the purpose of better drawing Zhang Wei in, hoping to obtain cooperation with Zhang Wei in more aspects. The set of Bao Wuxian's earlier had also taught these bigwigs on the spot. Although their industries were not as extensive as Bao Wuxian's, they still had quite a huge advantage in their respective fields. The discount was only one aspect. The card was more useful in letting the people under their respective command understand that this ordinary-looking youth was a super god of wealth. Don't offend him. As seasoned old foxes, every move these bigwigs made could have a deep meaning, making the assistant secretaries and the like beside them cry learned in their hearts. Right, Mr. Su, there's one more thing I want to ask. At this time, Zhang Wei suddenly opened his mouth. A few people were about to get up and leave, although the flavor was a bit strange, but the drink that was said to be incredibly expensive was good, but they could all be one busy person. The delay here was not short. Everyone should also leave. However, when they heard that Zhang Wei actually suddenly called out to Su Shangtai, all of a sudden, one of them steadily sat back in their position, motionlessly savoring the cup of Xianmai Ganjiao that had already reached the bottom. On the surface, they did not move, but their ears were all perked up. There's no need to be polite. Old brother, I'm a few years older in vain. You can just call me Old Su directly or call me Old Brother Su. Su Shangtai quickly waved his hand and said, to the god of wealth, it was better to be polite. Moreover, seeing that Zhang Wei directly took out $4,000 without changing his color, Su Shangtai knew that this person's family background might be even more abundant than they had imagined. I'll be polite then. Zhang Wei nodded, and then asked, Elder brother Su just said, isn't Huangyan construction mainly in real estate investment? I would like to ask if you have any vacant plots suitable for investment? Plots of land? The other three big brothers all looked like they were patiently sipping tea, but their ears pricked up more sharply. Did this person want to make a real estate investment? As for Su Shangtai, after hearing Zhang Wei's words, his face couldn't help but change. Recently they Huangyan construction indeed a few pieces of land just taken down, but also spent a lot of effort to go through the channels to take down. The value is good, but also quite valuable for development. Just, if it was transferred immediately, I'm afraid he would have to go and explain to the municipal officials as well. After his mind turned for a while, Su Shangtai finally clenched his teeth and said, speaking of land, we really do have a good piece of land recently, just over in the near sea area. On the side of the municipal officials, it was just a matter of taking some time to explain, and even the municipal officials would only be happier if they heard that there were foreign funds to invest. But in case the god of wealth was angered, that would really be a big loss. Older brother, I wonder what kind of land you need. Su Shangtai looked at Zhang Wei and opened his mouth to ask. We probably have about 2 neighborhood-sized plots or so over in the offshore area, so I can personally take you to see how big it needs to be if you need it. Chen Xingzhou and the others couldn't help but look at Su Shangtai with surprised eyes. Old Su was going out on a limb here. In recent years, the municipal side intends to focus on the development. Even the old Su is also spent not a small amount of effort to take down that piece of land, which turned out to be sent out. Generous enough, but think about it, if they were in their place, they would definitely do the same. After all, compared to the undeveloped land, it must be the god of wealth is more important. Su Shangtai was still ready to ask Zhang Wei's opinion, but he didn't expect Zhang Wei at this time, but a sentence suddenly popped out of his mouth. How much? Su Shangtai? Older brother, don't you need to see it first? Su Shangtai suddenly felt that he was a bit unable to see through Zhang Wei. This young man appeared to be clueless on the surface, but this setup was really a bit confusing for him, so he asked carefully, see what? Zhang Wei froze. The corners of Su Shangtai's mouth twitched, but he still relied on his years of cultivation to tense his face and spoke. I mean, don't you need to look at how big you need to be, or which piece of land? Oh, Zhang Wei nodded and said, you said this. I was just about to ask how much that piece of land costs in total. A total? He was going to buy it all? Hearing this word, not only Su Shangtai, but everyone else present couldn't help but feel a twitch in their hearts. they suddenly felt that they had still underestimated the extent to which this young man in front of them was rich. This had just saved a huge sum of $4,000, and he was actually able to take out a large sum of money to purchase the land? Su Shangtai's face changed for a while, as if he was thinking about something. Only after a long time, this spat out a breath and said, "Older brother, there are a lot of people present who know the inside story, and I won't pick you. That piece of land we Huang Yen is $280 to take down, and also spent a certain amount of human funds to walk around. If you need it, $290. This is the bottom price I can give," Su Shangtai said as he looked at Zhang Wei with a burning gaze. Indeed, this was already the bottom price he could give. And if it was any lower, he would have to lose money. Moreover, just like he said, there were quite a number of people present who knew the inside story. At least 3 of them, and he wasn't afraid of Zhang Wei asking for more. Seeing such a grave expression on Su Shangtai's face, it made Zhang Wei a little embarrassed, as he was only on a whim and had just thought of buying a plot of land. Scratching his cheeks, Zhang Wei probed and asked, "Why don't we make up a whole? How about 300? Ha?" Hearing Zhang Wei's words, the people present once again froze in unison, while their eyes widened. This bargaining, it can still go up? Chapter 14 Experience Life? It wasn't that they were fazed, but they had never encountered haggling that went up in price in their lives. In fact, it wasn't their fault. It was because Zhang Wei was a bit embarrassed to see Su Shangtai's difficult expression. I can't say he's stupid, but Zhang Wei really doesn't know how to haggle. Even in the vegetable market, he never won with the market maids. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt that daily noodles with takeout was really not nutritious, Zhang Wei wouldn't even go grocery shopping. However, this move of his became something else in the eyes of Su Shangtai. Could it be that he has long had his eye on this piece of land? It was just taken by our Huang Yen first? Su Shangtai couldn't help but ponder in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. It was possible that early on, this reclusive tycoon had taken a fancy to this piece of land, only that he didn't expect that in the end. This piece of land didn't go to a public auction, but instead, it was taken by him directly by going through the process and taking it down in advance. So it was like this. In a flash, Su Shangtai felt like he had figured it out all of a sudden. He did not doubt Zhang Wei's information channels at all. Would a tycoon with such huge assets not have a bit of his own news channels? It was only because they, Huang Yen, had taken it down in advance. It was not good to strike again. It must be like this. Thinking of this, Su Shangtai's eyes towards Zhang Wei grew more and more kind. Awesome. This young tycoon was not only rich, he even did things in every way. Here, in front of the other 3, he brought up this matter. So even if the municipal officials side asked about it later on, he had a way to explain it, and even, he added an extra $10 to his investment, which was considered to be an explanation for him. After all, that piece of land had just arrived a few days ago, and he had helped Huang Yen earn $10 once he changed hands, so anyone who asked, he would have a good reason to explain. And that piece of land, even if they Huang Yen operation up, can get a bigger profit. That is also a few years after the thing, which has now this change of hands to money fast. Su Shangtai's heart couldn't help but lament. Really a powerful young man. No wonder this age has such huge assets, and under the hand fast and accurate. Almost no hesitation directly shot out of the investment of $300. This kind of people do not rich. What can become? Zhang Wei obviously do not know this time Su Shangtai a brainstorming. Also thought Su Shangtai think not enough it. Could not help but ask again, Su old brother, how? Is not enough? When Su Shangtai heard this, his heart fluttered and he immediately reacted. This was knocking himself, telling him not to be insatiable. Damn it, the good impression that had just been established must not be destroyed just like that. No, I think this price of old brother is very suitable. I will immediately send someone over to sign the contract with old brother, Su Shangtai said in a hurry. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Zhang Wei's face also revealed a smile. It couldn't be better to be able to give less money to spend. Although he still had a few $1,000s in savings, it was better to save when he could. Happy cooperation, Su Shangtai said with a solemn expression on his face, while the smile on Zhang Wei's face was instantly brainstormed with many more deep meanings. Fine beads of sweat gradually oozed out from Su Shangtai's head. Fortunately, it was fortunate that he reacted quickly. Otherwise, he might have not only lost such a deal, but also offended someone. At that time, this person would only do business with those 3 families and not with him. That would be a big loss. Subsequently, under the nervous gaze of several people, Zhang Wei directly used the computer to complete the deposits in the major banks, and at the same time, a document that had just been printed and was still warm was also sent to Zhang Wei's home. With things completed, the 4 big brothers wiped their sweat almost simultaneously and glanced at each other, all with a smile in their eyes. It's done. It was actually really negotiated. Originally, they thought that it would be a battle between the dragons and the tigers, but they didn't expect that in the end. it would actually be a happy ending for all, no matter what. It was because this person was even richer than they had imagined. In fact, they had seen too many entrepreneurs and big bosses. Speaking of a company with a market value of thousands or $10,000. In fact, the liquidity may only be a few tens of dollars or less than. Many of them were even negative hoes who owed a lot of money to the banks, and there weren't even a few who were truly as generous as Zhang Wei. Thinking about this, a few people felt luckier and luckier. Luckily it was discovered by them and not someone else. Several people forced themselves to resist the urge to laugh to the heavens, and finally got up one after another, bidding farewell to Zhang Wei one by one, accompanied by his assistant secretary. Go slowly. The last Su Shangtai couldn't help but smile towards Zhang Wei before leaving. It's quite good that old brother likes to experience life, but next time you drink tea, you can find a place with an elevator. Of course, I am indifferent, but Chen Qingzhou, these old guys' waist and legs cannot. You see, they go down a few steps of the stairs, have to gasp for a while. Ha ha, I can go to your right. Downstairs at this time came Chen Qingzhou's voice. Old Su, you dare to say that you did not gasp when you went up the stairs? That's right. If you have the guts, Lao Su, let's go to the gym and compare. A big brother exchanged across the floor, each getting what they wanted. It was obvious that they were all in a very good mood. Zhang Wei scratched his head and laughed. Okay, let's find a good place to talk next time. In reality, he was experiencing king life. He just stayed here all the time. Nothing else. It was cheap. However, Su Shangtai was right. Zhang Wei was really planning to take the time to live somewhere else, since he had arrived in a world where prices had depreciated 1,000,000 times over. Why would he still be stupid enough to climb up and down 6 floors every day? Do you really think you won't get tired? After sending off a group of people, Zhang Wei sat back in front of his computer, raised his hand and subconsciously prepared to continue knocking on the code, but soon froze again. What the hell am I knocking now? The evil black-hearted company, 996. Even if it is not easy to a Sunday, but also set up the task to force overtime, and there is no overtime pay. I can go to your bar. The more Zhang Wei thought, the more angry, glanced at the table's coin jar, directly grabbed a handful of stuff into his pocket. In the past, at this time, grabbing a handful of change from the change jar was when he went to buy food, but this time is different. This time he is not going to buy food, but to buy a house. The land just arrived. Haven't figured out how to develop it yet. When the time comes, I have to ask Huang Yin. Now buy him a few sweets first before he can do it. Zhang Wei grunted, thinking that in the future he would never have to climb up and down again. A burst of dark pleasure in his heart. Even without a cell phone, he rushed out. He didn't notice at all that his cell phone was gently vibrating at this time. On the other side, Ji Qing's face was a little unsightly. What's going on? Didn't he say that he was going to be his secretary? Why did he not even pay attention to adding a friend? Is this hidden world tycoon so high and cold? For a while, Ji Qing's heart was a bit afflicted. Chapter 15. Wouldn't it be better to buy them all? Standing downstairs in the neighborhood again, Zhang Wei's face looked a bit complicated. Looking at the streets around him, a familiar and unfamiliar feeling surged to his heart. Familiar because he had been walking on this street for several years. Unfamiliar, because many parts of this street seemed to be vaguely different from what he remembered. However, after all, it was still more familiar than unfamiliar. The neighbors, too, were all familiar faces. When he walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, Zhang Wei also took a special look. Well, the name has not changed. Still called Flower Garden Neighborhood. The people who play chess not far from the door are still living on the second floor of the Chun Grandpa and the third floor of the Liang Grandpa. The dog in the security room of the small town still likes to bark at people blindly. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. And I'm sure I'll be able to do it. It is really amazing. By now, Zhang Wei also did not suspect. After all, he is just a program ape knocking code. What is worth letting someone spend so much to be compelled? It wasn't inferiority complex. Zhang Wei still had this self-awareness. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but grin again. This is all true. Really? Great. It's really great. Zhang Wei roared furiously and rushed out of the neighborhood. He was going to buy a house. Woof woof woof. The dog owned by the security guard at the entrance was startled and barked furiously. The grandpa playing chess at the doorway also couldn't help but glance in the direction Zhang Wei had left. What's wrong with Xiao Wei? Grandpa Chen asked. Who knows? Too much pressure, I guess. Young people nowadays have quite a lot of pressure at work. Especially Xiao Wei's parents are gone. Living alone is indeed difficult. Mr. Liang shook his head and said. The neighbors took a look at it and didn't care, but continued to discuss the luxury cars that had just entered the neighborhood. Unbeknownst to them, the people in those luxury cars had come for the young man who had suddenly gone crazy in their eyes. Greenland World Neighborhood. Compared to the Flower Garden District, the Greenland World District was obviously more than one level higher. As a district that had just been completed not long ago, and very close to the university city, with various commercial centers around. Greenland World could be said to be the hottest district in the surrounding area, with home buyers coming in an endless stream every day. Entering the sales center, Zhang Wei from time to time curiously surveyed the surrounding. He is also the first time to come here. The surrounding staff is not ignoring Zhang Wei, but there are indeed a lot of people who come here to buy homes, compared to those bright and shiny and family guests. Although Zhang Wei is also quite handsome, but the clothes are really too ordinary, completely no different from the ordinary college students in the next university town. The staff at the sales office were sharp-eyed, and saw that Zhang Wei's sales value was not great, so they were more willing to receive those bright and beautiful guests with families in tow. Zhang Wei actually didn't care about these, but looked at the offer of a house and smiled in his heart. 3-room, 1-bathroom suite, $1.99. 4-room, 2-bathroom apartment house, $2.49. The more he looked, the more Zhang Wei wanted to laugh in his heart. He who had saved up for several years and as a result couldn't even come up with a down payment. Now he could actually easily buy several suites just by pulling out a handful of random change from his pocket. Hello, sir? Just as Zhang Wei was still beautiful in his heart, a somewhat timid voice suddenly rang out from his side. Zhang Wei reacted and saw a young girl in a sales office work uniform standing by his side, and hurriedly returned. Hello. The girl looked very youthful and pretty, and seemed to be a student, and when she saw Zhang Wei come back to his senses, she then asked in a low voice, "Are you here to see the property, sir?" The question was a normal greeting, but Shang Yanyan did not hold much hope. Although there were quite a few people who came to Greenland World every day, there were actually very few people who could actually decide to buy a house on the spot, especially on the premise that she herself was only a part-time college student. Those high-quality customers were all snatched away by the seniors who could see them at a glance, and she could only pick up some marginal guests, which was even more hopeless. Although it has been 2 months since she came to work here, so far, Shang Yanyan has only sold one of the cheapest houses. The manager has already given her a death order. If the performance is still 0 eggs this month, she can only be dismissed. Shang Yanyan didn't want to lose this job because it was already the highest paying part-time job she could find around. She was a sensible girl and didn't want to add more pressure to her family, so she hadn't asked her family for living expenses since she went to college. But if she lost this job, then she would be left without living expenses for the next month. And even if the customer in front of her was wearing just the most ordinary shirt and jeans, and looked as if he was a student at some university, she didn't want to let it go, even if she tried and failed. It was just a matter of a few words. As for the other seniors in the sales office, they didn't pay any more attention after glancing at Shang Yanyan. Those who have been working here for a long time have sharp eyes, and they can see Zhang Wei's geeky nature at a glance, and they don't even have the interest to go up and talk to him, and they would rather take a break even if there are no customers, not to mention that they are still busy now. At this time, after hearing Shang Yanyan's words, Zhang Wei thought for a moment before saying, yes, please introduce the advantages and disadvantages of the different house types. When Shang Yanyan heard this, she sighed in her heart. This kind of question, as soon as she heard it, she knew that it belonged to the kind of guests who had no idea of their own at all, and this kind of people had the least possibility of buying a house. However, in the spirit of but also just failing once more, Shang Yanyan still seriously and in detail introduced for Zhang Wei. What is your name, sir? Exempt from your surname, Zhang. Shang Yanyan nodded and said, Mr. Zhang, let me analyze these types of apartments for you first. The advantage of this apartment house is the lighting. This suite has a large kitchen, and the bedroom. Introducing several suites in a row, Shang Yanyan felt her mouth was almost dry, but found that Zhang Wei still looked confused, and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Zhang, I wonder if you have any preferred house? I feel. Zhang Wei hesitated and said, they're all pretty good. That's right, he's a bit of a chooser. After listening to Shang Yanyan speak so well, he was a bit unsure of how to choose. All pretty good? At this time, when a passing salesgirl heard this, she couldn't help but snicker, glanced at Shang Yanyan, and said with some amusement, then why don't you just buy them all? These words were not meant to mock Zhang Wei, as this salesgirl didn't even think that Zhang Wei could afford to buy a house in Greenland World. More than that, she still felt that it was idiotic for Shang Yanyan to seriously introduce a house to such a man who was covered in ground floor goods. However, at this time, Zhang Wei suddenly slapped his palm with a startled expression. Right, wouldn't it be better to buy them all? Chapter 16, you call that change? All bought? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, the passing sales lady felt like laughing straight away, but didn't go on to taunt. After all, those who came here were guests, and they were professionally trained to say just one sentence, and continuing to say it might be reported by someone. Glancing at the two, she continued to welcome the other guests without paying any more attention to the two, only feeling that Zhang Wei was an idiot who talked big. The reason why she felt this way was because Shang Yanyan was indeed the prettiest of them all here. and being a college student who hadn't graduated, it was rumored that there were quite a few suitors as well. Every few days there would be school suitors running here to pester Shan Yanyan, and this man might also be one of those suitors. However, he is the same kind of person who has no money. For Shan Yanyan, these girls in the sales office can't be said to be hateful, but they are indeed more or less jealous of Shan Yanyan's beauty. Moreover, Shan Yanyan is indeed a bit out of place. It is not that there is no rich second generation or big bosses willing to spend money to buy a house for Shan Yanyan, only to need Shan Yanyan to pay a little other price only. But in the end, they were all rejected by Shan Yanyan. This was also the main reason why other people felt that Shan Yanyan was idiotic and out of touch. If you can't take advantage of such a good advantage, what kind of innocence do you have to pretend to be? And at this time, Shan Yanyan also felt as if she had misheard. Mr. Zhang, what did you just say? I said, all but Zhang Wei asked with some doubt. Can't I? Not. Shan Yanyan asked again with some incredulity. I'm not doubting you. I just want to confirm that you really intend to buy them all? Yes. Zhang Wei nodded, looked at the price on the booklet, said, anyway, it is not expensive. The same buy a set. All live look. We'll know which live more comfortable. Anyway, it is not expensive. All live live to see. Shan Yanyan felt that if she hadn't met a madman, she had met a real idiot. Although Greenland World is the best neighborhood in the surrounding area, it is likewise the most expensive. Listen to this guy. Is he speaking human language? I still want to confirm. Shan Yanyan glanced at Zhang Wei and suddenly took a step back somewhat warily. You don't have any other requests, sir, do you? Other requests? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, there is one. Sure enough, Shan Yanyan's eyes grew more and more wary. Then sir, you can please go back. I won't agree to your excessive demands. Zhang Wei couldn't help but freeze for a moment and asked, I just want the formalities to be done quickly after I buy the house. How is that excessive? This time, it was Shan Yanyan's turn to froze. Was it actually just this? So it wasn't hitting on himself? What on earth was I thinking just now? Shan Yanyan's face flushed red, and she couldn't help but turn around and stomp her foot hard in shame. That, young lady, can you take me to do the formalities as soon as possible? I still want to check out the room, Zhang Wei said. Okay, no problem. Only then did Shan Yanyan react and hurriedly said, you follow me, sir. Leading Zhang Wei, Shan Yanyan rushed towards the direction of the counter in a fiery hurry. Sister Wang, quickly, give me 4 contracts for these 4 houses. Not caring about that much, Shan Yanyan shouted straight towards the woman at the counter. The one sitting at the counter was a woman over 30 years old. Unlike the others, Sister Wang, who was already married, didn't have much of an opinion about Shan Yanyan, but instead was quite optimistic. Very hard-working, but will not sell their own bottom line. Quite a good girl. Just such a girl wants to survive in this society will only be more difficult. I heard that this girl may be fired at the end of this month. Sister Wang is feeling pity in her heart. Just heard Shan Yanyan ran over, anxious to 4 house contracts. Frozen for a moment, Sister Wang couldn't help but ask a rhetorical question as well. 4? Right. I have a client who wants to buy 4 houses in one breath, Shan Yanyan said hurriedly. When Sister Wang heard this, she didn't take the contract directly, but instead glanced behind Shan Yanyan, and all of a sudden, she saw Zhang Wei, who was unhurriedly walking this way, and then frowned. Smokey, are you sure you're not joking with you? Seeing Shan Yanyan's dumbfounded expression, Sister Wang couldn't help but say in a serious tone, Yan, it's not that Sister Wang wants to dampen your confidence. It's just what? At this time, Zhang Wei also happened to come over here and couldn't help but ask, are there any other restrictions? There are no restrictions. It's just that this gentleman. Sister Wang swept Zhang Wei's entire body without a trace, before she asked in a tone that carried doubts. I've done some calculations, and for 4 sets of houses, it's a requirement of $12.88. Are you sure your credit limit is sufficient enough for so many loans? Loan? Zhang Wei was even more puzzled. Why do I need a loan? Can't I just buy it in full? Not a loan? This time it was Sister Wang's turn to freeze. After all, most of the people who came to Greenland World to buy a house were also those who only paid a down payment and relied on loans for the rest. Not to say that 1 in a million to buy a house. Among 100 people, there are only a few. Not to mention, this man in front of him actually wanted to buy 4 houses in one breath. 4 houses? The whole amount of money? This time, not only did Sister Wang freeze, even the several other sales ladies next to her who were not far away froze when they heard Zhang Wei's words. This young man who was covered in ground floor goods actually wanted to buy 4 suites with full payment? Sister Wang swallowed her saliva. Even she was a bit hesitant this time. Sir, may I ask if you want to buy these 4 suites with full payment? At this time, a serious voice came from the side. Manager. It was the manager. Sister Wang cast her gaze over as if she had seen a savior. The manager was a woman in her 30s, dressed in professional attire with a competent ponytail. Her temperament was clearly not on the same level as an ordinary salesgirl, but this time, she was also startled and rushed over it the first time after hearing the news. To be honest, at the first sight of Zhang Wei, the manager was a bit disappointed, but soon, she adjusted her emotions and confirmed to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was a bit helpless. I've confirmed it several times. It's right. Is there a problem or not? If there's a problem, you guys can just say it. Of course there is no problem. The manager revealed a very professional smile. We just want to confirm it with you. If you've confirmed it, you can swipe your card to sign the contract now, and we'll take you to see the apartment right away. No need to swipe the card, Zhang Wei subconsciously said. I brought change. With that, Zhang Wei pulled out $12 of change and placed it on the table. Around him, a needle became silent for a moment. What do you call this? Change? Chapter 17, finally. I don't need to climb the stairs in the future. Seeing the surroundings suddenly become quiet, Zhang Wei realized for a moment that something was wrong. $12 or so, to him in the past, was indeed change, but in this world now, it seemed like it was a bit inappropriate to say change. The others around him, on the other hand, looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. There were indeed quite a few people who came to Greenland World to buy a house, but most of them paid a down payment, and then relied on loans for the rest, and it was almost enough to be a house slave for a few decades. This was the current situation of many modern young people, and it was incomparably true. Not many are actually able to buy a house with full payment. As for those who directly pay cash to buy a house in this day and age, it's almost extinct. But today, they saw one. Moreover, judging from the tone of the other party, $12 or so, to him, it's actually just change. Not only the staff at the sales office, but even the guests who had heard this were looking at Zhang Wei with a dumbfounded expression. How much does one have to disregard money as money to say something like that? Noticing that the eyes of the people around him were getting more and more out of place, Zhang Wei, who didn't like being watched by too many people, couldn't help but cough. Can you take me to see the property first? The contract will just be signed over there. Being stared at by so many people with fiery gazes, Zhang Wei felt uncomfortable all over and just wanted to hurry up and leave. What is this called? A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. The manager also reacted quickly and hurriedly walked up, counted the bills and coins on the table, and handed back a coin to Zhang Wei with the corners of his mouth trembling. Sir, you gave an extra $1. Oh, thanks. Zhang Wei casually took the coin and put it into his pocket. Seeing Zhang Wei's non-serious demeanor, the people present couldn't help but twitch their expressions once again. Having just heard Zhang Wei's words, they all thought that this young man was drunk, not realizing that this huge sum of money was really just change to him. Subsequently, after the manager checked the authenticity of the banknotes and coins again with the new type of banknote checker machine that was barely used, only then did he forcefully endure the sound of his heartbeat that was almost jumping out of his chest, and said in a very fast tone to the side, Smokey, immediately take this, Mr. Zhang, to look at the house, and make sure to make Mr. Zhang satisfied. Afterwards, he squeezed out a bright smile and said to Zhang Wei, Mr. Zhang, at that time, if there is anything you are not satisfied with when you look at the house, you can immediately raise it to us, and we will make adjustments at the first time we receive your message. Well, thanks a lot then, Zhang Wei said politely. Mr. Zhang, please follow me over here. Seeing the manager's eye gesture, Shan Yan immediately spoke up. Oh, good. Soon, Zhang Wei followed Shan Yan and left the sales hall to look at the properties, and as soon as Zhang Wei left, the entire sales hall immediately seemed to explode. Crap, where is that tycoon from? A huge sum of over $10 is actually just change to him? Are you blind? Is that a tycoon? It's a god. I've worked hard for years to save up enough money for a 50-cent down payment, and it turns out that $12 from someone else is actually just change. Honey, what's wrong with you? Nothing, just feel like I've lost a little bit of confidence to struggle. And compared to these guests, the staff at the sales office was even more lively, especially those sales office ladies who had no guests or business for the time being. One by one, they regretted their intestines. On what grounds? That was a real godly man. Young, handsome, and rich. Why was he picked up by that little girl? Shan Yan. Moreover, all 4 houses were not cheap models, and this amount alone was more than all of their results for 2 months combined. Why did Shan Yan get such a lucky break? At this time, Shan Yan had already led Zhang Wei into the Greenland World neighborhood and started to look at the houses. In the eyes of Zhang Wei, Shan Yan had gratitude, incredulity, but most of all, curiosity. She was really curious how such a young boy could be so rich. Could he really be the legendary super rich second generation? Shan Yan had quite a few suitors in school, and among them, there was also the existence of rich second generation. But even if it was the richest rich second generation she had ever seen, there was no one like Zhang Wei, who would directly treat a huge amount of more than $10 as change. It was impossible for even the richest rich second generation to exaggerate like this. Xiang Yanyan was able to tell that Zhang Wei really didn't care at all when he was pulling out money, as if the huge sum of over $10 was really just change. At this point, she thought to herself that she was still able to tell. Did I get something on my face? Seeing Xiang Yanyan keep looking at herself, Zhang Wei could not help but ask. No. Xiang Yanyan reacted and immediately shook her head with a red face, hurriedly running ahead of Zhang Wei to continue leading the way. Zhang Wei shook his head and followed behind Xiang Yanyan, then strolled through the various houses he had picked out. Mr. Zhang, do you have any requirements for the interior of the house? To be honest, it's all quite satisfactory. Zhang Wei thought about it and suddenly asked, I just have one request. Mr. Zhang, please speak, Xiang Yanyan said in a serious manner. This could be said to be the biggest customer she had encountered since she started working at Greenland World, and it could even be said to be the biggest customer she had encountered since the opening of the entire Greenland World sales department, buying 4 sets of almost the most expensive house types in one breath, and paying the whole amount in cash in one go. This kind of loss, almost never encountered since the opening of Greenland World, was completely the first time. Such a customer, even if not to say Xiang Yanyan also understand, must be treated as a big Buddha to provide for the line, cannot be offended at all. I took a look. The furniture in the house doesn't seem to be very complete. Can I ask you to help procure it well? Zhang Wei hummed and said, it's best if you can move in directly with a handbag. I'll be too lazy to bother. Of course, no problem, Xiang Yanyan said in a hurry, although she didn't know if it would work or not. But just now, she had already received the text message that the manager had secretly sent over. As long as it's this customer's request, no matter what it is, agree to it first. Even if it doesn't work, it's fine to come back and discuss it again. Anyway, let's coax this customer first. Thanks a lot then, give me the file. A smile appeared on Zhang Wei's face. Then he signed his name on the real estate documents. Finally don't have to climb stairs anymore from now on. Ha, because the ones he bought were all elevator houses. After collecting the documents, Zhang Wei turned around and walked towards the outside of Greenland World, and halfway there, he was suddenly stopped again, only to see Xiang Yanyan panting and running over. That, Mr. Zhang, I still don't have your contact information. How can I notify you when the time comes? Zhang Wei froze, and was embarrassed when he saw Xiang Yanyan gasping for breath with an expression that was on the verge of tears. You sweep my prestige. I don't seem to have my cell phone with me. You remember a number. Go back and I'll point to agree well. Xiang Yanyan gave a somewhat aggravated sound, looked at Zhang Wei, seemed to be a bit unbelieving, and after confirming the number again and again, only then did she let Zhang Wei go. Until now, she was still a bit incredulous. This guest wouldn't be fooling her, right? Chapter 18, I'm just excusing myself. After Zhang Wei returned home, sat down on the sofa again, and had made himself another pack of Xianmai Ganjiao, his excitement calmed down a little. Suck it ha. At this time, Zhang Wei's mind had only one thought. I actually really bought a house? And what's more, bought 4 suites in one breath? Wahahahaha. As a very ordinary and pure-blooded Chinese, Zhang Wei has also always had such an obsession about buying a house. After graduating and struggling for several years, isn't it just to buy a suite? If it was before, want to save enough for the down payment, as long as he still need to struggle for many years. But now, from the pocket out of the change has been enough to buy several suites. No wonder Zhang Wei so excited. Compared to the bigwigs who came to the house before, Zhang Wei still had an inexplicable sense of insubstantiality. But the several door keys and access cards that were now on the table were real. The dream of many years had finally been realized once and for all. Right, also have to go through that girl's best friend first. It was only at this time that Zhang Wei remembered to take his cell phone. However, just after opening his phone, he found several messages. Sunny Niao applied to add a friend. Smoky Cloudy Moon applied to add a friend. Why are there 2? Zhang Wei frowned, his intuition telling him that one of the 2 might be a tea seller. But just to make sure, Zhang Wei still clicked agree on both. Sunny Niao, Zhang. First, Shang. So slow to click yes. Bodo Wei Bank. Sorry, I just lost my cell phone at home. Who are you? Sunny Niao, I'm your little secretary. Ji Cheng. Angry kitten expression. Oh, Zhang Wei then suddenly realized that there was a Ji Cheng. He really forgot that there was such a thing. Just now rushed out to buy a house to go indeed a little too excited. Bo Dawei sure, sorry. By the way, didn't I buy a piece of land over at Huanyan before? I wonder if you can give some advice on how to utilize it. Sunny Niao, this is of course no problem. Only, if you want me to give you some advice, you can't just say it. On the other side, Ji Qing hugged her cell phone, looking at the message sent by Zhang Wei. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but evoke a faint smile. This level of rich man was something that even she hadn't seen much of. And not only was he rich, the other party was actually so young, which was what made Ji Qing feel the most incredulous. Compared to those bigwigs, Ji Qing felt even more that Zhang Wei should have inherited the legacy of a certain invisible tycoon. This kind of person should also be considered a second-generation rich person. Only, what was rare was that in Zhang Wei's body, she simply didn't see the fanaticism or youthful ambition of other rich second-generation. On the contrary, there are some. Ji Qing do not know how to say. Anyway, there is a share of deadhouse or even some stuffy feeling. It was precisely because of this that made Ji Qing even more interested in Zhang Wei. Humph. According to the routine, the next thing should be to ask me to dinner, right? Ji Qing grunted in her heart. This kind of conversation, with her IQ, she was almost completely able to guess it out. Sure enough, a reply from Zhang Wei soon came. Bo Dawei sure. How about this then? Please ask Ms. G to show her face and have a meal together tomorrow? Of course, it would be great if Ms. G could give me some pointers on how I should invest. By the way, Zhang Wei did not feel anything else, although Ji Qing could be said to be his secretary contractually speaking. However, in reality, Zhang Wei's heart was still quite clear. This secretary, I'm afraid it was just a verbal agreement. If he wanted Ji Qing to help him out, I'm afraid he would still need to put in some effort on his own. He. Seeing Zhang Wei's reply, Ji Qing's face revealed an expression of sure enough. Let me hang you again. This young lady isn't one to go out to eat with strange males so easily, Noriharo said with a light bite of her tongue. Haruai meow, then don't call me Ms. G, just call me Haruai. However, I might not be available tomorrow. Not available? Zhang Wei shrugged. Bo Dawei banked. Alright then Xiao Cheng. Forget about being unavailable. Let's make an appointment another day. When Ji Qing excitedly clicked on Zhang Wei's reply, her expression froze a bit. I just pushed back a little and you just gave up? Can't you just keep trying a little bit? Can't you see that I'm just a little shy? What kind of man is that? Damn straight men of steel. Humph. Humming somewhat angrily, Ji Qing directly threw her cell phone on the table. Outside the office, a few employees were just about to knock on the door and come in. When they heard the voice coming from inside, they stopped in their tracks. What's going on with team leader Ji? I clearly heard that she seems to have just negotiated a big order. God knows, it should be whoever made the group leader angry. I think that since the team leader is still angry at this time, it's better for us not to go in and be a punching bag at this time. I also think so. Just as a few people were talking, Ji Qing's voice came from inside. The few outside, what are they sneaking around for? All come in here. Hearing Ji Qing's voice that was clearly tinged with anger, the few people clearly shivered, but still honestly lowered their heads and walked in. Not far away, two people happened to pass by side, but after seeing this scene, they simultaneously revealed a smile. One of them was none other than Chen Qingzhou, who had appeared at Zhang Wei's home not long ago. The other person, on the other hand, was Luo Hua, the director of the Silver Feather Industrial Bank's Binhai City Investment Program. By the looks of it, it seems like Xiao Cheng is not very satisfied with this task that I have arranged for me. Chen Qingzhou laughed. Compared to the smiling Chen Qingzhou, Luo Hua's face was very serious. Do you need it? I'll go and knock it off? No need. Chen Qingzhou hastily shook his head. It's actually good for young people to be like this. What we want at Silver Feather Industries is not a working machine without feelings. Actually, an employee like Xiao Qing is the best. Do you know that this $1,000 fixed deposit this time is still relying on her? Luo Hua's face couldn't help but show a surprised look. This deposit is Ji Qing? It's not because of you. No. Chen Qingzhou shook his head. The entire plan, it was all made by Ji Qing. What I did at that time was only to give her a certain amount of authority. Little Hua, I am very optimistic about you, so you must remember your part and do a good job. Chen Qingzhou somewhat meaningfully reached out and patted Luo Hua's shoulder, then turned to leave. While Luo Hua's forehead, a cold sweat gradually seeped out. He sent someone to investigate the origin of this suddenly appearing $1,000 deposit thing. So quickly was found out? This is knocking himself out? Didn't dare to complain anything to Chen Qingzhou. Luo Hua twisted his head and gazed towards Ji Qing's office, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 19, It's impossible to work part-time. Zhang Wei sat on the sofa, and when he saw that Sunny Meow didn't reply again, he didn't think about it that much and clicked on Smoky Moon's friend request. Smoky Moon, excuse me, is this Mr. Zhang Wei? Bo Dawei, that's right, it's me, Smoky Cloudy Moon. I'm the girl who just showed you the house in Greenland World. My name is Shang Smoky. How are you? Zhang Wei scratched his head, a bit uncomfortable with the other party's so polite tone. Zhang Wei's mood was a bit excited when he just came face to face, so he really didn't care about this, and only now did he remember that he actually didn't even ask the other party's name, which indeed seemed to be a bit impolite. Bo Dawei sure, hello, this number is my private number now. If there is any progress afterward, you can just send me a message directly. Smoky Yunyue, okay, this is the first time I've received such a big business since I've been working in Greenland World. Thank you Mr. Zhang today. Wei sure, what are you thanking me for? I'm just buying a house. Smoky Moon, maybe to Mr. Zhang, it's just a very ordinary purchase of a house, but I'm just a part-time student, and if it wasn't for Mr. Zhang, I might have been fired this month. So, really thank you. Smoky Yunyue, if Mr. Zhang is free, I would like to treat you to a meal the next time I contact Mr. Zhang when he has all the furniture he needs. Wei sure, that wouldn't be necessary, would it? Smoky Yunyue, it is necessary. I hope Mr. Zhang doesn't mind. Wei sure, alright then, we'll contact next time then. Exiting the chat window with Shang Smoky, Zhang Wei then realized where he felt wrong just now. Just now when he was chatting with Ji Qing in the chat, was she also pushing back? The same as himself just now? Then, he himself came straight along with the next time. The corner of Zhang Wei's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling that he was simply weak, and his social skills were actually not even as good as a college student. Just at this time, Zhang Wei's cell phone rang again. Hello, Zhang Wei, have you finished writing that program you were told to write? Why is there no news at all until now? Just after the phone was connected, a somewhat rough voice came from inside, and hearing this voice, Zhang Wei subconsciously replied back, I'm sorry manager, I haven't yet. Don't say sorry to me, I don't need to hear the word sorry. What I want to hear is, the task has been completed. If you haven't finished it, hurry up. If I don't see the finished program at work tomorrow, you're on your own. After saying that, the other party directly hung up the phone, pressing no intention of listening to Zhang Wei, and this time, holding the cell phone subconsciously returned to the computer table before Zhang Wei reacted. Not right writing a program? What kind of program am I writing now? Write an ass. It's impossible to work part-time. It's impossible to work part-time again in this life. Zhang Wei snapped and turned off the computer directly, froze for a while, and then couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Yeah, I'm so rich now. Why do I still need to get angry with that idiot? Just go eat first. Glancing at the cups on the table, Zhang Wei thought about it and still picked up all of them and took them to the kitchen to rinse them off. It had nothing to do with whether there was money or not. It was purely his personal hygiene habits. After washing the cups and cleaning the house a bit, Zhang Wei was ready to go out. At this time, his cell phone received a message again. Flower Fall, Senior Wei, what are you doing now? Seeing the message from this avatar, Zhang Wei's heart fluttered and he hurriedly replied, just finished cleaning and I'm planning to go for dinner. How about you? Flower Fall, what a coincidence. I also just finished shopping with my girlfriends and am planning to go for dinner. Together? Sure. You name a place, I'll be right over. Zhang Wei said back. Okay, the address is on Chunhua Commercial Street. Several youthful and beautiful girls were walking side by side on the street. Looking at the girl on the far side who was messaging, a short-haired girl in the middle couldn't help but ask, Xiao Xiao, who are you chatting with? Smiling so happily. Yi Xiao Xiao hurriedly put away her cell phone and said, No yet. Not yet? The short-haired girl said disdainfully. Don't pretend, Xiao Xiao. I can smell the sour smell of love emanating from you from a distance of 3 meters. In love? Our Xiao Xiao is in love? Yes. I didn't expect that in the last year of her internship. Xiao Xiao actually got a boyfriend. Didn't you say that you don't fall in love in college? They were all Yi Xiao Xiao's college roommates, and their relationship was considered good, at least on the surface. Hearing that Yi Xiao Xiao, who never hit on boys, was actually suspected to be in love, they all felt very curious. Xiao Xiao, tell us, who is it? Which department's handsome guy? The short-haired girl curiously said. The boys who chased after you in school could line up from the girls' dormitory to the basketball court, but you didn't even look at any of them. So what kind of strange man was able to get the favor of Miss Yi? Right, Xiao Xiao, quickly introduce your boyfriend and see if we recognize him. Hearing the short-haired girl's words, the other girls couldn't help but get curious. Indeed, compared to them, Yi Xiao Xiao could indeed be described as ice clear in school, and in her 4 years of college, she hadn't even held a boy's hand. Even though there were many suitors, she never showed any false colors. If the reason for not falling in love was because of her looks, then forget it. The point is that even among the prettiest group of girls in the school, Yi Xiao Xiao is definitely considered to be outstanding. This is completely abnormal. Unless it is, she already had her heart in the right place a long time ago. The roommates' eyes lit up at the same time, feeling like they smelled the flavor of gossip. It's not a boyfriend yet, La. Unable to resist her roommate's questioning, Yi Xiao Xiao whispered, actually, it's a senior who has already graduated, and I just met him when I was in high school. Oh, childhood friend. A girl laughed evilly. It looks like they've already made up their minds about each other. I can't see Yi Xiao Xiao. I always thought you were a bachelor, but I didn't realize you are not pure. Ha 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 ha. Qian. Stop it. Can't you see Xiao Xiao's face is red? Oops, you're bad. Sometimes, when girls get dirty, there's absolutely nothing for the boys to do, especially when several girls get together. Okay, that's enough you guys, listen to Xiao Xiao. The short-haired girl waved her hand, and then this time, she asked Yi Xiao Xiao, and then, what did you just say to that senior of yours? I asked him if he had eaten yet, and he said no, so I asked him if he wanted to eat together, and then he agreed. Yi Xiao Xiao said somewhat shyly. Oh ho! A group of girls burst into an uproar, just in time to be hungry. There's a big meal to eat. For a while, a group of girls got together and let out a group of devilish laughter, and the passers-by beside them couldn't help but show a look of hell. What's wrong with the girls nowadays? Why are they all crazy? Chapter 20, Roommate Jealousy. Eating together? Zhang Wei came back to his senses and realized that he hadn't eaten with anyone for what seemed like ages, other than the company cafeteria, especially if it was a girl. Clicking on Yi Xiao Xiao's space, Zhang Wei subconsciously flipped through it. Yi Xiao Xiao was his high school sister, and at that time, Zhang Wei was still a hot-blooded youth who liked to follow a bunch of bad students in school to play crazy. Once after school, he happened to see Yi Xiao Xiao being pestered by hooligans at the school gate, and the hot-blooded Zhang Wei rushed up without even thinking about it, and beat away all 3 hooligans by himself. Of course, he himself had to lie down in the school infirmary for a whole day, and was also criticized by the teacher by name. But it was also because of that time that Zhang Wei met Yi Xiao Xiao. Later on, when Zhang Wei recalled that time, it was actually impossible to say that he didn't regret it. It wasn't that he regretted helping Yi Xiao Xiao, but because after getting to know Yi Xiao Xiao at that time, the relationship between the two quickly became familiar. At that time, perhaps if Zhang Wei was a little braver and worked a little harder, Yi Xiao Xiao would have been able to become his girlfriend. But unfortunately, he was a straight man, and he was even straighter when he was in high school, so he couldn't get along with girls at all. And Yi Xiao Xiao's own personality is very shy, never have the courage to take the initiative to open up that step. So until the two graduated and went their separate ways, entering different universities, they did not succeed in taking that step. After that, there was less contact. At this time, looking at the photos in Yi Xiao Xiao's space, Zhang Wei, who was still in a bit of a trance, once again received a message from Yi Xiao Xiao. Senior, there are a few roommates on my side together. Do you mind? Also, Senior, where would you like to go for dinner? It's fine, then it's good to be together. You pick the place. Just anywhere. Zhang Wei said back. Oh yeah. On the other side, the few roommates who saw Zhang Wei's reply couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Xiao, this senior of yours seems to be very rich, directly letting us pick the place. Aren't you afraid that we'll pick the most expensive restaurant and eat him out? The short-haired girl laughed. Yi Xiao Xiao shook her head. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the senior's family condition seems to be very ordinary as well. I heard before that he also works alone in Binhai, working part-time. What's the bragging rights then? A blonde girl skimmed her mouth and lost interest. That's right, we won't have to AA in the end, right? Another girl questioned. Although their relationship with Yi Xiao Xiao wasn't too bad, it was undeniable that Yi Xiao Xiao was just too beautiful. Even when they were in school, many of the boys deliberately approached them, and in fact, their ultimate goal was for Yi Xiao Xiao. This, too, made them a bit upset. Even now, even among their boyfriends, there were still 2 of them who had been trying to find a chance to get close to Yi Xiao Xiao. Although they were also clear that it wasn't Yi Xiao Xiao's pot, they still inevitably felt some pain in their hearts. But now, when they heard that Yi Xiao Xiao's favorite boy is just an ordinary wage earner, at the same time of disdain, they also have a feeling of inexplicably raising their eyebrows. So what if Yi Xiao Xiao is pretty? Isn't the person you like still a scum? Although it seems a bit contradictory to say it, sometimes a girl's psychology is so complicated. Xiao Yuan, you're a local from Binhai. Why don't you choose? Yi Xiao Xiao whispered. I'm not too familiar with Binhai actually. AA can also do it. Yi Xiao Xiao still didn't want to make it too difficult for Zhang Wei. In her opinion, it should be quite difficult for Zhang Wei to work alone in Binhai, and she wasn't her girlfriend. What The blonde girl Xiao Yuan skimmed her lips and said, just like this and still want to be your boyfriend? I'm partial to picking an expensive one. If he dares to let us AA, it also means he doesn't have the qualifications to be your boyfriend. Don't. Yi Xiao Xiao hurriedly begged. Humph. Well, for your sake, Xiao Yuan said on her lips, but in her heart, she thought of a place, a very expensive Western restaurant. The outside of this restaurant was decorated in a very low-key manner, but the flavor was quite outstanding and expensive. The more Yi Xiao Xiao said this, the more she wanted to make a fool of this man. This was because her boyfriend, Su Feng, had been thinking about Yi Xiao Xiao up until now. Although her boyfriend never said it, Xiao Yuan knew very well that very early on, Su Feng had his eyes on Yi Xiao Xiao. It was only because Yi Xiao Xiao simply ignored him that Su Feng finally turned to pursuing her. But even after chasing her, Su Feng had never given up on Yi Xiaoxiao, always trying to find ways to get her to bring her roommate to the sorority. The purpose, from Su Feng's behavior every time, was undoubtedly for Yi Xiaoxiao. This made Xiao Yuan feel very annoyed. Although she also knew that it wasn't Yi Xiaoxiao's fault, she still couldn't help but feel revolted towards Yi Xiaoxiao. On what grounds? Just because you, Yi Xiaoxiao, are pretty, all men have to surround you? This is the place. When Xiao Yuan brought a few people to the front of the restaurant, the short-haired girl couldn't help but ask, a Western restaurant? The four of us, plus Xiao Zhao's boyfriend, 5 people eating Western food together? You guys didn't ask either. Xiao Yuan looked as if she didn't know. Among the restaurants I know, this one tastes the best. Let's have Western food then. Chen Chen nodded and looked at the short-haired girl and Yi Xiaoxiao. Xiao Li, Xiao, what about you guys? Here then. The short-haired girl nodded. Yi Xiaoxiao followed suit and nodded. She hadn't been here before either, but from the outside, it seemed that this restaurant was indeed quite low-key, so she didn't refuse either. Senior, we're here. Prestige positioning. Bo Dawei, okay, be right there. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Wei arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. After confirming a glance at the signboard, he directly stepped inside. Senior, just as he entered, he saw Yi Xiaoxiao not far away with a smile on her face waving towards him. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao, Zhang Wei couldn't help but have a smile appear on his face as well. After a few years of not seeing her, Yi Xiaoxiao had grown more and more dynamic. With small features and delicate skin, there didn't seem to be the slightest difference from the photos, and it looked like she hadn't photographed at all. Moreover, it perfectly fit Zhang Wei's attribute of being a die-hard otaku's hobby for long black straight. I was simply a brainwashed person. Zhang Wei's mind couldn't help but pop up such a thought. Handsome guy, are you the senior Zhang Wei that Xiao Xiao has been reading about? At this time, Zhang Wei saw a blonde girl take the initiative to stand up and greeted himself. Hello, my name is Zhu Yuan, Xiao Xiao's classmate and roommate. Hello guys, my name is Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei nodded. As Xiao Yuan surveyed Zhang Wei's clothes, a flash of disdain subconsciously flashed under his eyes. But soon, the disdainful look was collected, and with a curious expression, she asked, coming so fast, Senior, did you drive here? Chapter 21. Let him make a fool of himself. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing unusual about Zhu Yuan's question. However, Yi Xiaoxiao's brows could not help but frown, because as she had mentioned before, Zhang Wei's family conditions were actually quite average, and although he was her senior, he had only graduated a few years ago. As far as she knows, Zhang Wei's current working environment is also quite general, and buying a car is not Yi Xiaoxiao looking down on Zhang Wei, but the current Zhang Wei, indeed, does not yet have the conditions to buy a car. However, Zhu Yuan purposely asked this question, and it was obvious that something was wrong. However, after hearing this question, Zhang Wei did not seem to notice anything wrong at all and spoke calmly. That's not true. I came by car. Well, the neighborhood I live in has a bus stop right outside the door, and it's relatively close to here, so I came directly by bus, Zhang Wei said. Oh, Zhu Yuan nodded, but yet he didn't seem to have the intention of skipping this topic. Instead, he went on to ask, so, has Senior bought a car now? Little edge. The short-haired girl Qin Shelley couldn't help but frown and call out. Among the several roommates, she and Yi Xiaoxiao had the best relationship, and was the only one who didn't have any jealousy towards Yi Xiaoxiao, so she felt that Zhu Yuan's words were a bit too much. What was the point of always asking after people's privacy? I'm also curious about it. Has Senior bought a car now? At this time, Zhang Qianqian on the side but also spoke up. Qin Xiaoli stopped talking. She could also see that it seemed like these two girls were really planning to make a fool out of Zhang Wei here this time. Or was it because Yi Xiaoxiao was too outstanding? Qin Xiaoli couldn't help but let out a sigh in her heart. Although she somewhat sympathized with Zhang Wei, she was still unwilling to ruin the relationship between her roommates because of other people. Only Yi Xiaoxiao's expression was a little less than favorable. Well, at this time, Zhang Wei stroked his chin, but spoke up. Haven't bought a car yet, but maybe I'll consider buying it recently. As for what kind of car to buy, I haven't thought about it yet. Oh, Zhang Qianqian said, my family is opening a 4S store. If you don't want to take care of my family's business at that time? Although Zhang Qianqian's surface looks like a good seller, but in fact, her tone of voice clearly carries the meaning of narrow-mindedness. Blow, how can you afford to buy a car? You are still pretending. I will let you make a fool of yourself today. Humph, Yi Xiaoxiao is not always a fairy attitude? This time, I'm going to let her know how bad her vision is. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Zhang Qianqian's words, a smile appeared on Zhang Wei's face. In that case, it couldn't be better. To be honest, I'm actually a little bit dyslexic, so if someone can help choose for me, I'm more than willing to do so. While hearing Zhang Wei's words, Zhang Qianqian and Zhu Yuan were simultaneously sneering in their hearts. Still have dyslexia? difficulty with money. As for Zhang Wei's behavior of having to be a swollen face, the two women despised it more and more in their hearts. They are not always stay in the ivory tower of the students, although just internship year, but also have a lot of contact with the community. Like Zhang Wei, this kind of man, they have seen too much. However, on the surface, the two women still did not move. In that case, why don't I contact my home first, and we'll go take a look after dinner. And by the way, help senior pick out a car for the future? Zhang Qian said with a smile. Qian. At this time, Yi Xiao but suddenly interrupted. Let's just order first. Seeing that Yi Xiao seemed to be really a bit angry, Zhang Qian then skipped the topic for the time being and said with a grunt. Alright then, let's just eat first. Senior, you order the food. After Yi Xiao got the menu, she handed it to Zhang Wei and said. However, what was not expected was that Zhang Wei, who received the menu, could not help but shake his head. I'm serious. I'm having trouble choosing, and it's not like I know what you guys like to eat, so it's better if you guys do it. Qin Xiaoli took the menu, hesitated for a moment, but still handed it to Zhu Yuan, who was looking at her with burning eyes. Little Edge, don't you come here often? Why don't you order the food? Good. Zhu Yuan then revealed a satisfied look before ordering without any hesitation. First, order a French beef tenderloin with oil-soaked foie gras, and then a baked snails with burgundy herb sauce. And this one, baked silver cod with Nordic confit. This one too. Then, Zhu Yuan's voice could be heard continuously. While Zhu Yuan was ordering, she was paying attention to Zhang Wei's face, as if she wanted to see Zhang Wei's face change. But unfortunately, she failed to see the slightest change in Zhang Wei's face. Something's not right. Zhu Yuan was suddenly a bit puzzled. Didn't Yi Xiao say that he was just an ordinary part-time worker? But these dishes she ordered were the most expensive ones, and this guy is sitting right next to himself. It's impossible that he can't see the prices on the menu. How could there be no change at all? Or is, still holding on for dear life? Zhu Yuan some disbelief. She ordered these dishes add up, have been close to more than 2 cents off. At this time, it was Qin Xiaoli who called out to Zhu Yuan, who continued to order food. Xiao Yuan, it's almost time. If we order this much, can we finish it? Well, then, that's it for now. Zhu Yuan's gaze was still fixed on Zhang Wei, and after half a day of looking at Zhang Wei and seeing that Zhang Wei still didn't react, he then turned his head to the waiter and said, "Come back with a bottle of Bordeaux red wine." After saying that, Zhu Yuan immediately turned his head to look at Zhang Wei again, and only after seeing that Zhang Wei still had a calm expression, did he somewhat resentfully give up on continuing to observe. The acting skills are quite impressive, and actually, what expression could Zhang Wei have? With this kind of price, not to mention making him change his face, he even felt like laughing a bit. In the past, this price should be able to eat up several months of his salary, and he might not even be able to pay for this meal. But now, it might also be hard to find the change on him to pay for this meal. When the menu was sent over, soon after, another female in the shape of an usher came to the table. Several guests. May I ask if you have a membership card for our house? The foreman asked. At this time, Little Edge seemed surprised and shouted, I forgot to bring it. I'm sorry, if you don't have a membership card, our restaurant needs to check out before you can do so. An apologetic expression appeared on the foreman's face. At this time, the eyes of several girls subconsciously landed on Zhang Wei. Other than Yi Xiao and Qin Xiaoli, Zhu Yuan and Zhang Qianli more or less revealed an expression of watching a good show. This way, Zhang Wei thought for a moment, felt around in his pocket, and eventually fished out a somewhat crumpled $1 bill, handing it to the foreman. Here. And the moment this bill appeared, everyone present instantly fell silent. Chapter 22. Yeah, I won the lottery. A $1 bill? Everyone froze when they saw the bill that Zhang Wei casually pulled out from his pocket. In this era, the number of people who actually used cash was already considered to be relatively small. The era of cell phone payment had already arrived, and compared to heavy wallets, more people still preferred to just go out with a cell phone. But it wasn't as if there were no people who used paper money. It was just that there were almost very few people who would carry such a large amount of banknotes to use anymore. So when they saw the $1 bill that Zhang Wei pulled out, almost everyone present froze. This was a dollar. Moreover, why did he pull it out randomly from his pocket? That crumpled $1. As if in his eyes, as if it was exactly the same, not the least bit inconspicuous, if not for the gold lines and anti-counterfeiting markings on the bill. I'm afraid that everyone would have thought that what he took out was fake money. This, sir, please wait. The foreman's forehead also began to gradually break out in a cold sweat when she saw the banknotes in her hand. Such a large amount of banknotes. She had never even seen them before, not even daring to move. She quickly ran towards the back of the counter with this crumpled $1 bill in her hand. This was $1. Zhang Wei was able to pull it out so casually, but she couldn't afford to pay for it even if she accidentally touched off a bit of confetti. This, Zhu Yuan also froze. She completely didn't expect that Zhang Wei would actually pull out such a large amount of bills at once. Wasn't he an ordinary wage earner? How could he have such a large amount of banknotes, and just casually take them out like that? Could this man actually be super rich? And the words before were all Yi Xiao lying to them? Thinking of this, Zhu Yuan's gaze couldn't help but lock eyes with Zhang Xianxian, and after their eyes exchanged a few glances, the gaze that they looked at Yi Xiao again had become a bit off. She also said that she is a sister. She actually caught such a rich guy without saying a word, and still didn't let them know, and also said it was some kind of part-time job. Yuck! Have you ever seen any ordinary wage earner who can casually pull out a dollar bill? Usually pretend to be innocent, did not think that behind the scenes actually directly to them as a fool to cheat it. The more he thought about it, the more angry Zhu Yuan felt in his heart, and for a while, the atmosphere on the table became a little weird. This gentleman. At this time, the foreman brought over a middle-aged man with a serious look. I am the manager of this restaurant. Looking at Zhang Wei, the middle-aged man said with a somewhat awkward expression, because the denomination of the bills you gave is really too big. We cannot find it in our store for a while. Therefore, I wonder if you can provide a bank card number. We can transfer the money we found for you directly. Of course, if you think you will come back to our restaurant to eat in the future, you can also apply for a membership card and deposit this money. You can come often in the future, and you won't have to go through so much trouble. Our restaurant will provide the biggest discounts and top-notch hospitality to honorable guests like you. Hearing the manager's words, Zhu Yuan was on the verge of hating Yi Xiao in her heart. Even though she had been to this restaurant several times before, she had never met the manager of this restaurant. But now, the manager of the restaurant actually took the initiative to find her and was willing to provide the highest hospitality. What was this? This was the power of money. Unexpectedly, this man was actually so rich. Then what he just said about buying a car was also true. Thinking about this, Zhu Yuan felt more and more angry at Yi Xiao. It was even if her boyfriend liked Yi Xiao, but Yi Xiao herself was actually hiding such a rich man. No way! I must snatch this man. Even if I can't snatch it, I can't give it to Yi Xiao. Then, do a membership card. Zhang Wei shrugged and said, actually, I don't have a bank card with me, and I can't remember the card number. Okay. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's reply, the manager's eyes burst out with a radiant light, and he hurriedly and happily said, from now on, you are our restaurant's supreme VIP user, and you will be able to enjoy all the services you need anytime you come to our restaurant. Thank you then, Zhang Wei politely replied back. In reality, he was just too lazy to find his bank card, and now that internet payment cell phone payment was much more convenient and fast, he was thinking about when it would be convenient to spend all his cash. Only now it seems that if the money in the coin jar does not make a special trip to the bank, if you want to spend it all, I'm afraid it's still a bit of a long way to go. Zhang Wei's words, on the other hand, made Zhu Yuan and Zhang Xianxian's eyes shine even brighter. This is a real rich man, handsome, young, and rich. No way. A man like this should never be missed. I'm going to the restroom. At this time, Zhu Yuan suddenly said, me too, Xiao Yuan, let's go together. Zhang Xianxian on the side made a wink towards her. Then the two of them walked towards the direction of the restroom in pairs, and only after the two left, Yi Xiao then looked at Zhang Wei with some disbelief. Senior, did you win the lottery? The two had known each other for some years, and had almost become a couple back then, so comparatively speaking, Yi Xiao's scruples were instead much less. When Zhang Wei heard this question, he originally didn't know how to answer it, so he just directly went along and said, you can think so. Still really? Won the lottery? Yi Xiao's eyes looked a bit odd. The previous Zhang Wei did not have much luck, and could even be described as unlucky, which she knew. So, Zhang Wei's luck in the past was all saved up to be used to win the lottery now? Qin Xiaoli on the side also had a somewhat odd expression. Originally, her best friend's roommate had wanted to crack down on Zhang Wei, but after seeing the money Zhang Wei had pulled out, she had obviously changed her mind, and she didn't know what she was up to again. But it was a good thing for her. She didn't have any other thoughts about Zhang Wei. She just hoped that it wouldn't affect the relationship between the sisters too much. Alright, let's not talk about this. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit odd, Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask Yi Xiao, you haven't told me yet. What's the reason for your return to Binhai this time? Well, only then did Yi Xiao collect the shocked look on her face, and after shaking her head, she said, actually, I came to Binhai this time because my internship company arranged for me to come over to talk about a project. If the project is successful, I'll be able to directly transfer to a full-time position, or even become a project manager. Yi Xiao said. Qin Xiaoli on the side also revealed a look of envy. Not only was Yi Xiao beautiful, she was also quite capable at work. When she and the others were still just ordinary little interns, Yi Xiao was already on the verge of becoming a project manager. And before that, She had already heard about it. Yi Xiaoxiao's target for this negotiation was one of the giants of the financial industry in Binhai City, Huangyan Construction Bank. Chapter 23. Let him continue to pretend for a while. Zhang Wei was not a person who liked to show off and be high profile, while Yi Xiaoxiao's character was actually similar. It was also because of their similar personalities that they were able to become friends, and even almost became a couple. So Zhang Wei didn't mention how wealthy he actually was now, and Yi Xiaoxiao didn't mention that she was building with Huang Yan. But on the other side, the two who excused themselves to go to the restroom came to the restaurant's balcony in silence. Yi Xiaoxiao has really gone overboard this time, knowing such a rich man and actually pretending in front of us, Zhang Qianqian said with a very dissatisfied expression. That's right, still saying they are sisters. Obviously you can take out such a large amount of money with your hands, but you actually still say that you are some kind of wage earner. Zhu Yuan also sneered. I haven't really seen where a wage earner can take out such a large amount of banknotes with his hands, but I really didn't see it in the beginning. At this time, Zhang Qianqian also couldn't help but frown. After all, what that man was wearing was just too ordinary. Unlike Yi Xiaoxiao, they had seen relatively more men, and if they looked at Zhang Wei's dress, they almost instantly decided that Zhang Wei should be a very ordinary man. It just didn't occur to them that such a man whose clothes didn't add up to the price of one of their purses actually casually took out a bill that could actually even buy the entire restaurant. I feel the same way. Hearing Zhang Qianqian say so, Zhu Yuan's face also couldn't help but show a skeptical look. Could it be that they ganged up and deliberately pretended in front of us? They were indeed a bit skeptical, but no matter how skeptical they were, the banknotes that Zhang Wei had taken out could obviously not be fake. After all, this store was still Zhu Yuan's choice when all was said and done, and it was impossible for the restaurant to cooperate with Zhang Wei beforehand. Just at this time, the two suddenly heard the sound of discussion coming from their side. What's going on? A restaurant employee let out a puzzled voice. The manager's voice, on the other hand, was a bit anxious. There's a mistake. There's a mistake. Manager, what mistake? Did that man give fake bills? An employee couldn't help but ask. Counterfeit banknotes? Upon hearing this word, Zhu Yuan and Zhang Qianqian couldn't help but look at each other. A weird light flickered in their eyes. Immediately, the manager's sigh was heard. It's not about the fake banknotes. Rather, on that gentleman's body, there is a free card from our restaurant. A free card? Does our restaurant still have such a thing? Of course there is, but usually, it's only for investing shareholders. So actually, is that gentleman still an investing shareholder of our restaurant? No, at least I haven't heard of such a shareholder in our restaurant. The manager shook his head and said, but no matter what, since this gentleman has this card, we still have to refund the money. That's the rule. In that case, wouldn't we lose money then? Losing money is not so bad. When the time comes, it will be directly deducted from the shareholder's share of the dividends is all. The manager said somewhat helplessly. Forget it, let's go return the money when those few people leave. We won't disturb people's dining pleasure now. Alright then, the two said, gradually stepping away. And Zhu Yuan and Zhang Qianqian, who were eavesdropping right by the balcony, their eyes became a little strange. So, it's like this. Zhang Qianqian exhaled and whispered, I told you, how could Yi Xiaoxiao know such a rich man? So it's really a pretense. Zhu Yuan's face also showed disdain. Perhaps because of their preconceived notions? Even if Zhang Wei had taken out a $1 bill, they were somewhat skeptical that it was fake. The conversation of the passing manager just now, on the other hand, had instantly helped them complete their brainstorming. Perhaps, that banknote was also just something Zhang Wei borrowed from somewhere to fill up his face. As for the card, maybe it was the boss's, maybe it was a friend's, it was all possible. Everything is just an illusion, and the truth was now in front of them. So in the end, it's still just a case of puffing up the face. Seemingly thinking of something, a smile suddenly surfaced on Zhang Qianqian's face. But since he wants to pretend, then let him continue to pretend, Zhang Qianqian said. This time, he doesn't know why he has a free card here, but didn't he say he wanted to buy a car before? I'll see how he can still pretend then. Zhu Yuan glanced at Zhang Qianqian. You mean, that's right, he can happen to have a free card for the restaurant, but he can't still have a free card for buying a car, right? Zhang Qianqian said with a smile. Makes sense. A smile also surfaced on Zhu Yuan's face at this time. Although they didn't know where Zhang Wei got the free card from, they were determined that the card must not be Zhang Wei's, and the $1 bill could have been borrowed as well. After all, how could such an ordinary man be some rich second generation or something? Whose rich second generation looked like this? Even if it was a rich man who liked to keep a low profile, he wouldn't keep a low profile like this. Then let's go over there and see how he makes a fool of himself later. Zhu Yuan said. Good. The two of them discussed for a while, and then returned to the table once again, only for Zhang Wei's attitude to become cold once again. They had eaten a meal with peace of mind, and they also felt a bit amused at Zhang Wei's swollen face behavior. even if it was a borrowed free card. When the time comes, the bill will still have to be paid back by him, right? Let's see how he's going to pay it back. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't notice anything. Qin Xiuli on the other hand felt that the attitude of the two women was a bit strange, but in the end didn't say anything. Everyone's done eating, right? Let's go then. After finishing his meal, Zhang Wei got up and was ready to leave, but was pulled back by Zhang Qianli, who took the initiative to reach out. Senior, didn't you say you want to buy a new car before? Why don't we go and take a look together? We can also help you with your reference. Reference to a new car? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and then nodded. That's fine. In that case I'm too lazy to make another trip. Just as several people were about to leave the restaurant, Zhang Wei, who was walking at the end, was called out. Oh, it seems like there's something going on. You guys wait a bit. Hearing the voice behind him, Zhang Wei said somewhat apologetically. It's fine. We'll just wait a bit. Qin Xiaoli and Yi Xiaoxiao didn't know, but Zhu Yuan and Zhang Qianli were clear that they must have come to look for Zhang Wei's money refund. Let you be complacent for a while. Let's see how you can still pretend later. And at this time, the manager came in front of Zhang Wei with some sweating. Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry. I didn't know before that you were actually a shareholder of our restaurant chain as well. Please keep this card for now, and just show the card directly if you come to consume next time. Zhang Wei's eyebrows raised. How did I become a shareholder here? Chapter 24, Only Children Make Choices. Hearing the manager's words, Zhang Wei was truly a bit confused. He really didn't know that he was actually one of the shareholders of this restaurant. After all, in his memory, he had actually just crossed over not long ago, and even if he wanted to make an investment, he hadn't gotten around to it yet. So how did he become a shareholder? You guys recognized the wrong person. Zhang Wei scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. I seem to remember not investing in your restaurant. No, that's right. I have just called to confirm that you are indeed one of the shareholders of our restaurant, the manager said with a somewhat grave expression. The biggest investor behind this chain restaurant of ours is actually Huangyan Construction Bank, and I've already called and confirmed with the person in charge over at Huangyan Construction before. Huangyan Construction. Zhang Wei froze for a moment, then recalled. When he had approached Su Shangtai to buy that piece of land in the offshore zone before, there was indeed a very small cooperation item in the contract. That was to allow the construction of several chain restaurants and supermarkets invested by Huangyan Construction after the development of the offshore area. And while this cooperation was reached, Zhang Wei would also immediately own a portion of the shares of these chain stores. This was as a cooperative payment for the investment in construction. In other words, Zhang Wei would not be charged for the development of the industries constructed by Huangyan on that piece of land in the offshore area, but Zhang Wei would be able to own a certain amount of equity in these industries. Su Shangtai was a very good businessman, and in his opinion, if he was just looking for Zhang Wei to rent a piece of land, Zhang Wei probably wouldn't care. But if the industries on that piece of land also had a portion of Zhang Wei's assets, it would be a different story. As a result, Zhang Wei automatically owned a portion of these properties, inexplicably becoming a member of the shareholders. It was only after thinking about this matter that Zhang Wei could not help but reveal an odd expression on his face. Alright, I'll take it then. While getting the free card, the $1 bill was also naturally returned to Zhang Wei by the manager, which made his eyes couldn't help but look even stranger. In that case, would he still be able to spend his money or not? Originally, Zhang Wei's idea was to spend all this change first, but he didn't expect that even spending money would become so difficult now. He casually put the $1 bill into his pocket. This action was also seen by Zhu Yuan and Zhang Xianxian, who were paying attention to this side. The two of them glanced at each other, revealing an expression of "it's really like this." Immediately afterward, they saw Zhang Wei take a step towards them and retrace his steps. Alright, it's alright, let's go, Zhang Wei said. Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, Senior, was there something just now? Nothing. Zhang Wei shook his head. It's just that they suddenly gave me a card and then told me that I don't have to pay for this meal. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but freeze for a moment as well. Suddenly giving a card and telling that you don't have to pay for it. What kind of development was this? Never mind. Zhang Wei grinned. Not having to spend money is also a good thing, isn't it? Also right. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't think much about it and nodded her head and smiled. A few other girls also revealed smiles. Only the difference was that Zhu Yuan and Zhang Xianxian smiled somewhat oddly. Pretend, keep pretending, and suddenly giving you a card? Acting like you don't care now, but when the time comes, you still have to return the card yourself? Then let's go to the 4S store now. Zhang Xianxian's eyes turned and said, I don't know if you want to go to my family's 4S store, or the nearest one? Let's go to the nearest one. It's not too early. It's almost time to take a look, Zhang Wei said casually. Alright then, let's go, Zhang Xianxian said with a cute expression as she cupped her fists. Just in her heart, she couldn't help but feel more and more disdain for Zhang Wei. Originally, If she went to her family's 4S store, for the sake of this meal by then she might even help to cover it up, but going to an unfamiliar 4S store, she wouldn't have the face for it. This makes Zhang Qianshan feel that this man is really hopeless. The result of being facetious can only be to make himself more humiliated. Zhang Qianshan felt that she was already doing Zhang Wei a favor by mentioning a word. Zhu Yuan wouldn't be as polite as she was. Soon, a group of people arrived at the nearest 4S store. The employees of the store received a few people, and Yi Xiaoxiao asked Zhang Wei on the side, "Senior, I don't know what price of car you want to buy." Zhang Wei thought about it and said, "The price doesn't matter. The main thing is to drive it comfortably." Hearing Zhang Wei's words, the female sales consultant by the side suddenly brightened up. She thought that the car buyer was these girls, but she didn't expect that it was actually this inconspicuous man. And does this man really not care about the price? The sales consultant's eyes couldn't help but look Zhang Wei up and down. She felt that she was still quite accurate in reading people, and although Zhang Wei's dress was average, and could even be said to be somewhat cheap, she always felt that Zhang Wei's body had a very strange temperament. This strange temperament and his tone of voice can be said to be bottom line if they are combined together. That's right, this cheaply dressed man seemed to have a great bottom line. It can't be a thug that came out of nowhere, right? A few thoughts turned in his mind, and while somewhat happy, the sales consultant's expression was unmoving. Tycoons and whatnot were actually their favorite guests. "This gentleman, may I ask if you have any thoughts on sports cars?" The sales consultant looked at Zhang Wei and opened his mouth to ask. Well, Zhang Wei considered for a while and said, "Sports cars are even better. I actually don't like that kind too much. Why don't you introduce the SUVs on your side?" "Okay, please follow me over here." The sales consultant was delighted in her heart. Although the price of SUVs was not as good as sports cars, the SUVs they had here were almost all the latest models, and even the most common ones were not low in price. This new Lincoln SUV over here, the price is at 68 cents. Over here this German Corolla, priced at 89 cents. And this luxury model Japanese Honda, priced at $1. Listening to the sales consultant's introduction, Zhang Wei nodded his head from time to time, feeling quite satisfied with all of them, and all of a sudden his difficulty in choosing was back, while Zhu Yuan and Zhang Qianshan on the side saw Zhang Wei's appearance, but decided that he was pretending, and couldn't stop sneering in their hearts. "Let's see how long you can pretend. Later on, you won't end up just looking and leaving, right?" Zhu Yuan, in particular, had already planned that if Zhang Wei said that he was not satisfied with any of them later, he must taunt the guy properly so that the others would recognize his true face. The car marketed by the sales consultant made Zhu Yuan feel very satisfied. Obviously, it seemed that he had heard this guy's previous words, and the sales consultant marketed the most expensive models, making Zhu Yuan want to laugh in his heart for a while. Okay. At this time, Zhang Wei suddenly raised his hand to interrupt the sales consultant's words. Only Zhang Wei could be heard rubbing his face at this time, revealing an expression of some headache and said, "All these cars you recommended seem to be good. I feel like I don't know what to do if I listen to it anymore. So, what is your choice, sir?" the sales consultant asked carefully. Well, Zhang Wei thought for a while, still seeming to be unsure of how to make a decision. Finally, with a wave of his hand, he said, "I'll take all of those cars introduced just now." Difficulty in choosing? That didn't matter. It was fine if he had money. Only children make choices. He was already an adult, so he wanted them all. And hearing Zhang Wei's words, everyone present froze in unison. Chapter 25, would you see which card has a bigger discount? Difficulty in choosing is obviously quite hard for people who don't have money, but for people with money, there was no need to care so much. If you like it, just buy them all. Why think so much? At the very least, this was what Zhang Wei was thinking right now. Looking at the sales consultant next to him, Zhang Wei casually asked, "These cars, how much is the package?" Packing? Upon hearing this word, the others around them hadn't even come back to their senses and froze once again, fully playing the role of what was called shocked passers-by. It wasn't that they were exaggerating their performance, but they were truly shocked. It was the first time in my life that I had heard that someone used the word packing when buying a car. "Do you think you're ordering takeout?" This gentleman, allow me to ask one more time, are you planning to take it all? The sales consultant's eyes snapped into a brilliant light, piercing Zhang Wei, who couldn't help but take a step back. This would be a bit exaggerated. Yes. Although he was startled, Zhang Wei thought about it and nodded his head. "Since they all feel pretty good, I'll take them all so that I can switch them around when the time comes." "Good. I'll go check in for you right away," the sales consultant said excitedly. This one, if negotiated, would almost be equal to her performance for a long period of time. As for Yi Xiaoxiao's several roommates, they were completely speechless at this time. So what the hell is this situation? Qin Xiaoli was okay, because she had previously heard Zhang Wei say that he had won the lottery or something, and although she didn't quite believe it, but now there was barely an explanation, although this method of spending money wasn't really as simple as winning the lottery. On the other hand, Zhang Qianqian and Zhu Yuan were completely at a loss as to what to say. Isn't he pretending? But even if he is pretending, this is a bit too much, right? Especially Zhang Qianqian. At this moment the heart is incomparably complex, cannot believe at the same time, but also some inexplicable regret. If this guy is not pretending, then at that time she insisted, we'll bring him to his own 4S store words. Senior you, only Yi Xiao Xiao. At Zhang Wei's side couldn't help but frown. By too much, right? Came to Zhang Wei's side. Yi Xiao Xiao deliberately lowered her voice and said, even if you won the lottery, but just to buy a car, the cost is also a little too much. Senior, don't you think about what to do afterward? Although Yi Xiao Xiao's words were a bit jabbering, Zhang Wei was able to hear that it was actually for his own good. Unlike other people, after seeing himself buy a car, Yi Xiao Xiao's first thought was after himself. As expected, it was still the same silly look as before. For a while, Zhang Wei's heart couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Senior? Seeing that Zhang Wei did not respond for half a day, Yi Xiaoxiao could not help but reach out and grab Zhang Wei. This was also a very common small action when they used to be on better terms, only that they hardly saw each other after going to university. I see. Only then did Zhang Wei react and nodded his head, saying, isn't it true that I'm having trouble choosing? It's not like you don't know. Facing Yi Xiaoxiao's seemingly somewhat angry eyes, Zhang Wei's voice couldn't help but lower. Then won't you ask my opinion? Or do you really think of me as a stranger? No. Don't dare to dare. Zhang Wei compensated with a smile. Humph. Yi Xiaoxiao twisted her head. I think you were mesmerized by that pretty sister just now. Doesn't exist. Zhang Wei said seriously. It's not like she's as good looking as you. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, a smile emerged on Yi Xiaoxiao's face. Women were all to be coaxed, no matter what age they were. It also took Zhang Wei many years to understand this truth. Only that by the time he did, he had already become a single dog geek with no one around him, spending all day with the code with the paperman. But now, it seems like the heavens have given him another chance? Sir. At this time, the sales consultant was seen running over with a man in a hurry. May I ask if you want to pick up these cars now? If needed, we can send someone to help you send the cars directly over. The store party appeared very polite, to the point that the other few people beside them were somewhat left out in the cold. Obviously, compared to those ordinary business, of course this big customer in front of him was much more important. This is a big brother who bought 4 cars in one breath, and with this kind of buying method, who knows if the idea of getting tired of driving and then getting another one will arise in the future. So compared to the others, of course it was Zhang Wei who was a bit more important. Well, Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, I'll leave an address later, so you guys can help me send the car over directly. No problem. The two men agreed in one breath, and then this rubbed their hands together and asked, may I ask what your payment method is? Hearing this, the several girls beside them couldn't help but perk up their ears and stared at Zhang Wei at the same time, especially Zhang Qianli and Zhu Yuan. Whether it was a fake or not, it was at this moment, even at this point, they were still more than willing to believe that Zhang Wei was pretending to be rich, as they were unwilling to admit that they had looked away, nor were they willing to admit that it was because they were jealous of Yi Xiaoxiao, thinking that she just shouldn't know rich people. However, in front of them, Zhang Wei pulled out his pocket. After recalling a bit, Zhang Wei remembered that the change he brought out seemed to have all been taken to buy a house, and now the change in his pocket wasn't really enough to buy the cars in front of him. After seeing Zhang Wei's expression, Zhu Yuan and Zhang Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. Can't pretend anymore. Fortunately, they didn't leave, but chose to stay. Now, it was finally time to dismantle this liar's true colors. Senior, you're not going to say that you don't have any money with you, right? Zhu Yuan said. Yes, senior, you could have said you were coming to buy a car. How could you forget to bring money? Zhang Qianqian said. But even if you didn't bring any money, it seems like you can still swipe your card, right? Swipe card? Hearing this, Zhang Wei seemed to have remembered something and glanced around, then asked the two in front of him, what bank cards do you support? All of them, the sales consultant said without thinking. Then it couldn't be better. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Then, in front of a group of people, he pulled out a bunch of brightly colored and delicately shaped cards from his pocket and asked the two of them, I'd like to ask, which one of these cards has the biggest discount? A few girls obviously didn't recognize them. The man next to the sales consultant, on the other hand, saw these cards, but suddenly felt his breath suddenly stop. These cards are actually, Chapter 26, None of Your Business? The man did not speak for a while, but instead fixed his gaze dead center on the several cards in Zhang Wei's hands. As the store manager, he was of course able to recognize the origin of these cards, but it was because he was able to recognize them that he was even more disbelieving that these cards were real. Silver Feather Industry Special Premium Card, Huanyan Construction Customized Top Personal VIP Card, Huafu Netcommerce Supreme VIP Gold Card, and the Permanent Privilege Card of Akita Farmers and Merchants. These are for the top users of the major banks will only be given a small number of issued the highest level customer card. Ordinary people have never even heard of them, let alone seen them. Even he, who had been working in the 4S store for so many years, had only seen this kind of card a few times, and every customer who could take out this kind of card was undoubtedly a real top-level big shot. But even that kind of big shot is proud to own such a card. But this young man in front of him actually took out 4 in one breath? The 4 major banks were rounded up by him alone? What exactly is this situation? That, mister, I would like to take a look at your card first. Is that okay? The manager swallowed his saliva and said with a somewhat sardonic expression, although it is a bit unbelievable, but since the other party took it out, he definitely has to verify it before he can do it. But what kind of person is this young man in front of him who looks like he's only in his early 20s? How could he have the top cards of the 4 major banks? Could it be some super rich second generation? But he also hadn't heard of such a person in Binhai City. No problem, here you go. Zhang Wei was indifferent. These cards were just like that in his opinion anyway. It was just a giveaway from those bigwigs when depositing money. Perhaps it was because those bigwigs were too enthusiastic and casual when they gave away the cards. But instead, they didn't really make Zhang Wei take them to heart. In Zhang Wei's eyes, they were equivalent to nothing more than a discount card, and he was not aware of the meanings and status symbols that these cards represented. The manager took the card and quickly disappeared, only to rerun back a few minutes later, with an expression that looked at Zhang Wei with some fervor, making Zhang Wei feel a bit uncomfortable. If you are a girl, forget it. What does a big man want to do by staring at me like this? In a way, sir, I just verified that these cards are all real. The manager handed the cards back to Zhang Wei with a respectful face. Then the discount. For these cards, Zhang Wei was still thinking about the discount, but he didn't expect to be interrupted by the manager with a bite. Depending on the cards you hold, our store will give you the most generous discount, and you can enjoy the cash on delivery service. The manager said with a serious face, we will deliver the card to the location you specified in the shortest possible time according to your requirements. During that time sir can test drive it, and once there is any dissatisfaction, our store can return it within 7 days' time without any reason, and we will not charge you any fees. So good? Zhang Wei couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing this. Of course, because you, sir, are our store's most valued VIP customer. A smile also appeared on the manager's face, while he once again handed out a card that glowed with a silver-white color. This is our store's platinum user card. If sir has the need, you can hold this card in the future to experience our store's recent models on a priority basis, and you can likewise enjoy the biggest discounts if you make a purchase. Please accept it. Zhang Wei looked at the card handed over by the man and casually put it into his pocket, while also revealing a smile. Alright, thanks a lot then. He suddenly realized something. Sometimes, these messy cards seem to really serve some unexpected purposes. Zhang Wei's attitude was very casual, but the eyes of Zhang Qianqian on the side were almost glaring out. What exactly is this situation? What exactly is the card that this guy took out just now? How come the manager of the store's attitude changed all of a sudden? And, isn't that a platinum user card? This kind of card, only in the city's head office is qualified to choose to issue customers. Even her family's 4S store is not qualified to issue this kind of platinum user card without authorization. It needs to be applied up one layer at a time, and finally get the consent of the head store before it works. But, it was just a few minutes ago, right? How come a platinum user card was suddenly given out? For a moment, Zhang Qianshan felt like she was going crazy. On what grounds? On what grounds? Even her family, even though she was one of the dealers of the 4S store, was not qualified to hold a platinum user card. Why does this mediocre guy get to have it? That's it then. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Zhang Wei nodded with a smile and said, about to turn around and leave. Wait. At this time, Zhu Yuan, who had been watching the show from the side, finally couldn't hold back. Isn't it still unpaid? Zhu Yuan said with some reluctance. Why can he leave before he pays? Can you car sellers still operate like this? The manager's expression was calm. He was a man with cultivation and connotation. He wouldn't be generalized with a little girl, and he didn't have the intention to explain. On the contrary, the side of the sales consultant, very eye-catching, after glancing at his own manager, immediately opened his mouth and said, this is our store's own decision. And this gentleman also agreed to just talk about the transaction. May I ask, miss, you also want to buy a car? The subtext was, what we do is none of your business. You're not the one who's buying the car, so what are you doing? Sales consultant is not the kind of fresh into the society of the girl. Work for several years, vision eloquence are quite poisonous. A glance out. Zhu Yuan is obviously the kind of fresh into the society not long ago the little girl. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhu Yuan had followed Zhang Wei in, she would have directly blown this unintelligent guy out. Are you teaching us how to do things? And Zhu Yuan was also disliked by the sales consultant. That's right. It's not like you're the one who bought the car. What does the store have to do with you? Who are you? Gnashing his teeth, Zhu Yuan finally pulled Zhang Qianqian, and the two of them fled the 4S store in a mess. Zhang Wei is still a bit puzzled. To the side of Yi Xiaoxiao and Qin Xiaoli asked, "You two roommates, what's wrong?" Qin Xiaoli didn't say anything, but there was an odd smile in her eyes, and Yi Xiaoxiao was also full of confusion. "I don't know. Just now it was fine. It's fine. I'll ask them later, okay? Right, senior? You can't spend money like this in the future. You have to know." Okay, I know," Zhang Wei said somewhat helplessly. Yi Xiaoxiao is still this character. Too gentle to the point where she is sometimes a bit nagging. Qin Xiaoli on the side silently looked at the two people, while revealing an expression of "so that's how it is. These two people are really rough and tumble out of nowhere." Qin Xiaoli seemed to understand why these two people were able to have such a good relationship. Chapter 27. Do you still dare to resign? Zhang Qianqian and Zhu Yuan left first, without leaving any words, and directly escaped. It seems that they feel they don't have the face to stay, and they don't know how to continue to face Yi Xiaoxiao and Zhang Wei. What's the point of staying? From start to finish, Zhang Wei had barely pulled out a penny at the back, except for taking out a $1 bill at the beginning of the restaurant. There was no way to prove whether he had money or not. As for those cards, they didn't even recognize what they were. And why did the people at the 4S store suddenly change their attitude to that? On the contrary, it was them, in order to prove that Zhang Wei was pretending, but instead they looked like clowns. Zhu Yuan was still disliked by that sales consultant. Words could not be said. To stay and continue to chat awkwardly? In the end, they are actually just because of jealousy. Only jealousy at the same time, but also to set up a house of cards. The name, for Yi Xiaoxiao good. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, she didn't think about it at all. Senior, then I'll leave first. If I negotiate this cooperation, maybe I'll stay in Binhai. Let's come out together sometime in the future. With a smile on her face, Yi Xiaoxiao winked towards Zhang Wei. Don't be so geeky in the future. It's not good for your body if you stay in one place all the time and don't go out. Okay, I know. MS. Yi. Zhang Wei nodded somewhat helplessly. Seeing Zhang Wei's helpless look, Yi Xiaoxiao's mouth let out a string of silver bell-like laughter. Bye then. Bye. Qin Xiaoli also followed Yi Xiaoxiao and left to bid farewell to Zhang Wei. On the way home, Zhang Wei was still thinking about when it would be better for him to move after those cars were delivered to Greenland World. Let's wait until the furniture is complete. There was no room on the bus, so Zhang Wei stood on the bus, thinking about when his new home would be ready, and then he could just move his things there directly. Yawning, Zhang Wei realized that there seemed to be quite a lot of things that happened in the day today, and actually got a little sleepy. Just as he was thinking about this and feeling a bit drowsy, the phone suddenly rang. Soon, a grumpy voice came from the phone. Zhang Wei, you idiot, where is the program? Is it written yet? I've been waiting for you for a day. Even if it's not written, won't you say something? Do you at least not want to do it? Face expressionless, he rolled his dead fish eyes. Zhang Wei glanced around. It happened that the sound seemed to be too loud, and the people around him were all looking at him. Moreover, the eyes of these people seemed to be somewhat sympathetic. Poor young people. It's not easy for them to work overtime and be scolded by their supervisors on a weekend. Noticing the strange eyes of these people, Zhang Wei directly hung up the phone with an expressionless face, and the sound of drinking and cursing on the phone came to an abrupt end. Zhang Wei's behavior also ushered in a burst of "You're so strong, fierce brother" and other young people's adoring eyes, directly hanging up on their bosses. This was something that these young people did not dare to think about. In fact, being treated like a cow and scolded like a dog by their bosses is a very common thing for young people working in modern society. Zhang Wei, before, was also like this, but now it was different. Can't I just quit? Zhang Wei yawned, his expression somewhat lazy. On the other hand, the manager, who had been hung up on, was filled with anger. Zhang Wei, this dog, actually dared to hang up his phone? This son of a is not always in front of their own koi. Let him do what he does. Even dare not speak loudly? Thinking about the progress of the project in his group, the manager couldn't help but look more and more ugly. His work group, a total of 12 people, of which 3 are his relatives, 2 are also to take the relationship to his side. There are 5 are freshly graduated novice, the ability to pour far. Among the remaining 2 people, one of them has a more violent character and cannot be messed with, so Zhang Wei is a little bit better to bully. Usually there is any heavy work, he is directly thrown to Zhang Wei. The whole group, many times almost 1/3 of the task, are pressed on Zhang Wei's body, and Zhang Wei generally do not dare to refute what, but this time, This guy's attitude seemed a bit off. Is the cell phone out of battery? The manager's mind became a bit alarmed. Forget it, whatever. Does a poorer than dare to resign? The manager thought disdainfully in his heart, intending to arrive at the company tomorrow. No matter what reason Zhang Wei has, first teach him a hard lesson before. If he didn't teach this guy a lesson first, how could the work go on afterward? The next day, Zhang Wei once again came to the company. Looking at the surroundings of the office, he couldn't help but feel some emotions. Here also did a few years. Everything is familiar. Say no feelings, that is certainly false. If the manager is not really a little bit of personnel, he may continue to stay here to pass the time. But that phone call yesterday completely dispelled the idea in Zhang Wei's mind. Yo, old Zhang, you're here quite early today. A voice came from the side. Zhang Wei smiled and casually threw a cigarette over. Yesterday's sleep condition was good. Brother Ren, good morning. Brother Ren is called Ren Xiu, who came to the company 1 year earlier than Zhang Wei, and is also the oldest seniority in the group besides Zhang Wei. His character is relatively straight, belonging to the kind of people who have nothing to bend, and he is also relatively diligent in his work. But whoever wants to think that he is easy to bully, will only be bumped all over his head by him, even if it is the group manager. Pissed off Brother Ren, he dared to direct the resignation letter flung in his face. And this group can change a manager, but can't live without Ren, the one who leads the team to do the project. So even if it's the manager, he has to coax him first. When I came here this morning, I saw Fatty Wu's face with an expression of having eaten Shang. His face was green. Do you know what's going on? Ren Xiu asked. Zhang Wei shook his head. I don't know. Maybe something went wrong with the project. It shouldn't be. Wasn't it all pretty much done before? Ren Xiu was a bit puzzled. Oh, I forgot if you didn't say it. Zhang Wei said. Yesterday, Fatty Wu specially asked me to work overtime to do a program, and even called several times. Then it must have been those idiotic relatives of Fatty Wu who screwed up again and asked you to be the tinkerer. Ren Xiu sneered and said, you're also too honest, and spoiled him. Just as the two were chatting idly, they saw a meatball rush in from outside. As his eyes swept over and glanced at Zhang Wei, the meatball accelerated steeply and quickly arrived in front of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, have you finished the program that I asked you to do yesterday? After a long pause, Wu Huiman panted before asking Zhang Wei. Yesterday's program, Zhang Wei said after thinking about it. Didn't do it. You. Wu Huiman visibly froze for a second, then burst into a rage. Chapter 28, Losing the Way. Didn't do it? Wu Huiman's mood was originally bad. Ever since recruiting the two relatives to his group, he had some regrets. Because these two guys were not only poor in their ability to do things, they also liked to be lazy the most, and when they encountered any problems, they ended up with the phrase, I don't know, I forgot. They were also his own relatives, so he couldn't directly fire them. In the end, it can only be so dragged, and a few other friends through friends stuffed benefits stuffed in the person, is almost the same behavior, relying on someone to support. Things did not do much. Mouth is clever, calculated, the whole group inside, can do the work of just a few people, the rest, are also some newcomers. This is also regarded as his own dead face asking for trouble. Among the people who can do something, Ren Xiu he does not dare to offend, because of Ren Xiu's ability. In fact, can Long be promoted to become a group manager? Only he is not happy to manage people. Otherwise, even he Wu Huiman, can only go to the back of the row. Then, only Zhang Wei is better to bully. A guy with no money, no one, and such a soft character. Who will he bully if he doesn't bully you? So when he heard Zhang Wei say that he didn't do it, Wu Huiman immediately exploded. I called you yesterday all for nothing? Are you deaf or stupid? Zhang Wei, I'm asking you if you still want to work. Do you really think that just because you've been in the company for a few years, you can ignore the higher-ups? Don't think that the team can't work without you. I'm telling you, if you can do it, then do it. If you can't, then get the hell out of here. Wu Huiman roared, almost as if he wanted to vent the anger he was holding in his stomach all at once. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, was just a target for him to vent. Good, knew it was wrong. What did you say? Wu Huiman froze for a moment, because in the past, at this time, Zhang Wei would have chosen to take the initiative to apologize and then humbly begged for forgiveness from himself, and then he would have a reason to squarely deduct Zhang Wei's wages. But this time, it seemed like something wasn't quite right. No, it was Zhang Wei's entire person who was a bit off. Only to see Zhang Wei at this time, not only was there no fear or humility on his face, but instead, he was looking at him with a smirking expression, as if he was watching a clown performing. I say, fine, I'll go resign later. Zhang Wei shrugged and said, no, you want to resign? Wu Huiman's face carried an incredulous look, as if he didn't expect Zhang Wei to suddenly offer to resign. Zhang Wei's condition was clear to him. His parents were both dead, he was working alone in a foreign country, And he hadn't saved much money even after working for a few years. Such a person actually dared to resign? This was unscientific. Yes, Zhang Wei asked with some surprise. You are not asking me if I want to continue to try? I'll just answer your question, said Zhang Wei. A sneer emerged on his face. I really don't want to do it. Now, it was Wu Huiman's turn to panic. If Zhang Wei quit, then how would his group continue to do what they were doing? Relying on Ren Qiu alone? That's also impossible. Ren Qiu's ability is no longer strong, but it's also impossible for him to do the whole group's work by himself. And Ren Qiu is not Zhang Wei's character. Let him work overtime. Okay, first of all, overtime pay to 3 or 4 times. No? Okay, I'll leave right away. Ren Qiu is this kind of temper, but also really capable. Want to dig him, the company is also a lot of go. But Zhang Wei is different. How can he just leave? Xiao Wei actually, I don't really mean to drive you away. Wu Huiman organized the language, then said, I just want you to be more diligent. Work things, only diligent skilled. In order to achieve better results, the future can be promoted and increased salary well. Hearing Wu Huiman's words, Zhang Wei lowered his head and seemed to ponder something for a moment, then raised his head to interrupt Wu Huiman's words and opened his mouth to ask, May I ask, what is my current salary? 4 cents and 500 mil. Wu Huiman froze for a moment before saying, Xiao Wei really, young people like you, in Binhai want to continue to find this kind of salary job. It is not so easy. Okay, no need to say it. Zhang Wei interrupted Wu Huiman once again. I resign. At this time, quite a number of people had also gathered in the office, and when they heard Zhang Wei say that he was going to resign, quite a few of them had a surprised expression on their faces, because, in their impression, Zhang Wei was completely a good old boy character. Not only is he a veteran employee, he works diligently, and usually hardly has any conflicts with people. Even if he is often scolded by Wu Huiman, he doesn't care about it. Such a person would actually take the initiative to resign? What's going on? Xiao Wei would actually voluntarily resign? What's going on? What else can happen? It must be that Wu Huiman pushed too hard. Xiao Wei, this person you still do not understand? He's a good old boy. Surname Wu is really not a good thing. Xiao Wei is such a good person, but also let him force him to resign. Luckily it's not the manager of our group, otherwise we'd be in deep. Now if Xiao Wei leaves, I'll see how that Mediterranean can still play. Half of their group are newcomers. Without Xiao Wei, I'd like to see how that Wu can still do the project. For a while, there were those who bloated and made snide remarks from the side. Although the workplace is sometimes cruel, but after all, we are all emotional animals. Zhang Wei in the company for such a long time. How everyone is clear. So when Zhang Wei wanted to resign, no one felt that it was Zhang Wei's fault. Instead, they all felt that it was Wu Huiman's fault. Even Ren Qiu, who was on the side, couldn't help but have an odd smile on his face. Compared to Zhang Wei, he wasn't panicked at all. As a true senior employee, his strength was completely able to be recognized by the industry, and there were indeed quite a few people from other companies who wanted to poach him. Even at this time, Ren Qiu was already thinking that if Zhang Wei really left, whether he also slipped away. Anyway, there is no point in staying in this group. It would be better to jump directly to other places, and then you can also pull Zhang Wei. By the way, for Zhang Wei's person, Ren Qiu is still very recognized. As for Wu Huiman, he obviously heard the words of the others as well, and his face turned green and white for a while. Zhang Wei, it looks like you are determined to fight me to the death? Wu Huiman's eyes stared at Zhang Wei with a deadly glare, feeling that this was Zhang Wei setting up a trap to design himself. Just how could he not expect that Zhang Wei, who used to be coy in front of him, would actually play dirty too? Is this eating his own? Dare not let him go? Chapter 29, You're expelled. Zhang Wei yawned. It was true that he hadn't slept well a bit last night. After all, anyone who all of a sudden realized that his or her value had suddenly doubled 1,000,000 times would be too excited to sleep. That's right, Zhang Wei had insomnia. Although he was calm on the surface, he still lost sleep in excitement over the sudden wealth explosion. Afterwards, it was time to consider how he should spend his money to live in the future. And then once he thought about it, a night passed. So now, he was kinda sleepy. Earlier, he was still thinking of inquiring about his current salary status. But after inquiring clearly, he kind of understood. 4 cents and 500 millimeters. Not wrong at all, because his salary before crossing over, indeed is 4,500. This point is not changed at all. Only the value of the object is 1,000,000 times worse. Therefore, after hearing this amount, Zhang Wei immediately made a decision. There was no need. It was truly unnecessary to stay here anymore. Deadbeat? Zhang Wei's eyebrows raised as he looked at Wu Huiman in front of him with an odd expression on his face. I'm just resigning from my job. What's the point of deadlocking with you, son of a? Wu Huiman's expression was a bit grim. You clearly know that the project has progressed to a critical period, but this time you resigned. What are you not targeting me? Zhang Wei. Good. In vain I used to think highly of you and cultivate you many times. I never thought that you would actually pit me at this time. Cultivate? Zhang Wei sneered. Your cultivation is to make my workload 3 or 4 times higher than your several relatives and friends, and then take a salary that is not as good as theirs? Wu Huimin's tone stuttered. Since he was all set to resign, Zhang Wei didn't bother to continue pretending with this guy in front of him, and it was much happier to show his cards directly. If that's really the case, then that's a real thank you for your cultivation, Manager Wu. Zhang Wei coldly said. A group of more than a dozen people. How many of them are really doing something? Don't you have any comparison in your heart? Saying that, Zhang Wei couldn't help but glance towards Ren Xiu on the side and laughed. Brother Ren, I really don't know. It turns out that our group can't do anything with one less person than me. Ren Xiu also laughed. He and Zhang Wei had undertaken more than half of the entire group's workload all year round, and if Zhang Wei didn't say anything, he was too lazy to care. But now, Zhang Wei was ready to leave, and the chances of him continuing to stay in the group were not great. Letting him do half of the entire group's work by himself? Sorry, although he didn't like to count, he wasn't really stupid either, and Wu Huimin's face grew more and more gloomy. In his opinion, Zhang Wei was certain that he didn't dare to let Zhang Wei go, and was using this as blackmail. In the midst of his changing face, Wu Huimin's eyes finally returned gloomily to Zhang Wei's body. Say it, what exactly do you want? Wu Huimin asked. I don't want anything, I just simply don't want to do it anymore. Zhang Wei waved his hand. Alright, Manager Wu, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Looking at Zhang Wei's back as he finished cleaning up his things and walked towards the HR department without hesitation, Wu Huimin's face steeply turned grim. Zhang Wei, resigning at this time? You're making it clear that you don't want me to have a good time, right? Well, since you're doing the first day, don't blame me for doing the 15th. I remember that you also have a cousin who just came to work at the company as well, right? Saying that, Wu Huimin sneered, and at this time, Zhang Wei violently turned his head towards Wu Huimin. He did have a cousin who was also working on this side of the company. That was his sister-in-law's daughter, and during the time when his parents had just passed away, his sister-in-law had taken care of him quite a bit until he went to college and was able to start living on his own before letting him live on his own. And it wasn't because of him that his cousin graduated and came to work at the company. It was because his cousin volunteered to come over, saying that she wanted to watch over him at the seashore. Strictly speaking, his cousin's family was indeed one of the few relatives he had left. Surname Wu. What do you mean? Zhang Wei said in a cold voice. What do you mean? Wu Huimin sneered. Nothing means, although I'm only a group manager. But how to say that I'm also a manager? Familiar with all managers, for a handful of employees to survive or stay in the problem is still able to make some comments. Since you don't want to stay in the company anymore, then you can just take that what's-her-name relative of yours with you and get out too. You really think you can do whatever you want? Zhang Wei asked in a cold voice. Sorry, maybe not to others, but to a punk like you, I can really do whatever I want. Wu Huimin said smugly. Zhang Wei didn't say anything, just staring straight at him with his eyes for a long time, until after looking at Wu Huimin hurriedly getting a bit hairy, Zhang Wei then suddenly laughed. Originally I also thought that we should be able to get together and part ways. Did not expect a little colleague's fire love you do not want to stay Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Wu Huimin only laughed coldly and did not say anything. He has made up his mind. As long as Zhang Wei dares to resign, immediately find Zhang Wei's cousin's manager. Discussed to let Zhang Wei's cousin follow along with the role. It was just a big deal to pay a little price. No matter how to say is also the same level. This point of face or to give him. It was only after Zhang Wei left the office that the atmosphere around him cooled down, and other people watching the good show expression also gradually disappeared. Do not know why. After hearing the words of Wu Huimin, a lot of ordinary employees feel a little rabid dead fox sat up. Officials are big. They are just ordinary employees of the company. As a superior, even a guy like Wu Huimin, it is completely open when they want to open. Xiao Wei, it's a pity. Ren Xiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at Zhang Wei's departing direction. He also sort of more or less understood a little bit about Zhang Wei's family situation. If Zhang Wei's cousin was dismissed, then even if that cousin of Zhang Wei wouldn't blame him, with Zhang Wei's character, he would definitely feel guilty. Such a good old man. In his opinion, it was indeed a pity. Such a kind and honest person. Why would he be bullied? Ren Xiu somewhat felt unworthy for Zhang Wei. However, just thinking about this matter, what made everyone a bit surprised was that not long after, the personnel department actually ran over. Moreover, not just one, but a group of people from the personnel department all ran over. Isn't that Mr. Yu from the personnel department? Why did he come over personally? Is something wrong? I remember that this Mr. Yu is usually a god who doesn't see the head of the dragon and doesn't see the tail of the dragon. TSK, With so many people coming from the personnel department all of a sudden, it looks like something big is going to happen. Many people exchanged low voices, because the person who came was none other than Eugenua, the director of the personnel department. Although their business department also said that there are quite a few managers and other titles, but those group managers with Eugenua, the director in front of them, even the qualification of lifting the shoes are not there. Which one is manager Wu Huimin? Eugenua's gaze swept through the people around him. His tone was calm and cold as he opened his mouth to ask. It's me. Wu Huimin stood up somewhat confused and came in front of Eugenua, asking in a careful tone, may I ask if there's anything I can do for Mr. You? Oh, it's you. Eugenua casually glanced at Wu Huimin, and then swept a glance at the documents in his hands. It's not a big deal. It's just that you've been fired. Chapter 30, I can really do whatever I want. Ha! When the people around them heard Eugenua's voice, their first reaction was to freeze. Fired? That guy, Wu Huimin, was expelled just like that? Wasn't he still arguing with Zhang Wei just now, yelling that he wanted to fire Zhang Wei's cousin along with him? How come he was fired in the blink of an eye? What kind of twist is this? Not to mention them, Wu Huimin himself was also confused, not understanding what was going on at all. Looking up to Eugenua, Wu Huimin said with some disbelief, Mr. You, I didn't do anything wrong to the company, why should I be fired? Moreover, even if you want to fire me, you have to give me a reason or a chance to make amends first, right? Eugenua's gaze lowered, once again falling onto the documents in his hands, his tone indifferent. Are you sure you really want to know the reason? Please do give me a reason, Wu Huimin said with a deadly gritted teeth, his expression gloomy. He belonged to the business department, which had group managers, then ministers, and finally the director of the business department. Eugenua's position was equivalent to being on the same level as his superior's superior. He couldn't afford to offend such a character, but it didn't mean that he was so willing to be fired by the company. He was not convinced. Alright then. Eugenua's tone carried meaning mockery as he spoke. Then I'll just happen to say it for everyone to hear together. Wu Huimin, as of this year, a total of 76 times late for attendance and 15 days of unexplained leave. At the same time through the relationship to the company introduced in 12 people, which in addition to 3 people have a certain ability to work, others in the performance does not have any outstanding points, and even long-term performance does not meet the standards still receive a salary to waste the company's resources. At the same time, after the reaction, Wu Huimin manager had repeatedly used his position to try to reach an improper relationship with the company's female employees, and after being rejected, he became annoyed and used his relationship to try to fire the employees. Hearing the first words, most of the others were just disdainful, but the latter words made everyone, especially the females, couldn't help but show their contempt at the same time. As for Wu Huimin, a large amount of cold sweat had already broken out on his forehead. These things, how were they found out? Obviously not many people knew about it. This was completely a public execution. In addition, the progress of the group's business is very slow. After investigation, most of which is done by employee Renshio as well as Zhang Wei's advancement, and in addition to the newcomers, the group manager, Wu Huimin, as well as the other employees who were introduced by him to come in are basically non-contributing, and also embezzled a large number of bonuses issued by the company to the members of the group. If just now it was still contempt, then now the gazes of the others looking at Wu Huimin were already angry. What were they working their asses off in the company for? Wasn't it just for a little bonus? Even this bonus is to be greedy. Then they still do nothing? And Wu Huimin's expression became distorted. Zhang Wei. Wu Huimin roared fiercely. It's Zhang Wei, isn't it? It must be this guy who's behind the slander. This is all slander. Oh, smears? Eugenua thought about it and said sincerely. Our company has a perfect financial system, and there are backups of the information about the employees' bank cards' money payments. So if you think it's slander, why don't we go to the finance department and check the billing information? If it doesn't work again, you can also choose to call the police. Wu Huimin shut up. Reconcile? Call the police? How would he dare? After all, what Eugenua said was true. He had also really embezzled the group's prize money. And seeing that Wu Huimin stopped speaking, the eyes of the others became more and more bizarre. So, to summarize, we hope that manager Wu will cooperate voluntarily, hand over the embezzled bonus voluntarily, and then leave the company automatically. Otherwise, our company may try to contact the judicial system to deal with it. Eugenua's gaze fell on Wu Huimin's body and asked, I wonder what is your opinion, Manager Wu? I will cooperate, Wu Huimin said in a cold sweat. At this time, he finally couldn't say anything, but despite this, he was still unwilling, and determined that all of this was Zhang Wei's mess. If it wasn't him, how could the personnel department people suddenly investigate so many things? This damn son of a actually had to bite him back on his way out. Dogs! Wu Huimin's eyes turned a little red as he suddenly raised his head and said, By the way, I have something to say. Zhang Wei, there is an employee named Zhang Wei in my group who just left, and I'm reporting him for transferring co-worker relationships, causing our group's work to progress slowly. Moreover, he has a sister who is also in the company. I suspect that he will use his sister to continue stirring up co-worker relations. No, it's not a suspicion. He'll definitely do it. Mr. Yu, trust me, she must be fired. At this time, Wu Huimin was like a gambler who had lost a bet. Even if he knew that he was finished, he would do anything to drag Zhang Wei down with him. Regarding this matter, there is no need for your reminder, Yu Zhenhua said with a cold expression. Because of Manager Wu's negligence, the people you introduced into the company, our personnel department will all be re-examined once again, and unqualified employees will all be removed. So Manager Wu, you'd better think about how you will face the employees who were removed because of your reasons. Wu Huimin's face suddenly turned pale. It wasn't just him, even the people he introduced and had to be fired? When had the company gotten so strict? What exactly was this situation? What on earth had that Zhang Wei kid gotten up to? I understand. Wu Huimin lowered his head and walked out of the office. However, only after he walked out of the office did he see that Zhang Wei, who had originally gone to resign, was actually leaning next to the office doorway smoking. Zhang Wei, Wu Huimin's eyes instantly turned red. Son of a, what the hell did you do? And upon hearing Wu Huimin's angry roar, Zhang Wei didn't care. Instead, he looked at Wu Huimin and smiled. I didn't do anything. It's just that when I just went to resign, I just happened to find out that the director of the personnel department, Mr. Yu, turned out to be just a good friend of my elders from before, so I just mentioned the reason for my resignation in passing. What's the matter, Manager Wu? You don't seem to be too happy. What's happened that's not happy? Say it to make me happy? Zhang Wei at this moment smiled with some malice. His character was relatively gentle and nice, but it didn't mean that he was bloodless. The few loved ones were his bottom line. Wu Huimin gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Wei, don't be complacent yet. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you know Yu Zhenhua? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said with a smile, I'm sorry, it might not be possible for others, but for you, it seems like you can really do whatever you want. This was what Wu Huimin had said before. And now, Zhang Wei returned the original words. Chapter 31, What do those people know? What exactly did Zhang Wei use to get rid of Wu Huimin? Not only is Wu Huimin himself puzzled, but the hearts of others in the business department are also filled with doubts. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. According to reason, Zhang Wei, who is usually careful and prudent, and is low-key, even inconspicuous, is unlikely to be able to get into any relationship with such a figure as Yu Zhenhua. If Zhang Wei is a pretty girl, perhaps there is a little other possibility, but the problem is that Zhang Wei is not only a man himself, but also people. Yu Zhenhua is also married old man. What exactly did he do to move Yu Zhenhua, such a character, to personally go out to investigate Wu Huimin? Zhang Wei. Wu Huimin looked at Zhang Wei and said with a gloomy face, I really didn't expect that I actually misjudged you in the past. I originally thought that you were really an honest man. Zhang Wei looked at Wu Huimin with a surprised expression. Manager Wu. Oh, I should call you Mr. Wu now. I would like to ask a question. Was there anything dishonest when I was working under your hand before? Wu Huimin was speechless. This was because, when Zhang Wei worked under his hand before, there was really nothing dishonest about him. It could even be said that the honesty was a bit excessive. No matter how heavy the task was, as long as it was thrown at him, it was guaranteed to be completed successfully in the end. Such a good employee, generally speaking, may not even be able to find. But that, too, was all in the past. Look, you don't seem to have much to say, do you? I honestly worked under your hand, but you directly used me as a dog. Even rabbits still bite when cornered. Zhang Wei's face wore a faint smile. He said that he was cornered, but his expression did not have the attitude of being cornered at all, but instead looked like he was mocking. Wu Huimin clenched his teeth and was silent for a long time before he finally turned around and left without saying a word. Losing was losing, and he had nothing to say. Moreover, what Zhang Wei said was indeed not bad at all, and the previous Zhang Wei had indeed always been honest and did whatever he said. However, what exactly had happened to cause such an honest person to change so drastically all of a sudden? On the other side, Yu Zhenhua also announced the final decision. In view of the several people who were expelled, your group can no longer make up the number of people. After deliberation, the final decision was made to break up Wu Huimin's group, and the personnel will be divided amongst the other groups. Also, Yu Zhenhua glanced at Rin Xiu on the side. Rin Xiu, your boss asked you to bring a group to work on your own, so don't continue to push back. Are you still not happy to get more money? Ren Xiu couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard this. He knew that the boss Yu Zhenhua was talking about was definitely not Wu Huimin, who had just been fired. but the real boss of their business department, the director of the business department. As one of the oldest group of employees in the company, Renshio actually really knew the director of business department. Then, okay, bring the group, just bring the group. Renshio said bitterly, it's just that Zhang Wei kid is really quite good. Do you guys have to fire him? How about I make a guarantee that if I lead the group, how about letting him stay in my group? Upon hearing Zhang Wei's name, Yu Genoa's face showed a rare look of contemplation. Regarding him, you don't have to care much, seeing as you're also an old employee. I'll just mention one more thing, Yu Genoa said, lowering his voice and leaning into Renshio's ear. In the future, Zhang Wei won't continue to come to the business department, but he will still be a member of our company. What do you mean? Renshio was just about to continue asking when he saw that Yu Genoa had already returned to his original position, looking as if nothing had been said. Although Renshio still had doubts in his mind, he ended up not saying anything and just kept Yu Genoa's words in his heart. If there's nothing else, then let's all disperse. After Yu Genoa finished speaking, he directly led the people away. The power of the personnel department wasn't small, but one couldn't stay in someone else's department and interfere all the time. After Yu Genoa waved everyone away, he returned to the office that was exclusively his own. And within his office, there was a person who had already sat on the office chair already waiting for a long time. Boss. Seeing the person sitting on the office chair, Yu Genoa spoke softly. Aha. The man on the office chair also gently nodded. Are things all taken care of? It's all been dealt with, and it's guaranteed that there won't be any other repercussions afterward. Yu Genoa said with a serious face. What about Lu Qingdao's side? Has there been any repercussions? No, it's just that mess. Lu should be very concerned about you. Maybe. Yu Genoa's words had not finished when the cell phone on the table rang. Looking at the 3 words Lu Qingdao displayed on it, the man in the office chair laughed softly and picked up the phone. Hello, cousin, what's going on? I heard that you were fired. On the phone, a somewhat urgent voice came out. Zhang Wei smiled and said, don't worry, it's fine. I wasn't fired. I was just transferred to another department for some reasons, so just go to work at ease. So it's just a transfer? Scared me to death. A crisp voice came from the phone. No, it scared me this time. Cousin, you have to treat me to dinner before you can do that. Fine, fine. Dinner is dinner. When you get off work, what do you want to eat, cousin, then take you there, okay? Zhang Wei asked. It's a deal. I'll call you after work. Oh, I'll tell my mom if you dare not answer my call. Damn girl, how dare you threaten me? You, don't say it. I'm going to get busy. Bye bye. Without waiting for Zhang Wei to finish, Lu Qingdao took the initiative to hang up the phone. Looking at the cell phone, Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile, then gently put it down. Seeing Zhang Wei getting up as if he was ready to leave, Yu Genoa couldn't help but say, Boss, a few other directors would like to meet you. Not to be seen. Zhang Wei left a back of his head. Just work as usual in the company. I don't want to care about other things, and I'm also too lazy to care. But, Zhang Wei stood at the door, waved his hand, and then directly left the office. As for Yu Genoa, looking at Zhang Wei's back as he left, his eyes still couldn't help but be a little odd. Without any other reason, this boss was really a bit too capricious for a bit. What honest person, what low-key employee. When Yu Genoa heard these rumors, he completely just wanted to laugh, because this but the super tycoon who directly found the original owner of the company at the drop of a hat and spent money to directly buy out the entire company. Those guys don't know this need to flatter yourself? I take the initiative to flatter, this is more like it. Chapter 32. What are you pretending to be poor when you're so rich? Regarding what other people thought, Zhang Wei had no idea. It's just that the sudden wealth thing, Zhang Wei felt that it's better not to make too much of a fuss for the time being. Not that he wanted to hide it from his cousin's family, but he felt as if there was no reason for it. So for the time being, it would be better to keep a low profile. Let's buy the whole company. In that case, there would be no one to know his identity, and at the same time, out of breath. Anyway, it wasn't expensive. At least, in Zhang Wei's opinion, buying this company wasn't expensive, and it wasn't even as good as a part of the land in the offshore area. Moreover, the company was fully staffed and whatnot, and was still in a profitable state, so he didn't even have to care about things like recruiting people, as the company's original executives would take care of such things on their own. There is no place that is more worry-free than now. Perhaps, the only difference was that Zhang Wei's status had changed from an ordinary employee to a boss. Leaving the company's building, Zhang Wei stood downstairs, looking at the company that already belonged to him, his eyes looking a little strange. Although what had happened before was indeed a bit because of the feeling of being in the heat of the moment, thinking about the fact that he had actually bought the entire company by casually spending some money. This feeling still made Zhang Wei unable to help but feel a bit strange. What made Zhang Wei a little surprised was that downstairs, he actually saw Wu Huiman and the others. The gazes of Wu Huiman and the others fell on him, appearing a bit ghostly, with the colors of resentment and unwillingness. They didn't even know how things had suddenly turned out like this, how they had suddenly been fired from the company. Originally, they still wanted to find Wu Huimin to help, and then realized that even Wu Huimin was also fired together. What the hell is this called? Ah, hey, you. Seeing Zhang Wei, the two relatives who were originally in Wu Huimin's group immediately became upset, and they directly walked over in big strides to get angry at Zhang Wei. In their opinion, Zhang Wei was just a purely honest, easy to bully guy, and did not know because of what suddenly got into a relationship with Yu Genoa. But even if he had gotten into a relationship with Yu Genoa, so what? He is just Zhang Wei. Such thoughts subconsciously passed through their minds, without considering that even if it was Yu Zhenhua, it seemed impossible to just fire an employee of the company. It only subconsciously felt that Zhang Wei was good at bullying. However, Zhang Wei ignored them all and turned around to walk directly towards the parking lot. After doing something so insidious, how dare you ignore us? Zhang Wei, are you looking for death? Vicious voices came from behind Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, just casually came to a car. What are you doing? For some reason, seeing Zhang Wei at this moment, these two relatives of Wu Huimin suddenly developed a strange feeling. It was as if the current Zhang Wei was no longer the Zhang Wei they knew before. This is someone else's car. Hurry up and get out of here. Obviously, they did not feel that a poor man like Zhang Wei could afford a car, let alone such an expensive one. This car beside Zhang Wei, at a glance, they knew that the price was not low, and from the shape of the body as well as its appearance, it seemed to be a new car. None of them seemed to have noticed when the company had such a new car. Then, they saw Zhang Wei casually open the car door and sat on it. How could he open the car door? Is the car unlocked? Buzz dash the sound of the vehicle starting came, and then, under the watchful eyes of these two men as well as Wu Huimin behind them, this obviously expensive SUV drove out of the company, gradually moving away. From start to finish, Zhang Wei did not even glance at them. It was as if they were just flowers and grasses on the roadside, or small insects. As for Wu Huimin, when he saw this scene, he seemed to finally understand something, and the expression on his face grew more and more bitter. So, it's like this? Wu Huimin's expression was somewhat disoriented, but more than that, it was a stifled feeling as if he had been punched in the chest. If you have money, why don't you just say so earlier? What do you want to pretend to be poorer than? If I knew you were so rich, I would still dare to target you like that? Wu Huimin's heart is racing. If he had known that Zhang Wei is so rich, work may be just because of his interest, how would he dare to target Zhang Wei like that? But now, he cannot even regret it. Even in the original Wu Huimin also thought that even if he left the company, borrow some relations, to see if you can Zhang Wei's cousin to get out of the company's revenge idea, but also can only be dead in the bottom of their hearts. How dare this? That Zhang Wei can so simple and easy to their own people from the company out. Who knows what his relationship with the company's executives? What if those people turn around and sell themselves? Soon, Wu Huimin extinguished his thoughts. The other end of the Zhang Wei, this time is driving towards the green world. He did not mean to scare Wu Huimin, but really just happened to run into it, because just a moment ago, he had received a message from the little beauty selling the house in Greenland World, that the things that needed to be purchased for the house reason, were already complete. So fast? When Zhang Wei arrived at Greenland World, Shan Yanyan had already waited at the door, and when she saw Zhang Wei, a smile instantly bloomed on her face. Because you are our honored guest of Greenland World, well, so we made the first arrangement for you, Shan Yanyan said with a smile. And before that, the house's decoration and whatnot had actually been completed a long time ago, so I'm sure you're aware of that as well, Shan Yanyan said, winking towards Zhang Wei. This person, there was something strange. Although Shan Yanyan was still only working part-time at school, she had seen quite a few people. Rich second generation with money had also met, and no matter which kind of second generation it was, it would more or less carry a personal aura that made her feel annoyed. But Zhang Wei was different. Although Zhang Wei was rich, on his body, he really didn't seem to have that strange temperament of other second generation. It was just that. Shan Yanyan also felt a little bit less descriptive. That is, she felt that this man's values about money seemed to be completely different from others. If Zhang Wei knew Shan Yanyan's thoughts, he would definitely feel that her guess was really too accurate. How could his values towards money be the same as those in this world? Because the world he came from was a world that had more than 1,000,000 times difference in the value of goods from this world. Then show me my new home, please. Zhang Wei revealed a warm smile towards Shan Yanyan. Shan Yanyan's face also blushed furiously. Chapter 33 Introduction Fee. In Shan Yanyan's mind, she obviously had a good impression of Zhang Wei. However, she also quickly realized that it seemed a bit impolite for her to keep staring at people like this. So after hearing Zhang Wei's words, she immediately withdrew her gaze. Only her face was still a bit flushed. Then, please follow me, Shan Yanyan whispered. and then immediately ran ahead of Zhang Wei, leading the way for him. It was true that Zhang Wei was not a wayfarer, but the Greenland World neighborhood was really quite big, and he, who had only been here once, simply did not remember where the 4 houses he had previously chosen were located. It wasn't until Shang Yanyan took him on a fresh walk that he was able to memorize his new houses. First, it's this room, Shang Yanyan introduced for Zhang Wei in a low voice. In fact, Zhang Wei had bought these houses after her recommendation. When she heard Zhang Wei say that he bought all these houses, Shang Yanyan was still a bit incredulous, and she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Zhang Wei really bought all these houses, and it was still on the spot, with full payment of cash. Shang Yanyan dared to swear that she had never seen someone who didn't treat money as money in her life. Smoky, just as Shang Yanyan was still being introduced, a shout suddenly came from behind the two. Hearing the voice, Shang Yanyan subconsciously turned her head towards her back. Ah, senior sister, it's you. Seeing the visitor, Shang Yanyan couldn't help but say hello. Seeing Shang Yanyan, the school sister also revealed a smile and was just about to speak, but then she suddenly noticed Zhang Wei beside Shang Yanyan and her face changed. Are you, that senior? Zhu Yuan looked at Zhang Wei. It was only at this time that she realized that she actually didn't even remember someone's name yesterday, but remembering what happened before, Zhu Yuan felt nothing but complete disgrace. Moreover, there was also scorn towards Zhang Wei, because from beginning to end, she had only seen a bunch of unknown cards that Zhang Wei had taken out, while not even knowing if Zhang Wei was really rich or a liar. So for Zhang Wei, she only had scruples, but vaguely, she also wanted to continue probing Zhang Wei's bottom line, and if he was really a rich man, she could actually. Hello. Zhang Wei turned his head and greeted Zhu Yuan. In reality, he didn't have much of an impression of Zhu Yuan, only that he also vaguely remembered that this seemed to be Yi Xiaoxiao's roommate. Zhu Yuan organized his emotions for a while before he revealed a smile and asked, "It's really you. What are you doing here, senior?" Suddenly, seemingly remembering something, Zhu Yuan's gaze swept over Shang Yanyan's body. The eyes suddenly became a little playful. So, it is like this? It can't be seen. Shang Yanyan in the school, but a look of not eating the fire of the earth. What kind of boys do not take care of? Did not expect to be outside, actually has long been hooked up, and still Yi Xiaoxiao has long been interested in the man. Oh, this is interesting. Look at the house. Zhang Wei said indifferently. The previous house felt a bit uncomfortable to live in, so I was planning to buy a new house and move out. So that's how it is. Zhu Yuan said. Then do you mind if I accompany you to take a look and give you some advice? When Shang Yanyan on the side heard Zhu Yuan's words, she couldn't help but frown, because this was her job. But Zhu Yuan is a school sister that she knew from school. She couldn't open her mouth to directly refuse for a while. What made Shang Yanyan and Zhu Yuan a bit stunned was that at this time, Zhang Wei actually shook his head directly and said, "Thank you, there is no need for the time being." Zhu Yuan's heart sank. Could his own thoughts have been seen? This man was actually so powerful. Was this too much of a rush all of a sudden? Zhang Wei glanced at Zhu Yuan and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Look my ass, I'm dyslexic, and now that I have money, in case you give a whole bunch of opinions, won't I end up buying a few sweets again?" Although Zhang Wei didn't care about the money for these several sweets, he couldn't live alone if he bought so many houses. Even if he bought 4 sweets, it was already a bit too much to live in. That is fine. Seeing Zhang Wei's expression, Zhu Yuan couldn't help but say somewhat stifled. And at this time, the sound of someone calling Zhu Yuan's name also came from the distance. Little edge, only to see a young man led by a salesgirl walking over towards this side. "You've come, brother Feng." Seeing the youth, Zhu Yuan instantly became coquettish, his tone carrying a hint of sweetness that made even Shang Yanyan feel a little goosebumps. "Well, let's go." The youth instead nodded very plainly towards Zhu Yuan, and then walked towards a house under the lead of the sales lady. He was also here to buy a house. Of course, it was to buy it for himself. Although Zhu Yuan was his current girlfriend, the house did not have much to do with her. Su Feng's gaze suddenly fell on the two people not far away, and he couldn't help but light up as he swept past Shang Yanyan. "Recognize?" Su Feng asked. Zhu Yuan's heart sank, and he forced himself to hold back that heartfelt anger, before he said in a sweet and delicate voice that pinched his throat, "Well, recognize, one is a schoolmate from school, the other is my college roommate's boyfriend." Schoolmate? Not caring about the roommate's boyfriend or anything like that, Su Feng couldn't help but see a sharp light in front of his eyes after hearing Zhu Yuan's schoolmate appellation, as if he had discovered some new continent. "Brother," playing quite openly. Stepping in front of Zhang Wei, Su Feng subconsciously sized up Zhang Wei, and after realizing that Zhang Wei's body might not add up to his meal money, his expression instantly became somewhat playful. A turtle who came out of nowhere could actually have his feet in 2 boats, or such a high-class boat? Su Feng felt that it was simply God being blind. Play what? Zhang Wei frowned, not understanding what this guy was talking about at all. Lend me this girl to play with. Name a price? Su Feng's expression grew more and more playful as he sniffed. Please show some respect. Without waiting for Zhang Wei to open his mouth, Shan Yanyan's expression suddenly turned angry. Make a price? At this time, Zhang Wei's also reacted to what this youth was saying. Only, was this person taking himself too seriously? That's right, make an offer. Su Feng laughed. It's just for fun anyway, and I can still make a profit along the way. So why don't you introduce this girl to me? Well, Zhang Wei's face revealed a thoughtful look. As for Shan Yanyan on the side, her favorable impression of Zhang Wei also dropped to the extreme. She felt that she was simply blind. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she heard Zhang Wei open his mouth towards Su Feng. The introduction fee of $1,000? Hearing this figure, Su Feng's eyes snapped wide open. Introduction fee, $1,000? Are you crazy? Chapter 34, Holding a Grudge. Su Feng was a second generation, and a very standard rich second generation. But no matter what grade of second generation, Su Feng had never seen a second generation that could casually take out $1,000 in one breath. You tricked me? Su Feng looked at Zhang Wei, his face somber. You asked me to introduce you to someone. Isn't it normal for me to ask for an introduction fee? Zhang Wei said, wanting to meet beautiful women, wanting to act like a pussy, and not wanting to spend money. Where in the world is such a good thing? This person also really had a problem. Zhang Wei actually didn't want to get involved in these messy things. After all, Shan Yanyan actually had nothing to do with him. At best, the relationship between the two was that of a consumer and a seller. And even the relationship of a friend was not even close. Zhang Wei also did not have the idea to care about these things, and not really see a beautiful girl to be taken for himself, even if there is money. Zhang Wei has not been so heartless. However, I have no grievances with you. Why do you want to pretend in front of me? Looking at the ugly-faced Su Feng, Zhang Wei had a speechless expression. Good. Su Feng didn't say any more, backed up 2 steps and came back to Zhu Yuan's side, one hand wrapped around the shoulder of Zhu Yuan, whose face was equally unsightly. Since you're so insensitive, let's just wait and see. Don't want to spend money? Su Feng's face was a bit ugly. This is the first time I've heard that introducing a girl requires 1,000 yuan introduction fee. Do you think she's a national VIP? Even if she's a national dignitary, it doesn't need to be such a big expense to just introduce her. Hearing this man's words, Zhang Wei couldn't help but scrutinize the man in front of him once again with eyes like a fool. Originally, he didn't believe that those so-called second generation would be stupid to such an extent. But hearing is believing and seeing is believing, and this time he had really seen it. It might not necessarily be the case that all second generation were of this demeanor, but Zhang Wei confirmed with his eyes that this one was truly stupid. Sorry, I don't want to see you again at all. Rolling his eyes, Zhang Wei then walked directly towards the house, while behind Zhang Wei, Shan Yanyan followed silently, also no longer looking at Su Feng's side, just following behind Zhang Wei. Shan Yanyan unconsciously had a trace of gratitude in her eyes. It was like this when she was in school. She was also often pestered by different boys, and sometimes it would be very troublesome. And the 1,000 introduction fee that Zhang Wei had just mentioned was, in Shan Yanyan's opinion, nothing more than an excuse to stand up for her. Mr. Zhang, thank you. Shan Yanyan followed behind Zhang Wei and whispered her thanks. Zhang Wei glanced back at Shan Yanyan, then nodded. It's fine, I'm not helping you either. It's just that guy doesn't have any money of his own, and he still has to act like a pussy. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Shan Yanyan couldn't hold back her laugh for a moment. No money? If one didn't have money, they wouldn't be in a neighborhood like Greenland World. Those who were able to live in Greenland World, at the very least, had a consumption level above well off. After all, as a newly built neighborhood, Greenland World's housing prices were not cheap. Being so young, and obviously coming over on his own, there was no doubt that he was definitely a person whose family did not lack money. And such a person, in Zhang Wei's mouth, could only be an evaluation of no money? Immediately after, Shan Yanyan recalled the scene when Zhang Wei bought the house before, as well as the appearance of the 4S store sending the car over. Perhaps, in this person's eyes, that person could only be considered broke. Shan Yanyan thought silently in her heart, but she couldn't help but be a little curious about Zhang Wei, because Zhang Wei's age doesn't seem to be too old. Why does the value seem to have a big gap with the ordinary like her? On the other hand, seeing Zhang Wei and Shan Yanyan enter the house, Su Feng and Zhu Yuan's faces were both not very good. You know that guy? Glancing at Zhu Yuan beside him, Su Feng casually asked. Also, not very familiar. Just met him once. Today is the second time we met. Zhu Yuan said somewhat reluctantly. Su Feng's hand that was placed on Zhu Yuan's shoulder suddenly closed and pulled Zhu Yuan's hair as he said with a somewhat sinister tone. When I wasn't around, you actually dared to hook up with another man? No, I didn't. Really didn't. The sharp pain made Zhu Yuan unable to stop screaming. I just went to dinner with my roommate last time, and this man is my roommate's friend. Roommate? Hearing Zhu Yuan's words, the force on Su Feng's hand then slowly relaxed a little, but still didn't let go of Zhu Yuan, but just pulled Zhu Yuan's hair and walked into the other gate. He had come here to buy a house. However, it was not bought for himself, but for Zhu Yuan to live in temporarily. Su Feng was a very possessive person. In his opinion, Zhu Yuan was his own private belongings. Only he could think about other people's things, while others absolutely could not touch his. Under the pain, Zhu Yuan could only be pulled into the door of the room, and did not dare to resist Su Feng at all, because she knew very well that at this time, if she resisted Su Feng, then she would only suffer more pain next. Boom! Closing the door of the room, Su Feng pushed Zhu Yuan onto the sofa and said in an indifferent tone, "Tell me, which one of your roommate's friends is it?" "Did you?" "Shut up," Su Feng sneered and said, not giving me Su Feng face at all. "I haven't seen such an interesting person in a long time. Speak up, who's the friend?" Zhu Yuan spoke with some difficulty. "It's Yi Xiao Xiao." Put. Just after this name was said, Zhu Yuan felt a surge of air rushing in front of her. It turned out that the table in front of her was directly kicked over by Su Feng. "Who did you say is?" Su Feng's increasingly eerie voice came out ghostly. Hearing this voice, Zhu Yuan couldn't help but shiver. Yi Xiao Xiao. She didn't dare not to answer, because the consequences of not answering would only be worse. At this time, she already had some regrets, regretting that she had actually developed the desire to use Su Feng to fight Zhang Wei before. More so, she regretted that she had actually found Su Feng as her boyfriend early in the morning. This guy was completely a psychopath, even if he usually looked no different from a normal person. But once he fell into some kind of paranoia, this guy was a completely incomprehensible madman, and madness is uncontrollable. At this moment, Zhu Yuan was really a bit regretful. Snap! Not long after, Su Feng came to the sofa and squatted down, an eerie smile on his face as he reached out and patted Zhu Yuan's cheeks, reddening her face. "Come on, tell me more about Xiao Xiao." Chapter 35. Is this guy really a tycoon? After Zhang Wei had finished looking at his 4 sets of houses, it was almost dinner time. To be honest, Zhang Wei was still quite satisfied with a few sets of new houses. The main thing is that you can turn in your bag right away, and you don't have to buy a bunch of messy furniture. These aspects, obviously the people in the Greenland World neighborhood are quite considerate, and all of them are already complete. No wonder the houses in this neighborhood are so hot. Zhang Wei sighed with a rare emotion. The efficiency is really high. Very high indeed. Shan Yanyan also said from the sidelines, "My current goal is to be able to save up enough money in the shortest possible time after graduation and then buy a house in the Greenland World neighborhood." A smile appeared on Shan Yanyan's face. "In that case, I would be considered to have a home in this city." Home. Zhang Wei on the side couldn't help but fall into thought. Home. Was it really just a house? But soon, Zhang Wei got rid of this kind of thinking again, because this kind of question was just a bit too philosophical for him. "Then I wish you early success," Zhang Wei said. "Many thanks, Mr. Zhang." Shan Yanyan also nodded. "Is Mr. Zhang ready to leave?" "Well, I'm ready to go eat, but I don't know where to eat yet," Zhang Wei asked. "Do you have any recommendations for a place?" Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Shan Yanyan's face couldn't help but show a touch of embarrassment. "The places that Mr. Zhang wants to go to are those kind of high-end restaurants, right? I haven't been to that kind of place." "No," Zhang Wei waved his hand. "Just as long as it's delicious. I'm not a picky eater. What's upscale or not? I'm not the kind of fool who likes to be pitted." Shan Yanyan's expression was a bit subtle for a while. After all, in her impression, Zhang Wei was a real super tycoon, buying 4 houses in one go, and buying several cars at once, just like a wholesaler. Wouldn't such a person frequent those high-class restaurants? "Actually, I'm a rather lazy person. If you want to talk about takeout, I really know which one is good, but outside, I'm not so sure." As Zhang Wei said that, he couldn't help but scratch his head with a somewhat awkward expression. Seeing Zhang Wei's action, the expression on Shan Yanyan's face suddenly became even more subtle. "You're such a big tycoon, and you're telling me that you eat takeout every day?" For a moment, Shan Yanyan felt as if something had collapsed in her heart. This guy, is he really a tycoon? How did it feel like it had become so grounded all of a sudden? "In that case, then I really do know of a good restaurant. Let me lead the way for you, Mr. Zhang." Shan Yanyan laughed. "Good." Zhang Wei nodded. "Right, did you just call Sister Zhu Yuan? Are you also a student of Binhai Normal University?" "Aha." Shan Yanyan nodded. "Then coincidentally, I also graduated from there, so don't call me any sir, just call me senior," Zhang Wei said. "Okay, senior." Shan Yanyan did not expect that the super rich youth in front of her was actually her senior. The two of them left Greenland World together and headed straight towards the food street that Shan Yanyan had mentioned. This is the one. Arriving at the entrance, Shang Yanyan saw that it was a bit overcrowded inside, and subconsciously pulled Zhang Wei to quickly squeeze in. Normally, it's hard to grab a seat here during meal times. After pulling Zhang Wei and finding a seat with great difficulty, Shang Yanyan was also a bit out of breath. Recalling that she had just taken the initiative to pull Zhang Wei's hand, she could not help but blush a little. It feels like, it's kinda not easy. Zhang Wei nodded and glanced around, realizing that although this restaurant didn't look good on the outside, it was quite crowded. It had the feeling of a KFC at a train station. Let's have a meal together. It's my first time here. Just order the food. Count it as my treat, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Shang Yanyan seemed a little embarrassed and whispered, "That is not too good. What's wrong with that? You took me on a small half-day run today. Consider it a reward for thanking you," Zhang Wei said. "That is fine." Speaking of the reward, Shang Yanyan did nod and did not refuse. Shang Yanyan rejected those boys. That was because those people almost always had other ideas about her. But in the eyes of the senior in front of her, she did not see the slightest desire or other emotions. And even sometimes, Shang Yanyan wondered if she had become ugly. Of course, Shang Yanyan is certainly not ugly. Only Zhang Wei well. What do you expect from a die-hard geek and a straight man of steel? Not to mention, this guy is still a thug. The current Zhang Wei was still indulging in a "I'm rich and I don't know how to spend my money" mood, and he hadn't been able to get out of it for a while. "Smokey?" Just as the two had just finished ordering, a voice once again came from the side. "You really have a lot of acquaintances." Hearing this cry, Zhang Wei couldn't help but say something as well. Shang Yanyan's expression was a bit awkward. The university town was very close to here, and Shang Yanyan was also considered a little famous in the school, so being able to meet acquaintances was not really a strange thing. Only to see a young man from the crowd that is panting squeezed out into the restaurant. Seeing Shang Yanyan, the youth's gaze was pleasantly surprised, but when his eyes swept aside Zhang Wei, the youth's face instantly became ugly. However, it was clear that he was not the same as Su Feng before, and his ugly face quickly converged, squeezing out a smile and said, "Smokey, what a coincidence. You are also eating here?" "Aha." Shang Yanyan nodded without much indication. Moreover, she and the youth in front of her were really not very familiar. "Is this one your relative? Introduce and get to know?" the youth said. "Dai Lang, does this have anything to do with you?" Shang Yanyan frowned and said, "Between us, it seems like we are not familiar to this extent, right?" Originally, Shang Yanyan thought that if she said this, the other party would back off. After all, in Shang Yanyan's opinion, in school, we have not yet arrived in society after the thickness of that kind of skin, so that, this Dai Lang should know difficult to retreat. However, Shang Yanyan soon realized that she seemed to have underestimated Dai Lang's cheek thickness. How could it be? Only to see Dai Lang say without the slightest bit of retreat, "We're the president and vice president of the same club. Isn't it necessary to care about the lives of our classmates and club members?" Dai Lang turned his head to look at Zhang Wei. "Friend, you say, I'm right, right?" Saying that, Dai Lang revealed a provocative look towards Zhang Wei. "Don't know, not interested, get lost." Zhang Wei directly came with a trifecta. Dai Lang's expression instantly froze. Chapter 36 Is everything under your control? So, it's true that it's easy to attract butterflies when a girl is too pretty. At this time, Zhang Wei had no fluctuation in his heart, and even wanted to spit a little. Shang Yanyan was indeed very pretty, yes, and her character also belonged to the kind of very self-reliant look. At the very least Zhang Wei saw, this kind of girl is indeed very popular. To say that Zhang Wei has no idea at all, that is definitely impossible. He was a very normal man, sex male, hobby female. It's just that it's also true that the more outstanding a woman is, the more likely she is to attract men in more trouble. And Zhang Wei himself kind of hates trouble. Moreover, he has not been in love yet. That's right, Zhang Wei is a high-end single dog who has been maternally single so far, and randomly, he doesn't know how to express his emotions to girls at all. However, as a die-hard otaku and a paragraph writer, when faced with this kind of scene, Zhang Wei felt that he was still able to cope with it. No matter what, he was also a greaseball who had been in the society for several years, although he was not old enough. But dealing with this kind of student who was still in the ivory tower, Zhang Wei felt that he had no problem. "What do you mean?" Dai Lang looked at Zhang Wei and said with a somewhat ugly expression. "Nothing means we are eating here. You suddenly ran over to disturb. Is it hard to believe that you want to mean it and treat us to dinner?" Zhang Wei asked rhetorically. Dai Lang's tone stagnated. Indeed, no matter what this man's identity was, it was the two of them who were eating here now. What? No invitation? If you don't invite, please make way first, Zhang Wei said nonchalantly. "If you can't even afford to spend this amount of money, what kind of girl are you chasing?" Shang Yanyan didn't say anything. She just couldn't help but lower her head slightly. not wanting Zhang Wei to see her expression of wanting to laugh. For some reason, Shan Yan suddenly developed a familiar feeling. When this senior disliked people, it seemed like he almost always had the same look. Dai Lang couldn't help but change his face when he noticed the smile at the corner of Shan Yan's mouth, who was hanging her head down. Other people didn't matter, but if he let Shan Yan feel that he was a stingy guy, Dai Lang felt that he would definitely be out of luck. Immediately patting his chest, he said, "Isn't it just a meal? What's the big deal? I'll treat it if I treat it." At this time, the waiter happened to bring the bill over. Dai Lang settled the bill with a somewhat stiff expression, but soon realized that something was wrong. Why did he invite this guy to dinner? I don't even know who you are, okay? Well then, thank you for this student's generosity. It was only at this time that I heard Zhang Wei say somewhat unhurriedly, "Now, classmate, please return." You what you? Zhang Wei pointed at the table in surprise and said, "Classmate, can't you see that we're eating at a table for two?" It was only at this time that Dai Lang reacted to the fact that he seemed to have been punked. Shan Yan, on the other hand, forced herself not to laugh out loud. These students who were still in school and didn't lack money were still a bit too juvenile. In contrast, this senior has a different kind of maturity on him. Shan Yan finally understood why there were so many boys pursuing her in school, but she didn't feel anything at all. It's because these boys are just too young. No matter what, Shan Yan has also been working outside for quite a long time. Since middle school, she has been working outside for summer vacation, completely different from these people who have been living under the protection of their parents. Her social values were much more mature. You wait for me. It was only after a long time that Dai Lang gritted his teeth and said, TSK, this is putting up a hard word. I say schoolmate, haven't you graduated from the second grade of middle school yet? How old are you? And you're still learning how to speak harshly from a child, Zhang Wei said with a TSK. Dai Lang grimaced and said in a low growl, "Don't forget that I'm the one who paid for this meal. It's only right for you to roll out. Didn't you volunteer?" Zhang Wei was surprised. "I didn't beg you to pay. Senior, I am helping you to grow your social experience. I'm increasing your..." Dai Lang directly rushed forward and tugged on Zhang Wei's clothes, looking like he was about to make a move. Shan Yan on the other side was also startled, and hurriedly came over and ripped Dai Lang away, saying loudly, "Dai Lang, what exactly are you going to do?" "It's him." Without waiting for Dai Lang to finish, Shan Yan said with an angry face, "Senior is my client. Client, you know? And if it wasn't for Senior, I would have already been fired from the company. You think I'm having too good of a time and have to make trouble for me, don't you?" "Ha?" Dai Lang was a bit dumbfounded. I didn't mean that." "Then what do you mean?" Shan Yan let go of Dai Lang and said in a somewhat angry tone, "I told you a long time ago, I don't have any feelings for you, so please don't pester me anymore, okay? You're a good person, so I hope you won't disturb my work anymore," Shan Yan said. At this time, Zhang Wei seemed to hear a strange sound coming from the air. "Drop, good man card." When Dai Lang heard this, his face suddenly turned green and white, especially since the commotion over here was somewhat not small, and there were quite a few people betting curious gazes towards this side, which instantly made Dai Lang's face even more unsightly. In the end, Dai Lang glared fiercely at Zhang Wei before turning around and running towards the outside. This place really can't stay. As for Shan Yan, she also calmed down at this time and sat back in her seat. This time, "Thank you, Senior," Shan Yan said in a low voice. "Ha?" Hearing Shan Yan's words, Zhang Wei could not help but freeze for a moment. Why did she thank herself? Did I do something? Zhang Wei was a bit bewildered. Just now, it seemed like he had just been a bit of a barbarian. Seemingly, there was nothing to be thanked for, right? It's fine, no need to thank me. The food is served. Let's eat." At this time, just as the waiter came over with the dishes, Zhang Wei greeted in a cheerful tone. Shan Yan, himself, did he misunderstand something? Wasn't it just now that the senior was looking for an opportunity to help himself get rid of Dai Lang completely? Shan Yan was a bit puzzled, but soon, she was sure of her guess, because from beginning to end, she did not see a trace of panic on Zhang Wei's face. Wasn't this proof that everything that happened just now was actually under Zhang Wei's control? However, it seemed like the senior didn't like to bring this up. Forget it, just keep the thanks silently in your heart. Shan Yan looked at Zhang Wei, and a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in her eyes. This was the mark of a mature man, right? It was indeed completely different from those students who only knew how to fight with passion and courage. "Smokey, this poem is really good. This time I came to the right place." Shan Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Really, everything is under the control of the senior. However, Senior is really awesome. Actually guessed what she was thinking in a flash. Yes. With a smile on her face, Shan Yan answered crisply. Chapter 37, You don't need to pretend with me. As a salted fish, Zhang Wei still had a certain pursuit for food. In the past, he could spend more than half an hour ordering a takeaway. On one hand, he wanted to eat something delicious, and on the other hand, it was just difficult to choose. So after sitting down, Zhang Wei naturally let Shang Yan order the food. It was only halfway through the meal that Shang Yan couldn't help but ask, "Senior, I would like to ask, did you also calculate Dai Lang's appearance?" "Zhang Wei? That, Smokey, is it alright for me to call you that?" After seeing Shang Yan nod her head, Zhang Wei then couldn't help but spit out, "I'm just an ordinary person. It's not like I'm an immortal who can calculate." Oh, Shang Yan nodded and said thoughtfully, "So Dai Lang's appearance was just a way for you to let him settle the bill. It's too powerful." Senior just casually opened his mouth, and Dai Lang, that fool, took the initiative to settle the bill on his own. Shang Yan looked at Zhang Wei with a serious face. "No wonder Senior is young and has a huge fortune now. Sure enough, I have a lot to learn. There is still a lot to learn. Oi, have you gotten something wrong?" It was only at this time that Zhang Wei realized that this schoolmate, it seemed, had just naturally turned into a brainstorming monster. So, just now, what exactly was she thinking in her head? Forcibly suppressing his desire to spit, Zhang Wei looked at Shang Yan, and his eyes couldn't help but get a little complicated. It turned out that he had accidentally turned into a guy who cheated in Shang Yan's eyes. "I'll go back and continue working. Thanks for your teaching today, Senior." After leaving the restaurant, Shang Yan said to Zhang Wei with a serious face, "It's fine, you cheer up." Zhang Wei said somewhat breathlessly. He really didn't do anything himself. He just looked at that guy a bit unfavorable, so he disliked him in passing, not expecting that all of a sudden, he had turned into an image of an old fox in the eyes of this schoolgirl. Well, this kind of image can't be trusted. After bidding farewell to Shang Yan, Zhang Wei was a bit confused for a while. After quitting his job, he suddenly didn't know what to do. Zhang Wei thought about it and finally decided to take a look at the piece of land he bought. After all, it is the person who is going to make an investment. How can you not care about your assets? After pulling out his cell phone, Zhang Wei made a direct call to Ji Qing. "Ms. Ji Qing's voice appeared to be a bit exasperated. "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with Boss Zhang?" Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. "What's wrong with this woman? Why does this tone feel like she's eaten gunpowder?" I wanted to ask, Miss Ji, are you free?" Before Zhang Wei could finish his sentence, he heard Ji Qing's tone seem to become cheerful all of a sudden. "What's the matter? Is Boss Zhang going to treat me to dinner? I just finished eating." "Ji Qing, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first." On the other side of the phone, only Ji Qing's breathing obviously became a little short. It wasn't excitement, but anger. This damn straight man is also too obnoxious. At this time, Zhang Wei also realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing, and hurriedly changed his words. "Actually, Miss Ji, aren't you my personal investment advisor now? I would like to ask Miss Sister to take me to see the piece of land I bought over near the sea, and then take this opportunity to treat Miss Ji to another meal. I wonder what Miss Ji would like to do. So it's like this." Ji Qing grunted. "Alright then, Mr. Zhang can send me an address. I'll come over directly." It was only after hanging up the phone that Zhang Wei couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. It seemed that in the future, when talking to girls, he really needed to pay attention to his tone of voice before doing so. Not long after, Zhang Wei saw Ji Qing driving the small car that he had driven earlier parked not far away from him and waved towards him. "Get in." It had to be said that both Ji Qing's person and car were quite eye-catching and bright. Quite a few passers-by beside him subconsciously bet their gazes over when they saw such a big beauty as Ji Qing stepping down from the car. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment and didn't bother to go to the garage to get his car, so he directly got into Ji Qing's car. TSK, it's true that all the good cabbages have been swept away by pigs. That kid doesn't know what kind of luck he's had, actually having such a beautiful woman driving specially to pick him up. The passers-by let out envious exclamations. Zhang Wei, who was sitting on the car, didn't think so much about it, but just asked Ji Qing with some curiosity. "Ms. Ji, aren't you usually busy? Why did you come so soon?" "Of course I'm busy, but since it's your request, Mr. Zhang, I definitely have to come over first thing in order to do so," Ji Qing said with a smile. In fact, after signing a good contract with Zhang Wei, much of Ji Qing's work had been temporarily handed over to others by Chen Xingzhou, and Ji Qing's main job now was to buttress Zhang Wei's affairs. Even so, Chen Xingzhou had asked her if she wanted to simply stay by Zhang Wei's side as an exclusive secretary. In response, Ji Qing said that it wasn't impossible to consider it. "Let's go. Since Mr. Zhang wants to take a look at your piece of land, let's head over there now. It just so happens that there are quite a few people waiting over there right now," Ji Qing said, directly starting the vehicle. "Waiting? What do you mean?" Zhang Wei just wanted to ask what the situation was, but he found a mysterious smile on Ji Qing's face, with no intention of explaining at all. Soon, the offshore district intersection, when Ji Qing's car arrived, but found that the intersection that was closed was surrounded by people at this time, and those who didn't know thought that some kind of celebration was being held. What is this situation? Seeing the sea of people in front of him, Zhang Wei was a bit puzzled. These, of course, are all investors who want to enter the offshore area, Ji Qing said rightfully. Investors? Of course. Ji Qing linked towards Zhang Wei and said, don't you know, Mr. Zhang, how important this piece of land you took down is to the next development of Marina City? Right now, many bigwigs throughout Marina City are inquiring about you, wanting to get a qualification to enter the offshore area for investment. Isn't it just a piece of land? Is it so exaggerated? Zhang Wei was a bit stunned. It's not just a piece of land that's simple. Oh. Ji Qing laughed. Mr. Zhang, you don't have to pretend. Didn't you already know that the officials were preparing to develop the tourism industry in the coastal area? That's why you bought this piece of land? We are our own people now, so you and I don't need to pretend anymore. And in front, there seemed to be people among the crowd who had also discovered the existence of this car, and it seemed that they had already received the news, and the crowd immediately surged over towards this side. Coming. Stop them. We, Zhengda Trading, must take the quota. And us too. Zhang Wei blinked. He seemed to have, again, been misunderstood about something. Chapter 38, this man's calculations, terrifying as they are. In fact, when he bought this piece of land, Zhang Wei really didn't think much about it. He just felt that since he wanted to do business, it would be more prudent to invest in a little real estate, than just, casually bought this piece of land only. It was just that he didn't expect that this action of his own seemed to have somewhat of a strange impact all of a sudden. Hello sir, I'm the representative of Zhengda Trading. I want to represent Zhengda Trading to buy a piece of your operating right in the offshore area again. No, renting is fine. I'm the representative of Manhwa Group. We also wish to rent a piece of the offshore district. I'm from Heavy Summer Travel. Just as soon as he got off the bus, Zhang Wei was blocked by a group of people, and a whole bunch of business cards were handed to him, almost disliking his face. Zhang Wei glanced at Ji Qing on the side with a black line all over his head, while Ji Qing on the side showed an expression of watching a good show. Dead straight boy, let you tease me before. However, soon enough, a staff member came over at the intersection and stopped these representatives for the time being. Hello Mr. Zhang, my name is Hu Zhang. You can just call me Old Hu. We're from Huanyan Construction. Just now we've received a notice from above. I heard that you need to inspect the offshore development zone. A tall middle-aged man walked over and asked Zhang Wei in a solemn tone. I was just taking a casual look. I didn't expect to make such a big commotion. Zhang Wei said with some embarrassment. Hu Zhang nodded. You can just come with me. Just leave the rest to us. Saying that, Hu Zhang had his men block away all the people from various group companies around them first, making way for Zhang Wei. Only then did Zhang Wei show an awkward smile towards the people around him, pulling Ji Qing to quickly walk in. Did you hear that? That person seems to be surnamed Zhen? Aha, I heard it too. Hurry up and have someone go and ask around to find out what this Mr. Zhang's origin is. The boss has given a death order this time. The offshore area must get a piece of land this time. Quickly think of a way to get in touch with this Mr. Zhang. The development of the offshore area may be just around the corner. We mustn't lag behind the others. Just yesterday, they received a piece of news. The officials intended to vigorously develop the tourism industry in the coastal area of Marina City. However, the other areas of the coastal region had long been developed and divided up, and the last piece of chassis left was the offshore area that was still empty not long ago. And this piece of land, but has long been Huanyan Construction not long ago to take down in advance. But I don't know what is the reason. This piece of land suddenly transferred into the name of a stranger. It is said that this unknown tycoon directly from the hands of Huanyan Construction bought all the money. How can this be? So, originally one by one ready to find Huanyan Construction to talk about the conditions of the group and entrepreneurs, had begun to turn the goal, began to look for the unknown tycoon. Then, nothing was found. In desperation, these enterprises had no choice but to have their people guard the vicinity of the offshore area for the time being. It was only just now that they finally got the news that the tycoon who had bought the entire offshore development zone was planning to come over to take a look. So then these people gathered around in a brainwave, wanting to talk to this one first. Even Zhang Wei himself didn't know, as the person who had bought the entire offshore development zone, how many people's interests were represented by his every random move now. This was the last piece of cake that could be divided by Marina City for the development of the coastal area. So how could these businessmen not be jealous? It seems that the commotion is really not small. Besides Zhang Wei, Ji Qing said with some tisk. Yeah, Zhang Wei sighed. I didn't expect that just $300 or so would actually be able to make such a big commotion. Ji Qing's eyes instantly widened. Do you know how huge a fortune $300 really is? However, very quickly, Ji Qing remembered Zhang Wei's move of depositing $1,000 in each of the 4 major banks, and instantly couldn't help but sigh again. Perhaps, to this one, $300 was truly nothing. Damn rich straight man. And in front of Zhang Wei, who heard Zhang Wei's exclamation, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye as well. Just $300? How much does this person not consider money as money? If he were himself, he wouldn't be able to save this much money in his entire life, right? No, it should be more than enough for several lifetimes. But looking at this person's expression, it was obvious that he didn't take this money seriously. No wonder he could be a rich man. Mr. Zhang, after visiting your land, do you need to arrange to talk to these people from the major groups? Hu Zhang opened his mouth and asked. I'll think about it, there's no rush yet. Zhang Wei mused. Understood. Hu Zhang nodded. Ji Qing couldn't help but glance at Zhang Wei. This Mr. Zhang, surely he has already planned this long ago, right? Why do you need your Huang Yan to talk about it? As the representative of Silver Feather Industries and also Zhang Wei's investment advisor, Ji Qing was naturally a little hostile to Huang Yan's people, as this was a competitor. We can't let Huang Yan's people cheat Zhang Wei away. We have to keep an eye on it. Thinking in her heart, Ji Qing followed Zhang Wei's side step by step, and the two of them, led by Hu Zhang, strolled around the plot of land that Zhang Wei had bought. The total area covered by the plot reaches close to 3,000 square feet, and this area was used as a garbage discharge and burning area to settle some of the wastes in the early days. And after these wastes were cleared away, the area was a blank slate for any development project. While walking, Hu Zhang carefully observed Zhang Wei's face for the introduction. So, those people out there, they all want to buy a piece of land here for investment? Zhang Wei raised his eyebrows and asked. That's right, if Mr. Zhang is willing, he can also directly hand it over to us. Huangyan Construction, for investment bidding. Before Hu Zhang could finish his sentence, he heard Ji Qing on the side interrupt. Bidding for something like this can actually be done by Silver Feather Industries as well. Hu Zhang was speechless and couldn't help but look at Ji Qing, who also glared back without showing any weakness. Seeing that the two seemed to be somewhat tit for tat, Zhang Wei immediately had a bit of a headache. Such a large piece of land, it's not like all of it can be released at once, and since we're going to carry out the development, the bank is definitely missing. Zhang Wei carefully said, I have some cooperation with all 4 of your banks. How about letting a few banks come to this area first to circle a piece of land each? And then, as far as the development of this plot of land is concerned, I'm going to have to set up a company to handle this as well. Zhang Wei thought about it and added, and upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Hu Zhang and Ji Qing couldn't help but simultaneously suck in a breath of cool air. This person, was he planning to let all the 4 major banks in, and then let the 4 major banks handle it while he himself stealthily maneuvered behind the scenes? This person's calculations are actually as terrifying as this. Chapter 39, Behind the Scenes Controller. The offshore development zone was ready for public bidding. When this news was spread out, all the group companies in the entire Binhai couldn't help but boil over. After all, although the officials had just given the order to prepare for the development of the tourism industry in Binhai City not long ago, anyone with a little bit of vision would be able to see that the value of the coastal area had instantly risen by an unknown number of notches almost at the same time as the official order had just been given. Some of the coastal area stores' rent are almost at the same time rose by several standards, and as the only area that has not yet been developed, its value has even increased by many times. Only, no one knows what person secretly took this piece of land from the hands of Huangyan Construction. And now, this person behind the curtain, finally to show up. And just as many companies in Marina City were rubbing their fists together, wanting to properly get in touch with this big shot who had taken the offshore district's land, they suddenly received news again. This time, the public bidding was actually held by the 4 major banks. For a while, many people were even more imaginative. This person behind the scenes, what exactly is the idea? And what is the head? Actually able to command the people of the 4 major banks? Just as many people thought about the time, the big man behind the curtain, and the 4 big banks are sitting in a total area of less than 50 square feet of small house. Each of them had a cup of Xianmai Ganjiao in their hands and were drinking vigorously. The thing is, that's how it drops, right? Zhang Wei smashed his mouth twice and spoke. I'll be setting up a company on my own a little later on, but I just can't handle this public bidding alone right now, so I'm asking for a few people's help. And as payment, I'll give each of the several of you a piece of land in the offshore area to use to open your banks. How about that? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, the few people present could not help but look at Zhang Wei with odd eyes. This one's calculations were really something. Did he not want to expose himself? Chen Xingzhou's eyes exchanged glances with Su Shangtai on the opposite side of the table and seemed to understand something. This one, however, was a reclusive tycoon. To be able to live in seclusion in such an unknown house while possessing such a huge fortune, it could be seen that this person had a low profile. And now, It was clear that he still didn't want to expose his identity, so such a small matter had to be left to them to handle. That's right, public bidding did sound quite impressive, but in the eyes of people of their level, it was indeed just a small matter. Fan Shang and Bao Woyao on the other side also had inexplicable eyes. Helping to hold a bidding session would allow them to take a piece of land for construction and open a branch in a key development area, which was undoubtedly a huge profit for them. But, were things really that simple? We know about your idea, Mr. Zhang, but, Chen Qingzhou hesitated and spoke. Is Mr. Zhang sure that he is willing to provide us with a piece of land to open a branch at no cost? Zhang Wei laughed. What's gratuitous about it? Haven't I asked all of you to help me conduct a public bidding? Moreover, the next company I'm opening to manage and develop the offshore area will still need the help of a few of you. Sure enough, this piece of land wasn't so easy to get. After a few people made eye contact, they revealed the same look. Chen Qingzhou said indifferently, Ji Qing is now Mr. Zhang's investment advisor. For something like setting up a company, I believe that Ji Qing can handle it alone, and if it's really not enough, I can also send out a certain amount of helpers. He, old Chen, it's not right for you to say that. Su Shangtai, who was on the side, said, what Mr. Zhang is going to set up is a company that manages the development of the offshore area. So in this regard, it's better to leave it to us. Huangyan Construction, who are better at it. Fan Shang coughed and said in a low voice, everyone, the offshore area is going to be developed for tourism and various entertainment facilities. For tourism and entertainment, I don't think there should be anyone who knows more about it than us. Qiu Tian Nongshang. So I think it's better to leave it to us. Bao Woyao glanced at the several people and said, I can have someone open a comic convention in the offshore area every day. The three of them immediately looked at Pao Wuxian with a toothache on their faces. You've had enough. It's always these things every time. Are you done with this? Surname Bao? Zhang Wei was actually a bit moved, but under the gaze of several people, he still didn't take the initiative to say anything. Actually, I think that the bidding matter is after all, if the four seniors are handling it together, so I am personally very relieved. Zhang Wei collected his expression and spoke. So in terms of opening a company, why don't the four of you also help out together? Several of you are busy people, and this small company of mine is not guilty of a few seniors putting in so much effort, so it's only enough for seniors to provide some small help. Hiss. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, several people simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of Shen Maiganjiao. This kid, what a big ambition. To open a company and actually want them, the four major groups, to contribute together? However, if they could take a piece of territory in that area by casually contributing manpower like this, it seemed like a really good choice. Moreover, wouldn't it be even less laborious if several families shared the effort? After a few people thought about it, they felt that it seemed like it would be good. However, after looking back, they couldn't help but feel that Zhang Wei was really deep in the dark. Although he had paid for a few pieces of land, but without moving, he had neither exposed his identity, but also made a few major banks team up to help him set up a company, even making them, the sophisticated people, feel that they had earned it. The more this happened, the more they felt that they couldn't see through Zhang Wei, worthy of being someone who can grasp such huge assets at such a young age. He is truly extraordinary. Such thoughts drifted through the minds of several bigwigs at the same time. Ji Cheng, who was on the side, also heard the exchanges between the several people and looked at Zhang Wei with a different color. All of this, did it turn out to be within his grasp? When he got on the car, he knew that those companies would come to gather around, and first attracted the attention of these people in this way, focusing the attention of all these businessmen in Marina City on the offshore area, and then pushed the four major banks to carry out the bidding process and form the company. And he himself is not moving to draw back, become the controller behind the scenes, secretly manipulate all this. It's really too powerful. Ji Qing originally thought that at his age, being able to do what he did now in silver feather industry should already be considered elite, but now it seems that compared to Zhang Wei, he is still too far behind. Only such a man was worthy of himself. With the help of the four major banks, Zhang Wei also quickly completed the registration of the new company. The outside world, too, finally learned for the first time about the identity of the owner behind the land in the offshore area. Weisher Group, Chapter 40, Su Gang. After Zhang Wei had explained the matter to the four major banks, he had once again managed to be a shirker himself. He just didn't know why, but he was still living at a snail's pace in his original neighborhood house even though he had clearly bought a new house in Greenland World. This made the four bigwigs once again feel like exercising because they had climbed 6 flights of stairs. Party? Company party. Yi Xiao, who called over, explained, our company received a big project this time, so we're organizing a party event to celebrate. I'm worried that I'll accidentally drink too much by then, so can you come and accompany me, senior? Yi Xiaoxiao's voice was very soft and also seemed a bit careful. as if she was afraid that Zhang Wei would refuse. Listening to Yi Xiaoxiao's careful tone, Zhang Wei couldn't help but ponder a bit as well. But soon, he made a decision. No problem, I'll definitely come over then. That's too good. Thank you, senior then. Hearing Zhang Wei's promise, Yi Xiaoxiao's tone became obviously excited. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei then remembered what Yi Xiaoxiao had told himself last time. It seemed that in the future, Yi Xiaoxiao was going to stay and work in Binhai City. As he was thinking, Zhang Wei unknowingly walked downstairs to the small supermarket. Uncle Lu, a pack of red Taschen. Isn't this Xiao Wei? This time you don't want to take a 10 yuan out again. Knowing that your kid got rich, don't pretend to be a pussy in front of us old neighbors. The boss, Uncle Lu, glanced at Zhang Wei and instantly couldn't help but smack his lips and said. Hearing the boss's words, Zhang Wei came back to his senses and instantly couldn't help but smile somewhat awkwardly. For the first time, he realized that he had crossed over, and he was still in this small overtime. By the way, what exactly did you kid do recently? Why did you suddenly become rich? Show Uncle Lu a way to wealth as well. Uncle Lu did not accept Zhang Wei's money this time, and casually took out a pack of cigarettes and stuffed it into Zhang Wei's hand. Coming over and asking, just doing a little business. Zhang Wei laughed and said, I will have the opportunity to introduce you. Later, the two were chatting blindly when suddenly there were shouts of hooting and yelling as well as screams of misery coming from outside. What's going on? Both of them looked towards the outside at the same time, and they saw that a man with a plain appearance of a Chinese character face had twisted a small youth with dyed yellow hair with his backhand, and was holding him down on the ground with a deadly grip, and in the yellow hair's hand, he was holding a cell phone. Zhang Wei fixed his eyes on it. Isn't that my cell phone? He hurriedly walked over. At this time, the man who twisted the little yellow hair was taking the cell phone in his hand and handing it over towards Zhang Wei. Brother, this kid is a pickpocket. Do you see this is yours? Yes, it's mine. Zhang Wei couldn't help but take a look at the man in front of him. The man's skin was a bit tanned, and there was nothing special about his figure, belonging to the kind that couldn't be found by putting it in the crowd. But that Chinese character face added a few points of majesty to him for no reason at all. Thief? At this time, Uncle Lu also walked over, looked at the small yellow hair on the ground, went up as a foot, kicked the small yellow hair out, screamed, my old Lu's land also dares to steal things. The guts are really not small. Ah! Uncle Lu exasperatedly called out. Neighbors, caught the thief. With a holler, a large group of people immediately surrounding little yellow hair in the center. Alright, Xiao Wei, leave this place to us. Uncle Lu atmospherically waved his hand towards Zhang Wei. Uncle Lu is awesome. Zhang Wei couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. This, perhaps, was the reason why he didn't move out straight away. After living for so many years, although these neighbors and whatnot were occasionally a bit gossipy, when it came to this kind of thing, they were always the first to step forward and help. Perhaps this was the reason why distant relatives were better than close neighbors. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, pulled the country-faced man to the nearest small restaurant. Just hungry. Let's go eat something together. Don't be polite, brother. Thanks to you this time, or I'll lose a lot. No, it's fine. Just doing it by the way. Just what I should do. And I'm not hungry right now. Facing Zhang Wei's enthusiasm, the country face was obviously a bit uncomfortable and said somewhat awkwardly. Just as he finished speaking, a goo sound instantly emanated from the abdomen of the country face. The man's black face turned red. But of course, Zhang Wei did not see it, and with a haha laugh, he pulled the man into the small restaurant next to him. My name is Zhang Wei. Brother, good hands. Thanks for today. The man scratched his head. My name is Su Chuang. I was in the army before. I just got discharged and came back. When Zhang Wei heard this, he couldn't help but show a curious look on his face. Yo, retired soldier king? Ah? It's not a soldier king. It's just an ordinary soldier. Previously in the Southern Military Region Marine Corps, Su Gang said hurriedly. In the simple exchange of a few sentences, Zhang Wei could see that this Su Gung's social skills were even weaker than his own. Zhang Wei thought that although he was a bit of a nerd, his social skills were still at the level of ordinary people, but Su Gung might not even reach the level of ordinary people. So brother, what do you have in mind after you retire? After exchanging for a while, Zhang Wei sized up Su Bang and couldn't help but ask. From the simple exchange, Zhang Wei asked some information. Su Bang had once gotten the top 3 scores in the army competition. Even if he wasn't the king of soldiers, he definitely belonged to the kind with excellent hands. He pondered. His size is also considered a boss. Should not also bring a bodyguard or something? He didn't think so before, but after his cell phone was almost touched just now, Zhang Wei reacted to the fact that he was now considered to be carrying a huge amount of money, and as a wardregs, it was really a little bit uneasy to not have some protection. Planning to find a job first, Su Gang thought about it and laughed nervously. I don't have any specialties. I should only be able to find a security company to apply for a job and try it out first. Zhang Wei's eyes instantly turned. Brother Su, I really do have a job here. Do you want to consider it? What kind of job? Su Gang was also a bit surprised, not expecting that by casually catching a thief, there would actually be someone who could introduce a job to him. By the way, be a bodyguard for me, Zhang Wei said in a deep voice. Without waiting for Su Bang to speak, laughter came from the side. You still need a bodyguard, little Wei? Ha ha ha, when did you get rich? The owner, Luo Peng, walked over and served the food while hearing Zhang Wei's words and couldn't help but laugh. The other guests in the restaurant also laughed when they heard the owner's words, and the restaurant was filled with a quick air for a while. After all, in terms of Zhang Wei's appearance, he indeed didn't look like any kind of boss. Besides, could a big boss come to a place like this to eat? At this time, Zhang Wei lightly pulled out a $1 banknote from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Brother Luo, find the money. Seeing that $1 bill, the entire restaurant fell silent, and vaguely, a sound of inhaling came out. $1. Chapter 41 Bodyguard is a card face. After Zhang Wei tapped out that $1 bill, the boss stopped talking, sucking in cool air while trying to verify the authenticity of the bill. These days, who would bring such a large amount of banknotes out to use? That said, before, I heard the old Li next door say that this kid Xiao Wei had gotten rich. Could it be that it was true? And next to him, a burst of sounds of sucking in cool air resounded. This little brother looks this unimpressive. I didn't expect that he's actually a godly man. My God, I've never seen such a large denomination of banknotes in my life. Using such a large banknote to eat at this kind of small restaurant, I'm afraid that you're going to buy the whole restaurant, right? For a while, the surrounding people talked, making the owner Luo Peng's face turn a little red, not to mention having a meal. With this banknote, even if he bought his entire restaurant there was still extra. That, Xiao Wei, don't make things difficult for me. This can't be found. Luo Peng hurriedly piled on the smile and said. Only then did Zhang Wei bare his teeth and asked Luo Peng, then Luo brother, do you think I find a bodyguard now? Is there a problem? No problem. Of course there's no problem, Luo Peng said in a hurry. Alright then, I'll make the payment on my cell phone later. Only then did Luo Peng send a sigh of relief and returned the $1 bill to Zhang Wei with a depressed and envious face. On the other hand, Su Gang, who was sitting opposite Zhang Wei, looked at Zhang Wei with an incredulous face. Originally, he thought that Zhang Wei said that he would introduce him to a job, some kind of neighborhood security guard or something like that, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually want to hire him directly as a bodyguard. Moreover, the scene where Zhang Wei casually took out a $1 bill was really a bit scary to him. Like the others, he had never seen such a large amount of banknotes before. In that case, Brother Su, do you have any requirements for treatment or anything? Just the salary. It was only at this time that Zhang Wei turned his head to Su Bang and asked. Su Bang scratched his head and laughed nervously. Actually, I just casually want to find a job. I don't know if I can meet your requirements. It's fine. Actually, I just want to find a bodyguard to hold the door. Zhang Wei blurted out, but soon realized that something was wrong, as he saw that the opposite side of Su Bao's expression became a bit odd. Let's talk about the treatment. If you're willing to do it, Brother Su, I'll give you a forget it every month. Brother Su, you open it yourself. Su Gang, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Wei and couldn't help but show a thoughtful look on his face. I'll drive it myself? This can't be a test, right? I've heard that many companies like to test newcomers with such questions when recruiting. Su Bao pondered. For wages, monthly, 4 cents? If you really can't, 3 cents will do. In Su Bao's opinion, although he was retired from the army, he didn't seem to have any specialties other than being able to fight, and some of the security guards he had asked seemed to be paid almost like a standard. 4%? Hearing Su Gang's words, Zhang Wei felt a little bit less than pleased with himself. How about this, Brother Su? I'll offer you a salary of 4 cents per month, and you'll be working with me from now on. How's that? 4 cents? Su Bao's face was filled with dismay. This was almost 10 times the price he had mentally expected, and he, who had previously thought about how long it would take for him to find a job after he was discharged from the army, was almost instantly dumbfounded by this surprise. He had never thought that he would be able to find a job with such a high salary just after he was discharged from the army. The people eating at the table next to him couldn't help but show envious and jealous expressions towards Su Bang when they heard Zhang Wei's words. A salary of 4 cents a month. They hadn't even thought about it. As for Zhang Wei bragging? What bragging? People who can take out a dollar bill with their hands, do they need to brag? It's just that. Why would you, such a rich godly man, come to a place like this to eat? Is this the special hobby of a godly man? Is there any problem with this salary package? You can tell me if there is, Brother Su. Zhang Wei's expression was quite sincere. No. Also, boss, don't call me Brother Su, just call me Ah Bang actually, Su Bang said in a hurry. Then it's a deal. Seeing that Su Bao had agreed, Zhang Wei directly clapped his hands and then gave Ji Qing's phone number to Su Bao. Zhang Wei intended to let Ji Qing get Su Beng a suit first, and by this time, he had already begun to imagine the awesome scene when he went out with his bodyguard. He. Su Beng looked at Zhang Wei with a somewhat lustful expression. He always felt that this new boss of his seemed to be a bit unreliable. After fixing Su Beng, Zhang Wei just went home and received a call from Ji Qing. Now Ji Qing, in the investment advisor at the same time, hung as Zhang Wei's new company chairman exclusive secretary position. I say, the new company has just been set up. You disappeared before the formalities and whatnot. You're too irresponsible for a boss, aren't you? Ji Qing's voice was a bit resentful. She had been busy over the past 2 days because of Zhang Wei. Although Zhang Wei had very thoughtfully given Ji Qing an extra salary as a secretary that had nothing to do with Silver Feather Industries. Even so, Ji Qing felt that her hairline was starting to rise. He himself is less than 25 years old. Still a fairy. Compared to his hair. Of course, it is still money that is more important. But hair was also something you couldn't care less about. Isn't it because you're here? Otherwise how could I be so relieved? Zhang Wei said in a hurry. Hearing Zhang Wei's reply, Ji Qing then hummed arrogantly. That is, know how important I am. Who made our great beauty Ji Qing so chaste, virtuous, showy, gifted, eloquent, and delicate? It's precisely because you're so capable that I can rest assured to leave everything to you. Ji Qing was complimented by Zhang Wei for a while, and when she came back to her senses, she realized that Zhang Wei was ready to hang up the phone. Wait, anything else? Zhang Wei was about to use up all the idioms he could think of to compliment a girl. There are still some materials over at the official office that need to be signed by you personally, boss, so don't interrupt. Even if you say it nicely, it's useless. There's no way I can go in your place for this. Hearing that he had to go himself, Zhang Wei instantly replied with some breathlessness. Alright then, by the way, I've personally recruited a bodyguard, and I'll probably contact you when the time comes, so you can help get him a bodyguard outfit. Ha, boss, you haven't even set up your company yet and you're actually recruiting a bodyguard? No, Zhang Wei said with a straight face. It's a matter of cards. Fine. This time, it was Ji Qing's turn to be breathless. I'll give you $1 worth of funding. It has to be a poker face, and the rest will be your bonus. Zhang Wei said. Okay, no problem. Upon hearing the bonus, Ji Qing's entire body instantly perked up. For the sake of the bonus, hair was nothing. Chapter 42 Jinshan, Industrial and Commercial Office. Jia Zhe stroked the somewhat thinning hair on the top of his head, his expression looking a little emotional. The piece of land in the offshore area had been taken away after all. Although he felt a little incomprehensible as to why the land that was originally supposed to belong to Huang Yan Construction would suddenly be resold to a private party, there was no doubt that it was an absolute good thing for the entire Marina City. As the secretary of the municipal official, Jia Zhe knew very well that there really weren't many people in the entire Marina City who could afford to buy that piece of land with that kind of huge amount of money. Even if he could afford to buy the land, the subsequent development also needed to continue spending money. The municipal official also had no choice but to hand over to Huang Yan's people to develop, but did not expect. Huang Yan actually really found a buyer. Although he hadn't met that mysterious buyer, Jia Zhe knew that it was definitely a big shot worthy of his most serious attitude. Secretary Jia is here. Hurry up, Secretary Jia, come in. We've been waiting for a long time. Warmly welcome Secretary Jia's visit. At the doorway, a group of people stood straight and held banners in their hands, looking at Jia Zhe's head full of black lines. These guys, instead of doing their jobs properly, they like to engage in these fancy things. Secretary Jia, come, sit, have some tea. Greeting Jia Zhe, the group of people came to a small table on the side, and a few office personnel smilingly started serving tea and pouring water for Jia Zhe. Secretary Jia, this is the material you asked us to prepare earlier. You can just take it over directly. A leader of the office pulled out a stack of materials with a smile on his face and handed it to Jia Zhe. Well done. Very efficient. Jia Zhe nodded. It's good that Secretary Jia is satisfied. Solving problems for the leaders is what we as subordinates should be sitting on. Right, Secretary Jia, let's ask you about something. Well, go ahead. Jia Zhe drank a mouthful of tea and spoke faintly. This Weisher group, it's that big shot who took that piece of land in the offshore district, right? The man from the office asked carefully. Can you divulge some information, so that we can also see which big shot is the one who actually took that big piece of land in one breath? Jia Zhe frowned, revealing a bit of majesty. Don't ask too much about things you shouldn't. A few people were instantly startled and hurriedly compensated with a smile. No, we're just casually asking. We definitely don't have the intention of prying into secrets. At this time, a youth also appeared at the entrance of the office. Glancing at the interior of the office, he found that most of the people had gathered on a sofa at the very side, and didn't care about it. walking straight towards the counter of the office. At the counter at this time, there was only a young girl looking at the group of people in the corner with envious eyes. Secretary Jia, that was a big shot. Unfortunately, she didn't have the chance to get in touch with a big shot like that, and could only stay here and continue to watch the counter. Too bad. Hello, beautiful lady? Zhang Wei reached out his hand and waved it in front of the wandering little girl's eyes as he opened his mouth to ask. Hello, may I ask what can I do for you? The girl came back to her senses and hurriedly said, it seems that my company has an application material placed over here and needs me to come over and sign it. Can you help me find the material? Zhang Wei opened his mouth and asked, company? Materials? The little girl sized up Zhang Wei and realized that although Zhang Wei was good looking, he wasn't too old, so she didn't care and casually asked, what's the name of your company? Oh, it's called Weisher Group. As soon as these words came out, the entire office hall suddenly fell into a weird silence. Not to mention the little girl at the front desk, even the other people next to her also followed the silence, as if confirming whether they had heard wrong. Weisher Group? Which Weisher Group? Now the entire coastal city. A little bit of connections. Who does not know that near the sea area there is a piece of land to be developed by a company called the Great Shore Group to buy down? But the problem is, this Weisher Group, before this incident, no one has ever heard of it, and only the people in this office knew that this Weisher Group was actually just established, or rather, it was because of the need to develop that piece of land that this Weisher Group was established. Therefore, even the office of the people all want to know who is behind this Great Shore Group. What people so rich and generous? Even if they don't get any benefits, it's still possible to get acquainted first. After striking a good relationship with such a godly man, the matter of money is still considered a matter? You don't. Are you from the Weisher Group? Hearing this name, the little girl instantly even changed her tone. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Just at this time, an excited voice came from the side. Under Zhang Wei's gaze, he only saw a man with somewhat washed out hair on top of his head, but his clothing was meticulously tended to as he took a step towards himself. May I ask if you are Mr. Zhang Wei Zhang? Yes I am. You are. My name is Jia Zhe. I barely hold a secretary position in the city hall. You don't have to be polite. Just call me Xiao Jia. Jia Zhe's face was piled with smiles, pulling Zhang Wei's hand and shaking it vigorously, his expression looking very excited. I heard Miss Ji Qing say that you would personally come over here, so I took the lead and waited over here, and I originally thought that Miss Ji was joking, but I didn't expect that you would actually come over here in person. It's a great honor for us to have a young and talented entrepreneur like you in Marina City, and it's my honor to know you. In the future, we may still have a lot of places we can cooperate. Mr. Zhang, should we go and have a cup of tea together later? As for the other staff members of the office on the side, they were already a bit dumbfounded at this time. Is this really the municipal official's secretary Jia? Wasn't it just a cloudy look? How did it turn into such a licking dog all of a sudden? This one, what's his origin? Have any of you seen him before? A leader of the office couldn't help but ask towards the people around him. The crowd shook their heads in unison. At this time, someone greeted the little girl at the reception desk and asked, wasn't that one just talking to you? Did you hear where this one came from? The little girl, facing a group of leaders, was immediately a bit terrified. I don't know. I just heard him say that he came from the Weisher Group, and that he came to get the materials. It's really the Weisher Group. No wonder, even Secretary Jia has such an attitude. But, even if it's an employee of the Weisher Group, it wouldn't be enough for Secretary Jia to be like this, right? Could it be that this young man is the mysterious super godly man behind the Weisher Group? The one who bought the entire piece of land over in the offshore district in one breath? The group of people looked at each other for a few moments, as if they saw Zhang Wei's figure instantly become incomparably taller. Moreover, it was emitting a bright and dazzling golden light. This was a mountain of gold. Chapter 43, Super Licking Dog. A few people from the office exchanged a few words, seemingly wanting to go up and strike up a conversation with this legendary godly man. However, Jia Zhe didn't seem to give them this opportunity. Pulling Zhang Wei, he directly walked out of the office. This left a group of people from the office only able to look on, but there was nothing they could do about it. It was one thing to want to make good relations with this mysterious gold master, but Secretary Jia, that was also someone who couldn't be offended. Thus, a few people could only watch as the two walked out of the office, gradually moving away. Mr. Zhang, regarding this piece of land you bought, is there any exact investment plan? I will definitely report it to Officer Zhou at the first time and open up the greatest convenience for you. Binhai City Administrator Zhou Yu was the same Zhou Sir that Jia Zhe was talking about. After learning that the piece of land in Huanyan was actually bought by a private individual, Zhou Yu was also happy. If that piece of land was developed well, it would mean a big fluctuation in the economy of the entire Marina City, and even the new area to be developed could provide a number of new jobs, which was undoubtedly a great thing. So after Zhou Yu learned about this matter, the first time he let his secretary Jia Zhe supervise the whole process. "You're too polite, Secretary Jia. I've said it all before, Mr. Zhang. No, now I should be called Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, you can just call me Xiao Jia," Jia Zhe hurriedly said, with a modest face. "Right, let's add a contact first. If there's anything you need in the future, you can contact me directly, Dong Zhang." "Good. Then, does Dong Zhang want to have a meal together later?" Jia Zhe asked. Actually, I've already made an appointment, so it's better to do it some other time." Zhang Wei was a bit overwhelmed by Jia Zhe's enthusiasm. This person in front of him was not a small person. That was the secretary of the municipal official, a real big shot, and he didn't expect to be so polite to himself. "That would be good for another day. If Dong Zhang is free, feel free to contact me," Jia Zhe said with a smile on his face. This respectful attitude was almost as good as when he normally faced municipal official Zhou Yu, but Jia Zhe didn't care. Others didn't know, but he had inquired from the 4 major banks. This person is the real god of wealth. Not only did he buy that piece of land, but he also directly deposited $1,000 in each of the 4 major banks. What does that mean? It means that this person's assets could be much more than that. No wonder he's so rich that he bought the land in the offshore area. Such a god of wealth, as long as you lick it, not to mention the political achievements, even if you have something in the future. For example, children and other graduates need help. This casually move his mouth, may be able to obtain a worthy of countless people envy of the job. As for things like integrity, Jia Zhe doesn't care at all. How much was that worth? Of course, Jia Zhe didn't care, but Zhang Wei had goosebumps amidst Jia Zhe's barrage of ass and compliments. Although it could indeed be considered an overnight fortune, among the people Zhang Wei had met in the recent period, there really wasn't an existence where Jia Zhe was so good at kissing ass. A round of ass kissing had dumbfounded his entire being. Then I will leave first. Xiao Jia, Zhang Wei said with a tangled face, calling out to a middle-aged, balding little Jia who was probably 1 or 2 dozen years older than himself really made Zhang Wei a bit unable to carry himself. It's fine, Zhang Dong, you are busy. Take your time. Just remember to contact directly by phone if there is anything. We will definitely solve the problem for Zhang Dong at the first time. Officer Zhou also asked me to bring a message to you. When you are free you can come out for a meal together. Good. I know. Zhang Wei took the information and escaped, jumping onto a shared box bicycle on the side, then quickly ran away. Since the car was still parked at Greenland World, Zhang Wei had also ridden the co-box bike directly over, just not expecting to encounter such a thing. Jia Zhe was at the back, while looking at Zhang Wei who rode away on his bike, and couldn't help but tsk. Sure enough, the richer a person is, the more they appear to be low-key and unassuming. Obviously a super godly tycoon, yet he likes to live in a staircase house for exercising and ride a shared bicycle. Is this the simple and boring life and unique taste of a divine tycoon? Learned. Maple Leaf Technology. This was the company where Zhang Wei used to work, only that very few people knew that the name of the owner of Maple Leaf Technology had been changed to Zhang Wei without realizing it. As for Zhang Wei, he had temporarily vacated a floor in Maple Leaf Technology to serve as the temporary office of Weisher Group. As for the location of the new company of the Weisher Group, of course, is selected in the coastal area of the property, is currently under urgent construction, such as the building is built. There is the future of the Weisher Group's corporate headquarters. Only now the Weisher Group, a total of not a few people just add up. A full share chairman Zhang Wei, a chairman of the secretary Ji Qing, and Ji Qing specially recruited a few helpers, plus a chairman of the bodyguard has not yet entered the job. Subao. In the temporary chairman's office of Weisher Group, Zhang Wei found Ji Qing who was working hard. Chairman is back? I personally took care of these documents, so please sign it. As soon as Zhang Wei appeared, Ji Qing handed over a pile of documents for Zhang Wei to sign. Zhang Wei, who hadn't had the time to sit down yet, was instantly filled with black lines and began to follow the busy work. However, the good thing is that Ji Qing is indeed quite capable. The other work was almost completely taken care of by her. All Zhang Wei needed was to sign his name at the back of the document, but just signing, it also took Zhang Wei 20 to 30 minutes. Alright, Chairman, your work is done. After receiving the document, Ji Qing said without lifting her head, do you dislike me that much? Zhang Wei couldn't help but say, it's not that I dislike it, it's just that if you don't leave again, Chairman, you might not be able to leave. What do you mean? Zhang Wei looked back, only to find that the entrance to the floor had been filled with people at some point, and a few of them looked quite familiar. Wasn't this the same people who had blocked the intersection when they visited the offshore area earlier? Farewell. Zhang Wei found a gap and without saying a word, he directly slipped into the elevator and entered Maple Leaf Technology's floor. intending to find an opportunity to sneak away again. Just as he came out of the elevator, Zhang Wei heard the sound of drinking and cursing not far away. How do you do your job? You can't even do a good job when such a small job is given to you. Tell me, what does the company pay to raise you for? Lu Ziyo, aren't you staying here because your trashy cousin is an old employee of the company? Now that your trashy cousin is gone too, who else do you think will back you up? I'm telling you, I've already made the conditions clear to you. Either be a good boy and be my man. I won't treat you badly. Either that, get the hell out of here. There's no shortage of an idiot woman like you inside my group. When Zhang Wei heard this, his face had become completely gloomy, because Lu Ziyo was none other than his cousin. Chapter 44, What Can You Do to Me? The one who was reprimanding Lu Ziyo was a fat-headed fatty named Xiu Zhuang. Although he was also one of the group managers of the business department, he was able to climb to his current position by slipping through the cracks, and in terms of seniority, he was not even as good as Zhang Wei. Although Maple Leaf Technology did have this kind of suppression of newcomers and lower-level employees, but the top management mostly turned a blind eye to this kind of behavior of the middle and lower-level leaders. For most of the executives, they only look at the results. No matter what method you use, as long as the performance can reach the standard. Xiu Zhuang sized up Lu Ziyo, desire flickering in his eyes. How about it, Ziyo? Why don't you just follow me? Otherwise, for a youngster like you, even if you stay in the company for a few years, you won't have a chance to get ahead. As long as you are willing to follow me, with my Xiu Zhuang's connections, as long as there are vacant team manager positions in other teams, I guarantee to push you up. How about it? Xiu Zhuang kept on drawing big cakes. In fact, he himself was only a group manager. How could it be his turn to decide on the positions of other group managers? However, Lu Ziyo is indeed young and beautiful, which really makes him greedy. Before in the company, Lu Ziyo also have Zhang Wei this old staff protection, and he is not like Wu Huimin. Not so deep seniority and relationship, so do not dare to mess. But now, Zhang Wei himself was not even in the company anymore, and he heard that he was fired together with Wu Huimin, so he didn't need to be concerned about so much, and directly prepared to lay his hands on Lu Ziyo. You're dead in the water. Lu Ziyo bit her lips and stared at Xiu Zhuang with some indignation in her eyes and said, I won't have anything to do with you even if I resign. Resign? Xiu Zhuang said playfully, do you know how hard it is to find a job outside right now? And how hard it is to find a job with a company like Maple Leaf Technology. After leaving here, you won't have another cousin to introduce you to such a good job, but if you follow me, you might even be able to go to the next level. Oh, are you sure you want to do this? Lu Ziyo was silent. The job at Maple Leaf Technology was indeed considered to be quite a good job position, and as Xiu Zhuang had said, it definitely wasn't that easy to find another company that was this good. But likewise, the competition within the company was also quite fierce. It was just that Lu Ziyo didn't expect that the cousin who was a bit disheveled and out of touch in her eyes before was actually still her umbrella in the company. It turned out that some of her previous competition in the company had been blocked by him. That's why as soon as he had just left, there were people who couldn't wait to get their hands on them. For a while, Lu Ziyo couldn't help but start thinking about that cousin that he had been looking down on some years ago. After leaving the company, what did he do? And seeing that Lu Ziyo didn't say anything, Xiu Zhuang's patience was obviously somewhat worn to its limit, and he was just about to continue his threats when he heard a voice from behind him. Using your position to threaten a company employee to force an improper relationship. Fatty Cho, I didn't see it before. You really have a way about you. Hearing this voice, Xiu Zhuang's expression visibly stiffened. Zhang Wei walked over with a somewhat icy expression. If I remember correctly, when you first entered the company, I was the one who brought you along. I didn't expect that I've only just left for a while, and you've started hitting on my sister. Ah Wei, it's not what you think. Cold sweat began to seep out from Xiu Zhuang's forehead. How could he not expect that Zhang Wei would suddenly appear here? And he also happened to see the scene where he threatened Lu Ziyo. Hadn't this guy already left the company? How did he come back again? It's not what I thought. So what is it? Zhang Wei asked. Cousin. Lu Ziyo saw Zhang Wei, but as if she had seen a spiritual pillar, she couldn't help but pounce on him and hugged him. She had never known that the original cousin who looked a little scrappy had actually been silently protecting her in secret. Moreover, at her most difficult time, he had actually appeared again. At this moment, Lu Ziyo suddenly felt her eyes turn a little red. On the other hand, Xiu Zhuang's expression became a bit grim. He remembered. Wasn't Zhang Wei no longer in the company? Hadn't he already left the company? Why was he still afraid of him? Zhang Wei. Xiu Zhuang narrowed his eyes, which made his eyes, which were already small, only have 2 slits left at this time. Haven't you all rolled out already? Why are you here? Also, even if you know, so what? You're not even a member of the company anymore. What else can you control what I do? Xiu Zhuang said smugly. That's right, I am hitting on your sister. So what can you do to me? Lu Xiao's face was filled with indignation, but it was filled with helplessness, because she also knew that her cousin Zhang Wei had already left the company and didn't have any influence in the company anymore. Just as Qiu Zhuang said, Zhang Wei couldn't do anything even if he was angry. It's fine, cousin. Big deal. I'll just resign too, Lu Xiao said. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Zhang Wei could not help but smile. He was able to tell that Lu Xiao actually still liked this job. Moreover, back when he was still in school, his sister-in-law's family had indeed treated him very well. So, of course, he couldn't let her down. It's fine, leave it all to cousin, okay? Zhang Wei said softly. Aha. Lu Xiao hid behind Zhang Wei and gently nodded. Only then did Zhang Wei look at Qiu Zhuang again. It does seem like I can't do anything to you. Qiu Zhuang's face immediately revealed a smug look. That's right, even if he was an employee brought up by Zhang Wei. But now, Zhang Wei was no longer a member of the company, and he was no longer qualified to tell him what to do. Therefore, he couldn't do anything to himself anymore. But soon, Qiu Zhuang heard Zhang Wei's next words. But, you seem to have gotten one thing wrong. I can't do anything to you. But as a junior leader at the grassroots level, there seems to be many more people in the entire Maple Leaf technology who can do anything to you, right? Zhang Wei said with a smile. It was only at this time that Qiu Zhuang realized that the cell phone in Zhang Wei's hand was actually kept on a call. And the subject of the call was a name that made Qiu Zhuang's eyelids jump wildly. Yu Xun Hua, Director of Personnel, Yu Xun Hua. Seeing this name, Qiu Zhuang's face instantly turned pale. Yu Xun Hua, the Director of Personnel Department, was known as the person with the least amount of sand in his eyes in the entire company. If other people in the HR department were responsible for recruiting and promoting employees, then this HR director could be said to specialize in firing employees. How could it be? Qiu Zhuang's eyes began to fill with blood and his face was filled with resignation. How could Zhang Wei, a person who had been fired from the company, have the contact information of Yu Zhenhua, the director of the personnel department? Chapter 45 On My Turf. You tell me to get lost? Although Qiu Zhuang had also heard about it, as if Wu Huiman was dismissed by Yu Zhenhua personally bringing people over, but that was just what he had heard. He did not think that Zhang Wei could really have anything to do with Yu Zhenhua. Perhaps it was just that Zhang Wei happened to meet Yu Zhenhua when he was dismissed and then sued him. And then Yu Zhenhua also happened to find out about Wu Huimin's black history. That was the most reasonable explanation. After all, even if Zhang Wei is older, he is still just an ordinary employee of the company. And what is Yu Zhenhua, the company's true senior staff? How could such a character have anything to do with Zhang Wei? But the problem was, what was displayed on Zhang Wei's cell phone right now was exactly the name of Yu Zhenhua. What the hell is going on here? This can't be. Qiu Zhuang was filled with an incredulous expression, still somewhat refusing to believe the truth. Just now, Zhang Wei had actually remained on the phone with Yu Zhenhua, and what he had just said was all heard by Yu Zhenhua. He knew very well what this meant. As a company executive who could not rub sand in his eyes, being heard by Yu Zhenhua meant that his own path in Maple Leaf technology had come to an end. Manager Qiu, please come to the personnel department. Now, immediately. On the phone, Yu Zhenhua's voice came. Yu Zhenhua's voice, on the other hand, caused Qiu Zhuang to completely despair a little. No, Director Yu, listen to my explanation. What you heard just now was not the truth. I was framed. Qiu Zhuang viciously looked at Zhang Wei. It's him, Zhang Wei. It's him who is setting me up. Director Yu, you have to believe me. Right now, Zhang Wei is just an outsider. He's already been fired from the company, and I'm the one who's an employee of the company. However, Yu Zhenhua's voice was still cold. Please ask Manager Qiu to come to the personnel department himself to explain these things. I hope Manager Qiu is a bit more self-conscious. It's better if we don't take the initiative to invite Manager Qiu over. If we do that, I think both of us will look a bit bad on both sides. Hearing Yu Zhenhua's words, Qiu Zhuang's heart completely sank to the bottom. It was because he knew that things could no longer be undone. Qiu Zhuang's eyes that looked at Zhang Wei had completely turned resentful. Unlike Wu Huimin, he was not a person who was willing to lose a bet, and with his hands tightly clenched into fists, Qiu Zhuang gritted his teeth as he looked at Zhang Wei and said in a low voice, in this matter, we're not finished. After saying that, Qiu Zhuang turned around and left. Only after seeing Qiu Zhuang leave did Zhang Wei pick up his cell phone again. We'll talk later then, Director Yu. After saying that, Zhang Wei directly hung up the phone. Without wanting to directly reveal that he had become the boss of Maple Leaf Technology, Zhang Wei looked towards Lu Xiao at the side. Brother. Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Wei, her eyes filled with complexity. In her eyes, Zhang Wei had always been a man who couldn't do great things and was stuffy as a person. Even though she herself was introduced to this company by Zhang Wei, in Lu Xiao's opinion, her own ability was much more outstanding than Zhang Wei. Even without Zhang Wei's presence, she herself would be able to walk to a higher position. But what she didn't expect was that in the outside society, The hearts of people were more complicated than she had imagined. Zhang Wei had only just left the company not long ago, and immediately, someone started to hit on her idea. And at the critical time, it was still Zhang Wei who took the initiative to come forward and rescued her once again. The pride that Lu Xiao held onto in her heart seemed to be shattered at this moment. It's alright. Zhang Wei reached out and touched Lu Xiao's head, and said softly, "It's just a small matter. Turn around and I'll find someone from the company to talk to. For the personal safety of the company's employees, I think the company still needs to be more focused on understanding it." "Brother, how do you know Director Yu?" Lu Xiao's face carried a puzzled look. Like Zhou Zhuang. In her opinion, how could Zhang Wei, an employee who had already left the company, not be able to connect with Yu Genua? But on the contrary, these two were somehow involved, which made her a bit puzzled. Because of some special reasons, I guess. Zhang Wei thought about it and said, "I'll tell you later when I have time." "Well, you go to work obediently first." Aha. Although her heart was puzzled, Lu Xiao still chose to trust Zhang Wei and did not continue to ask more questions as she turned around and walked towards the office. Just as she left, she still couldn't help but look back at Zhang Wei. This cousin, who hadn't been in contact for a long time even though he was in the same company, seemed to have undergone some changes that she didn't know about. Personnel Department Office. Director Yu. Misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. What you heard just now is not true, Xiao Zhuang said loudly, as if he had been wronged by the heavens. "Oh?" Yu Genua's face didn't have much expression and said calmly, "Then Manager Qiu, do you mean that my ears are wrong?" "Of course not." Xiao Zhuang's body trembled, and hurriedly said, "I mean, this is a setup." All of this was deliberately designed by Zhang Wei. It was him who joined forces with that Lu Xiao to set me up. "Yu Genua, then can you explain why Zhang Wei designed you? Is there any enmity between you two?" Xiao Zhuang quickly said, "Of course I can explain." As if he saw hope, Xiao Zhuang quickly said, "Zhang Wei, as a veteran employee of the company, has not been able to rise in value. He was jealous that I was able to gain the favor of my superiors and was promoted to the position of group manager, while he could only roll out of the company. That's why he joined forces with that Lu Xiao to set me up." "Director Yu, you have discerning eyes. Surely you are able to see that, right? But why? What I heard on the phone wasn't like that?" Yu Genhua asked. "That was Lu Xiao. It was that woman who seduced me first," Xiao Zhuang said with a straight face. At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Then I'd like to ask, with goods like you, what qualifications do you have to make me jealous and make my sister tempt you again?" Hearing this voice, Xiao Zhuang's face changed violently. "Zhang Wei, you still dare to come here? Do you know what kind of place this is? You've been fired from the company. Why don't you get out of here?" Zhang Wei leaned against the door with his arms wrapped around him, looking at Xiao Zhuang with a mocking smile on his face. "The entire maple leaf technology is mine. On my turf. You're telling me to get out? What did you say?" Xiao Zhuang's words had just reached the halfway point when he realized that Yu Genua, who was originally sitting on the office chair, had stood up at an unknown time. Bowing respectfully towards Zhang Wei, Yu Genua then called out, "Boss, boss." Upon hearing this title, Xiao Zhuang's entire body froze violently. Boss? Zhang Wei, this guy he had always looked down on, was actually the boss of Maple Leaf Technology? Chapter 46, Digging into the Boss's Head. Yu Genua looked at Xiao Zhuang. Although his tone didn't fluctuate much, the words he said came out with an indescribable mockery. "Manager Qiu, did you just say that the boss of our Maple Leaf Technology is jealous of your ability?" "Maple Leaf Technology's boss, jealous that you were able to get a look in and promoted to the position of group manager? How did that sound? How did it feel mocking? People are the boss of Maple Leaf Technology. Do they still need to be jealous of you? A group manager? Even an idiot wouldn't believe this if he said it." The most crucial thing was that Xiao Zhuang said this to Yu Genua, the director of the personnel department, who was the top management of Maple Leaf Technology, a junior leader of the middle and lower levels of the company, complaining to the top management of the company, saying that the boss was jealous of his abilities? At this moment, Xiao Zhuang was completely dumbfounded. How was this possible? Zhang Wei, how could he be the boss of Maple Leaf Technology? Wasn't he just a small employee of the company? How did he become the company's boss all of a sudden? It's impossible. I don't believe it. It's a fake. It must be you guys who are lying to me, right? It must be. Zhang Wei, I don't know what method you used to confuse the leaders of the company and conspired together to deceive me, but I will never believe it. Xiao Zhuang roared loudly, seemingly unable to bear such a blow. Does it make sense? Yu Genua suddenly spoke. What? Xiao Zhuang froze. Yu Genua said in a calm tone. I mean, whether it's a lie or not, what's the point? If it's a lie, the boss, he's also equal to having an uncommon relationship with me, the company's HR director. Can you, a group manager, fight me? If it's real, the boss's identity is also real. you are even more to get lost. No one can help you. Manager Chiu, you are also an adult. Are you not even able to recognize this reality? Reality. Eugenua didn't say any words of relief, nor did he say any words of mockery. He was just helping Qiu Zhuang recognize reality. It was like what Qiu Zhuang had said to Lu Xiao earlier. The reality was, either way, Qiu Zhuang had no way to stay in the company anymore. True or false, it was no longer important at all. When he heard Eugenua's words, Qiu Zhuang even felt as if his entire body had been drained of its bones, and his entire body collapsed to the ground. Yes, this is the reality. Either way, his end was already doomed, because even if the two were lying to him, he was just a group manager. How could he possibly fight over the director of personnel department who was a senior member of the company? As for Zhang Wei, he did not pay attention to Qiu Zhuang anymore. From Zhang Wei's point of view, Yu Zhenhua is worthy of being able to reach the top of the company's people. The ability is indeed quite good. A sentence to dispel Qiu Zhuang's unnecessary resistance. Directly let Qiu Zhuang lost all confidence. The next thing, if you leave it to Eugenua, I believe he can also handle it very well. For Lu Xiao's position, you find a way to upgrade it. I won't go over to the business department. Zhang Wei said to Eugenua, it doesn't have to be too high, but at least it will be able to stop her from facing things like this. After all, no matter what, it's also my cousin. I can't let her suffer in my company. After saying that, Zhang Wei smiled. Eugenua also smiled and nodded. I know, boss. I don't want to meddle in the company's affairs, so you guys are better off with business as usual. It's still the same sentence. Nothing important. Just decide for yourselves. Leaving behind such a sentence, Zhang Wei left the HR director's office. In hindsight, deciding to directly buy the entire Maple Leaf technology at that time was indeed a good decision. Xiao Wei? Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Wei heard what seemed to be someone calling him behind him. Brother, run. Seeing the person behind him, a smile could not help but appear on Zhang Wei's face. The person who called out to him was none other than Ren Xiu. After he had left the company, Ren Xiu had been directly promoted to the position of group manager. You're here to process your departure, right? Ren Xiu walked over and realized that Zhang Wei's essence was still good, so his words of comfort were not spoken. Xiao Wei, in fact, you really don't need to make such a scene for someone like Wu Huimin. How about this? I'll react to the top and keep you inside my group. I should still have this bit of face, Ren Xiu said. Hearing Ren Xiu's words, a smile appeared on Zhang Wei's face as well. He had to say that he had indeed not made the wrong friend. Ren Xiu's character was indeed still quite good, and even at this time, he was still thinking about him. It's better to forget about it. I shouldn't go back again, so I won't let Brother Ren make things difficult for you. Zhang Wei shook his head and said, I knew you would say that. Ren Xiu said somewhat helplessly, although you have a good personality, your temper is really stubborn. How about this? I'll secretly tell you something. What is it? Zhang Wei was a bit puzzled. Ren Xiu usually wasn't someone who liked to be this secretive. In fact, my family also has a company. Your ability is there, or not, to my family company to work to forget? Ren Xiu looked around, before he lowered his voice and said, and hearing Ren Xiu's words, Zhang Wei had only one thought at this time. I can't imagine that you are actually this kind of Ren Xiu. I thought that we were all bitter, but I didn't realize that you were actually a hidden rich second generation, and that you dug in on me, the owner of the company? Don't look at me like that. Ren Xiu's expression was somewhat helpless. Family business, my dad's company only. It has nothing to do with me, and I just don't like being managed. That's why I ran out on my own to find a job. Meaning, if you don't work hard, you'll have to go back and inherit your family's huge family fortune? Zhang Wei looked at Ren Xiu with a hellish look. To be honest, he had never really suspected that the Ren brother in front of him, who was even 2 years older than him, was actually a rebellious rich second generation who didn't want to inherit his family's fortune and ran away. Then thank you for your kindness, Brother Ren. Let's talk about it later. Zhang Wei's expression was a bit twitchy as he reached out and patted Ren Xiu's shoulder. Can you tell me what Ren's brother's family does? Playing entertainment at will. Ren Xiu didn't care and casually said, it's the one that opens the arcade in the city center, and also does some games and such, right? Play Anywhere, one of the biggest game and entertainment companies in Binhai. In terms of market capitalization, at least a dozen or so Maple Leaf technologies combined would be able to rival it. Hearing this name, Zhang Wei couldn't help but look a little odd. So, you really came to Maple Leaf Technology to go undercover, right? Well, although I don't have a good relationship with my family, it's still not a problem to introduce one or two people in. And if you're worried, I'll just get your cousin in with you. Ren Xiu said, this person is really, Brother Ren, your words I remember. I'll think about it. You, okay, I still have an appointment. Really, Brother Ren, let's have a good chat later. Let's go. Bye. Looking at Zhang Wei who quickly left, Ren Xiu couldn't help but sigh. This kid, what's going on? Chapter 47 Sneaking a Secret to You. When Zhang Wei said that he had something to do, he wasn't completely perfunctory to Ring Xiao. He really had something to do, because he remembered. It seemed that before he went out, he had a date with Yi Xiaoxiao, although it wasn't considered a regular date. It could be said that it was the first time Yi Xiaoxiao had taken the initiative to invite a date after so many years of coming over. Bo Dawei, Xiaoxiao, where are you now? Blossom Fall, unchanging clothes. Senior, I don't know which clothes to wear over later. Why don't you help me choose? Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao's reply, Zhang Wei subconsciously touched his chin. Choosing clothes? You this choosing clothes? It decent he. Cough. Bo Dawei, good. Or you can take a picture to show me. Zhang Wei beautifully chatted with Yi Xiaoxiao and casually walked out of the building where Maple Leaf Technology was located. Downstairs at this time, he didn't know when the cars had already been parked. Originally, Maple Leaf Technology can be considered a good company, but from the perspective of the company's size, it can only be said to be average. But who let the roof of the other building now had an additional temporary station named Weisher Group? Even for those who had never heard of Maple Leaf Technology, there were those who couldn't help but stop by to take a look as they passed by. You take a look, I take a look. The top management of Maple Leaf Technology was a bit overwhelmed by all the sudden visits at this time. As for the downstairs, it was even more crowded with people, representatives of companies seeking cooperation, journalists, onlookers, whatever. Of course, these people didn't notice the completely inconspicuous Zhang Wei, and only regarded him as an ordinary employee of Maple Leaf Technology. Hello? Just as Zhang Wei's block was walking out of the building, a crisp voice rang in Zhang Wei's ears. Just as he wanted to turn his head, Zhang Wei realized that he didn't know when. A microphone was handed over, and it was close to disliking his mouth. Zhang Wei, may I ask if you work here? A clean-looking girl opened her mouth to ask, and judging from the microphone in her hand, this seemed to be a reporter. Moreover, the grade was still not too old, so it should belong to an intern reporter or something like that. Zhang Wei stretched out a finger, unobtrusively pulling the microphone away slightly by a distance. I did work here before, but not anymore, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Oh, the trainee reporter's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, then may I ask why? For these trainee reporters, it was indeed not easy to find a valuable news, and many times it was hard to find a seemingly good news after all the hustle and bustle, but it turned out to have no reporting value at all. Although Xia Yingshi had already experienced such a situation quite a few times, she still wanted to work hard to dig up some news with more reporting value. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, because, it's the people here who are working for me now. Xia Yingshi couldn't help but freeze for a moment when she heard this, and then lost her smile. You really know how to joke around. This gentleman. Zhang Wei, right, then I'll leave first. Wait. Zhang Wei looked at his tugged sleeve somewhat helplessly and asked, MS, reporter, may I ask what exactly do you want? Sorry. Xia Yingshi also noticed that her actions seemed a bit inappropriate, and somewhat apologetically spat out her tongue towards Zhang Wei as she hurriedly let go of her hand. I just want to ask you, sir, the legendary Weisher Group seems to have used the top floor of this office building as a temporary group base. Do you know about this matter? Sir, if you are working here, there is such a thing, isn't there? Zhang Wei nodded. So, sir, you are aware of it? Xia Yingshi's eyes lit up. Of course I know. Zhang Wei purposely looked around for a moment, then lowered his voice to Xia Yingshi's face. I can also tell you a secret. Secret? What secret? Xia Yingshi also revealed an interested expression, allowing Zhang Wei to come over. Actually, I am the owner of the Weisher Group. After saying that, Zhang Wei did not care about Xia Yingshi, who was still in a daze, and walked straight towards the outside. Subsequently, under the camera of the cameraman behind Xia Yingshi, Zhang Wei picked up a shared bike outside the building, swept a code and straddled the bike to head off. Xia Yingshi, this person, where on earth did this comedian come from? Can we pinch off this part? Xiao Xie, we're on a live broadcast. Xia Yingshi. Suddenly, Xia Yingshi found her cell phone vibrating. Station manager, Xiao Xie, keep this style. Just now our ratings suddenly skyrocketed by a hair. Xia Yingshi, is this mindlessness? I thought that only interviewing someone from the Weisher Group could make the ratings skyrocket, but I didn't expect that interviewing a random passerby would actually make the ratings skyrocket by a hair. Are viewers' hobbies so strange nowadays? Here it comes. It's the person in charge of the Weisher Group in plain sight, and also an elite employee of Silver Feather Industries. MS. Ji Chung. Miss Ji, can you answer what the next goal of the Weisher Group is? Secretary Ji, can you give an answer as to when the Weisher Group will open up the right to rent and sell land in the offshore area? MS. Ji, I heard that the development of the offshore zone this time is being carried out by the Weisher Group in conjunction with the 4 major banks. Can you reveal if the Weisher Group and the 4 major banks have any plans to take a more in-depth step in their cooperation? Secretary Ji, at this time, Ji Qing was facing a large group of people, but there was not the slightest hint of timidity on her face, and she even wore a faint smile. As a workplace elite, she was completely able to easily manage this kind of scene. Otherwise, Silver Feather Industries wouldn't have sent her to Zhang Wei's side. For all of your questions, the Weisher Group will soon give an answer. But not now. Rather, a unified response will be given at a point in time. Of course, whether there will be any other news that will be revealed in advance before this point in time, only our boss will know. Ji Qing replied in a dripping manner, seemingly answering everyone's questions without revealing any details. Anyway, it just meant one thing: you guys keep waiting. Then, can Ms. Ji Qing reveal what exactly the chairman of the Weisher Group is? Is he a local of our Marina City? Or is he an investor from another region? At this time, someone suddenly asked. Ji Qing smiled. Regarding this question, I think it should be a private question. It's better to ask our chairman himself. However, unfortunately, just a short while ago, our chairman had just left the company, so this question can only be answered for everyone next time. The others didn't have much of a reaction. They just felt a bit regretful that they hadn't blocked the chairman of the Weisher Group. But Xia Yingshi, who was in the middle of the crowd, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The chairman of Weisher Group just left? Could it be that? Chapter 48 Master Zhang Wei. After leaving the location of the company building, Zhang Wei went straight towards the place he had agreed with Yi Xiaoxiao. Therefore, he was completely unaware of what happened behind him. However, even if he did know, Zhang Wei wouldn't care. To him, the appointment with Yi Xiaoxiao was still a bit more important right now. Senior. Soon, Zhang Wei, who was riding his bicycle, saw Yi Xiaoxiao at the entrance of the pedestrian street in the southern district. Today's Yi Xiaoxiao, wearing a white dress and a certain white hat on her head, looked fresh and fashionable. Xiaoxiao. Zhang Wei also smiled and greeted Yi Xiaoxiao. When the two stood together, Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaoxiao themselves did not feel anything, but the male passers-by beside them who glanced their eyes at Yi Xiaoxiao from time to time could not help but lament inwardly one by one. Why? Why did all the good cabbages let the pigs give them away? This was truly a saddening thing. That's right. From the perspective of these male passers-by, Zhang Wei was an unapologetic pig. Not only was he dressed in a lackluster manner, he had the complete image of a hangdog man, and just now, he even rode over on a shared bicycle. How could such a guy be worthy of a beautiful woman like Yi Xiaoxiao? Are you choosing clothes? Let's go, Zhang Wei said. Aha. Yi Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded. She didn't care about Zhang Wei's appearance, and Yi Xiaoxiao knew very well that the senior was definitely not as useless as other people saw him. This impression had been engraved in her heart a long time ago and had never changed. And seeing Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaoxiao walking arm in arm towards the distance, many male passers-by felt even more pained. What a waste. It's such a waste. Why is such a girl being picked up by this kind of hangers-on? It had to be said that when the two walked together, it was really a bit of a mismatch, but both of them didn't feel much of anything. Instead, they each felt beautiful and wandered around. Right, aren't you going to attend a party? First accompany you to look at the clothes, Zhang Wei said. Good, then listen to Senior. The two of them strolled first, all the way to the women's clothing store. The guide of the women's clothing store just glanced at Zhang Wei before her eyes moved away. In their line of work, they could almost always tell what a customer was wearing after a long time. Like Zhang Wei, this kind of ground floor goods can be seen almost at a glance. Although they are all professionally trained, not so much as to appear to despise the customer and so on, but also will not be too enthusiastic about this kind of customer Zhang Wei. And when the guide's eyes fell on Yi Xiaoxiao's body, this revealed a smile. This young lady, may I ask if you are here to shop for clothes? After seeing Yi Xiaoxiao nod her head, the shopper then led Yi Xiaoxiao inside. I don't know what type of you like. As for Zhang Wei, he was naturally left out to dry. Zhang Wei didn't care either, and started to wander around the store by himself. This kind of being ignored and left out in the cold was something he had encountered not too many times in the previous years. So at this time, Zhang Wei's mindset was quite good. It's true that brick-and-mortar stores aren't doing so well nowadays. It seems like most people have started to get used to online shopping. While browsing through the stores, Zhang Wei whispered to himself. He then remembered his large pot of pocket money, and according to the current money ratio, there was no telling how long it would take to spend it. Yeah, the physical stores nowadays are indeed getting colder and colder, and even such specialty stores have not collapsed, because they are backed by businesses. A voice came from the side. Saying that, the other party's voice suddenly paused, and Zhang Wei's expression also became grave in an instant. This was because he realized that he had actually wandered into the underwear section without realizing it. Moreover, this was the women's clothing store. You, the female who had just spoken on the side suddenly looked at Zhang Wei, pointing at the female underwear he was holding in his hands, a horrified expression appearing on his face. Crisis. A big crisis. Zhang Wei's expression was grave. He felt that if he didn't find a way to clear up the current misunderstanding, he would definitely be treated as a pervert. "Ma'am, it looks like you're here to buy clothes as well?" Zhang Wei's face revealed a polite but not embarrassed expression. The woman froze for a moment, then nodded. Zhang Wei smiled. "Just by coincidence, I am also accompanying my girlfriend to buy clothes. She is now trying on clothes on the other side. Since I've done clothing design before, I wanted me to help her pick out some underwear. Is this so?" The woman's expression then loosened up a bit, but she still didn't seem to fully believe in Zhang Wei's words. Zhang Wei knew very well that he absolutely couldn't panic now. Once he did, he would really be finished, so his expression became more and more calm. "Looking at you, you should already be married, right?" "Yes, how do you know?" Zhang Wei said. "Married women and unmarried women actually still have some subtle differences in many aspects. And aren't you still wearing a wedding ring on your ring finger? So, if you want to shop for underwear, are you planning to wear it for your husband?" When the woman heard this, her expression instantly became a little shy. How could she say this kind of thing to outsiders? "Good, grabbed the initiative." Zhang Wei was certain in his heart. "Looking at your expression, I shouldn't have guessed wrong." Zhang Wei smiled. "As a man, I think for most men, the aesthetic should be common. So, if you need it, as a former clothing designer and boyfriend on the perspective, I might be able to give you some advice." "Really?" It could be seen that the woman was also a bit embarrassed, so after hearing Zhang Wei's words, her eyes lit up. "Of course." Zhang Wei nodded and opened his mouth. "Compared to evaluating from the perspective of clothing design, I'm still more accustomed to evaluating from a male perspective. After all, I'm a male myself. First of all, for women's underwear, I recommend 3 colors. The first is white. White, representing purity and holiness, is more likely to arouse the protective and possessive desire within men, so the market for white underwear is long-lasting. Second, is purple. This color is generally very difficult to master, but this passionate as fire color, but also able to produce irresistible strong attraction to many men. Third, is black. Black, deep and full of location. From the perspective of the male heart, this color is able to evoke the deepest desire for exploration in the male heart, and is an unbeatable choice for the maintenance of conjugal life." The woman on the side was stunned by Zhang Wei's words, and then she really lowered her head to think. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and while the other party was still thinking, he hurriedly pulled out his legs and prepared to bolt. Fortunately, when he was idle, he read a lot of messy magazines, otherwise he really cannot be fooled. Chapter 49, Black Gold Card User. Looking at the contemplative woman, Zhang Wei took a few steps back and turned around, ready to bolt. However, the steps had only just been taken when Zhang Wei's footsteps came to a halt. This was because he felt that he seemed to have bumped into something soft. After taking another step back only, Zhang Wei then realized that standing in front of him was a soft-looking female. At this moment, the other party was sizing him up with odd eyes. Zhang Wei's eyes glazed over. Just now did he bump into? The woman looked less than 30, but she carried a unique charm of a mature woman, different from Yi Xiaoxiao's youthful beauty, and different from Ji Qing's mental competence. The woman in front of him was a little bit older than both women, but the aura on her body was a completely different kind of flavor. If one had to describe it, then it could be said to be like a lazy fox. What was rather embarrassing was that Zhang Wei just now happened to bump into this fox's body. The woman, however, didn't mind the look at all, but instead, with a lazy smile, she looked at Zhang Wei and said, "Little handsome, what you said just now was very good. I was just making up a few words. Sorry about that just now." The corner of Zhang Wei's mouth twitched, feeling that he had really entered the wrong place this time. Isn't it good to wait outside honestly? Why did he have to run into the women's clothing store? Well, I'm fine with it, but if you have to apologize, little handsome, how about helping your sister choose a few clothes as well? The woman said softly, her voice soft and sticky. Zhang Wei's expression instantly stiffened a bit. Actually, I was just talking nonsense. I actually don't know anything about women's clothing at all. Pretty girl, you have to believe me. Zhang Wei said. I just believe you. Just let you help me pick it. Aren't you doing clothing design? Zhang Wei, it's over. I just made up too much. I didn't expect to be overheard. Just as Zhang Wei was thinking about what to do, Yi Xiaoxiao's voice came from not far away. Senior? Zhang Wei's complexion moved. Tell you what, pretty girl, my friend is calling me. I'll treat you to dinner next time to apologize. It's a deal. Bye. After saying that, Zhang Wei pulled his leg and prepared to bolt. You, not hearing what the woman was going to say next. At this time, Zhang Wei only wanted to bolt. If there was no Yi Xiaoxiao, Zhang Wei, who had been single for more than 20 years and had learned a bellyful of flirty words, wouldn't mind going through the motions with the beauty in front of him. But not now. Yi Xiaoxiao was still waiting on the sidelines, so he couldn't afford to lose out on a little. I'm here. Soon, Zhang Wei appeared in front of Yi Xiaoxiao. Picked it out? Picked it out. Senior, let's. Without waiting for Yi Xiaoxiao to finish, Zhang Wei turned his head and saw the soft beauty striding towards the side. Then let's go first. This is an important party for your company. We can't continue to delay. After saying that, Zhang Wei directly pulled Yi Xiaoxiao to the receptionist's position. The cashier glanced at Zhang Wei, and then turned his gaze to Yi Xiaoxiao on the side. This young lady, a total of. Without waiting for the cashier to finish, Zhang Wei directly threw out a card. How much? Watch and swipe. I'll come back later to get the card. After saying that, Zhang Wei pulled Yi Xiaoxiao and left quickly, because he saw that the woman had already sped up her steps and was coming this way. Only after leaving the women's clothing store far away did Zhang Wei let out a sigh of relief. Senior, did something happen just now? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Wei with a somewhat curious expression. No, nothing. Zhang Wei held his knees to catch his breath for a while, and when he realized that Yi Xiaoxiao had a disinterested look on her face, he couldn't help but feel that he hadn't exercised for too long, and his body wasn't even as good as a girl's anymore. And seeing that Zhang Wei didn't seem to want to explain, Yi Xiaoxiao didn't care, because in her impression, Zhang Wei was also often this secretive, and just said, I'll transfer the money for the clothes to the senior at that time. No need. It's just a small matter. Zhang Wei waved his hand and said, originally, I accompanied you out to buy clothes. How can I still let you spend money? Zhang Wei said it with a straight face, making Yi Xiaoxiao not know how to answer for a while. She knew that Zhang Wei's character was actually more or less macho, so she didn't continue to argue. In that case, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly stood on her tiptoes and gave Zhang Wei a peck on his cheek. Then this is the payment for senior. After saying that, while Zhang Wei was still in a daze, Yi Xiaoxiao, as if she had just played a prank, smiled and trotted towards the distance. Payment. Zhang Wei couldn't help but touch his cheeks, and then he hemmed and hawed and giggled. This reward, it's quite good. On the other side, the women's clothing store at this time, a group of people were surrounding the direction of the cashier counter, their expressions somewhat gloomy. Manager, you're here? The cashier said with her head lowered at this time as if she had made a mistake. Aha! The manager in professional attire nodded, then asked towards the surroundings. Just now, who received those two guests? It's me. The guide who guided Yi Xiaoxiao to buy clothes just now stood out and said in a low voice. You? The manager's expression instantly became a bit ugly. You're the one who let go of what is probably one of our store's biggest customers this year. The manager held up the card left behind by Zhang Wei just now and snapped. Do you know what this is? This is Akita Farmers and Merchants Black and Gold level membership card. There are less than 100 cards issued nationwide combined, and only the most honored guests can have them. Such a guest, and it's just ignored by you? Black Gold card? Hearing this somewhat unfamiliar name, everyone present was a bit dumbfounded, especially the guide who had just led the way for Yi Xiaoxiao, who was filled with disbelief. That hangman who was covered in cheap goods actually possessed such a black gold card? The manager scolded in a stern voice. What did I teach you guys in normal times? When facing any guest, don't look at them with colored glasses. But you? It's obvious that people came here together as a couple, but you chose to accompany the younger one, leaving the big client alone. Are you an idiot? Having such a black and gold card means that people don't care about money or not. If people are happy, they can even directly buy our entire store. But you, just let people, home, run, gone, letting a guest with a black gold card, run away. Manager, I didn't mean to, not on purpose. Is that because you are blind? The more the manager said, the more he felt enraged, and impatiently waved his hand. No need to explain. Your bonus is gone this month. Any more nonsense and you can get the hell out. Didn't even leave a name? Looks like I have to make a trip over to Akita Farmers and Merchants before I can do that. Holding the black gold card, the manager only felt incomparably hot for a moment, while outside the store, the graceful and feminine woman left with a smile on her lips after glancing at the store, revealing a thoughtful look. Black gold card? It's quite interesting. Chapter 50, a gift bought by the way. Four Seas Grand Hotel, one of the richest and most prestigious hotels in Marina City. As a 5-star hotel with an official and banking background, the Four Seas Grand Hotels overall could be completely described with one word. That is, not bad. According to the words of the president of the Four Seas Grand Hotel at the time of the renovation, that was, to give people an experience that they can feel a tiger's body just by coming in. This time, Zhang Wei, who entered the Four Seas Grand Hotel for the first time, had sort of experienced it, and it wasn't just a shock. It shook for a while. After zipping up his zipper and showing a friendly smile towards his pissed friend on the side, under the other party's expression of inferiority, Zhang Wei was full of joy as he left in a long way. Program Abe Zhang Wei, 25 years old, after crossing over, began to gradually adapt to his identity as a rich man, not geeking out, drifting away. Senior, hearing the voice coming from the side, Zhang Wei's face revealed a bright smile. Yi Xiaoxiao was such a girl who could make people feel happy. Zhang Wei felt as if as long as she was by his side, even if he did nothing, just by hearing that senior, Zhang Wei was able to feel immensely comfortable. It seems that I was indeed blind before. Perhaps, the more major reason is still being poor. Zhang Wei revealed a thoughtful look. Senior, what are you thinking about? Yi Xiaoxiao walked over and sized up Zhang Wei, who had changed into a new suit, and her eyes lit up. I can't see that you're actually so handsome after wearing a suit. Senior, generally, Zhang Wei, who rarely wore a suit, said modestly. Only, his smiling expression with his teeth grinning out did not look like he was being modest at all. Let's go. Senior, I'll introduce you to my colleagues, Yi Xiaoxiao said, pulling Zhang Wei towards the halls. Coming to a round table, Yi Xiaoxiao said, Senior, these are my co-workers, we usually work in the same department. Beside the round table, to Zhang Wei's eyes, there was no doubt that they were all clean-cut beauties. There were also a handful of people with males sitting beside them. Only from some details, it seemed that all of these males were also their male companions that they had brought over. Xiao, inside your department, are they all girls? Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask. Not really, it's just that there are very few males, Yi Xiaoxiao said. At this time, Yi Xiaoxiao's co-workers saw Zhang Wei and couldn't help but snicker. Yo, didn't see it. Our Xiaoxiao actually has a boyfriend as well. Was it specially brought out to show off this time? That's right. I usually don't hear Xiaoxiao talk about her boyfriend. Is she planning to give us a surprise this time? Hearing her co-workers' jokes, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but blush. No la, we are still not. Ahem. At this time, Zhang Wei took the initiative to take over the topic. Hello, all you handsome guys and girls. I'm Xiaoxiao's prospective boyfriend. Although not yet, I'm already in the middle of the examination now, and I believe that I'll be able to pass the assessment. So maybe next time I'll be able to appear in front of everyone as Xiaoxiao's boyfriend. Oh wow, that's a very good point. Xiao, so handsome and polite, and you're still in the middle of the examination. The requirements are too high, right? Why don't you just let your sister have it? Senior, what are you talking about? Yi Xiaoxiao slapped Zhang Wei with some shyness. Just kidding. Zhang Wei grinned towards Yi Xiaoxiao. However, there was another person at the table whose face did not look good. Saying so much, don't you have to declare yourself first? Upon hearing these words, the people around them fell silent. Zhang Wei's gaze swept towards the surroundings, and after realizing that the crowd had stopped talking, he then locked onto a man at the table. Compared to the other clean-cut handsome men and women on the table, this man who clearly had a bit of a rising hairline was really pulling down the table's face value a bit. But judging from the scene where the people around him quieted down after he spoke, there was no doubt that his identity was the main reason why he was sitting here. My name is Zhang Wei, Bao Long Zhang, Great Wei. I wonder what this gentleman is, Zhang Wei said. What a grounded name. The man sneered, but did not answer Zhang Wei's question. He is the minister of our department, called Tian Xiuzhe. Obviously, unlike the others in Yi Xiaoxiao's department, Tian Xiuzhe didn't have much goodwill towards Zhang Wei, and even carried a bit of indescribable disgust and disdain. In order to accompany Xiaoxiao to the company party, you've put in a lot of effort. Xiao Zhang, right? Tian Xiuzhe's gaze suddenly fixed on Zhang Wei's body as he spoke. Zhang Wei didn't know what the other party meant and hesitantly said, It's alright, okay? I see that it should be quite hard. Tian Xiuzhe said with a smirk, It's really not easy to rent a set of formal attire over on purpose. Look everyone, the label is still exposed. Saying that, Tian Xiuzhe pointed. Sure enough, at Zhang Wei's waist, a label that he hadn't had time to tear off was hanging there. Immediately, the sounds of snickers and whispered discussions resounded around them. In order to puff up in front of the girls, purposely renting a set of formal wear over. In the eyes of the male companions brought over by the other girls, no matter whether they could afford it themselves or not, they always had to attach a shameful laugh first to show that they weren't this kind of person. It's not about good or bad, they just don't want to lose face in front of their girlfriend's co-workers either. Yi Xiaoxiao's face was a bit ugly. What are you talking about? This set of clothes was clearly something she accompanied her senior to buy. Minister Tian, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Wei didn't care at all, waving his hand to interrupt Yi Xiaoxiao, and after looking down, he casually ripped off the label and threw it on the ground. I'm sorry, I bought it in a hurry and came straight over. I forgot to cut the label. Seeing this scene, Tian Xiuzhe's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Zhang this thing called face, actually still has to be earned by one's ability. It's not good to puff up your face. I see that this set of clothes of yours, at least it costs more than a penny, right? You this casually tear off a label. I am afraid that you have to pay a few % to others to be enough. It was fine if he didn't mention money, but once he did Zhang Wei suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Listening to a middle-aged Mediterranean dressed as a successful man talking about a few cents and centimeters of money in a serious manner really made Zhang Wei feel a bit inexplicably joyful. What are you laughing at? Seeing that Zhang Wei not only did not feel the slightest embarrassment, but instead laughed out, Tian Xiujia's expression suddenly became gloomy once again. Nothing. Zhang Wei shook his head. It's just that I remembered that when I was buying clothes just now, it seemed like the store couldn't find change. Then I just stopped by to buy some gifts. Saying that, Zhang Wei took out the pocket he carried over behind him. Fenty's bowler hat? A bag from Emma's? Chanel's perfume? Under the screams and shocked gazes of Yi Xiaoxiao's many female co-workers, Zhang Wei slowly removed the contents of the bag one by one. For all the beauties, consider this as a meet and greet gift, and I hope that you'll take care of Xiaoxiao more in the future, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Chapter 51 Successful people are also dog lickers. The gifts that Zhang Wei had supposedly bought in passing had undoubtedly shocked everyone present. What were these? True international luxury brands. Each and every one of them was truly worth a lot of money. Because of their brand names, it meant that their prices were destined to be irrelevant to ordinary people. However, in Zhang Wei's case, it was just like a wholesale business, casually taking out one piece of luxury goods and giving it away. Was this what Tian Xiujia called swollen face and fat man? The males present couldn't help but feel their faces hurt a little. In their place, even if they were to force their faces to swell up, they wouldn't be able to swell up this high. As for Tian Xiujia himself, his face was as black as if ink was dripping out of it. As an old employee of the company, and a person who had mixed up to the ministerial level, Tian Xiujia was indeed considered a successful person. As a subordinate company of Huang Yan, their company in the Four Seas Hotel belonged to a level, which was completely not bad for the typical money. So mixed to now, Tian Xiujia is also considered to earn a lot of money, and less than 40 years old grade, can also be said to be young and talented, although this young is relative. However, he was still single. Of course, the main reason is that, with Tian Xiujia's successful man's vision, ordinary women, he simply can't see. What the adoption lover and so on, he has long been tired of playing. To be more specific, that is a little bit more than enough but not enough. Therefore, Tian Xiujia has been searching for a suitable partner to use as a marriage partner. Unfortunately, although there were a lot of beautiful women in the company, the ones he could see, they couldn't see him. Those he couldn't look at, he didn't care about. And the sudden appearance of Yi Xiaoxiao, with her youthful and beautiful figure, became his target. There is a saying that Lao Tian is really moved, and is really running towards the idea of marriage. Only, before he could take the initiative, Yi Xiaoxiao appeared with Zhang Wei. When Zhang Wei accompanied Yi Xiaoxiao to appear together, Lao Tian's heart was wowed. So much so that, as a successful person who was quite sophisticated, he could no longer hide his hostility towards Zhang Wei. Originally, Tian Xiujia wanted to find an opportunity to taunt Zhang Wei for a few moments, so that this poor wretch would know better and not delay the young and capable young beauty. He didn't realize that the poor man in his eyes had suddenly turned into a second-generation rich man. At this moment, old Tian's mentality collapsed. Don't be polite. It's just a little gift. It's all as a thank you for taking care of Xiaoxiao and the company. I'll have to trouble you all more in the company in the future. Zhang Wei smiled as he gave out one gift after another. The situation at that time was that he had a dime's worth of change on him, and after buying a set of clothes plus a discount, the clerk with an ugly face said that he didn't have enough change and had to make a trip to the bank. Then Zhang Wei waved his hand and directly bought a batch of luxury goods over, saying that it was a gift for Yi Xiaoxiao's co-workers. Therefore, according to the value comparison, in the previous world, Zhang Wei's bag of gifts would have cost more than $100,000. Then thank you boss. I'm really sorry for making you break the bank. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, you turned out to be Xiaoxiao's senior? Really young and promising. Saying a few good words wouldn't cost a piece of meat, and as these girls were in the business themselves, they were good with their mouths, and for a while there was an endless stream of compliments. Even the few girls who had brought their boyfriends over were no exception. Just their male companions around the face is not very good. For a while, it was a bit of a common enemy, and each of them stared angrily at Zhang Wei. As for Yi Xiaoxiao on the side, she couldn't help but show a look of pride on her face as she listened to her colleagues' praises. If you stop it, you have already stopped it before, but unfortunately it's useless. Zhang Wei said that you can't throw it away after buying it. So, it was brought over. I have long known that Senior is a very powerful person. Humph, in the past, those who always say that I am dead-hearted. Now see if you still dare to say that kind of words again. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to immediately call all of her little girlfriends who used to encourage her to stay away from Zhang Wei one by one and show off in front of them. Look, this is my senior. Well, and it's going to be my boyfriend soon. Alright, things are put away. Keep your voices down. It was only at this time that Tian Xiujia said with a sullen face. Later on, the general manager and the bigwigs from the headquarters will appear. Each and every one of you be honest. Don't lose the face of our branch's business department. Old Tian commanded with a sullen face, but the tone of his voice always felt as if it was a bit sour to the ears of the crowd. Tian Xiuzhu is a successful person, yes, but also to see with whom to compare. Let him breath out so many luxury goods as a gift to send people. That is still relatively difficult. It's not that he can't take it out. It's just that he really can't give it up. Welcome everyone's arrival. Today we meet here because I think everyone already knows that there is an area in the offshore area of our Binhai city that is currently in a state of waiting for development, whereas we, as a subordinate branch of Huangyan Construction, don't need to go around looking for a way out to hook up with Weisher Group like other companies, which is our pride, and in the future, we'll make Huangyan Construction proud because of us. In the front, the general manager gave a vocal and colorful speech, listening to Zhang Wei, a little drowsy. Then, the next speaker, Zhang Wei did not continue to pay attention to it, but lowered his head and swiped his cell phone. Zhang Wei? Zhang Wei. Just as Zhang Wei was still swiping his phone, he suddenly realized that someone was whispering his name. With a start, he realized that it was actually Tian Xiuzhu. Something wrong? Zhang Wei subconsciously asked. Only then did he see Tian Xiuzhu making eyes at him. Looking around, Zhang Wei realized that other than Yi Xiaoxiao who had gone to the restroom just now, everyone else had their heads lowered in an eye-watching posture. Looking up with some surprise, Zhang Wei was taken aback. At this time, he realized that behind himself, he actually didn't know when a person was standing, and was just staring at himself and his cell phone without saying a word. Scared me. Zhang Wei patted his chest and complained. What are you doing, old Su? You know that scaring people will scare them to death? Suddenly standing behind me. Can't you squeak first? You. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Tian Xiuzhu's eyes snapped round. What did he just call General Manager Su? Old Su? Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Tian Xiuzhu stood up violently and said to the person behind Zhang Wei with a quick nod of his head. Mr. Su, don't mind. He's not from our company. He's just a family member brought over by a company employee, so he doesn't know your identity. While accompanying him, Tian Xiuzhu thought hatefully in his heart. If it wasn't for Yi Xiaoxiao, I wouldn't care if you die. Chapter 52. What exactly is the origin of Yi Xiaoxiao's prospective boyfriend? Seeing Tian Xiuzhu suddenly standing in front of him, Zhang Wei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and laughed. It's fine. Old Su and I know each other. Old Su still knows each other? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, the people around him couldn't help but quiet down. Zhang Wei was playing with his cell phone just now and might not know what kind of person was in front of him, but they did. This, however, was a person that even the general manager of their company had to respectfully face. Truly, a superb person from Huangyan Construction. If it were usual, they would not even have the qualifications to go up and talk to him. Didn't they see that even old Tian was all respectful? Such a character. Zhang Wei actually said he knew? You know people, but they don't know you. Perhaps Zhang Wei's behavior just now did usher in a lot of goodwill for him, and everyone felt that Zhang Wei should be considered a rich man, but at best, he was just a second-generation rich man. How could a second-generation rich man have too much involvement with such a big shot? However, the next moment, this big shot's words froze everyone present. That's right, Minister Tian doesn't need to be nervous. Old brother Zhang and I are indeed acquaintances. Speaking of which, we are still considered to be in a cooperative relationship now. What? Older brother? Leaving others aside for a moment, Tian Xiuzhu was directly confused after hearing this. This big shot, what did he just say? He and this kid actually really knew each other, and were still in a cooperative relationship? What partnership? This white and clean-looking kid could actually really get involved with such a big shot. However, without giving him too much time to think, the big shot patted Tian Xiuzhu's shoulder, then once again came to Zhang Wei's side and laughed. I didn't expect that old brother would actually show up here as well. It's really too coincidental. Zhang Wei smiled and shook his head. I didn't think that I would actually run into you here either. By the way, old Su, this should be considered a gathering of Huangyan subordinate companies, right? Why did you, someone from the headquarters, suddenly come? As Su Shangtai walked over, the people around Zhang Wei consciously stood up and gave him a seat, allowing Su Shangtai to sit down. There's always something that can't be put off. Su Shangtai laughed and said, on the contrary, it's you. You don't go to deal with so many things yourself. You threw it all to your secretary, but you sneak out yourself. Isn't it even more strange than me? Ha ha ha. Hearing Su Shangtai's words, Zhang Wei could not help but laugh awkwardly as well. Indeed, compared to Su Shangtai, he had been too thorough as a hands-off boss. Obviously, the company was still in the grassroots stage, but he had thrown everything to Ji Qing, while he himself ran out alone to play around, which was indeed a bit too much. However, This matter was also discussed between Zhang Wei and the four major banks. On the topic of the company's formation, the four major banks would contribute. So Zhang Wei felt that it was better for him, a person who didn't know anything, not to just point fingers. Seeing Zhang Wei and Su Shangtai look like they are talking to each other, Tian Xiuzhe on the side can only be silly in place, wanting to move but not daring to move, quite difficult. The others at the table, even more so, did not dare to breathe a single breath. This is not on TV, but a real big shot is sitting right next to him. Even if he is usually more absent-minded, he doesn't dare to talk nonsense at this time. As for seeing Zhang Wei and the other party talking happily, everyone could only pretend not to see it. It was just some girls, but they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Yi Xiaoxiao's boyfriend, what exactly is his origin? He actually talked to such a big shot. At this time, there was still no one who felt that Zhang Wei was a powerful person. After all, even if Zhang Wei was powerful, the gap between him and such a figure as Su Shangtai was a little too big. In their opinion, Zhang Wei's family should be of a rather impressive kind, thus allowing him to strike up a conversation with an existence like Su Shangtai. Alright, I won't stay much longer. Seeing as everyone doesn't dare to talk, after chatting with Zhang Wei for a few moments, and without any in-depth conversation, Su Shangtai stood up and spoke with a smile. Older brother, you take your time to play by yourself. I'll leave first. Zhang Wei also nodded and bid farewell to Su Shangtai. It was only after Su Shangtai left that the originally quiet table became slightly more lively, but it was only a whispered conversation. There was no other reason. The sense of pressure brought about by Su Shangtai's identity was just a little too strong. Even Tian Xiuzhe didn't dare to speak loudly. It was only after a while that the atmosphere at the table gradually recovered. Tian Xiuzhe looked at Zhang Wei, his expression looking a bit awkward. Originally, he was afraid that Zhang Wei had rashly offended Su Shangtai, but he didn't expect that this guy actually really knew a big shot like that. That was a real big shot. Even for him, he usually didn't have much of a chance to get hitched. But why would Zhang Wei know such an existence? Minister, Senior, what are you guys talking about? At this time, Yi Xiaoxiao's voice came from behind. Nothing. Tian Xiuzhe closed his mouth with some desire to speak, and his entire face had the feeling of being wrinkled together. He had the intention of trying to climb into Su Shangtai's relationship from Zhang Wei's side, but his hostility towards Zhang Wei just now had also been too obvious, and he was a bit unable to pull his face off at this time. Moreover, wouldn't it be even more humiliating if he was rejected? Unlike Tian Xiuzhe's entanglement, the other girls at the table were all staring at Zhang Wei with bright eyes, as if they had seen a huge treasure. As for Zhang Wei's relationship with Yi Xiaoxiao, what does that have to do with anything? Not to mention that just now Zhang Wei said that he was not yet Yi Xiaoxiao's boyfriend, and even if he was, so what? These days, those who are married can still get divorced. Xiao, you're back. Zhang Wei laughed. It's fine, I just met an acquaintance here just now. Does Senior still have an acquaintance here? Yi Xiaoxiao asked rather curiously. Well, actually, it hasn't been long since I met them as well. Zhang Wei nodded. Seeing that Zhang Wei did not continue, Yi Xiaoxiao did not pursue the question and chatted casually. And seeing Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaoxiao quite close, many girls present were eager to take Yi Xiaoxiao's place. Yi Xiaoxiao, this silly white sweetie, was she not at all clear about what the identity of this prospective boyfriend of hers actually was? He was the one who could get in touch with the decision makers of Huangyan Construction. If you let him help you, you will be transferred to Huangyan directly. What's the point of staying in this branch? Wasteful, too wasteful. Why is he Yi Xiaoxiao's boyfriend and not his own? For a while, many of the girls who brought their boyfriends over at the table couldn't help but show expressions of disgust when they looked at the male companion beside them. Chapter 53, How come Mr. S. Hen knows him too? Of course, while disliking their boyfriends, they were more envious of Yi Xiaoxiao, even in their hearts. For Zhang Wei, there are some other ideas. Although Yi Xiaoxiao was the youngest amongst them, but if they were to say that they were beautiful, they actually weren't that far behind. After all, like the people in their department, although the requirement of verbal negotiation ability is one aspect, but those who can sit in their current position are undoubtedly absolute beauties. That's right, those who were able to come to this company party were at the very least in the position of a small manager. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, she was only a newly promoted manager. In terms of ability, especially the ability to deal with men, Yi Xiaoxiao was still far from it. Mr. Shun, just as everyone was still having their own thoughts, they suddenly heard a respectful voice coming from not far away. The group of people looked, only to see a soft and charming beauty walking towards the side with unhurried steps. Isn't that General Manager Shun? Shouldn't he be with those top leaders at this time? Why did he come to our side? A girl couldn't help but ask. I don't know. I guess it's just a casual walk. After all, MS, who is a woman? And it's always a bit uncomfortable to mix with those high-level men. General Manager Shun's name was Shin Shinru. and she was the deputy general manager of their company's general manager's office. Although their titles were all managers, there was no comparison between these small managers and Shinru, the company's vice president. Whether it was status or income, they were not on the same level. Even Tian Xiuzhe, the minister, needed to bow his head and call Shinjinzi when facing Shinru, not to mention them. Mr. Shin, why did you come over here? As a minister, Tian Xiuzhe at this time, even if he didn't want to, he could only be the one to stand out to receive. Looking at Shinru, Tian Xiuzhe couldn't help but curse the woman who had nothing to do in his heart, but his face still had to put on a smile. Shinru said softly, "It's okay, just now a little too much to drink," casually walking, just to dissipate the smell of alcohol. Everyone just pretend that I don't exist, each chatting about their own. Today's company party is to celebrate. Everyone doesn't need to be too formal. Of course, Shinru said it, but no one took it seriously. You're such a big vice president here. How can you let other people relax? And at this time, Shinru seemed to have discovered something interesting, her eyes suddenly locking onto a person on the table. Minister Tian, is that person also your employee? Shinru suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Tian Xiuzhe froze, then followed Shinru's gaze and realized that what this woman was looking at was actually Zhang Wei. Even before Shinru had the chance to say anything, Tian Xiuzhe's expression couldn't help but darken for a moment. This kid is simply toxic. How come one or two of the leaders who came have their eyes on him? Su Shangtai was fine, at least he could be said to know him, but Shinru obviously didn't know him, so why was she suddenly staring at him again? Mr. Shin, this is the boyfriend of an employee in our department. Didn't the company say they could bring someone over this time? He is the one who came along with the employees in our department, Tian Xiuzhe said. Oh, Shinru nodded with interest, and seeing Shinru's expression, Tian Xiuzhe's mind had only one thought at this moment. Bad. Others weren't clear, but he knew that this woman was called a witch among the company's executives. Although she was beautiful and capable, this woman was really not to be messed with. Many of the guys who had played her idea on the basis of their family's wealth and power, one by one, the end is quite bad, and some can even be said to be extremely tragic. The rich man who was bankrupted by her was not one or two. At the back, even the boldest people, they didn't dare to hit her idea, which made Shinru have the title of witch. But now, the witch had actually set her sights on Zhang Wei. For a while, Tian Xiuzhe's mood couldn't help but be a little complicated. There was gloating, and there was also the emotion of worrying for Yi Xiao. However, without giving Tian Xiuzhe time to think more, at this time, Shinru had already bypassed him and came to Zhang Wei's side not far away. Hello everyone. Shinru did not hastily make direct contact with Zhang Wei, but instead greeted towards everyone. Good day, Mr. Shin. Good day, Mr. Shun. Hearing Shinru take the initiative to greet her, the crowd was either restrained or took the initiative to respond to Shinru, and Zhang Wei could not help but take a look at the woman who was called General Manager Shin. At this glance, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. How was it her? This woman was no other than the woman that Zhang Wei had bumped into at the women's clothing store not long ago. It was not that this woman was ugly. On the contrary, this woman was very beautiful, and there was even a seductive force on her body that Yi Xiao did not have. But Zhang Wei was self-conscious that with such a woman, he was afraid that he would be a little bit unable to hold the steering wheel. Mind if I take a seat here? Glancing at the seat beside Zhang Wei, Shinru asked. This seat, not long ago, had been replaced with Tian Xiuzhe, but Shinru's words, however, were clearly not asked to Tian Xiuzhe. At the moment, the person Shinru was looking at was Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao gave Zhang Wei a somewhat strange look, then nodded. Of course I don't mind. Just sit anywhere you want. Mr. Shin. Yi Xiao. Wasn't that petty? Not to mention, Zhang Wei didn't seem to have anything to do with Mr. Shin. Wait, why is Mr. Shin asking this? Could it be that the senior really knows Mr. Shin? Yi Xiao's eyes suddenly became a little sharp. It seemed like there was indeed some secret hidden in the senior's body. Seeing that Yi Xiao agreed, Shinru also sat down naturally. Little handsome, it seems like we've met before? Hearing Shinru's words, everyone present almost simultaneously perked up their ears. Met again? It was even if businessman Su had just been there, how could he even recognize General Manager Shin? Yi Xiao. This prospective boyfriend? What exactly is his origin? Zhang Wei also smiled and was just about to open his mouth to speak when he heard Shinru whisper. If you dare to say that you're mistaken in recognizing me, I'll tell that little girlfriend of yours that you assaulted my breasts before. Yo! Zhang Wei couldn't help but stiffen his expression when he heard this. Ha 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 ha, what a coincidence. I didn't think that Mr. Shin was actually from the same company as Xiao. I ran into him by chance once before, but I haven't had the chance to ask Mr. Shin his name yet. At this moment, Zhang Wei went into overdrive, hiding the important events while revealing a message at the same time. I've only met her once by chance. I haven't even asked her name. Don't misunderstand. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes, which were originally somewhat sharp, immediately became much softer. On Shen Xinru's face, a strange smile also appeared. For some reason, when he saw this smile, Zhang Wei instantly felt a little bad. Chapter 54, As long as you have money, riding a bicycle is handsome, no matter from any angle. Shen Xinru was undoubtedly a very attractive woman. Among the girls present, except for Yi Xiaoxiao who was a little younger, Shen Xinru was actually about the same age as the other girls. However, at such an age, Shen Xinru was sitting on the position of the company's vice president. You know, this is a company under Huang Yan construction. Basically there is no such thing as a backstage situation. Want to sit in which position? Accordingly need to pay considerable efforts and show due ability. Shen Xinru's ability, naturally, needless to say, but for such a woman, she was also extremely beautiful. So in comparison, among almost all the women present, there was not a single one who could compare to her. Among the men, there were very few who could not be moved by the sight of Shen Xinru. Most of them were intimidated by the reputation of the witch and only dared to keep a distant view. Of course, Zhang Wei definitely did not know the name of the witch, so the reason why he was able to resist the temptation of the witch was entirely because Yi Xiaoxiao was sitting right next to him. Is the little handsome man's name Zhang Wei? Shen Xinru asked. Zhang Wei nodded, his eyes still somewhat unconsciously glancing at Yi Xiaoxiao beside him. Only after seeing that Yi Xiaoxiao didn't seem to have much of a reaction did he calm down a little. Wasn't he a little too sensitive? And, it seems like he didn't do anything just accidentally bumped into it. Little brother seems to be very knowledgeable about women's clothes. And, there is also a rather beautiful girlfriend. Really a winner in life. Shen Xinru said. Zhang Wei hurriedly said, I'm just an ordinary person. With Mr. Shen cannot be compared, which can be considered to be what life winner Moreover, to say life winner, isn't Mr. Shen the only one? But I'm still just a single dog, Shen Xinru said as she bit her finger. With this action, looking at Zhang Wei, he couldn't help but twitch again. This woman, if I were in a different place, I would have to have a good time with you, but not now. Zhang Wei maintained his serious expression and held back all the words in his stomach. Joking aside, with General Manager Shen's condition, what kind of man can't be found? Zhang Wei said. Shen Xinru laughed softly. If you are like this, you won't be able to find one. General Manager Shen. Without waiting for Zhang Wei to speak, Yi Xiaoxiao on the side finally spoke up. There are quite a few big shots waiting for you on the general manager's side, right? Mixing with us, a group of small employees, will inevitably make it look like Mr. Shen has dropped a little bit too much. So Mr. Shen had better go back quickly. Yi Xiaoxiao smiled. I'm afraid that the general manager will blame us for not knowing what to do when the time comes. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice didn't carry the slightest bit of pyrotechnics, but the words that came out were close to telling Shen Xinru to hurry up and get lost. The other co-workers in the surroundings couldn't help but look at each other, all revealing a look of gratitude. This was Yi Xiaoxiao. If it was them, they would definitely not dare to speak to Shen Xinru like this. Yi Xiaoxiao's boyfriend-to-be was good, but he was also too good at attracting butterflies, and even Shen Xinru was attracted to him. If you think about it differently, if you were them, you might not be able to keep Zhang Wei. After all, compared to Shen Xinru, they were only ashamed of themselves. Ha ha, it seems that your little girlfriend is also a bit angry. Little handsome boy. Shen Xinru let out a light laugh, then got up and stood up. Well then, I won't stay here to disturb your fun. With that, Shen Xinru lowered her voice and said in Zhang Wei's ear, don't forget, our agreement promise? Shen Xinru's words were not heard by the others, but Yi Xiaoxiao, who was sitting just to the side, heard them clearly. Between Senior and Shen Xinru, there was still an agreement? Didn't they only meet once? Could it be that there was something fishy in this? For a while, Yi Xiaoxiao's gaze towards Zhang Wei also became somewhat unkind. Zhang Wei obviously noticed Yi Xiaoxiao's expression and hurriedly pulled Yi Xiaoxiao's small hand and said, misunderstanding? It's really all a misunderstanding. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Yi Xiaoxiao then gave a light hum. In the end, in front of her co-workers, Yi Xiaoxiao did not continue to pursue the matter. Moreover, Zhang Wei had also said before that right now, he was still just his quasi-boyfriend, and his own status was a bit awkward, so it was not good to say anything more. Just, what exactly is the situation with the senior? Is he really planning to accept me? Or is it that senior he is actually just playing around? For a while, Yi Xiaoxiao's heart actually suffered a bit. As for Yi Xiaoxiao's co-workers, although their faces didn't show much, their hearts still couldn't help but be a bit tasty. Such a boyfriend, although good and rich is true, but it's not necessarily a good thing if the status gap is too big. Maybe he still has many women outside. Some people thought in their hearts and immediately felt much more balanced. A certain gap would give birth to the idea of wanting to catch up, but if the gap was too big, then all that was left was envy and jealousy. And in the beginning, when Zhang Wei gave out the gifts, they might have just felt that there was a certain gap between the two sides. But after Su Shangtai appeared and climbed into conversation with Zhang Wei, the small thoughts in many people's hearts were gradually extinguished. Among them, Tian Xiuzhe was also included. The gap is really a little too big, and Zhang Wei competition really cannot compete. Although up to now, Zhang Wei has shown is only a little bit of money only, but just Zhang Wei no Su Shangtai this one. Is he Tian Xiuzhe completely insurmountable mountain? Thus, this party, under the situation of each having their own thoughts, ended in a hurry. Shall I send you back? At this time, the men who came to the scene, as long as they hadn't been drinking, all showed their manly demeanor and took the initiative to open their mouths to invite some of the girls. Only a few women left on their own, and most of them, even if they drove their own cars, chose to gladly accept the invitations at this time. And one by one, they drove off with great intentions. Similarly, Zhang Wei also expressed his intention to send Yi Xiaoxiao home. Only, looking at the bicycle that Zhang Wei helped over, Yi Xiaoxiao's expression was a bit tearful for a while. Take a ride, just like before. Zhang Wei laughed. Good. Seemingly remembering something, a smile appeared on Yi Xiaoxiao's face, just like before, outside the hotel. When some people saw Zhang Wei riding his bicycle to carry Yi Xiaoxiao away, they couldn't help but have an odd smile or a faint mockery appear on their faces. This kind of goods can actually blend into the Four Seas Hotel? Even if you can't afford to buy a car, at least call a cab. How can you ride a broken bicycle and have the face to carry a woman? On the other hand, Yi Xiaoxiao's colleagues who knew Zhang Wei were all showing envy. They naturally wouldn't think that Zhang Wei couldn't afford a car. In their opinion, this was a sign of romance. It was true that as long as one had money, even riding a bicycle was so handsome. Chapter 55, Have I Become a Scum? After sending Yi Xiaoxiao home, Zhang Wei rode his bicycle, turned a corner and drove directly towards his original neighborhood. For some reason, it was clear that he had already bought a new house, but Zhang Wei was still more accustomed to running towards his original neighborhood. Perhaps this is habit. By the time he reacted, Zhang Wei was already standing underneath his own home, smiling somewhat helplessly, and then he directly climbed up to the 6th floor and opened his own home door. Just after opening the door, Zhang Wei sensed that something was wrong. The lights, they were on. There was someone in the house. Into the thief. This was Zhang Wei's first thought. However, soon, Zhang Wei felt more and more strange. It is not right. If their own home into the thief, then, this time should not be brightly open lights, right? Moreover, from the inside out of the movement, it seems to come into their own home, seems to make a sound is not small. If it is a thief, this is also too exaggerated point, right? With a somewhat wary expression, Zhang Wei entered the living room, and before he had time to observe the other movements in the house, he saw a woman draped in a bath towel with white flowers appearing in his field of vision. Why are you here? Zhang Wei looked at the other party somewhat dumbfounded and couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he said. When Ji Qing saw Zhang Wei, her expression was also a bit embarrassed, and she whispered, "Wasn't it the key you gave me, boss?" At this time, Ji Qing, obviously just finished a bath, with nothing but a towel on her body, the skin that was washed by the hot water and was obviously a little reddish. At this moment it seemed to give off an infinite seductive power. Why did you appear in my house at night? Zhang Wei spoke with some difficulty. Ji Qing said, "I have something to look for you, boss, but remembering that you said you were busy today, I didn't dare to disturb you, so I came to your house to wait for you." Ji Qing said this with a straight face. You have something to find me. Why did you take a bath, by the way? After carefully observing Zhang Wei's somewhat nervous expression, Ji Qing, who was still a bit tense, suddenly laughed out. "I say, boss, you wouldn't have even had a girlfriend, right?" Zhang Wei immediately blushed. "What nonsense, how could I?" The more he said, the lower Zhang Wei's voice became, because Ji Qing was right. Even Yi Xiaoxiao could only be considered as his quasi-girlfriend right now. A real girlfriend? He really hadn't made one yet. Ha ha ha. I can't imagine that, boss, you're actually still an innocent little boy? Ah ha 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 ha. Ji Qing looked at Zhang Wei and suddenly laughed extremely exaggeratedly. Laughing, Zhang Wei's face colored with vegetables and said with some annoyance, "What's wrong with not having a girlfriend? Pure love boys eat your family's rice, ah?" However, Zhang Wei's annoyed expression looked more and more adorable in Ji Qing's eyes. Such a boss was really interesting. Originally, in Ji Qing's eyes, this boss of his was mysterious and unattainable. Every move he made seemed to carry some sort of deep meaning. However, at this moment, Zhang Wei showed a side that was extremely close to an ordinary person, suddenly making Ji Qing feel that Zhang Wei was not so unattainable. Laughing at Zhang Wei as an innocent boy, but she was actually similar. With an extremely strong career, she had no time to fall in love when she was in school and rejected countless people's pursuits. And after graduation, Ji Qing was even more preoccupied with her work, so she had even less time to talk about male-female relationships. Well, aren't you here to report on your work? Zhang Wei felt that he was a bit brought into the ditch by Ji Qing, and hurriedly changed the topic and said. Ji Qing beamed. Boss, I want to drink Xian Mai Ganja. Okay, fine. Zhang Wei nodded and said somewhat helplessly. Then I'll go change first. With that, Ji Qing turned around and headed towards the only bedroom in the house. However, right at this moment, Ji Qing's still dry slippers seemed to have slipped on the ground due to being stained with water. Ai! Out of Ji Qing's mouth, a panicked sound was emitted, followed by her body falling uncontrollably towards the back. Zhang Wei's eyes and hands were quick, and the distance happened to be not too far away, so he took a quick step out and caught Ji Qing, which prevented Ji Qing's head from directly hitting the ground. Well, after holding Ji Qing, Zhang Wei suddenly quieted down. Ji Qing, on the other hand, finally came back to her senses. The expressions of both of them were a bit off. This was because, the moment Ji Qing had just slipped, the bath towel on her body also loosened. Therefore, the moment Zhang Wei hugged Ji Qing, the not-so-big white bath towel also slowly slid down to the ground. Feeling the softness that was close to him, especially since his hands were still unconsciously pressing on Ji Qing's shoulders and collarbone, Zhang Wei's heartbeat accelerated somewhat uncontrollably. Boss. Ji Qing also seemed to be a bit nervous at this time. You're doing this on purpose, right? Zhang Wei's voice grew drier and drier, as if he hadn't drank any water for a long time. Stop fooling around and hurry up to pick up the bath towel. Then why don't you even close your eyes? Zhang Wei. Boss, your eyes are almost falling out. Zhang Wei. In the end, Zhang Wei turned around with his eyes closed with a helpless face. Only then did Ji Qing pick up the bath towel with a smile on her lips. Although she likewise blushed a scarlet red, there was no doubt that in this encounter, it was she who had won. Although to put it mildly, it was still her loss. But at least, a verbal victory was gained. I'm going to go change. Throwing down a sentence, Ji Qing quickly ran into the bedroom, slamming the bedroom door with a bang. It was only then that Zhang Wei withdrew from the state of silently reciting Amitabha with a tangled expression, recalling the amazing elasticity that his fingertips had just touched. Zhang Wei, who had been single for 25 years, inevitably became a little tempted. No, can't be an animal. Well, it's not the time to be a beast yet. The feelings are not yet in place. Males are all thinking with their lower bodies, and the greatest advantage of humans is that they can temporarily dominate their lower bodies with their upper bodies. Mumbling in a low voice with vocabulary that no one could understand, Zhang Wei walked into the kitchen, brewed 2 cups of Xian Mai Ganja, and only calmed down a bit after taking a fierce sip. Zhang Wei was a normal male, so how could he not have some other reactions when faced with a scene like that just now? However, he also knew that, just like he said, the feelings were not yet in place, and perhaps it was necessary to cultivate them a bit more before. No, my quasi-girlfriend is obviously Xiao Xiao. Why should I cultivate my feelings with her? Suddenly, Zhang Wei came back to his senses. It turned out that he had already transformed from a geek to a scumbag without realizing it. Chapter 56, Ji Qing returns to her heart. When Ji Qing came out of the bedroom, she wasn't wearing any formal attire. Instead, she was wearing Zhang Wei's robe. While Zhang Wei's robe was draped over her body, it was obviously quite loose, but it also completely covered up that dimpled figure. Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a bit of pity. Ji Qing was a great beauty, there was no doubt about it. Zhang Wei was also a normal man, and when faced with such a big beauty, especially when she had just finished her bath and was sitting across from him, it was definitely impossible to say that his heart wasn't moved. However, with supreme willpower, Zhang Wei restrained this heartbeat and said in a deep voice, "About the company, say it." Aha! Ji Qing nodded, not caring about Zhang Wei's attitude. Instead, she became more and more satisfied with Zhang Wei, worthy of being his own boss. Even in the face of this appearance of himself, he was able to hold back his immobility, so he was really different from other men. If it were any other man, I'm afraid he would have already jumped on me by now, right? Ji Qing thought, feeling that she had really followed the right boss. In fact, it was only after she finished her bath that she felt some regret. Why did she, herself, suddenly run to Zhang Wei's house to take a bath? But now, instead of worrying about it, she became more and more interested in Zhang Wei. A young boss who was so rich, actually managed to keep a low profile with all the time, not to mention that he was also so restrained about his personal life. Not at all like the other rich second generation who let their hair down. Such a man, Ji Qing really couldn't be more satisfied. Regarding the development of that one spot in the offshore area, it's pretty much been studied. Overall, we have divided that piece of land in the offshore area into 10 different areas, except for 2 of the areas that will be used as our Weisher group for our own use. and then we are going to put 8 of them up for auction, so that the major groups in the coastal area can bid on them. In addition, there is also a small piece of vacant area that will be divided with the 4 major banks, as our previous commitment. Boss, if we do it right, maybe this wave will be able to directly allow us to earn back the capital investment of taking the entire piece of land in the coastal area, Ji Qing said in a somewhat excited tone. Obviously, she had already seen herself as a member of Zhang Wei's side without realizing it. While Zhang Wei had invested $300 in a single breath when he bought that piece of land, after the new official decision came down, the value of that piece of land was much more than the $300 that could be calculated with. According to Ji Qing's estimation, if all 8 areas of the land were bid out, not only would they be able to make back their capital, they would probably make more than double. After that, the more other people invested in the offshore area, the more Zhang Wei's side could earn. It can even be said that there is simply no more profitable business than this. This was all thanks to Zhang Wei's decisive decision to take the land in the coastal area. It was precisely because of this that Ji Qing worshipped Zhang Wei more and more. When the decision had not come down, no one would have thought that the value of that piece of land would actually soar to that extent. And $300 of funds, even for the various large collectives, is not a small amount of money, at least to let them breath out so much liquidity, but also need a certain amount of time. But Zhang Wei, just so decisive to buy directly, in addition to her the boss, who else can be so decisive? This is quite good. Zhang Wei's face also revealed a smile at this time. Is it finally time to make money? During this period of time, Zhang Wei felt like he had been in a state of consumption. Even if he had more money, it was not a good thing to consume it like this, so it was no better if the investment could be followed by getting a return. Right, boss, I've already contacted the engineering team, and this time, I came here to talk to you about this matter. Ji Qing looked at Zhang Wei and opened her mouth to ask. Now, as long as you nod your head in agreement, the engineering team will soon start work directly and start constructing the building belonging to our Weisher group in the offshore area. Build, Zhang De said with a wave of his hand in a bold manner. A building belonging to himself. Just thinking about it made Zhang Wei feel a little excited. But, boss, our bidding hasn't started yet, so we need funds for the project. Ji Qing looked at Zhang Wei with some eyes. Zhang Wei, so we haven't started making money yet. Was that my illusion just now? How much do you need? The first installment of investment capital, probably around $80? Ji Qing said, glancing at Zhang Wei with some caution. Then invest it. Zhang Wei boldly counted out $100 from the change jar and handed it over to Ji Qing. Ji Qing clutched the money, and for a moment, she was actually a bit touched. He actually believed in himself so much? This was $100 a whole 100 million milliard actually handed it over to himself just like this. In this world, in addition to Zhang Wei, who else can talk to such a trusting subordinate, directly handing over such a large sum of his own casually to someone else to deal with, not even asking more questions? Ji Qing, who was extremely career-oriented, did not feel that there was anything wrong with Zhang Wei being a hands-off boss at this moment. After all, as the boss, in fact, only need to lie down to make money on the line, at most only in the time to make major decisions to show a face. Only those bosses who have a strong desire to control, or who do not trust their subordinates, will stay in the company all day long and keep an eye on their subordinates. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, was clearly not such a person. Therefore, Ji Qing felt that she was really very happy to get along with Zhang Wei. At this moment, Ji Qing's heart violently made a decision. On the side of Silver Feather Industry, perhaps the time has come to make a decision as well. Compared to Silver Feather Industries, although the internal competition atmosphere over there was very good, Ji Qing still preferred this unconditional trust from Zhang Wei. If she left Silver Feather Industries completely, then she could wholeheartedly pounce on Zhang Wei's side. Of course, if Qin Qingzhou knew that although he had gotten Zhang Wei's investment, he had lost a star-level elite employee while putting in a lot of hard work to achieve the results, he probably wouldn't even be able to cry. Ji Qing placed the money in her hands on the table, looked at Zhang Wei, and suddenly spoke. Boss, thank you. Thank you for your trust, Ji Qing said, and under Zhang Wei's stunned gaze, she suddenly came over as well, and gave the frozen Zhang Wei a peck on his forehead, then retreated with a smile. Don't think too much about it. Oh, this is just a reward for you trusting me. By the way, Secretary Jia Zhe from the municipal officer's side contacted me today, saying that the municipal officer is looking for you to talk about something, asking you to meet tomorrow. Are you free, boss? I should be. Zhang Wei nodded. Ji Qing smiled cheekily. Then don't think about me so much that you can't sleep. Good night. After Ji Qing finished speaking, she directly drilled into the bedroom, then closed the door with a bang, and by the sound of it, it seemed that she had even unlocked the bedroom door. Zhang Wei? That seems to be my bedroom, right? You just left me in the living room like that? Chapter 57, The Municipal Officials with Radical Attitude Changes. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhang Wei was actually considered quite handsome. In all aspects, he is considered a real handsome man. As for what he is relying on to be single for so long, there is no doubt that he is relying on being poor. This point, in fact, I believe that many people should be quite carried away. But what Zhang Wei never thought was that he would one day actually really be molested by the legendary rich woman. For example, now, little handsome, who brought you here? You look so familiar? Well, it's quite a face. I didn't expect that the municipal official who never promotes his juniors would actually choose to bring a latecomer to such an event. It's really intriguing. Sitting beside Zhang Wei were two rich women. One was the boss of a jewelry brand from a company called Zhekong Jewelry. One was an old boss from the 100 Phoenix Group who was engaged in tourism development. Two strong women, although their age was actually not too great, being less than 40 years old. To Zhang Wei, they were indeed considered to be of auntie's age. While there might be quite a few people who were quite interested in ladies of this age, Zhang Wei, without a doubt, was not among them. So at this time, Zhang Wei was sitting in place without a word with his head full of black lines. Idiot Ji Cheng actually sensed letting the boss do this kind of crap. And wasn't it said that this time it was the municipal official's appointment? Why did such a large group of strangers come out? At this time, the door of the box opened and a middle-aged man with a majestic demeanor walked in. Officer Zhou, municipal officer, you're finally here. Upon seeing this person's appearance, the surrounding people stood up to greet him, and even the two rich women who were still pestering Zhang Wei originally stopped pestering him and stood up to greet the man who had just entered. Undoubtedly, this was the real bigwig of Binhai City, the number 2 person in charge of the Daquan, the Binhai City municipal official. And after sweeping his gaze towards the surroundings, this municipal official only nodded casually without much of a reaction. It was only when his gaze finally landed on Zhang Wei's body that his eyes brightened slightly. This is Mr. Zhang Wei, right? The municipal official took the initiative to ask. It's me. Zhang Wei nodded. Hearing Zhang Wei's answer, the municipal official's eyes grew a few points brighter and brighter. Directly ignoring the people around him, he quickly walked to Zhang Wei's side, took Zhang Wei's hand, and laughed loudly. I didn't expect that our Marina City could also follow the emergence of such a young genius like Mr. Zhang. It is really the honor of our Marina, and also the honor of my old Zhou. The surrounding people, however, couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded after hearing the municipal official's words. No matter how, they are also considered to be the characters of Binhai City, even if not to say that they are the first few, but they are also considered to be the big entrepreneurs who have made outstanding contributions to Binhai. How can the municipal official treat them like they are indifferent, instead of being so enthusiastic about a strange young man? This young man, when he just appeared, the people present also froze for a moment, inquired about Zhang Wei's origin, but after knowing that it was the municipal official who had sent him over, they did not ask more questions. Most of them, like the two rich women, thought that the municipal official had brought one of his family's juniors to meet the city. But unexpectedly, the municipal official seemed to be more enthusiastic about this young man than them. This young man, what exactly was his identity? Zhang Wei, this name, haven't heard of it. Is there any family named Zhang in Binhai that is very powerful? Zhang Xian of the Southern Group? Or Zhang Nuyen from Dragon World? Neither is right. Even if Zhang Xian or Zhang Nuyen himself came over, it wouldn't be enough to make the municipal officials so polite, right? Several big businessmen thought for half a day, but they couldn't figure out what exactly Zhang Wei's identity was. The municipal official, on the other hand, was still being polite to Zhang Wei at this time, with a warmth that was a bit uncharacteristic. Only, if he were to know what was in the hearts of these businessmen, he would only sneer. What kind of virtues did this group of entrepreneurs have? If others didn't know, could he not know? Binhai City, the major groups of companies, but most of them in this acre of land is considered to be mixed okay. The real super large enterprises, but there are not many. These businessmen seem to be a lot of money, but in fact, simply cannot take a few money to invest. Even if you look at what the project, but most of them are directly mortgaged, borrowed from the bank to invest in it. Empty glove trick, play more than anyone else, but really want them to shell out money when, one by one will start to pretend to be poor, which is like Zhang Wei, such a god of wealth, directly without saying a word. They shelled out money. The municipal officials have long understood the specifics. At that time, Zhang Wei should have indeed not gotten any insider information, but directly after determining that Huang Yan had fast land just taken down, he didn't even ask much and directly opened his mouth to shell out money to take it down. Such a bold businessman. Even the municipal officials themselves do not remember how long they have not encountered. As for saying that Zhang Wei was just a fool with a lot of money, though spreading money for fun, that would be even more unlikely. From the series of actions of the Weisher group right now, There was no doubt that this young entrepreneur with a very popular name definitely had something big in store for him. However, this time the municipal official realized that, in the face of such a young entrepreneur who directly came up to smash money, he simply did not have too good a way to deal with others. Name? This one obviously doesn't care. As long as he announces his identity as the owner of the WeChat group, he can immediately follow the instant real fame. Money? Even if he only heard about it. He had also heard from his own men and some acquaintances how much this person didn't care about money. As for the others, in the case of women, with a woman like Ji Qing by Zhang Wei's side, the municipal official was even more unsure. After counting, the municipal official realized that he didn't even have anything he could take with him to give to Zhang Wei. Because, in any other place, facing such a god of wealth who randomly spreads money and invests, he would give him favorable treatment. Compared to Zhang Wei, those guys who only look for bank loans to do business, what do they count for? Municipal official. You don't have to be so enthusiastic. Looking at one of his hands being tightly grasped by the municipal official, Zhang Wei's expression immediately became awkward. On the other hand, after the municipal officer heard Zhang Wei's words, his face couldn't help but change a bit. No need to be so polite? What do you mean? Could it be that this one still has something against me? It shouldn't be. Could it be these guys? The municipal official's gaze swept over the other businessmen present one by one. Could it be that these people have upset Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang? If so, please feel free to point them out, the municipal official said with a smile, but the words that came out of his mouth couldn't help but cause chills to start rising in the hearts of the businessmen present. Chapter 58 Acting and Cooperating. They are merchants good, and as in the coastal city are ranked businessmen, but it also depends on with whom to compare. In front of me, this is not a businessman, but the municipal official of Marina City, the real two-person. They thought that they had come here today because the municipal official had some good intentions and wanted to invite them to participate in some program, but they didn't expect that they would become targets instead. And in fact, they were not aware that in the eyes of the municipal officer, indeed, they were not yet considered to be any characters, only their hands of economic power in Binhai City bundled together, equivalent to their money is also equal to Binhai's money, which makes the municipal officials this time to invite them to come, not to invite that group of richer businessmen. The richer ones were not absent in Marina, only that their roots were not necessarily in Marina. To put it simply, the municipal official had brought them here to recognize Zhang Wei, which was really for them to gain a better understanding of the city. But if these people did not know better, the municipal official also had countless ways to make these people eat their words. Marina City needed businessmen to drive development, but there was no way for a brainless businessman to drive development. So with the municipal official's words, the atmosphere of the scene cooled down somewhat in a flash. That, Officer Zhou, things aren't that serious. At this time, Zhang Wei finally spoke up, and as Zhang Wei's words were spoken, the scene's originally somewhat chilled atmosphere eased quite a bit. Municipal officer, it's good that you're not unhappy. Mr. Zhang Wei, no, I'm just not too used to this kind of atmosphere, and I've rarely participated in this kind of party before. Municipal official, so that's how it is. That's my bad consideration. Also, Mr. Zhang doesn't need to be so polite. Municipal officer or something would seem rusty. Ha, just call me old Joe. Zhang Wei, then don't call me any Mr. Zhang, call me Wei or old brother. Brother Zhou, older brother Zhang. The other businessmen in the surroundings exchanged eye contact with each other, and at the same time, there were eerie looks that flashed by. This person, what exactly was his origin? In the beginning, they hadn't really bothered to notice him much, but they hadn't expected that he was actually the protagonist of this gathering. Moreover, looking at the municipal officials all with such a pleasing expression, they were at a loss as to what to say. Just what kind of person could make an existence like the municipal officer go and curry favor? In particular, the two female CEOs who had even molested Zhang Wei before couldn't help but have a look of trepidation in their eyes at this time. They could never have imagined that the youngster they had just molested was actually someone that even the municipal officer had to deal with carefully. The scene finally eased down. These shrewd merchants also gradually saw the needle. Can casually chat a few words? At this time, the municipal official also sat down, and after chatting for a while, he cut to the chase. I wonder what specific plans old brother has for the development of the offshore area this time. The development of the offshore area? Specific planning? This short sentence revealed incomparably amazing news. These businessmen were also ghostly and shrewd, and almost instantly judged the useful news from this sentence. This young man was able to follow the decision to develop the offshore area. He, actually, was someone from the Great Shore Group. Moreover, the identity was definitely not low, because even if it was the legendary person from the WeChat group, if his identity was too low, it would definitely not be enough to make the municipal officials put up such a stance. That means, Such a young man who was still a little tender, can actually really talk to decide the development of the offshore area? He was actually a high-ranking member of the WeChat group? And Zhang Wei didn't care about the words of the municipal official, thinking of the program that Ji Qing had shown himself before. After thinking about it, he then said, the offshore area is close to the beach. I think the main thing is to take the beach tourism route as the main one. Beach tourism? Mr. Zhang's idea is very good. A group of people found an opportunity and hurriedly bragged about it. While boasting, they couldn't help but turn their brains quickly. The WeChat group, actually planning to develop beach tourism? Such a big piece of land, if it can be utilized well with, the proceeds are absolutely amazing. The municipal official also nodded and spoke. Can you be more specific? Zhang Wei glanced around. Originally, the development of the offshore area had a certain relationship with the officials, and since it was the municipal official who had brought over the people, then to a certain extent, it was also a statement from the municipal official, these people were definitely under his control. So Zhang Wei didn't mind and opened his mouth to say, actually, our Binhai city is not considered a tourist city, and the foreign population is not too much in general, so I think that if the offshore area is developed well, it might be able to add to Binhai's tourism revenue. At the same time, in the offshore area WeChat group, may learn some construction methods from abroad and add some special entertainment projects, as well as some local specialties of our Marina City, to attract more outsiders' eyes. With the developer's point of view, Marina City has such a large piece of undeveloped and pristine beach, it is undoubtedly a waste to put it there. That's why WeChat group, have decided to utilize this area as much as possible. Zhang Wei's memory and logical thinking were still quite good, and he had also seen Ji Qing's proposal, so it wasn't much of a problem to just blurt it out. The municipal official also nodded his head repeatedly from the side, opening his mouth to ask a couple of questions every now and then. In fact, the development of the offshore area was also considered a joint project between the WeChat group and the officials, and he was generally aware of these things, only that he was not very clear about the WeChat group's program. And these, on the surface, he was the one listening, but in reality, it was said to those businessmen, because these people were the local specialties that Zhang Wei had just spoken of. Then, may I ask Mr. Zhang, when exactly will you consider leasing and selling the location in the offshore area? A businessman asked the crucial question. The time? Well, it hasn't actually been finalized yet, Zhang Wei said with a smile, glancing at the municipal official with an inquiring gaze. After seeing the look of confirmation in the eyes of the municipal official, Zhang Wei then nodded without a trace. However, all of you are the people invited by old brother Zhou, so if you have the need, we, the WeChat group, can open up some of the better lots to rent to you all in advance. Oh, really? Great. If it's really possible, then thank you so much, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Wei waved his hand. There's no need to thank me. Shouldn't you guys thank old brother Zhou more? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Municipal Officer. Mr. Zhou, I'll drink to you. Chapter 59 Boss, I love you. After these businessmen got what they wanted, they got a Ji Qing business card. Afterwards, this was the only way to leave one by one satisfied. That's right, it was Ji Qing's business card, because Zhang Wei's own business card hadn't taken the time to print it out well, and Ji Qing had also asked Zhang Wei what kind of business card he wanted, but Zhang Wei, for his own part, hadn't thought about it just yet. Older brother, thank you this time. Only after the crowd had left did the municipal official take the initiative to toast Zhang Wei. This was something that was almost impossible in normal times. What kind of person was the municipal official? The second in command of the entire Binhai. All sorts of small and large affairs had to be handled through his hands. An ordinary businessman, even if they were qualified to meet with him, did not have the qualifications. Even if you are qualified to meet with him, there are not many can talk to him as an equal. After all, Binhai was not a small city, but a large city with a population of tens of millions. This kind of big city's municipal official need to talk to you, a small businessman, polite? What? This is China. Summer, not a foreign country. Older brother is polite. This itself is just something I should do. Zhang Wei also returned the toast, communicating with someone at the level of a municipal official. Zhang Wei still appeared to have a lot of respect. In fact, this trip, Ji Qing had already communicated with him when he arrived. To put it bluntly, it was to cooperate with the municipal official to put on a show, and while handing out benefits, to deter these Binhai businessmen, so that they wouldn't think that they could inflate themselves with a little bit of money. Now it seems that this play is not bad. Zhang Wei himself did not realize that he actually has a talent for acting. After the municipal official took a sip of wine, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Older brother's performance just now was completely like a newcomer in the shopping mall, making me feel like it's real. No wonder he possessed such a huge fortune at such a young age. It's really powerful. Zhang Wei smiled sarcastically and nodded. Could he say that he really was completely a newcomer to them all? He really didn't know a thing about these messy involvements. Just forget about it. Anyway, it is true that he has money now, so these people can associate it however they like. I don't know, old brother. Recently, in addition to the development of the offshore area, what other investment ideas? After chatting for a while, the municipal official then carefully opened his mouth to test the waters. Not yet, I guess. If there's something I need help with, I'll definitely turn to you, old brother. I hope that old brother won't let me eat a closed door at that time. Zhang Wei joked. Ha ha, it's fine. Just leave the small things to old brother me. In this piece of land in Binhai, old brother, I still have a few words, the municipal official said rather boldly. However, there were also some reservations. Old fox, Zhang Wei muttered in his heart. What do you mean by I'll leave small matters to you in spite of it? Meaning that you, the second in command of Marina City, are not capable of handling slightly bigger matters? And the eyes of the municipal official looking at Zhang Wei were also a bit odd. This guy, he was really dripping with water. With these eyes, it was clear that he still had other investment ideas, but he just wasn't willing to reveal any information at all. It's also true, if it was so easy to get some news, he wouldn't be so rich. After thinking about it, the municipal official figured it out again. What he didn't know was that at this time, Zhang Wei really didn't have any concrete ideas, and was completely in a state of I have money, but I don't know how to spend it. This was also a normal phenomenon for many people after suddenly becoming rich. It was only that Zhang Wei's previous behavior was just too rich, so the municipal officials had never even considered the possibility that Zhang Wei was suddenly rich. Even if he had won all of the nation's welfare lottery prizes in a single breath, it was still impossible for him to get so rich to such an extent. In this way, the two of them chatted for a while each with their own thoughts before dispersing and leaving. Leaving the hotel, Zhang Wei got into an SUV of his own, and by his side was Ji Qing, who had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Zhang Wei sitting up, Ji Qing immediately said to the front, "Drive." The vehicle started without a word. Zhang Wei glanced at it and realized that the one driving was actually none other than Su Gang, who he had personally applied for a job not long ago. "Brother Su, this is the official start of work." Zhang Wei laughed. Su Bang nodded and also revealed a smile. "Thanks to Chairman and Secretary Ji's high regard." "Alright." The exchange with the municipal officials. "How is it going?" At this time, Ji Qing then asked. "An old fox." Zhang Wei shook his head. "One is trying to set me up." Ji Qing rolled her eyes. If people weren't smarter, they wouldn't be able to sit in this position. "Do you think everyone is as rich as you?" Of course, Ji Qing definitely didn't say this out loud. "There's also the fact that those businessmen were also subdued, and I gave out your business card." "Ha!" Noriaki froze for a moment. "Didn't I not get my own business card yet?" Zhang Wei immediately revealed an awkward smile when he saw something wrong with Ji Qing's expression. "You just didn't print your business card because you wanted to be lazy, right?" Ji Qing was enraged and couldn't help but grab the soft flesh around Zhang Wei's waist. "My big boss, do you know how much time it takes to cope with these guys? Don't you think I'm not busy enough?" "Hiss, be gentle. Am I not giving you some more work experience so that you can cope with more big scenes in the future?" "Hiss, don't, be gentle." "Gently, I was wrong." Su Bang glanced behind him without a trace, and then perfectly displayed the style of a deaf and dumb person, driving the car seriously without listening or asking questions or looking. It had to be said that this bodyguard that Zhang Wei had casually picked up was quite professional. "What? The chairman and secretary's little secret? I don't know anything." This time, the car did not drive to Zhang Wei's small house on the 6th floor, but drove directly into Greenland World. After sending off the two, Su Gang left straight away. On the other hand, Zhang Wei entered a random set of Zhang Wei's 4 houses in Greenland World with Ji Qing. "Say, Mr. Chairman, suddenly adding such a huge workload to me again. How are you going to compensate me this time?" Ji Qing and Zhang Wei were talking all the way back to their senses, only to realize that they had been inexplicably brought to a set of houses by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei pointed underneath his body and laughed. "How about this compensation?" Ji Qing froze for a moment, and actually did not come back to her senses for a while. "This house Zhang Wei grinned. "A gift for you, my dear little secretary." "Oh, The sudden surprise finally made Ji Qing react. Zhang Wei actually gave himself a house. For a while, Ji Qing's eyes turned a little off when she looked at Zhang Wei. "Boss, I love you to death." Without controlling her excitement, under Zhang Wei's greatly changed complexion, Ji Qing violently pounced on Zhang Wei. Chapter 60 Introducing myself. "I'm your old man." In the face of Ji Qing's direct attack, Zhang Wei resisted to the death, swore not to obey, fiercely resisted, and refused to welcome. Finally, tears, indisputably, flowed down from the corners of his mouth. Hiss ha! Early in the morning, Zhang Wei lit a wake-up cigarette and sat at the head of the bed, unable to hold back a thoughtful look on his face. himself. How did he go from there? To the side, a white arm swung over, ripping the cigarette out of Zhang Wei's mouth. Smoking early in the morning. It's not good for your body, you know? Zhang Wei twisted his head to look at the woman beside him. Having just switched from a small secretary to a personal secretary, she was about to start minding him. The boss? Zhang Wei raised his hand and slapped at Ji Qing's plumpness. Slap. The sound was crisp. Ah! Ji Qing's mouth let out a cry of shock, and she hurriedly shrunk her entire body inside the quilt. Got it, Zhang Wei said with a smirk before burrowing out of bed and starting to put on his clothes. He was a man, and a very normal man at that. If he wasn't poor, it would actually be very easy for Zhang Wei to find a prettier girlfriend with his appearance. But again, he was a man with a heavy sense of responsibility. So the former Zhang Wei has always felt that he is not enough to afford a woman's trust. Although money wasn't everything, it couldn't be denied that having money could really solve a large part of the problem. Get up, go to work. Hearing Zhang Wei's voice, Ji Cheng, who was hiding under the quilt, couldn't help but mutter with some dissatisfaction. That's not what you said yesterday, telling people to go to work just after they put on their pants. You're too heartless, aren't you? Zhang Wei scratched his head. Then why don't you have a breakfast before going to work? Boom! A pillow hit Zhang Wei's body, smashing him out of the bedroom. It's a new day again. Coming to the living room and welcoming the sunlight, Zhang Wei stretched his waist, and a relaxed demeanor flowed throughout his entire being. After crossing over, Zhang Wei had never had a sense of reality. Even if he suddenly realized that he had come to a world where prices were a million times different from his original world, and that he had suddenly become a rich man, he did not have a sense of reality. However, after yesterday's close contact, Zhang Wei suddenly felt a real sense of reality. He had truly come to this world, not dreaming. Because of this world, there were people who were truly intimate with him. It was a marvelous experience. At least, Zhang Wei himself felt so. Let's go have breakfast together and then go to the office. Seeing Ji Qing in the bedroom walk out with her clothes on, Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile. Why are you suddenly so diligent today? Ji Qing gave Zhang Wei a somewhat puzzled look and opened her mouth to ask. Normally, wasn't this boss always used to being a handful? He didn't even ask about the company's affairs. Why did he suddenly want to go to the company to take a look? It's all on you. I would be embarrassed too. Just go and take a look. Even if I don't understand, I still need to understand the hard work of the employees, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Ji Qing sniffed and couldn't help but roll her eyes. So, you're really just going to take a look? However, very quickly, Ji Qing stopped thinking about this and a happy smile appeared on her face. No matter what, it would be good for Zhang Wei to go and take a look. Breakfast shop. Zhang Wei ordered a huge pile of breakfast and directly mentioned it to the car. Why did you buy so much? Seeing the huge pile of things Zhang Wei was carrying, Ji Qing couldn't help but be a bit curious. To bring some together for the company staff, Zhang Wei said. As a former grassroots employee, Zhang Wei was also well aware of the mentality of these grassroots employees. In fact, sometimes, for small rewards such as breakfast, these grassroots employees did not care much. What they cared about was just the attitude of the boss, the attitude of importance. This is why a lot of bosses like to talk to their employees about ideals in the future, but just do not talk about wage increases, but also a group of employees under the staff to move the reason of gratitude. But sometimes, this attitude is actually really quite important. Can't see that you're quite good at buying people's hearts. Skillful means. Ji Qing glanced at Zhang Wei, always feeling that he was a bit less honest. No, I've just started my business. Of course I have to emphasize the current employees. Zhang Wei laughed. Arriving at the downstairs of Maple Leaf Technology, Zhang Wei and Ji Qing walked into the building together. In fact, there were some people squatting on the roadside for a long period of time, not to pay attention to Maple Leaf Technology, but to understand the movements of the Weisher Group, which resided on the upper floors of Maple Leaf Technology. Ji Cheng, who was now the obvious hand of the Weisher Group, wanted to know more about it. However, seeing Zhang Wei and Ji Qing walking together, not many people paid too much attention. After all, Zhang Wei, who was used to being plain and simple, even if he had bought a few sets of formal clothes, he didn't wear them on his body at this time, but very ordinary casual clothes. However, when it came to clothing, it was quite a bit checked with Ji Qing, and the two did not have any match at all. Secondly, is this time Zhang Wei? Hands also carry a large basket, vaguely able to see inside the buns, steamed buns, soybean milk, donuts and so on. Look at Callie, like a breakfast delivery. Only, even if it was a breakfast delivery, there were many people who expressed envy towards Zhang Wei. After all, this breakfast delivery seems to be sitting in the car of that Weisher Group's G general manager. Upstairs, when Ji Qing entered the floor, the entire floor fell silent, and all the employees stood up and subconsciously greeted Ji Qing. It had to be said that these employees who had been recruited by Ji Qing were all quite diligent themselves, coming quite a bit earlier than even Ji Qing. Good morning everyone. Good morning, Mr. G. Good morning, Mr. G. Zhang Wei did not greet them, but carried his breakfast and examined the employees in the company one by one. There weren't a lot of people at this time of the day, just more than a dozen or so overall, but those who were able to be recruited by Ji Qing undoubtedly belonged to the elite of the elite. When the company's formal planning was completed, that was when the large-scale recruitment would truly begin. At that time, these people would be the company's first batch of management. This was also the main reason why this small place with only a dozen people was able to recruit so many elites. Outside, there were still a large number of elites who wanted to enter this small company with only 10 people, because everyone is clear. Weisher Group will soar. Seeing the vigorous vigor on everyone's faces, a smile also surfaced on Ji Qing's face. Today, let's introduce someone to everyone, Ji Qing said, pointing to Zhang Wei who was still carrying breakfast not far away. This person? Curiosity appeared on many people's faces. Their new colleague? At this time, Zhang Wei happened to put down his breakfast and look towards the crowd, a smile also appearing on his face. Good morning everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Wei, I'm your boss. Put. Hearing Zhang Wei's self-introduction, a group of people sprayed out almost simultaneously. Chapter 61, The Wealthy Group's Players. Ha, boss? This young man who was dressed in an ordinary casual outfit and looked to be in his early 20s was their boss. In fact, when they joined the Weisher Group, they also knew that this company had a mysterious boss. It was this boss who had very casually and directly bought that piece of land in the offshore area. And now, since the value of that piece of land had soared, this mysterious boss, it seemed, had yet to make a public appearance on any occasion. Even for them, the employees, only Mr. G had met this mysterious boss. They were actually very curious about this boss, but this time, Zhang Wei's appearance was just too unexpected. Originally, the boss in their impression was mysterious, rich, with a strong background, and might even be some super rich man who owned countless industries in his own right. No matter what, it had to be the image of a middle-aged or old man with a deep sense of sophistication. However, Zhang Wei just appeared. It's not that they want to spit, but this boss is also a little too grounded, right? Even if he came out, he actually came out carrying a big basket for breakfast. And this self-introduction is also too damn unexpected, point right? God, really? Hello everyone, I am your boss. This is also too no compulsion a little bit, right? A group of people had expressions as if they had seen a ghost on their faces as they looked towards Ji Qing on the other side. On Ji Qing's face, the matter could not help but reveal a helpless expression as well. She also vaguely felt that this seemed to be Zhang Wei's bad taste. That's right, this is your boss, and at the same time, my boss, the true wholly owned chairman of the Weisher Group, Mr. Zhang Wei, Ji Qing said. Upon hearing Ji Qing's reply, the group of people couldn't help but clamor. This young man who looked to be in his early 20s was really their boss? This is a little too young, isn't it? Was it really him who bought that piece of land in the offshore area? This boss of ours, he's not some second generation, is he? It's the first time I've seen a big boss who is so close to the ground, the employees whispered. Some of these people, some of them were looking at the prospects of the Weisher Group, and resolutely resigned from their original companies and jumped to the high-paying positions. Some, on the other hand, were directly invited by Ji Qing, thus entering Weisher Group. It could be said that everyone here was considered a true industry elite, and the youngest ones were in their early 30s. Thinking about it compared to this big boss who was in his early 20s, it was really a bit too young. Being too young would inevitably give off some unreliable feelings. Of course, Ji Qing did not count, because Ji Qing, even if she was young, had a huge name in the industry, originally being the top star management of Silver Feather Industries, and had once even done a few big things, having a huge reputation. But this boss seems to have really never heard of it all. Cough. At this time, Zhang Wei also coughed lightly and spoke. I think everyone may also be a bit confused about my identity, but unfortunately, I really am your boss. With that, Zhang Wei spread his hands and said somewhat helplessly, since everyone is already on their own, it might be a bit late if you want to run away at this time. So, since we are already on our own, I won't bother to put on an act. After all, my actual age is just this old. Even if I pretend to be old, I won't be able to pretend to be 40 or 50 years old, right? I'm really sorry to all of you. Zhang Wei's words had caused quite a few people to have some odd expressions on their faces, and even some couldn't help but show a smile. It really didn't look wrong. This boss is really sticking to the ground. This kind of self-introduction, but there is a bit of flavor to it. It was not the kind of routine of drawing a big cake to pull the hearts of the dragons, but a more advanced one, relying on this kind of sticking to the ground as if to speak the honest truth to bring the two sides closer together. A supreme powerhouse who was nearly 50 years old flashed a glimmer under his glasses. His eyes swept over the faces of the other younger employees, and after realizing the smiles on these people's faces, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head. As expected, no one who could become a boss was simple, even if this boss looked a little too young. This strength was indeed not to be underestimated. It seems that he indeed did not choose wrongly. Weisher Group, the future of the future is unlimited. This trough, jumping is worth it. Actually, I have come to the company before. Only that time everyone was busy and didn't seem to notice me. At this time, Zhang Wei went on to say, I've seen everyone's efforts, and I've also kept in mind for all of you. And in the future, when the Weisher Group is really built up, you will all be the backbone of the company. But I still hope that you can pay more attention to your body after work. Breakfast, for example, still needs to be eaten. Zhang Wei laughed. So at Secretary Ji's suggestion, I've brought some breakfast over specially for all of you. Although it's not worth much, at least it can fill your stomach. Ha ha, thank you boss then. It's just as well. I was just saying that I'm a bit hungry and was planning to go downstairs to buy a breakfast. It's a pity that the breakfast stores around here are a bit far away. I was planning to wait until a bit later to order a takeaway. The boss is really thoughtful. At this time, Chen Jianhai once again propped up his glasses and touched the sparse hairs on top of his head. This boss is naive on the surface, but he's actually quite calculating, inadvertently telling everyone that he had secretly observed the others before, making everyone put away their little minds, telling them that he was observing them or else they were slacking off while delivering breakfast. Although it's just a very ordinary breakfast, this is the first meeting between the two parties. As the originally mysterious boss, he appeared in such an image, and also took the initiative to send out breakfast for the employees, and instantly gained the hearts of the employees. Awesome, awesome, worthy of being able to become the boss of the Weisher Group. Moreover, this boss is definitely not as naive and benevolent as he appears on the surface. If someone unfavorable to the company appears amongst the employees, with the decisiveness of this boss to directly take that piece of land in the offshore area in one breath, I'm afraid that he will only throw the person out of the Weisher Group without hesitation. As the future HR manager of Weisher Group, I must give these people a good shot in the arm and tell them never to be foolish. In an instant, a plethora of thoughts bubbled up in Chen Jianhai's mind, and light flickered constantly on the lenses of his glasses. Zhang Wei stuck to Ji Qing's side and asked in a low voice, "Who's that one with some kinda bad hairline? How did you find the angle to keep the glasses reflecting?" Ji Qing glanced in the direction Zhang Wei pointed and her expression was also a bit helpless. That's Chen Jianhai, who is responsible for the personnel department. His ability is very good. It's just that he may have more ideas. Don't you mind him. This person's ability to do things is still quite good. No, I just want to ask, how is he able to always find the angle to make the glasses reflective? Maybe, old Chen liked watching Conan more when he was young. Zhang Wei, Chapter 62. My strongest brain. Director Chen convinced. Regardless of Chen Jianhai's brainstorming, the company's employees were picking out their respective breakfasts while Ji Qing was introducing Zhang Wei to the important members of the company in a whisper. These, all of them, were the original team that would hold the entire group together in the future after the Weisher Group started to recruit on a large scale. So even Zhang Wei needed to remember the existence of these people. This kind of original team was also the most important in a group, even if they needed to be replaced in the future. The overall framework of the company had to be established first. Therefore, the people that Ji Qing had found were all absolute industry elites. As the best of the young generation, Ji Qing's vision was quite high, and if it wasn't for those who were truly capable, it would have been impossible for them to be invited by her to join the Weisher Group. These people, however, were obviously not people who cared about the current working environment, as they were also all clear that when the development of the offshore area began, their future would truly be unlimited. Moreover, these people who gave up their previous favorable working environment and working conditions and came to Weisher Group represented that they were born to be adventure lovers. If they didn't like taking risks, they wouldn't have chosen to jump ship and join Weisher Group at this time. Therefore, there was no need for Zhang Wei to say any words of encouragement, as this group of people were born with an extremely high level of autonomy and work ethic. Not long after, when the group had finished distributing breakfast, Ji Qing greeted them before entering the office with Zhang Wei. How about this initial meeting of mine today? As soon as he entered, Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask. He didn't have much experience in being a boss, and his words just now were all truly from the bottom of his heart. As a former grassroots employee, Zhang Wei was well aware of how great the pressure of high-intensity work was, not to mention the psychological pressure. There are all kinds of occupational diseases attached to long-term work, so Zhang Wei spoke sincerely. Ji Qing glanced at Zhang Wei, not knowing why. Even though Zhang Wei did have a naive face, she still always felt that Zhang Wei was a bit dishonest. It's not bad law, and since these people have come to the Weisher Group, they all have their own plans, so your words may not be very useful, but they should be able to reassure these people a bit. Reassured? Right. Ji Chang nodded. Because you haven't appeared before? While they were all recruited by me, all of them were inevitably worried that after you appeared, you would simply tell them to get lost, but those words just now should be able to stabilize them for the time being. And that's the main reason why I've been wanting you to come to the company to take a look. Looks like I'm still doing a good job? Zhang Wei scratched his head and giggled. For some reason, when she saw Zhang Wei giggling, Ji Qing felt more and more that Zhang Wei seemed to have a deep calculation hidden behind this naivety. After all, the difference between the wealth Zhang Wei possessed and what he did, and his appearance, was just too great. Put outside, Zhang Wei walking on the road. It is estimated that anyone would not have thought that this youth who looks naive and also wears an ordinary casual wear, a little lazy, is the legendary behind-the-scenes boss of the Weisher Group. It was not Ji Qing's conspiracy theory, but the current Zhang Wei. The more naive he behaved, the more people who understood his identity would unconsciously have an illusion of him as the mastermind behind the curtain. It's too bad that you're not going to act, Ji Qing muttered. What? Nothing. Ji Qing hastily shook her head and stuck to Zhang Wei's side, exhaling. I just wanted to ask, do you have any more orders, big boss? No. Zhang Wei took a quick glance at the office door that hadn't fully closed yet, and hurriedly stood up, keeping a distance from Ji Qing. Mom, yeah, why did I just go through with it last night? This woman's guts are a bit too big. Right, the door hasn't even been closed yet, but, seems to really listen to the excitement? Ahem. Zhang Wei stood up straight and said righteously, alright, Secretary Ji, I hope you work harder. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, Zhang Wei directly pulled his leg and skipped out. Looking at Zhang Wei's back as he slipped out, the corner of Ji Qing's mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Suddenly, she felt that regardless of whether he was acting or being genuine, this was quite good. Even if it was a performance, it at least proved that this man still cared about himself. At the very least, it wasn't the kind of man who puts on his pants and then disowns him. Thinking about it, Ji Qing couldn't help but secretly curse a livestock. And at this time, Zhang Wei, who was about to leave, was stopped. Boss. Looking at the middle-aged man standing in front of him with a serious face but a really somewhat bad hairline, Zhang Wei hurriedly squeezed out a calm expression and asked with a smile, Director Chen, is there something wrong? Chen Jianhai, boss, just call me Old Chen. I'm here to ask you a few questions. But at the same time, Old Chen's heart couldn't help but mutter, worthy of being the boss, he clearly knows my name. Yet he still emphasized the title Director Chen. By the way, I'm still just the director of the personnel department right now, and in the future, after the company expands, there will also be the positions of Minister of Personnel and Director of Personnel, and if I want to sit in that position, I have to achieve the appropriate results and trust before I can do so. And, asking me directly what's up, isn't that just saying, don't bother me if there's nothing going on? I'm a very busy boss? As expected, it's just as thunderous as the rumors. Directly taking that land in the offshore area, not liking to talk nonsense yet. Amazing, just a short address actually expresses so much meaning. But I, Old Chen, am not a vegetarian either. And guess them all. Thinking of this, Chen Jianhai looked at Zhang Wei and said quickly, the first question, for the future expansion of the company, boss, how many people do you expect in your heart for the number of people in the group? This matter is closely related to the work of our personnel department. Zhang Wei thought for a moment. For the time being, let's set it according to the manpower required for the development of the offshore area. You can discuss the exact number with Ji Qing. Don't bother me with such small things. Worthy of being the boss. Chen Jianhai's mind flew through several thoughts. Also, it's to ask boss if you have any plans to expand the company's industry in the future, or other businesses. I can also make a long-term plan. Zhang Wei, well, this is certainly something, only that I'm not sure about it yet. But for now, it's better to do a good job of developing the offshore area, and there are bound to be plans for other aspects in the future. Chen Jianhai's expression straightened, the lenses of his eyeglasses flashing once again. Is this a warning to me not to mind too much? Sure enough, I'm asking too much. Right now, I'm still just a director. Only if I sit in a higher position in the future will I be able to ask these questions. Amazing. No wonder you can have such huge assets at such a young age. This ability, it's comparable to my strongest brain. This boss, I, Old Chen, am convinced. Chapter 63, Small Reporter. After bidding farewell to brainstormer Chen Jianhai, Zhang Wei walked out of the building. For some reason, he always felt that this Director Chen seemed a little strange. However, he was a bit unable to tell what exactly was strange, but he always felt that there always seemed to be something wrong when he spoke to this Director Chen. Glancing back at Maple Leaf Technologies building, Zhang Wei was just about to leave when someone suddenly flashed by and stopped directly in front of him. Zhang Wei was startled, and thought that he was going to be robbed, only to look back and realize that the one who stopped in front of him was a petite girl, and it also seemed to look a little familiar. Hello? The young trainee reporter looked at Zhang Wei with an excited face. may I ask if I can interview you for a few sentences? Xia Yingshi had been squatting here for quite some time now, and in some ways, her time was indeed considered to be quite valuable, yet she had been keeping watch here for the sake of, well, being able to get first-hand news about the Weisher group. Last time, after hearing what Ji Qing had said after Zhang Wei had left, she always felt as if something was not quite right, but she couldn't put her finger on it. After thinking about it, Xia Yingshi finally felt that there was something wrong with Zhang Wei. This man, when he faced himself last time, seemed a little too calm. The attitude of a normal person facing an interview, especially when she was such a big beautiful woman. Would it be this kind of attitude? It's not that Xia Yingshi was boasting, no matter how she said it. She was also considered one of the most beautiful reporters in the station, even if she was still just an intern. But this man, last time, it was as if he didn't see himself, casually shrugged off 2 sentences and left quickly. Was he so uninviting? Looking at the microphone that he suddenly disliked, Zhang Wei felt somewhat helpless. This feeling, he also felt somewhat familiar. Last time, it seemed to be this girl. Moreover, it was also this playful, almost directly disliking the microphone into his mouth. If you have any questions, just ask, Zhang Wei said somewhat helplessly. I say, don't you reporters have anything else to do? Just squat here all day? Well, cough. Xia Yingshi coughed twice, and instead of answering Zhang Wei's question, she quickly asked, hello sir, may I ask if you are an employee here? Last time, Zhang Wei had said that he was the boss here, but it was clear that no one, including Xia Yingshi, took it seriously. And even if it was live, no one thought that this young man would be the boss here. But Xia Yingshi was inexplicably and vaguely a bit skeptical after Zhang Wei left. Didn't you already ask this question last time? Zhang Wei somewhat helplessly spread his hands and said, besides, is it a live broadcast this time? Not this time, Xia Yingshi said. This time, I came here on my own. Zhang Wei looked towards behind Xia Yingshi, and sure enough, that dark photographer big brother didn't come this time. Then let's get straight to the point. You just went so far as to want what kind of interview material? Zhang Wei shrugged his shoulders and said, after answering your question, I still have things to get busy with. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Xia Yingshi couldn't help but look at Zhang Wei with increasingly puzzled eyes. What kind of person was this man? This tone of voice, how come it seems like he is really the boss here? No, it seems like he is really the boss of the Weisher group. He is also too arrogant, isn't he? No, if it is the boss of the Weisher group, such a tone of voice really cannot talk about what arrogance. I want to know. Well, why did the Weisher group choose this place as a temporary base? This matter, sir, do you understand? Xia Yingshi's tone was also inadvertently careful. It might be because the boss of the Weisher group and the boss of Maple Leaf Technology are more familiar with each other. Zhang Wei said. After hearing Zhang Wei's reply, Xia Yingshi quickly recorded it. This was a really big news, and one that no one knew about yet, because up until now, it was still a mystery as to what the boss behind the Weisher group was, but now Zhang Wei broke the news that the boss of the Weisher group knew the boss of Maple Leaf Technology. In comparison, in Binhai has taken root for many years of Maple Leaf Technology. There is no Weisher group so untraceable. At least, it certainly seemed that way to some people. Thank you for your answer. This little girl was quite polite, and after receiving Zhang Wei's answer, she flew out to thank him. Second question, Xia Yingshi asked, may I ask if the Weisher group will really publicly auction off those chassis in the offshore area? Zhang Wei said, hasn't the Weisher group already said so publicly? This matter will be handed over to the 4 major banks to carry out. The Weisher group and the 4 major banks have some cooperation, and after the development of the offshore area begins, the 4 major banks will all set up branches in the offshore area. This matter, it seems like it's not really a secret. Xia Yingshi sniffed, still recording rapidly. Although it wasn't a secret, it was only for those in the industry, whereas a lot of her news was geared towards the general public. There was no doubt that this news provided by Zhang Wei could definitely be used as capital for her conversion. The value of the news was quite something. Thank you very much. After the little girl finished recording, she nodded frantically towards Zhang Wei. Thank you La. I'll treat you to dinner next time. After saying that, Xia Yingshi wanted to pull her legs out and run away. However, before she could run 2 steps, she was grabbed by Zhang Wei. Looking at Zhang Wei who grabbed her arm, Xia Yingshi couldn't help but show a puzzled look on her face. Sir, is there anything else? Nothing much else. Zhang Wei sized up the trainee reporter in front of him before saying, it's just that, your treat is a little too insincere, isn't it? At the very least, you have to leave a contact information, right? Otherwise, what will you use to treat me to dinner when the time comes? An empty treat? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Xia Yingshi's face couldn't help but show a look of embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot. Don't worry, I, Xia Yingshi, am true to my word and will definitely treat you to dinner next time. With that, Xia Yingshi hurriedly added Zhang Wei's phone number and prestige before turning to leave. And not long after Xia Yingshi left, a person walked over from the side. "Boss, are you interested in this little reporter?" Ji Qing asked. "Of course not." Zhang Wei shook his head. "Even if we have money, we still need a mouthpiece from the media side to speak, don't we? But this reporter is a bit too young, right? Who is mature to begin with? With a little nurturing, I think it should be quite good." A smile appeared on Zhang Wei's face. "Alright, you're the boss. You call the shots." Chapter 64, Second Shopping Trip with Yi Xiaoxiao. Zhang Wei did indeed have his eyes on that little reporter. However, his fancy was obviously a bit different from the others. Ji Cheng, who was by Zhang Wei's side, didn't have any jealous emotions present, as she was able to tell that Zhang Wei really didn't have any other thoughts about that little reporter. If it was hard to say that there was, or a, look of seeing a toy, Ji Qing didn't know how to describe it. Anyway, it was completely different from when she looked at herself. That would be right. But after thinking about it, Ji Qing felt that Zhang Wei had a point. They, Weisher Group, should indeed cultivate some mouthpieces of their own. Having money was one thing, but they also needed someone to speak out and build momentum for them. Nowadays, all kinds of journalists and media had long been mature and sound, and they were all a group of old greaseballs who didn't see any rabbits and didn't let go of the eagle. Let them go to expose the gossip and mistakes and omissions about the Weisher Group, to ensure that one is more excited than the other, but to let them go to report something positive. It is estimated that no one is happy, unless money is added. That's right, it's that practical. Then boss, just watch yourself, Ji Qing said, turned around and headed upstairs. I still have things to do. Go for it, boss. Alright. Zhang Wei also looked at Ji Qing's back somewhat helplessly, wondering what this woman was doing by suddenly running downstairs. Was it just for a quick look? What he didn't know was that when he was talking to the small reporter downstairs just now, he was seen by Ji Qing. Because she was afraid that Zhang Wei couldn't cope with the reporters, she followed him down. But after walking down, Ji Qing realized that her worries seemed a bit redundant. Anymore, Zhang Wei was the boss of the Weisher Group, and this boss, it seemed, was hiding a lot of things. Seeing Zhang Wei casually dealing with the small reporters again, Ji Qing instantly felt that she had overthought things a bit. But this, she definitely wouldn't say. It seems like it's almost the new year. Zhang Wei looked up at the sky and realized that the air around him was getting colder and colder. This year would soon be over. Go buy some gifts. Zhang Wei made a call and greeted Su Bang, asking him to send himself to the shopping center with the intention of buying some gifts. Yes, boss. On the other end of the phone, Su Bang answered in a muffled voice after receiving Zhang Wei's call, and then rushed to the downstairs of the building a few minutes later. After getting into the car, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Is this someone who has a bodyguard? There are people driving around on trips. Thinking about it, it really felt a bit unrealistic. Shopping market. Zhang Wei had just arrived here when he received a call from Yi Xiaoxiao. What? Senior, you're here too? I was planning to call you to come over together to buy gifts. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice seemed a bit excited. Zhang Wei also did not expect that Yi Xiaoxiao was actually here as well. After the two of them agreed on a location, Zhang Wei told Su Gang to stay behind and casually stroll around on his own, while he quickly rushed to the place where he met up with Yi Xiaoxiao. Senior, in front of a movie theater. Zhang Wei saw the coquettishly smiling Yi Xiaoxiao and hurriedly greeted her with a smile. Yi Xiaoxiao's youthful beauty had obviously attracted quite a few gazes as well, and some people even wanted to take the initiative to go forward and greet her. But after seeing that Yi Xiaoxiao actually greeted towards a man, quite a few people subconsciously threw angry gazes towards Zhang Wei. Lucky bastard. Zhang Wei was unimpressed by these angry and contemptuous gazes. If you have the ability, you guys can go and find such a beautiful schoolmate too. Xiao, let's go. Let's stroll around together. Okay. Accompanying Yi Xiaoxiao, the two of them wandered along the streets. Zhang Wei really didn't know much about shopping, but Yi Xiaoxiao seemed to be good at it, so Zhang Wei was helplessly reduced to carrying bags. Carrying a large pile of things, he followed behind Yi Xiaoxiao. But even if they were carrying things, there were quite a few people who looked at Zhang Wei with envy. Carrying things for such a beautiful girl, that was something that many people couldn't even envy. This guy still had a bitter smile on his face. He really didn't know the blessings when he was in the midst of them. Suddenly, Zhang Wei's gaze stopped at a jewelry store. Xiao, do you want to buy some jewelry? When she saw the jewelry store, Yi Xiaoxiao's gaze paused for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, No, senior, the clothes you gave me last time are already very expensive. I can't ask for anything else from you. It's fine. Zhang Wei shook his head. I'm going to buy it for the others anyway, as well as my cousin, so why don't you just choose it with me? That is fine. Yi Xiaoxiao hesitated, but still nodded her head and agreed. Zhang Wei's character she knew very well, usually nothing much, but then again at certain times, it was quite obstinate. as long as the idea was decided. It would not change easily. If not, I'm afraid that the two people have long been together. That would still be like this has been dragging. Walking into the jewelry store, Zhang Wei casually wandered around. The price of these jewels, in his opinion, is really some cheap excessive. He vaguely remembered how much of an egghead he was when he idly wandered into the jewelry store back then and saw the prices above. At that time, Zhang Wei's thought was that he probably wouldn't buy these expensive and useless luxuries for the rest of his life. But now, Zhang Wei seemed to finally understand what exactly the thoughts of rich people were. After getting away from the pressure of survival and gaining the freedom of life and wealth, the spiritual aspect of fulfillment became the mainstream. These luxuries, however, were not really about how valuable and useful they were, but more, they were still just about satisfying the spiritual needs of others. Zhang Wei's gaze suddenly fell on a necklace. This one is troublesome to bring out for me to take a look. I want this one. Almost at the same time when Zhang Wei opened his mouth, a voice also came from the side. The tone of the two men simultaneously lurched, and then they stared at each other. With that, Zhang Wei could see that the other party's eyes, at a speed visible to the naked eye, began to glow red. It's you! Looking at Zhang Wei, Su Feng's face was obviously a bit ugly. Last time, he had suffered a defeat at Zhang Wei's hands, and he didn't expect that he would actually meet him again this time in such a place. Moreover, this guy actually looked at the same piece of jewelry as himself. Oh, who are you? Zhang Wei also looked at the other party, vaguely feeling somewhat familiar looking, but specifically not thinking of who exactly. Recently, he had indeed seen a little too many people, and for a while he really couldn't remember who this guy was. You don't remember me? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Su Feng's expression instantly became even more out of place. It was as if a raging bull. Chapter 65, Too much money to spend. Don't remember. Zhang Wei looked at the other party, and his eyes fell a little puzzled. Are you some very powerful character? These words were not that Zhang Wei deliberately looked down on Su Feng, but he remembered that amongst the people he had seen recently, the more powerful ones, the ones with a higher status, were basically not young. And this one, a youngster, indeed hardly made Zhang Wei any too deep impression. You, senior, what are you doing? At this time, a crisp voice came from the side. Yi Xiaoxiao walked over, looking at Zhang Wei with some curiosity, but soon, Yi Xiaoxiao saw Su Feng on the side. Ha, why is it you, Xiaoxiao? Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao, Su Feng's expression changed a few times quickly, but soon calmed down, even squeezing out a smile. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you even here. You're, Yi Xiaoxiao scratched her head. You're Zhu Yuan's boyfriend, right? Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao's head-scratching appearance, Su Feng instantly realized that the other party might not be able to recall his own name as well, and instantly his face couldn't help but darken a little. His own name was just 2 words. Was it that hard to remember? These people, grooved. My name is Su Feng. Well, me and Zhu Yuan already broke up not long ago. Su Feng's face revealed a forced smile as he spoke. Like that? Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. That's a real pity. It's nothing. Fate just didn't arrive. Su Feng hurriedly said, seemingly wanting to find Yi Xiaoxiao to chat more. But it was clear that Yi Xiaoxiao wasn't really interested in him and didn't pick up on it. This piece of jewelry. It was at this time that Zhang Wei opened his mouth. Su Feng's eyebrows frowned. He also looked at this necklace, originally intended to send his new girlfriend, but did not expect to run out of the side of a Zhang Wei to stir things up. But he didn't expect a Zhang Wei to come alongside to stir things up. Even if he stirred things up, he actually brought along Yi Xiaoxiao, whom he had taken a liking to a long time ago. Of course, Su Feng had thoughts about Yi Xiaoxiao, but he couldn't possibly hang himself on this tree. So after realizing that he couldn't impress Yi Xiaoxiao for the time being, Su Feng decisively shifted his target for the time being. While playing with other women, he kept making plans to get closer to Yi Xiaoxiao. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, Yi Xiaoxiao didn't seem to have the intention of hitting on him. Woman, the last time I gave you a gift, I completely refused to accept it, but now I'm following another man to the jewelry store. One thing on your lips and one thing behind your back, Su Feng's mind thought, and his gaze at Zhang Wei grew more and more irritated. This necklace, I was the one who took a fancy to it first. Su Feng directly interrupted Zhang Wei's words and opened his mouth. Oh, Zhang Wei glanced at Su Feng. What I saw was that it seemed like we opened our mouths to speak together, right? Su Feng shot a glance at Zhang Wei, and after realizing that Zhang Wei was wearing a cheap casual outfit, a disdainful look appeared on his face. You can also bid with me. Bidding. There was no doubt that bidding for such things was still quite rare, if not almost invisible, in the jewelry store force. Beside them, there were other guests who, upon hearing Su Feng's words, instantly revealed expressions of interest and looked over towards this side. Unintentionally, the trio was surrounded by a group of guests. Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but frown as she glanced at the surrounding crowd of onlookers. First things first, I bought this necklace with the intention of giving it to Xiao Xiao, Su Feng said smugly. As a second-generation rich man, it was only natural to spend some money to buy some gifts for women. Moreover, Su Feng did look at Zhang Wei with displeasure, and was about to send a gift to Yi Xiao Xiao in front of him. This kind of in-your-face prying behavior was to hit Zhang Wei in the face. As for the people around, their eyes couldn't help but become more and more interested one by one, as if they were waiting to see a good show. Alright, let's begin then. Zhang Wei was indifferent, but being surrounded by people always made him feel less comfortable. The reserve price for this necklace is 2 cents. Now, I'm offering 2 cents 500 milli, Su Feng said smugly. Zhang Wei's brows frowned slightly. Seeing Zhang Wei's expression, Su Feng's heart rejoiced, guessing in his heart that this guy was just pretending and actually had no money at all. What? No money? What kind of jewelry store are you bringing someone around without money? Su Feng provoked. 500 milli, although the markup wasn't particularly much, but it was quite a lot. After all, this was a jewelry store, not some auction. Yi Xiao Xiao couldn't help but hint at Zhang Wei with her eyes. She felt that there was really no need to accompany Su Feng to make a farce here. In her opinion, this was nothing more than a farce. No matter what, Yi Xiao Xiao was now a manager-level person, with some ordinary employees under her management, and Su Feng's behavior, in her opinion, was completely like a child who hadn't grown up showing off in order to prove himself. It was really immature. Zhang Wei, however, didn't have much of a reaction, instead revealing a thoughtful look, glancing around the counter. Zhang Wei spoke. A yuan, pack everything in this cabinet. Su Feng, Yi Xiao Xiao, onlookers? At this time, the store clerk who had been forcibly smiling at the customers couldn't help but freeze a little. What did you just say? The store clerk asked, somewhat frozen. I said pack up everything here, Zhang Wei repeated, and at the same time, casually pulled out $1 from his pocket and placed it on the table. As for the other people around, many of them froze after seeing that $1 bill. Straight away, pulling out a $1 bill? You know, now is almost fully into the era of network payment. Carry a few cents or hundreds of milli and so on, there are some, but carry $1 bill people, they almost have never seen. This is where the tycoon this is $1. It was actually thrown out so casually. Moreover, the level of this jewelry store wasn't too high. In general, most of them were some low-end jewelry. Even the most expensive treasure of the store was almost $1. Zhang Wei is in this showcase, but even more so, the most expensive is not even a dime. This person actually spent $1 to pack all of these? You. At this time, Su Feng also almost glared his eyes out. You people, you're not being reasonable. I just added 500 milligrams off. What do you mean by throwing $1 out directly? And buying all the jewelry at this counter? Do you have more money than you can spend? Zhang Wei seemed to have noticed Su Feng's eyes as well, and turned his head towards Su Feng with a smiling expression. This smiling expression, however, made Su Feng feel a chill. It was because although Zhang Wei did not open his mouth, it was as if he could hear Zhang Wei saying, sorry, I just have more money than I can spend. Chapter 66, how does he even know this one? When people buy jewelry, they buy it by the piece. What about you? Are you planning to buy it by the cabinet? Everyone looked at Zhang Wei with a strange look in their eyes. Even Yi Xiao Xiao couldn't help but show a look of surprise in her eyes when she looked at Zhang Wei, because among the people present, she was the only one who knew that Zhang Wei was not simple, and she was also clear that Zhang Wei was only afraid that he had made a large sum of money in some unknown way. However, she still did not expect that Zhang Wei was actually rich to such an extent that as soon as he opened his mouth, he directly wanted to buy all the jewelry in the entire cabinet. Senior, this is a bit too wasteful. Yi Xiao Xiao couldn't help but whisper in Zhang Wei's ear. It was not said for other people to hear, as Yi Xiao Xiao herself was also one who was usually more frugal, but after all, this was Zhang Wei buying something, so she was not in a good position to interfere too much. It's fine, Zhang Wei said, unable to resist adding in his mind. I don't have any change in my hand anyway. That's right, no change. Still no change. Zhang Wei's reasoning was this. Moreover, no matter what, he was now the behind-the-scenes boss of the Weisher Group, a partner of the 4 major banks, and even the municipal officials were able to call him brother and be courteous to him. To be stingy with such an ordinary rich second generation is really too inconsistent with his persona. At least Zhang Wei himself thought so. However, it's just this once. We can't play like this afterward. If it was anyone else, Zhang Wei might have been too lazy to care, but this guy was obviously hitting on Yi Xiao Xiao, so Zhang Wei was a bit wary. You're sick, aren't you? At this time, Su Feng couldn't help but say, I'm just buying one piece of jewelry. What do you mean by buying the entire cabinet? Zhang Wei grinned. I'm happy to, can't I? Su Feng shivered, but did not continue to speak. It was because normally, these words were said by him to those poor students, as well as those who had been robbed of their girlfriends by him. But now, there was someone who said this sentence to him. For the first time, Su Feng felt the taste of being smashed with money, but he was still a bit unwilling. On what grounds? He just didn't bring enough money this time. As long as he brought enough money, he could always smash it back himself. Ha, Mr. Zhang? Just at this time, a voice suddenly came from the side. The crowd turned their heads to look with some surprise, only to find a woman standing not far from the counter at an unknown time, and the staff among the jewelry store, after seeing the woman, hurriedly bowed their heads and respectfully shouted, "Boss, boss?" Hearing this address, many people couldn't help but fix their eyes on it. It was a woman with an appearance in her 40s. Her body carried a plumpness that was unique to mature women, but even standing there, she was able to give off a feeling of a rich woman's breath spreading out. It wasn't anything else, but to many people, the light emanating from the jewelry worn by this woman was just a little too dazzling. This is Ms. Kong from Jia Kong Jewelry, right? It seems to be true. Jia Kong Jewelry's major shareholder, Kong Hua. Those staff members just now. It seems like they called her boss, right? Hiss, so, this small jewelry store. There's also the background of Jia Kong Jewelry Industry? The woman's appearance caused quite a few people to be a bit stunned. Jia Kong Jewelry Industry's reputation in Binhai is not small, and it can even be said that it is currently the entire Binhai jewelry and jewelry business has reached the top 3 large enterprises. As long as know a little business people, all know that the face of this quite not small. Even the official have someone and her relationship is good. General people do not say with her relationship, even see on the side is difficult. But just now, who was this person calling? Zhang Wei also heard the voice and couldn't help but look over towards the woman. You're. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's voice, quite a few people revealed a look of curiosity. This was because before, no one had heard of such a person as Zhang Wei, and even the rich second-generation Su Feng had not heard of such a person as Zhang Wei among his circle. The key was, this guy who appeared out of nowhere seemed to be even richer than him. The number of rich people in Binhai, in fact, there are only so many, rich to such a point, able to casually smash out such large sums of money, but not many. Perhaps, this time, through Jia Kong Jewelry's Konghua can come up with some news. Some people's eyes flickered in the crowd, while Su Feng's face also revealed a thoughtful expression. Even if he lost this time, as long as he inquired about this guy, there was a way to get it back afterward. You're, that who came? Zhang Wei scratched his head, his expression looking a bit distressed. His words, on the other hand, caused the people around him to be stunned once again. How did the veteran of Jia Kong Jewelry, one of the few strong women, a rare female entrepreneur who had truly gained a firm foothold in Binhai, turn into that whoever in his mouth? Can't even remember Kong Hua's name. How did you cross paths with this one? Some people felt that this time, this guy was only going to be miserable. This woman, Kong Hua, is not a charitable person who is good at talking, and can even be said to be quite careful. People recognized you, but you act like you can't even remember who they are. Isn't this slapping them in the face? But the next moment, Kong Hua's reaction was out of everyone's expectation. Mr. Zhang is really a nobleman who forgets many things. Perhaps it was because we didn't chat deeply enough last time. Only Kong Hua took a step and slowly walked to Zhang Wei's front, completely ignoring Su Feng on the side, and said with a smile, I'm Kong Hua from Jia Kong Jewelry. Mr. Zhang should remember this time. Oh, remember this time. Zhang Wei nodded, but unconsciously took a step back. This woman. Zhang Wei felt that he was a bit overwhelmed. Although from the appearance, this woman was indeed well maintained. Even at the age of 40, her skin was smooth and completely unrecognizable. And the charm of a mature woman is something that Yi Xiaoxiao does not have now. But Zhang Wei knew very well that the woman in front of him was a businessman. Moreover, it was still a very pure businessman. The last time the municipal officials had an appointment, almost all of them were also such people. So Zhang Wei really wasn't too keen on this kind of woman. In comparison, the current Yi Xiaoxiao was many times better in his eyes. Su Feng on the side was somewhat stifled. How did Kong Hua of Jia Kong Jewelry Industry know this guys? Where exactly did this asshole come out from? But now, even if he was bold, he didn't dare to open his mouth rashly, because he was well aware of how difficult this woman was to deal with, and had even been taught a lesson by her once. That time, it was still his father who brought him to meet with this woman. Dog man and woman. Thus, Su Feng could only curse angrily in his heart. Chapter 67, Kong Hua's Purpose. Kong Hua's appearance was undoubtedly out of everyone's expectation, because this jewelry store was really not that big. The main business was just some low-end and middle-end jewelry, and the price was also very close to the ordinary people. Jia Kong Jewelry, on the other hand, most of the time was mainly focusing on some high-end jewelry. Such a low-grade market, normally Jia Kong Jewelry would not be able to look at it. Ms. Kong, this place, is it really your store? Su Feng struggled in his mind for a long time, feeling that he couldn't hold it in like an irrelevant person anymore, or else he would become a joke. Yes, what's wrong? Manhwa glanced at Su Feng with some curiosity. At first, she hadn't noticed this guy's presence. It's you, meet Smith Su's son. After glancing at Su Feng, Manhwa said with a smile. Su Feng's face instantly darkened. It was true that his family was in the meat products business, but his father was definitely not called any Su Meat Smith, and this Meat Smith was nothing more than a special title used by some people. People in general were simply not qualified to address his father, but the Manhwa in front of him happened to be one of them. Just opening a small jewelry store for fun, Manhwa said casually. The industry over at Jiakang Jewelry is pretty much just like that. This jewelry store is something I casually opened with my own money. Why? Do you have an opinion? No. Su Feng held back a bellyful of words. For this one, he was still a bit scared. If you don't have it, why are you still staying? Can't you see me chatting with Mr. Zhang? Do whatever you like. Manhwa waved his hand as if he was repelling mosquitoes. At this time, Su Feng was completely like a minor character. It should be said that in front of Manhwa, he was indeed a small character, and it would be more or less the same if it was his father. In front of Manhwa, he really wasn't tough at all. But this Zhang Wei kid, how did he hook up with Manhwa? Su Feng was a bit unwilling, and couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiaoxiao again. Hooking up with Manhwa was fine, but you actually had a woman with you? What's going on here? Su Feng was puzzled, but he still didn't dare to get tough with Manhwa, and left with some frustration. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Wei with a hateful gaze. The meaning was obvious. This matter, it's not over. Zhang Wei is too lazy to take care of Su Feng, who is like an elementary school student. This kind of second generation, to put it bluntly, is the kind of person who is spoiled. Zhang Wei is not his parents, not interested in spoiling him. What is more troublesome now is the Manhwa in front of him. Mr. Zhang, I don't know if you have the time. We can find a place to chat. Manhwa's gaze swept over Yi Xiaoxiao's body without any trace and said with a smile. Zhang Wei shook his head. It's better if I don't delay you, ma'am. I have other things. Let's talk next time. In that case, Manhwa's eyes rolled. Alright then, next time is next time. But next time, Mr. Zhang must not refuse again. Zhang Wei, next time for sure. Yi Xiaoxiao at the side could not help but give Zhang Wei a strange look. She always felt that this next time for sure seemed even more perfunctory than the previous words. It was as if it was connoting something. However, Yi Xiaoxiao didn't have the intention of pursuing the matter because Zhang Wei had made it clear that he didn't want to have any entanglements with this woman, and she naturally supported Zhang Wei. This woman is not a good woman at a glance. Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaoxiao's reactions were general, while the passing guests next to them who pretended to be looking at the jewelry and were actually eavesdropping couldn't help but be a bit shocked in their hearts. Rejected. This kid actually refused Manhwa's invitation. Does he know what Manhwa is? No. Listening to the words exchanged between the two, he obviously knew. But even if he knew Manhwa's identity, he still refused without hesitation. What was the identity of this man who was not very old? Originally, some people were still just holding the idea of watching the fun, feeling that Zhang Wei and Su Feng were just two ordinary second-generation rich people fighting it out here. But now it seemed that Zhang Wei's identity was, obviously, a bit more uncomplicated. Even Manhwa actually had to curry favor with him, and at this time, the staff at the counter had already started packing the jewelry that Zhang Wei had bought, while others were packed in a delicate little box or something like that. Zhang Wei's, however, was a bunch of little boxes put together, and in the end, they had to take a handbag and repack it once again, which made a lot of people couldn't help but have an odd feeling. It seems like the illusion of using a snakeskin bag for money. Although it wasn't that exaggerated, all of these jewelry, without a doubt, represented real money. Manhwa couldn't help but narrow his eyes as well when he saw the scene. Mr. Zhang, you bought so much jewelry in one breath. You are also considered a VIP in my store, Manhwa said, pulling out a card from among his pockets and handing it over towards Zhang Wei. This is our Jiakang Jewelry's top VIP card. With this, you are able to enjoy the highest level of discounts at any Jiakang Jewelry's jewelry store. It's considered a small gift, so please take it. Zhang Wei pondered for a while, but still accepted it. Others were unclear, but he knew what this woman meant. Undoubtedly, this woman was trying to strike a good rapport, and the ultimate goal was still for the piece of land in the offshore area. Although there was a municipal official who spoke, and the companies that participated in the party that day were able to get the right to operate a small piece of land. But this land, too, was divided into good and bad. A good lot, and a bad lot, were completely incomparable. Obviously, this woman also saw this point, so she showed herself in advance. Thanks a lot then. Zhang Wei also smiled and nodded, putting the card away. There was another reason that Zhang Wei guessed was that this woman saw that she had bought so much jewelry in one go, So next time, she would only be her big patron as well, right? Zhang Wei laughed in his heart and did not care about Konghwa's small mind. After packing, he pulled Yi Xiaoxiao away. Senior. After leaving the jewelry store, Yi Xiaoxiao realized how conspicuous Zhang Wei was at this time. It was even if he had carried a bunch of bags for his previous purchase. This time, after packing a counter in the jewelry store, Zhang Wei's hand had another bunch of bags all of a sudden. And looking at Zhang Wei's bitter appearance, Yi Xiaoxiao also couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, let's not shop today. Senior, let's go first. Good. Zhang Wei thought about it and also nodded. Let's go to the parking lot first. The two of them discussed it and walked in the direction of the parking lot at the same time. It was just that neither of them noticed that behind them, a few eerie gazes were watching their departing backs furtively. Buying an entire counter of jewelry in one breath? He. Big fat sheep. Chapter 68. I never care whether my friends have money or not. Zhang Wei, who was heading to the parking lot with Yi Xiaoxiao, obviously didn't even notice the gazes behind him. The parking lot was not too far away from where they were, about 100 meters away. But since there was only one underground parking lot around, Zhang Wei let Su Barge park his car there. When Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaoxiao came to the parking lot together, they only felt that the whole person couldn't help but shiver. This damn place, it's really cold. Zhang Wei shook his head and said, this underground parking lot was actually colder than outside. And as Zhang Wei took a glance, there was actually no one in the entire parking lot. The empty terrain, coupled with the fact that it was empty, some coldness was hard to avoid. Xiao, look for where the car is parked. Looking at the surrounding densely packed vehicles, Zhang Wei also couldn't help but have some headaches. Had I known and Su Bang parked the car and then came out, now to find so many cars to find their own, it's really not that easy. Okay. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't have any opinions, and listened to Zhang Wei's words, and began to search carefully. Just as the two of them were looking for a car, a hee sinister laugh suddenly came from the entrance of the parking lot. Zhang Wei originally didn't care and prepared to continue looking for his car, but soon, he realized that something was wrong. Within these guys, they were actually coming straight towards his side. May I ask what's the matter? Zhang Wei frowned and said as he looked at the people in front of him, coming to his side. There were 3 people, all of them were men, and there was another person, but he was heading towards the direction where Yi Xiaoxiao was. In Zhang Wei's heart, a bad feeling rose. It can't be this unlucky, right? I've never encountered a robbery in my life before. Could it be that I'm going to encounter one today? In an instant, Zhang Wei also couldn't help but feel some regret. He had been too high profile before, and it was in a place like a shopping mall, which was originally crowded with people, so it wasn't a strange thing for him to be targeted. It was just that Zhang Wei didn't expect that someone would actually take the initiative to come to his door so soon. Nothing much. The man in the lead looked at Zhang Wei, hemmed and hawed and laughed twice, but his expression was more and more sinister and hideous. It's just that my brothers just happen to be short of money, and seeing that you seem to be quite short of money, so I want to come to find you to borrow some. Zhang Wei took a step back. Borrow some? Of course I'm borrowing, only when I'll be able to return it. I'm not sure. The man hemmed and hawed towards Zhang Wei. Anyway, looking at his buddy's wealthy appearance, it seems that he doesn't care about the money. Then can you guys send my female companion over first? Zhang Wei squinted his eyes and said, after all, this is not like borrowing money. The whole thing is certainly no problem. Obviously, these few people were also afraid that Zhang Wei would sneak away, but it seemed that this worry was a little smaller if Yi Xiaoxiao was brought to his side. After all, the other party seemed to care quite a bit about that girl, and it was because of this girl that he bought the entire counter of jewelry in one breath when he was in the jewelry store. Dog bear, bring that girl here. Understood. Not long after, Yi Xiaoxiao, who heard the voice, was brought over. Looking at Zhang Wei, Yi Xiaoxiao seemed to want to say something, but was stopped by Zhang Wei's eyes. These few people in front of him were obviously here for the money, and from the obvious bulge in their pockets, it was obvious that they had come prepared. Who knows what these people had in their pockets? Zhang Wei, who had only been living a good life for a few days, didn't want to suddenly lose it for some inexplicable reason. Yi Xiaoxiao did not continue to speak, but only had a somewhat teary-eyed look, and Zhang Wei saw a red mark on Yi Xiaoxiao's wrist at a glance. Obviously, when this dog bear brought Yi Xiaoxiao over just now, his technique was not how gentle. You guys, how much do you want? Zhang Wei opened his mouth and asked. Hand over all those jewels. One of the thugs swept his gaze from Yi Xiaoxiao's body with aggression. Of course, hand over all the money you have on you as well. Oh, Zhang Wei cocked his head and said, do you know that after the amount of robbery reaches a certain level, the heavier the criminal law sentence will be as well? Cut the crap, just hand over the money. I don't want to hear this. The talking thug's gaze became more and more unkind, and it lingered on Yi Xiaoxiao's body more and more often. Obviously, besides money, he had some other ideas. Money is not a problem. Zhang Wei shook his head and said, I'm a person who doesn't care about money at all. Just like when I make friends, I don't care if he has money or not, because he definitely doesn't have as much money as I do. Thugs. Damn. This kid really deserves a beating, obviously in a state of being robbed. Why do we want to beat him up so badly? However, they did come here for the money and didn't want to make anything too big. This is not another country, but China. Xia. Robbing some money is fine. If they messed up anything else, especially if it's this obviously rich class, then the trouble would be really big. Tell me, what are your psychological expectations? Zhang Wei spread his hands and said, even if it's me, it's impossible for me to go out and bring too much money with me. That $1 was already pretty much all that was in my pocket, but it's pretty much spent now. Besides, even if you guys took those jewels, you'd still have to spend time exchanging them to sell the stolen goods, right? If it goes out, it's not that hard to find out if someone with a good heart wants to. If that someone with a good heart is willing to spend enough money. Gang leader, what exactly are you trying to say? He could sort of see that although he didn't know why, this rich kid in front of him was clearly emboldened. Why was he emboldened? The thugs' hearts were inexplicably a bit tense. I would like to ask you guys, how much money do you want? Zhang Wei said. The leader of the thugs pondered for a while, and finally clenched his teeth and said, $2. As for Zhang Wei, when he heard this amount, he still almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Although he knew that prices were vastly different from the previous world, he still couldn't hold back a bit when he heard a robber open his mouth and ask for $2. Here's $3 for you guys. Beat up that fat guy, Zhang Wei said. What? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, several people couldn't help but freeze. Can't you understand my words? I'll give you guys an extra $1 to beat up that fat guy. Zhang Wei's gaze was a bit cold. My girlfriend is not something that anyone can grab. Didn't you say, you don't have any money on you? The gangster leader's gaze got weird. Can't I go get it if I don't have any money? Zhang Wei said with some surprise. I am able to spend $1 to buy a large pile of jewelry at will in order to please my girlfriend. Someone touched my girlfriend. I spend $3 to beat him up. Is it strange? What? Said is still really special and reasonable. Several thugs, including the dog bear, are somewhat speechless, and the dog bear found that at this time, including the chief, the other three people look at their eyes, has become a little wrung up. Chapter 69, Mindless Boss Zhang. Actually, Zhang Wei was still right. After all, they were only here for the money. Only one was that Zhang Wei took the initiative to give the money, and the other was that they were robbing the money from Zhang Wei. The difference between the two was not that big. Moreover, judging from what Zhang Wei had said, they would get more if they gave it voluntarily. For people like them who were able to drive out a job like robbery for the sake of money, just don't think too highly of their qualities or their intelligence. A really smart person wouldn't do something like this. Brains turn fast. Do something to get money can't? Robbery is nothing more than the lowest and inefficient way to get money. Therefore, the gazes of the other three people looking at the dog bear became a bit unkind. What are you doing? The dog bear hastily backed up 2 steps and said, we have agreed to take the money together and share it together. At this time you actually want to exclude me? We did not exclude you. A person laughed twice and said, it's just that if you're able to get more if you're beaten up, then why wouldn't it be okay to aggravate you a bit? Yes, 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 it's just a beating. You're a thick-skinned dog bear. Haven't you been beaten up enough? That's right, it's just a beating. Don't worry, the money will be shared with you at that time. The dog bear cursed in his heart, but he couldn't help but take 2 steps back again. At this time, he also somewhat regretted reaching out to that girl. This rich guy, the heart of the heart can be really too small. He had only grabbed it. Why should he target himself like this? Moreover, what the dog bear was most afraid of wasn't getting beaten up, but whether or not he would be secretly killed by these guys afterward. After all, there were 4 of them, and the man had only promised to pay $3. So how should he divide it up then? If he was unfortunate enough to be seriously injured, would these guys really be kind enough to send him to the hospital and then split the money? Don't kid yourself. The biggest possibility was that he would be secretly killed by these guys. You guys stay back. Dog bear, we're all here for the money. Didn't we agree before? Just don't resist. Don't worry, we're very gentle with our hands. That's right, don't back off. We won't hit hard. And the more they said this, the more the dog bear couldn't believe them, and couldn't help but back up again and again. Yi Xiaoxiao on the side couldn't help but look at Zhang Wei. The eyes were a little odd. It was because she was able to tell that Zhang Wei seemed to be completely just fooling these people. On the other hand, Zhang Wei's expression at this time was getting calmer and calmer, although he was really a bit flustered at the beginning. After seeing the behavior of several robbers, Zhang Wei gradually calmed down again. It wasn't that these people were really stupid to such an extent, but it was true that when people were emotionally excited, they could easily do irrational and even stupid things. It looked like these people weren't any veterans of robberies. So when Zhang Wei opened his mouth and was willing to take the initiative to give away money, these guys actually imploded on their own. Obviously, they also did not want to take the initiative to take action against a rich man like Zhang Wei, because they were also clear that such a rich man was far more difficult to deal with than an ordinary person. They were just unwilling to make enemies with people like Zhang Wei from the bottom of their hearts, hence the current farce. Seemingly sensing Yi Xiaoxiao's gaze, Zhang Wei slightly twisted his head and smiled faintly towards Yi Xiaoxiao, but did not say anything, and by this time, the four people had already started to wrestle together. To be precise, it was three people who were surrounding the dog bear. There was no doubt that the dog bear was the physically strongest amongst the several people, but even if he was strong, it was obviously impossible for him to fight three by himself. He was only a little bit stronger than the others. He wasn't a martial arts master, so how could he easily fight three people at once? If he had this kind of skill, he would have long since become the boss of this gang of four. Are you guys idiots? That kid is clearly playing tricks on us. You guys actually really believed it. Stop fighting. Crikey, are you for real? In the field, the roars of the dog bear came from time to time, but the others didn't say anything else, making it clear that they intended to beat up the dog bear, and weren't willing to mess with Zhang Wei so easily. This rich man looked like he didn't care much about money anyway. They had gone from robbing to taking money to do things, in which case, it seemed like they would be able to have a lot of comfort in their hearts. At least, that was what they thought in their hearts. It was just that they didn't notice that at this time, outside the parking lot, another silhouette appeared. This silhouette looked inside and slowly walked over, and as this silhouette approached, the four people who were originally entangled together gradually stopped. I'm warning you, don't cause any trouble. What happens here has nothing to do with you. Seeing the approach of this silhouette, the four people finally reacted, temporarily stopping their fight, and instead, their gazes were somewhat vigilant as they looked towards the person who walked in. This was a parking lot after all, and it was normal for people to come in and out frequently, so they did not suspect the identity of the person coming in to be a problem. Only, this silhouette, however, didn't seem to care about their presence, but walked straight over. Bypassing them, it walked towards another direction under the four's relieved expressions. But soon, the four's faces became ugly again. This was because the silhouette actually walked to Zhang Wei's side. Looking at Zhang Wei, Su Gang nodded slightly. Boss, the old board? This young man, isn't he a rich second generation? Or what, boss? And this man who just came in, what is it? The legendary bodyguard? For the bottom gangsters like them, the existence of bodyguards, this kind of existence, is completely a legendary person, because with their level, they simply can't come into contact with people who can have bodyguards. But now, they came into contact. Zhang Wei nodded and nodded his chin towards the four people in front of him. Any questions? While hearing Zhang Wei's words, Su Bang was grinning, easily. Hearing Su Gang's reply, Zhang Wei could not help but smile as well. It seems that this bodyguard that he personally recruited over, is still a bit capable. His own vision, not bad. Beat up, call the police to send him away. Zhang Wei said, light and heavy? That fat guy can be a little heavier. Yi Xiaoxiao. The four. At this time, they once again realized something. Regardless of whether this young man was really rich or not, his heart of hearts, however, was really small. As for Su Gang, after receiving Zhang Wei's order, he no longer cared about what the others said, and directly pounced towards the four, his body resembling a fierce tiger out of its cage. Chapter 70, Meeting the Roommate Again. At one time, Zhang Wei was curious and asked if Su Bang was some kind of retired military king or something like that. But Su Bao just said very modestly that he was just a very ordinary retired special forces soldier. To what extent is it ordinary? Zhang Wei didn't know, but now, he could see Su Bang's strength with his own eyes. Then, he saw that after Su Bang rushed towards a few people, within a minute, all four people were on the ground. Zhang Wei, the strength of an ordinary retired special forces soldier is at this level? Is a pair of four actually all like beating a son? Zhang Wei couldn't help but bare his teeth a bit, because just now, the other three were fine, but that dog bear, he had clearly heard the sound of broken bones coming from the other party's body. From this, it could be seen that Su Gang really had no say in the aspect of accomplishing tasks, and after beating up a few people, ordinary special forces soldier Su Bang returned to Zhang Wei's side. Boss, mission accomplished. Zhang Wei, well done, keep up the good work. For a while, Zhang Wei didn't even know what expression to use to face Su Bang. It had to be said that this guy's fighting ability was really a bit beyond Zhang Wei's imagination. Have you called the police? Boss, it's been reported. That's fine. Wait for the police to come and you deal with it. I'll leave first. Contact me when things are done later. Yes, boss. Leaving Su Gang to keep an eye on a few guys, Zhang Wei took Yi Xiaoxiao and left first. After all, there wasn't much use for him to stay here, so he might as well take Yi Xiaoxiao and leave first. After that, it would be fine to leave the matter to Su Gang to handle. For dealing with the official police department, Zhang Wei really had little interest. What's the next place to go? After returning to the car, Zhang Wei then looked at Yi Xiaoxiao and opened his mouth to ask. Next then, Yi Xiaoxiao seemed to be thinking about it as well, but soon smiled and said, let's go eat first next. Good. Zhang Wei nodded. It just so happens that I'm also a bit hungry. Soon, the two of them found a restaurant with a nice environment and sat down. Senior, are you really not in your original company anymore? On the way, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask Zhang Wei. Aha. Zhang Wei nodded carelessly, because of some special reasons. As for what specific reason, Zhang Wei did not say. I heard Xiao say that it's because you've been squeezed at the company, right? Ha? Zhang Wei gave Yi Xiaoxiao a somewhat puzzled look. Are you still in contact with Xiao? There is. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. She and I have always been in contact, but some time ago, I heard Xiao say that it seems like something happened at home, so I didn't bother her anymore during this period of time. Yi Xiaoxiao said. Something happened to Lu Xiao's family? How did he not know about it? Zhang Wei couldn't help but reveal a puzzled look in his eyes. He had personally met up with Lu Xiao before, and at that time, he had even helped Lu Xiao solve a small matter in passing. Only that at that time, Lu Xiao had obviously not said anything about what she meant. Zhang Wei's brows wrinkled. Back then, when his family had an accident, Lu Xiao's mother had taken care of him for quite some time. Not to mention the kinship, but simply this favor. Zhang Wei could not forget it. He was not a moral saint, but the most basic human nature of repaying kindness with kindness and avenging with revenge was still there. When Yi Xiaoxiao saw that Zhang Wei only seemed to know about this matter, she was also a bit puzzled, but did not pursue the matter. She was a very smart girl and knew when she should speak and when she shouldn't, so since Zhang Wei had no intention of continuing, she didn't ask. Let's eat. A smile appeared on Yi Xiaoxiao's face. This seems to be the first time in the past few years that I'm eating alone with you. Senior, right? Yeah. Zhang Wei also nodded. The last time. It seems like it was when we were in high school. Zhang Wei was 2 grades higher than Yi Xiaoxiao, and with the internship year, Zhang Wei had been working for 3 years already. Yi Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was also in the final year of her graduation internship. Only, after Zhang Wei went to college, the two had almost completely broken off contact. That being said, this was really the first time the two had eaten alone after many years. However, while the two wanted to have a meal in peace, some people thought otherwise. Isn't this our Xiaoxiao? A voice came from the side, only to see a woman hugging a man in a suit walk past, smiling towards the two. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance even for a meal. Yi Xiaoxiao also noticed the visitor at this time and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Qian? That's right, the visitor was none other than Yi Xiaoxiao's roommate whom Zhang Wei had met not long ago. It's just that, didn't have much of an impression. Zhang Qian smiled. Her eyes swept over Zhang Wei's body without saying much, but the color of unwillingness was hidden in her eyes. Last time, because of Zhang Wei, the two of them, she and Zhu Yuan, had fled in a mess, and in her opinion, it was all Zhang Wei's fault. As for their targeting, she was a girl, and as a roommate, what was wrong with targeting her roommate's future boyfriend and helping Yi Xiaoxiao test him out? At least, in Zhang Qian's opinion, there was absolutely nothing wrong with what she did. However, Zhang Wei had made her lose face, which was an insult to her. Isn't this that senior of Xiaoxiao's? He's really chasing after Xiaoxiao, Zhang Qian said. With that, she pulled the man beside her and said with her chest puffed out, introducing, this is my boyfriend, the vice general manager of Wanda Group. Hello guys, my name is Chen. The man didn't care about Zhang Qian's tone and introduced himself calmly, then handed out his business card. Although Chen acted calmly, but in the midst of this calmness, he revealed a sense of condescension. With his achievements, and now only in his early 30s, Chen did have the capital to be arrogant. Looking at the name of the company on the business card, Zhang Wei could not help but fall into thought. This name, it seems somewhat familiar? Hello, I'm Yi Xiaoxiao, Qian's roommate. My name is Zhang Wei. Chen smiled and didn't say anything, only that when his gaze swept over Yi Xiaoxiao's body, he still couldn't help but reveal a look of amazement. It had to be said that Yi Xiaoxiao was originally quite an outstanding beauty, and now with her appreciation, she even had a unique strong female temperament that was full of attraction for men. Zhang Wei, on the other hand, looked rather ordinary. At least, so far, Zhang Wei didn't really have any similar idea of people relying on their clothes, wearing, still, the same set as before. While Zhang Qian's gaze swept over a few people, she couldn't help but reveal a snickering look. Xiao, didn't you say last time that this senior Zhang Wei of your family is unemployed? My boyfriend happens to be the vice general manager of Wanda Group. Should I ask him to introduce a job to Zhang Wei? Saying that, Zhang Qian's expression became more and more complacent. Chapter 71, The Springtime Zhang Qian. Zhang Qianqian's words sounded as if they were for Zhang Wei's benefit. However, the tone of her voice was characterized by a condescending gesture of charity. Obviously, what happened last time, Zhang Qianqian had firmly memorized. Moreover, those cards that Zhang Wei took out, up to now she was not sure what was going on, so Zhang Qianqian subconsciously ignored them. Among her memories, she almost only remembered that Zhang Wei had made her lose face, so this time, she was going to get it back on Zhang Wei's body. Hearing Zhang Qianqian's words, Chen Chen on the side seemed to have sensed something as well, and his gaze locked with Zhang Qianqian's for a moment. Seeming to understand something, Chen Chen's eyes quickly fell on Yi Xiaoxiao again, while a smile could not help but emerge on his face. That's right, even though I'm only a vice president, it shouldn't be difficult to introduce a job. Chen Chen laughed. Yi Xiaoxiao did not say anything and looked towards Zhang Wei. Although she knew that Zhang Wei was rich now, Yi Xiaoxiao was obviously not sure to what extent the current Zhang Wei was rich, just vaguely remembered that Zhang Wei seemed to be saying that he won the lottery last time. However, Yi Xiaoxiao also felt that it wasn't good for Zhang Wei to just spend money like this, and also felt that Zhang Wei needed a job. But when it came to something like a job, Yi Xiaoxiao would not take the initiative to make decisions for Zhang Wei. Especially, she could also see that Zhang Qianqian's attitude was depending on something not quite right. Oh, hearing this, Zhang Wei looked towards the two Zhang Qianqian with interest. I wonder what job you two are going to introduce to me. Chen Chen frowned slightly, not answering immediately. No matter what, he was also someone who was able to make it to the position of vice president of Wanda Group. And from Zhang Wei's tone, he heard the obvious flirtation. Even up to now, Zhang Wei hadn't invited them to sit down, and he didn't know if he had forgotten or really didn't care, but there was no doubt that it was quite rude. On the other hand, Zhang Qianqian, who was on the side, obviously did not think so much about it. I wonder what kind of job you want, senior? A mocking smile surfaced on Zhang Qianqian's face. I heard from Xiao Xiao that senior seems to be in program engineering, but unfortunately, it seems like there are no such positions in Wanda Group now. However, there are quite a few other positions, such as security guards, cleaners, and the like. Senior, Wanda Group's treatment can be really good. Although these positions may not sound good, but the treatment can be quite good. Speaking here, the mockery in Zhang Qianqian's tone is no longer hidden. Make me lose face? This time, I will make you bow down in front of me. Zhang Qianqian's heart thought hatefully. Don't you like to pretend? A person who doesn't even have a job. What's the point of pretending here? Senior, Yi Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhang Wei. Even she was able to tell that Zhang Qianqian was clearly humiliating Zhang Wei, and she couldn't help but frown tightly. It's fine. Zhang Wei shook his head indifferently. This friend, by the looks of it, you seem to have some interest in this position? At this time, Chen Chen couldn't help but open his mouth as well. Zhang Wei hadn't even opened his mouth to invite them to sit down until now, which made Chen Chen somewhat unable to hold back as well. Although he was also able to tell that this new girlfriend of his and these two seemed to have some grudges. But what kind of person was he? Chen Chen, the youngest vice president of Wan Tian Group. When had he ever suffered such treatment? It is indeed a bit interesting. Zhang Wei nodded. But I would like to ask, how is your Wanda Group's salary package? Chen Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This kid, refusing to give in until now, looks like he really intends to fight with himself? You can rest assured on this. Our Wan Tian Group is definitely the most humane enterprise in Binhai. Even the positions of security guards and cleaners are all grabbed by people. Chen Chen said. After all, money is king these days. Some people don't have money and still like to pretend to be X. Wouldn't that make them stupid X? Zhang Wei nodded and said, that's right. After saying that, Zhang Wei just looked at him. It was as if he meant to say, you are that stupid X. Chen Chen couldn't help but be a little annoyed by the look Zhang Wei gave him. However, Zhang Wei didn't say anything excessive. Instead, it made Chen Chen feel bad for a while, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Zhang Wei, what do you mean? What made Chen Chen somewhat relieved was that Zhang Qianqian, at this time, took the initiative to have a seizure. We are kind enough to introduce you to the job. What do you mean by looking so indifferent? Zhang Qianqian said with an angry expression. Really think of yourself as some kind of character? Let me tell you, I'm only willing to introduce you to a job because of Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, what qualifications do you have to let the vice president of Wanda Group personally introduce you to a job as an older jobless hobo? Chen Chen was secretly happy in his heart, but on the surface, he quickly regained his composure and waved his hand. Qian, forget it, people have their own ideas. What own idea? Zhang Qianqian sold her performance at this moment. I think it's just not knowing what's good and bad. What a thing! Introducing you to a good job and you still don't want it. There are plenty of people out there who are clamoring for it. Xiao Xiao, I was also wrong about you. I didn't expect the man you like to be this kind of trash. Lost his job not to mention. He still likes to be poor and arrogant. Introducing him a job. actually still behaves like this? Really think that the vice president of Wanda Group is someone who can meet just because he wants to? Spraying towards Zhang Wei seems not to be too much. Zhang Qianshan all of a sudden turned the gun to Yi Xiaoxiao, seemingly hating this roommate a little bit, and Zhang Wei took it as watching the show. The other people in the surrounding restaurant, on the other hand, were also silently watching the show. Only when the eyes fell on Zhang Wei, the eyes had some indescribable odd meaning. The consumption of this restaurant was not cheap. A person who can afford to come to this restaurant to eat would actually be an ordinary hobo? But Zhang Qian obviously didn't notice these eyes and didn't have that many thoughts. She met Zhang Wei this time and was just rushing to vent. With a boyfriend like Chen, how could she not fight back this time after being punched in the face last time? Chen, why haven't you guys come over yet? Ah, general manager? Sorry, forgot. I'll be right over. Hearing the voice, Chen froze, and only then did he remember that he was here today to conduct a company's senior gathering, and responded in a hurry. Upon hearing Chen's reply, the general manager then nodded, and just as he was about to go upstairs accompanied by his secretary, his gaze unconsciously swept across the hall. However, he couldn't help but freeze when his gaze landed on Zhang Wei's body. Mr. Zhang. The general manager was so excited that he directly shook off his secretary and rushed to Zhang Wei with great strides, shaking Zhang Wei's hand with an excited expression. I didn't expect to actually be able to meet you here. It's really a pleasure to meet you. Ha! Hearing the general manager's words, Chen's entire body was dumbfounded, and Zhang Qian, who hadn't gotten over it yet, froze at the side as well. What is this again? Chapter 72 Changing Face. The appearance of this general manager of the Wanda Group had obviously caused many people present to become a little incoherent. Even Zhang Wei couldn't help but look at the other party with a slightly glazed look in his eyes, because he only vaguely felt that the other party seemed somewhat familiar, but to say that he knew him, he really didn't recognize the identity of the person in front of him. So this general manager of the Wanda Group's sudden enthusiasm made Zhang Wei rather uncomfortable. May I ask if you are looking at the other party? Zhang Wei opened his mouth with a somewhat odd expression and asked. My name is Wan Ximing. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, this general manager hastily piled up a naive smile on his face and introduced himself. It's only natural that Mr. Zhang doesn't know me, as I indeed haven't met Mr. Zhang before. Hearing this general manager's words, Zhang Wei finally calmed down a little. This was the normal situation. He still implied that he had lost his memory. It turns out that he has never met but since he hadn't met before, why was this person so polite to himself? Could it be that he knows his identity? But Zhang Wei so far has not publicized his own identity, even if the public wants, but only in the small reporter Xiangxi side. Everyone thinks it is just an ordinary passerby in the joke. So all in all, Zhang Wei's current identity was still in a state of invisibility. And soon, Zhang Wei realized why the other party was so polite to him. With an easygoing smile on his face, Wan said, it's because not too long ago, the president had given me a list, and on that list, there had been some information about Mr. Zhang, so I took note of it. So that's how it is. Only then did Zhang Wei's face reveal a look of realization. A list. In fact, last time, after the municipal official had brought him to meet with a group of Beanhai's local snakes, Zhang Wei's name and this face had been on quite a few of the local snakes lists. They didn't care about ordinary people, but for someone like Zhang Wei, who even the municipal officials needed to be polite to, they definitely had to remember. Only, Zhang Wei's name, apart from these local snakes and businessmen, the people who knew it were limited to some of their personal staff and right-hand men. Although the municipal officials hadn't made their stance clear, they had seen Zhang Wei's attitude at that time. This one, obviously, didn't want to disclose his identity yet. Therefore, they did not dare to proliferate Zhang Wei's name, but only clearly told their hardcore believers that this one, no matter what the situation, must not be messed with. Wan Ximing, on the other hand, was clearly a close subordinate of the president chairman or such henchman of the Wan Tian group. That's why he recognized Zhang Wei at a glance. And, it hasn't been long, so he remembers Zhang Wei. However, this deputy general manager, next to him was not so clear. Our company happens to be having a gathering, and in a while, our president might also show up. Is Mr. Zhang interested in going to sit with us? Wan asked. His words, however, caused Chen, who was at the side, to stifle his freeze. Bringing this man to his own company's party? Those who were there were all true company executives. An internal gathering of one's own company executives. Actually inviting an outsider? If he didn't know that this general manager was the president's truly trusted hardcore, Chen was only afraid to think that the other party was a traitor to the company. However, what exactly was the situation now? Chen didn't dare to speak casually, even if he was blind. Wang Jiming's attitude expressed that this ordinary-looking young man in front of him was definitely not some simple goods. Simple words that could make this old fox, Wang Jiming, use such an attitude? Similarly, Wang Jiming's attitude is also telling him that this man, you can't afford to offend. Although it wasn't explicit, it was a kind warning to Chen Chen. Zhang Qianqian, on the other hand, was clearly not as intelligent. Who are you? Looking at Wang Jiming, Zhang Qianqian said with an irritated face, can't you see that we are talking here? Wan stood up and looked at the girl, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Wei he didn't dare to offend, but it didn't mean that others could just offend him. And when Chen Chen saw Wan just now, he actually responded in a small voice. Because of the distance, he knew that Wan might not be able to hear what he was saying at all, so he responded more with his expression. Chen Chang's small voice response was also muffled by the voices around him as well as Zhang Qianqian who was having a great time. So Zhang Qianqian didn't even hear Chen Chang's general manager. For the sudden appearance of Wang Jiming, Zhang Qianqian was naturally quite upset. Can't you see that I'm in the middle of a 30 years east of the river? 30 years west of the river? Where did you come out from? And without even a greeting you actually started to pretend to be a good guy? I'm just an ordinary person. Wan's face however wore a calm smile as he smiled towards Zhang Qianqian. Just now I happened to see Mr. Zhang, so I was a bit excited for a moment and didn't ask. So may I ask the girls you are? My name is Zhang Qianqian. When Zhang Qianqian heard Wang Jiming's words, she then revealed a satisfied look. Self-esteem satisfied. Who let this guy just now? From the moment he popped up, actually didn't even give him a greeting? Next to you, this is my boyfriend Chen Chen. Wan nodded with a smile, but cold sweat broke out on Chen Chen's face. Who in the group didn't know that Wang Jiming was a smiling tiger? He was always smiling on the surface, but he would turn around and give you a stab on the bad side. The key is, on such a smiling tiger, actually also backed by the group's largest internal backer, who cannot move him. Don't look at him. Chen Chen is also a deputy general manager, and Wang Jiming only half a level difference. But Chen Chen is very clear, as long as Wang Jiming does not fall, he has been impossible to have the opportunity to sit on the position of general manager. The underlying gap between the two was simply too great. At least at this time, he did not want to offend Wang Jiming. Brother Sam at this time, Zhang Qianqian shook Chen Chang's arm and said in a petulant tone, people are getting scared by these guys, and you're not helping me out. Zhang Wei was covered in goosebumps and almost didn't just get up and leave, while Wang Jiming was well unresponsive. Only Chen Chen's face, after Zhang Qianqian's pouting, completely darkened. This stupid woman. Chen Chen turned back and slapped Zhang Qianqian's face. Slap. The sound was crisp, causing many people around to freeze for a moment. Idiot, stop screaming. You don't even look at what kind of place this is? Chen Chen said angrily. A public place, you know, making a fuss, and you don't have any sense of public morality. Ah, it's me who misjudged you. Now, immediately, get the hell out of here. Chapter 73, do you prefer the old me, or the current me? Chen Chen's reaction was somewhat unexpected by those present. Even Zhang Wei didn't expect that this guy would actually strike so hard and directly slap him up. And a red slap mark appeared on Zhang Qianqian's face at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Zhang Qianqian seemed to still have some unresponsiveness. After being slapped, she looked at Chen Chen somewhat blankly, seemingly in disbelief. You, actually hit me? What's wrong with hitting you? Chen Chen directly scolded. You idiot woman, have enough to do nothing? So fond of pretending. Why don't you strip naked and come out again? Do you know what this place is? Restaurant. And it's an upscale restaurant. I brought you here today to eat, to attend our group's colleagues' party, not to let others watch the monkey show. Can't you see that the other Mr. Zhang has no intention of taking care of you from start to finish? You're still pestering here. Are you out of your mind? Stupid woman, get lost. We're done for. Without waiting for Zhang Qianqian to react, Chen Chen's face was covered with a scolding. Zhang Qianqian was not able to come back to her senses for a long time. After she reacted to what Chen Chen said, she couldn't help but point her hand at Chen Chen. Her fingers trembled twice, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. She had followed Chen Chen over today to show off, and after that, she even intended to let everyone else know that she had found such a young and capable boyfriend. But what she didn't expect was that before she had time to be proud for long, even in front of Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaoxiao, she was dumped. This made Zhang Qianqian's mood as if she was just at a high altitude but fell to the bottom in an instant. You remember this for me, Chen Chen. Zhang Qianqian gave Chen Chen a hateful look, and her spiteful eyes swept over Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaoxiao before she turned around and ran towards the outside. Yi Xiaoxiao seemed to have the intention of going after her, but was stopped by Zhang Wei's eyes. In Yi Xiaoxiao's opinion, it was okay that Zhang Qianqian had found an awesome boyfriend. Besides, we used to be classmates and roommates, so it's normal for us to show off to each other. But the look in Zhang Qianqian's eyes when she was leaving just now was clearly something wrong. Regardless of Yi Xiaoxiao's preoccupation, the three men present were somewhat unaware of it, and the people who were watching around them began to withdraw their gazes one after another. The general manager and deputy general manager of the Wanda Group. These two were not ones to be messed with. And that young man sitting right next to him, since even the general manager of Wanda Group was so respectful, it must be even worse. This restaurant's grade is not low. Come here, at least also has a level above the family. So one of the vision is not bad. Watching things, start to see on the line, have been staring, let people upset. There is no need. Doesn't your company still have a party? I don't need to worry about it on my side. Next time if I'm free, I'll have a chat with your Wanda Group. At this time, Zhang Wei also revealed a polite smile towards Wang Jiming. Although the tone was polite, the meaning of this was also obvious. You guys can get the hell out of here. Wan nodded and didn't say much. Then let's talk next time. Well, have a nice meal, Mr. Zhang. After saying that, Wang Jiming made a wink towards Chen Chen, and then turned to leave. Chen Chen's performance just now still made him relatively satisfied. Although this young man had found a stupid girlfriend, he was at least not too stupid himself and understood that there were some people he could not afford to offend. At least, this person who was dining could not be offended. What Wan was even more aware of was that what the president had taken the initiative to mention to him at that time was that this person, not to mention him, Chen Chen, even if it was the entire Wanda Group, might not be able to do anything with this young man. Such a person, even if you do not know the identity of the other party, it is best not to easily offend. Good. Doing business is all about harmony and wealth. Why should we offend people casually? Wang Jiming pulled Chen Chen to leave. Yi Xiaoxiao was a bit uneasy. Senior, this is not good, right? Yi Xiaoxiao said. I'm afraid Chen Chen will not be able to think about it. If you can't think about it, then you can't think about it. Zhang Wei said indifferently. We are all adults, so we have to be responsible for what we say and do. Going out, not even knowing the most basic manners, and you still want others to pay for her behavior? Zhang Wei said with a smile. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, and although she was a bit uneasy, she did not continue. Zhang Wei's character was like this, and it would be hard to change what he had decided. It was just that although she also felt that Zhang Qianqian just now was a bit too arrogant, but to be dumped straight away was also a bit too tragic. It's not that Yi Xiaoxiao's character is too soft, but after all, she has been together for several years as a roommate, so it's really not that easy for her to throw away this friendship all of a sudden. Alright, don't think too much, eat your meal. Zhang Wei smiled and comforted. If you can't see past this point, how can you talk about big business in the future? Aha! Without being affected by the sudden appearance of Zhang Qianqian for too long, the two of them soon started to stroll along the streets after having their meal. The night color of Binhai is very beautiful. As one of the cities with the best environmental protection in recent years, the night sky of Binhai is able to see the stars, and as a city that relies on the sea, even if it has already reached the end of the year, the temperature at this time of the year is still quite comfortable. Senior, I feel that after not seeing you for so many years, the changes in you are quite big. Is that so? Zhang Wei couldn't help but look at himself with some surprise. Has it really changed a lot? Of course. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously and laughed. The biggest change is that you are much more confident than before. Confident. Zhang Wei thought about it and felt that Yi Xiaoxiao was really right when she said that. It was indeed confident. As for why he had become confident, it was also a simple matter. That he had money. Although money cannot solve all the problems, but there is no doubt that money can solve most of the problems, but also the source of the bottom line. Once a person has a bottom line, he or she becomes confident. This was a very normal situation. So, do you like the old me, or do you like the current me more? Zhang Wei suddenly laughed, and Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but blush when she heard such blunt words from Zhang Wei. Yes, she had indeed always liked Senior, only that she had never been able to find a chance to say it. And the current Senior, indeed with the previous some not quite the same, to say the comparison words. I won't tell you. Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly smiled faintly and gave Zhang Wei a peck on the cheek. Sort of a reward for the Senior treating me to shopping and dinner today. Bye. I'll go home first. After saying that, without giving Zhang Wei time to react, Yi Xiaoxiao quickly ran away. Touching his face, Zhang Wei's complexion was somewhat reminiscent. Chapter 74, Lu Xiao's unexpected situation. A month before the approaching new year, the business community of Binhai was shaken by a piece of news. The development of the offshore area was on the agenda, and the sale as well as the leasing of the offshore land would all take place after the new year. Of course, this news was only one of them. What made people feel even more curious was that although it was announced that the development of the offshore area would take place after the year, some engineering teams had already entered the offshore area silently and started construction. Many people felt that this should be the people from the Weisher group, preparing to take the lead in starting the development. And in reality, they weren't completely wrong in their guesses. So, Our group building is the first to start construction? Zhang Wei asked Ji Qing casually as he sat in Ji Qing's office. That's right. However, apart from us, a few other companies, too, are ready to start taking the lead in starting construction. Ji Qing said. The current situation is that both sides are competing for progress. Whoever completes the construction first will be the first to take possession of the popularity and market after the opening of the offshore zone, so the construction speed should be fast. Ji Qing analyzed. As far as our estimation is concerned, the near-sea area's territory isn't too big, and opening it up after the year, it should be able to fully complete the construction as well as open it up to the public within a year. Saying that, Ji Qing glanced at Zhang Wei. Boss, what about you? Don't you have any other ideas? Ideas? What ideas? Zhang Wei curiously said. A new project, Ji Qing said. After renting out and selling the land after the year, we'll be able to quickly recoup our funds. So should we invest in any new projects or something like that at that time? There's no rush on this. First, I'll think about it, Zhang Wei said. The beachside is definitely going to be developed as a piece of future tourism focus area, so we can discuss other projects with the officials, and these should still take quite a bit of time. Alright then, Ji Qing shrugged. The boss had spoken. What could she do? Then that's it. The company's affairs will be left to you for now. I might have something to go out for recently. No? Ji Qing looked at Zhang Wei with a stunned expression. I say boss, it's fine for you to be a shirker, but now you're even going missing? Hearing Ji Qing's words, Zhang Wei hemmed and hawed and couldn't help but put his arm around Ji Qing's shoulder and said, Isn't there still you? If it was someone else, I definitely wouldn't be at ease. But with you around, I'm definitely 100% at ease. Ji Qing somewhat slapped Zhang Wei's hand away without any good humor. When she first came into contact, she felt that Zhang Wei's style was really quite extraordinary, rich, mysterious and low-key. But as the days together became more frequent, she also discovered other traits amongst Zhang Wei's personality. For example, he likes to be lazy and is afraid of trouble, and also seems to be very good at talking. But Ji Qing also felt that Zhang Wei's good talk should only be to his own people like her. If it was someone else, he definitely wasn't so good at talking. Zhang Wei's hands-off attitude, from a certain perspective, was indeed a sign of trust in her. What a workaholic like Ji Qing needed the most, was also such trust. Alright then, but first things first, when you're done working, you can treat me to dinner. Don't worry, Zhang Wei said hurriedly, absolutely no problem. After taking care of Ji Qing with great difficulty, Zhang Wei carefully dodged that personnel department brainstorming director before slipping to Maple Leaf Technologies' floor. The reason for his leave was not other than the fact that it was precisely because of his cousin, Lu Ziyao's matter. Last time, he had heard from Yi Xiaoxiao that something seemed to have happened at Lu Ziyao's home, but after Zhang Wei called, he found that his aunt and her family were evasive. Zhang Wei didn't continue to ask more questions and instead planned to investigate on his own. Is that so? Zhang Wei sat in Maple Leaf Technologies' personnel department office, listening to personnel department director Yu Genoa while he was caught up in his thoughts. During this period of time, there was indeed something wrong with Lu Ziyao's mental state. Moreover, not long ago, Lu Ziyao seemed to have taken a day off to go back, but quickly returned. Recently, Lu Ziyao also seemed to have borrowed money from her co-workers. Something should have happened. Zhang Wei frowned. At this time, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Director Yu, walking in, was a man in his 30s with a serious look, but after seeing Zhang Wei, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It's fine, if there's anything you want to say directly, Yu Genoa said. Alright, the man nodded and spoke. The Lu Ziyao that you asked me to pay attention to earlier. I have observed over the past few days that her mental state does seem to be a little off, and she often stares blankly at work, as if she has been sleep-deprived for a long time. Just now, she also submitted a leave slip to me, wanting to take a week-long vacation. A week? That's right. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhang Wei also roughly remembered the identity of the man in front of him, a minister surnamed Qian, who was also Lu Ziyao's current immediate superior. Grant it to her, Minister Qian. Yu Genoa's eyes exchanged a glance with Zhang Wei, then he nodded and said, Alright, I understand. Minister Qian said, Should I go and talk to General Manager Wang? Mr. Wang was Minister Qian's immediate superior, the director of the business department. On old Wang's side, I'll just go talk to him. You just deal with Lu Ziyao's matter. Yu Genoa shook his head and said, Alright then, I understand. Minister Qian nodded. Then, he seemed to notice Zhang Wei's gaze and nodded towards him, revealing a kind smile. Zhang Wei, it's been a long time since I've seen you. When are we going to have a cup of tea together? Zhang Wei said smilingly, Sometime, but I see that Minister Qian is quite busy most of the time. Then let's talk about it when we are free. Minister Qian nodded and then turned to leave. After Minister Qian left, Yu Genoa then laughed. This person under old Wang is quite sharp. Zhang Wei also couldn't help but laugh. The ones in maple leaf technology are all human savants. After all, they can achieve the position of minister. It's normal to be a bit sharp. That's true. Yu Zhenhua lost his smile. Minister Qian obviously did not know that Zhang Wei had already become the boss of maple leaf technology, but he was still able to release his goodwill towards Zhang Wei so accurately, obviously sensing something as well. This kung fu of detecting words and colors was still quite on point. In that case, then I won't stay long. Zhang Wei got up at this time and said, "It's better for me to investigate the matter of Lu Ziao myself. It's a pity that I didn't do you any favors, boss," Yu Zhenhua said. Zhang Wei shook his head. Knowing this, it's already considered to have helped me quite a bit. As Lu Ziao decided to go home, Zhang Wei also planned to follow Lu Ziao, to see what kind of situation had arisen in Lu Ziao's house. Walking out of the office, Zhang Wei dialed the phone. Gang, prepare the car. We might have to leave Binhai for a while. Understood, boss. Chapter 75 Entangled Shiryu. After leaving the company, Zhang Wei didn't act immediately, but first went to investigate Lu Ziao's recent actions. When Lu Ziao came to the company, his sister-in-law had specifically instructed him to take more care of Lu Ziao, only for Zhang Wei to take care of her at first. Later Lu Ziao, obviously do not need his care, and Zhang Wei himself is not like to take the initiative to contact with people, so later contact is less, belong to each live their own lives. So if you want to inquire about Lu Ziao's news, Zhang Wei will have to think of additional ways to do so. First, it was from Yi Xiaoxiao's side that he vaguely learned that there seemed to be some problems with Lu Ziao recently. Then, there is Lu Ziao's social circle. Zhang Wei's face revealed a thoughtful look. After making a trip back home and making some preparations, Zhang Wei only returned to the car once again. Boss, where to next? Su Bang, who was driving the car, asked. Well, send me to Dongtang Avenue. Zhang Wei thought about it and opened his mouth. Dongtang Avenue, a very famous street in Binhai, had all sorts of specialty snacks, and many of them were also specially labeled as not for delivery. In other words, if you want to eat these specialty snacks, you have to come in person. So this street, many times are people come and go, not to mention foreigners, even the locals also quite like to come here to shop, just specifically to eat here snacks. As for Zhang Wei, he naturally did not come here to eat any specialty snacks. He came here because Lu Ziao had a very close girlfriend who worked here. If I remember correctly, it seems to be called Green Lotus Tea Restaurant, right? After walking around for a while, Zhang Wei was able to find the place, and after hesitating for a while, he walked straight in. Just after walking in, Zhang Wei saw that it was almost full of people, with both guests and waiters constantly interspersed. Zhang Wei, he felt as if he had come at a somewhat inopportune time. However, having entered all the way in, Zhang Wei was too lazy to go out and wait any longer. Finding a waitress, Zhang Wei's face revealed a smile as he asked, "Hello, may I ask if Shiryu works here?" The waitress was a little girl, not very old, and seemed to be only working here part-time, and was still a bit flustered by Zhang Wei's sudden stop, but after hearing Zhang Wei's words, she couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression as well. "Are you looking for Sister Shiryu? It seems like she hasn't come to work for 2 days now, and I heard the manager say that she seems to have taken a vacation. Is that so?" "Thanks," Zhang Wei nodded. After getting the news, Zhang Wei walked out of the tea house, but he couldn't help but frown. He did not expect his first search to be so uneventful. Could it be that he could only follow Lu Ziao back and then take one step at a time? It wasn't impossible, but Zhang Wei felt that he was better off with more preparation. "Boss?" At this time, Su Gang, who had also gotten off the bus, couldn't help but open his mouth to ask when he saw Zhang Wei, who was deep in thought at the side. "Nothing." Zhang Wei shook his head. The two stood in the doorway, and no one deliberately approached. Zhang Wei was okay, just an ordinary person, but Su Bang's tall and strong body, at a glance, he knew that it was not a good match, and no one took the initiative to look for trouble. At this time, Su Gang suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Boss, there seems to be movement in the alley next to us." "There is movement? Take a look." Zhang Wei nodded his head rather curiously. He believed in Su Bang's judgment. After all, he was a person who came out of the special forces. It was not at all surprising that he was sharper than ordinary people. There were quite a few stores of all sorts on Dongtang Avenue, and between these stores, there were also many alleys and passages, which could be said to be connected in all directions. Usually Zhang Wei will not drill such alleys. No other, even if it is the environment of the coastal city, there will be some loafers, commonly known as hooligans, and the small hooligans' favorite place to stay, no doubt, is these alleys in Otherland. However, with Su Gang by his side, Zhang Wei didn't have much fear in his heart, and was more curious. The two of them had just come over, when they saw several small punks were surrounding each other, their mouths emitting odd laughter from time to time, which was also interspersed with a female voice that was begging for help. Hearing the cry for help, Zhang Wei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Boss? Su Bang, who was at the side, asked. Help. Zhang Wei nodded. That girl? She seems a bit familiar. Su Bao did not say more. The military origin. He himself possessed a stronger sense of justice than normal people. When it came to something like this, if it was Su Bao himself, I'm afraid that he would have rushed over it the first time. However, his main job now was to protect Zhang Wei, so he still had to ask Zhang Wei's opinion first, and now that Zhang Wei agreed, Su Bao did not need to hesitate anymore, and rushed straight towards the front several people. Where are you from? Oh, he actually dared to make a move. Brothers, dry. Ah, pain pain pain. Small punks although there are as many as 4 or 5 people, but obviously, compared to Su Bao 2, that is completely not a level of existence. 3 or 2 was Su Bao to all beat down. The whole process added up to even less than a minute's time. Thank you. The girl only came back to her senses at this time, but realized that the punks around herself had all fallen down. No need to thank me. Su Gang shook his head. If you want to thank me, just thank my boss. Boss? The girl looked in the direction Su Gung pointed, but she happened to see a young man standing not far away, looking at her with a smile. For a moment, Sure You, who was on the verge of despair, seemed to see a flash of light in the middle of an endless abyss. The young man's smile seemed incomparably warm at this moment. Hello, Sure You. You are Xiao's cousin? After leaving the alley, Zhang Wei brought Sure Yu, who was still a bit stunned, to sit down at a cafe. Seeing that Sure Yu seemed to remember him, Zhang Wei smiled and nodded. It's been a long time. Good, long time no see. In Sure Yu's memory, Zhang Wei seemed to work in the same company as Lu Ziyou, and the Zhang Wei of the past also seemed to not talk much, but after not seeing him for a while, Zhang Wei seemed to have changed a lot. Moreover, she clearly heard that the man just now seemed to be calling Zhang Wei boss. Lu Ziyou's cousin had started doing business on his own, and had even become a boss? Actually, I came here this time to look for you, Zhang Wei said. Looking for me? Sure you couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion in her heart when she heard Zhang Wei's words. I want to find you to ask if you know what exactly happened to Xiao recently, Zhang Wei continued. Hearing the latter sentence, Sure Yu's expression calmed down for a moment. Oh, it turned out that it was indeed he who had overthought things. Chapter 76, Sure Yu's trouble. I can see that you did encounter some trouble recently, Zhang Wei said. If you can tell me about Xiao, in exchange, perhaps I can help you solve some of your troubles. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Sure Yu could not help but show a look of contemplation on her face. This was her second meeting with Zhang Wei. The first time we met, she actually had rather average senses towards Zhang Wei, and at best, she could only be considered a somewhat familiar stranger. However, just now, Zhang Wei's appearance was like a helping hand that pulled her out of the abyss, leaving her with an extremely deep impression at that moment. Although it felt a little hard to hear Zhang Wei say that now, Sure Yu understood that, in reality, she and Zhang Wei were still far from being familiar. I heard Xiao say before that this cousin of hers doesn't seem to have a girlfriend yet. How come I didn't see it last time? He's actually so handsome? There's no hurry. Maybe there's still a chance. Sure Yu's mind thought. Did you not ask Xiao yourself, big brother Zhang? Zhang Wei shook his head. You should be clear about Xiao's character. Although I am her cousin, there are a lot of things that she usually won't say to me, and she likes to solve anything silently by herself. Sure Yu thought for a moment and said, Indeed. A while ago I also just heard Xiao say that her family's business seems to have some troubles. Specifically, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart when he heard this. Was it really something wrong on his sister-in-law's side? Before calling, Zhang Wei felt that something was wrong, and his sister-in-law's tone seemed to be a bit evasive. Actually, I'm not too sure. I just heard Xiao casually mention it. It seems like something went wrong with the raw materials of some processed product and something went wrong, right? Sure you recalled. Zhang Wei nodded. His sister-in-law's family was in the business of processing cold drinks as well as ice cream-type desserts, with 2 stores of their own, and some finished products would be wholesaled out to other cold drink stores. This kind of dessert raw material is quite important, and it seems to be related to the recipe? Zhang Wei couldn't quite remember, but since he had a general understanding of some of what was going on, he could also choose to investigate after he went over. Although Zhang Wei's own business in Binhai was still just getting started now, it wasn't really difficult to investigate some things. Just like what was said before, although money couldn't solve all the problems, it could definitely solve most of them, and it just so happened that right now, he was a rich man. What about you? Have you encountered any trouble recently? Only then did Zhang Wei ask. I just actually went to the place where you work, and I heard that. It seems like you've been on vacation for 2 days. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Sure Yu's face couldn't help but show a look of embarrassment. It was because recently, she had indeed encountered some troubles. Tell me, maybe I can help you? And no matter what, you're also Xiao's good friend and answered my questions. So if there's a difficulty, maybe I can help you? Shiryu hesitated for a moment before she told. It turned out that recently Shiryu's mother had gotten sick, and it was also a rather troublesome stomach problem. Shiryu's father had passed away a few years ago, and recently, because of her mother's illness, she was busy taking care of her mother and going to work. So naturally, she couldn't take care of both. And even more troublesome is that, because the deposit is not much, Shiryu even borrowed part of the loan, and just now the punks is the loan company to find over the people. In order to avoid these people, Shiryu in the past 2 days, even dare not go to work. The boss even called yesterday, saying that if she does not come back, she does not have to come back to work. Shiryu had no choice but to sneak over today, but what she didn't expect was that she was still blocked today. This was also the reason why Shiryu was so desperate before. This girl, about the same age as Lu Xiao, belonged to the college students who had just graduated not long ago, but her pressure, indeed, was somewhat beyond imagination. This way, Zhang Wei thought for a moment and asked, "How much do you still owe them?" Shiryu's lips moved, but she did not speak. Seeing Shiryu's expression, Zhang Wei instantly understood what the girl was thinking, shaking his head and smiling. "Don't think too much about it, I'm just asking. I can help out to the extent that I can. Still owe them 1.50. Shiryu then whispered, 1.50. Zhang Wei did some math. If he were to switch to the previous world, it would be $150,000. For Shiryu, who had just graduated and was from an ordinary single-parent family, it was indeed a huge sum of money. When he first entered the cafeteria, Zhang Wei also saw the recruitment announcement on the cafeteria, and the salary was only about 4 cents. So it was no wonder that the girl's expression had been a bit gloomy. It was also fortunate that this girl was strong. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid she would have already collapsed. Let's do it this way. The money counts as my loan to you. I'll help you solve your current difficulties first, and then return it to me when you have money later. How about it? Zhang Wei said. Really? Really? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Shiryu looked at Zhang Wei with some disbelief. This man, actually really willing to lend money to himself. Moreover, this was not a small amount, but 1.50. And the two of them had only met for the second time this time. He was also a little too good to himself, right? For a while, Shiryu's heart also couldn't help but give birth to a burst of odd thoughts. Does he like himself or something like that? Moreover, Shiryu was also clear that even if she had borrowed it herself, with her current salary, she didn't know when she would be able to pay back the money. Also, let me solve the problem of work for you again. Zhang Wei thought for a moment, and with a curious Shiryu in tow, he once again walked towards the tea house from earlier. Here, it was exactly where Shiryu worked. At the same time, Zhang Wei also took out his cell phone and sent a message out. Excuse me. At this time, Zhang Wei once again encountered the girl who had just asked. Seeing Shiryu beside Zhang Wei, the girl's face also revealed a look of surprise. Sister Shiryu, you're back? Aha. Shiryu nodded and did not say much. She also did not know what Zhang Wei was going to do. Hello, can I trouble you for a moment and take me to meet your boss? Zhang Wei asked the girl. The boss. Boss is in the back. May I ask, is there something you want? Well, I want to find your boss to talk about a business deal, Zhang Wei said with a smile. Not long after, Zhang Wei met the owner of this tea house in a specially vacated office cubicle at the back of the store. Seeing the few people who walked in, the male owner's face clearly showed a displeased look. Didn't I say not to come in and disturb me without important matters? You guys. However, before he could finish, Zhang Wei raised his hand and interrupted him. So, of course there is something important now. Chapter 77, isn't it just $5? Something important? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, the boss couldn't help but freeze for a moment, glancing at the three people who had entered. One was a girl who had just been recruited and was only a part-time temp. One was Zhang Wei, whom he did not recognize. The last one, on the other hand, was Shiryu, considered an old employee of his store. It couldn't be helped. In fact, this tea house of his had only been open for more than a year in total, while Shiryu had been working here for a year. So she was indeed considered one of the few old employees. But if there is anything outside, there are people to deal with it. And the temp girl, not to mention Shiryu's family conditions, he is also clear about. What important things can there be? To the boss, what has nothing to do with money? That is not important. So this strange man, that was the key? What's the matter with you? The boss sized up Zhang Wei and asked with a somewhat careless expression. At this time, Zhang Wei had come in on his own, while Su Bang, on the other hand, had been left outside by him. Therefore, in the boss's opinion, Zhang Wei was just a very ordinary man who could be considered a little handsome at best. As for the rest, there was nothing special about it. Of course, want to talk to you about a business deal. A smile surfaced on Zhang Wei's face. Talking about business? Young man, Have you watched too many movies? Do you really think that you can bluff people by just finding a random person and saying that you want to talk business? The boss snorted and waved his hand. Alright, hurry up and leave if you have nothing to do. Also, last warning, don't bother me if nothing is wrong. No, I really came with sincerity to talk business with you, boss. A smile appeared on Zhang Wei's face as he spoke. Sincerity? A disdainful look surfaced on the boss's face. What kind of business do you want to talk about? And what sincerity? Zhang Wei stretched out a finger and tapped his forehead, saying, actually, I want to buy this restaurant of yours. Ha! The owner finally stood up when he heard Zhang Wei's words. However, there was no happy expression on his face. Instead, he looked a bit angry. Young man, jokes are not to be taken lightly. If you have nothing to do, you can leave now, the boss said with a face full of gloom. Although this tea house of his wasn't making much money, it could even be said that it had been losing money for the year or so since it first opened, but now business had finally improved a bit as well. After all, the restaurant industry in Dongtang Avenue could be said to be the most competitive place. Without certain characteristics and fame, it is not so easy to do. Many famous stores opened a branch here, did not support how long to collapse. As for this owner's tea house, even though it had been open for more than a year, it had barely held up, and it was not easy for it to gain some fame and start making money. But someone said that they wanted to buy his store. How could he be willing to do that? Don't be in a hurry. In the face of the boss's ugly face, Zhang Wei was not much anxious. Instead, he opened his cell phone. After taking a look at it, he then said once again, I had someone check your restaurant, boss. It's been a year and 5 months since it opened, right? But it is also from the first 2 months, only gradually turned from a loss to a profit. And the total investment in this restaurant should be more than $3 or more. With the current rate of profitability, at least it will take more than a year to barely recover the cost. Moreover, during this year, there is also the distinction between the off-season and the peak season. Right now, it's just talking about the income of the peak season. Once the off-season arrives, this time will be even more prolonged. What I said, right? After the boss heard Zhang Wei's words, his expression became more and more ugly. It was because the words spoken by Zhang Wei were undoubtedly correct. The industry in his hand, however, was not just this one tea house, but the funds in his hand were dragged down too much by this tea house. But after all, more than a year has been propped up. He can only barely grit his teeth and continue, because he really do not want to give up the Dongtang Avenue store. At that time, he was looking at the huge population density here, before choosing to open a tea restaurant here. It was only later that he realized that it turned out that even with the large number of people, the business here was not that good. After investigating so clearly, what exactly do you want to say? The boss said with a sullen face. Zhang Wei said, I said I want to buy this restaurant of yours only. Don't do. It's $5. Ha! The owner's eyes snapped wide and looked at Zhang Wei with an extremely odd expression. What did you say? I said, how about I spend $5 and buy this restaurant of yours? Zhang Wei said, $5? The owner's expression immediately began to change drastically. When he first invested in this restaurant, he had spent a total of just a little more than 3 yuan, and up until now, he had not even recovered half of the cost yet. At this rate, as Zhang Wei had said, it would take at least another year or two before he could recover his capital, and it would be the 3rd year before he could really start making money. And he now had a problem with a business at hand, just when he needed money. If the young man in front of him is really willing to spend $5 to buy the tea house, then he is equal to directly make close to double the investment. For a moment, the boss stopped saying anything about getting lost and actually showed a thoughtful expression. I need to think about it, the boss said. While Zhang Wei frowned at this time, he was still in a hurry to deal with his sister-in-law's family, so how could he have any time to delay here? Wasn't it just a few dollars deal, dragging it out so much? I don't have too much time to ink with you. I'll give you 3 numbers. $5. If it doesn't work, I'll just find someone else. Zhang Wei said. There were really not too many stores like this on Dongtang Avenue. So many people who had lost money wanted to recover their costs without a chance yet. This was also what Ji Qing had just told him in a message. When he entered the restaurant, Zhang Wei's message, which was precisely sent to Ji Qing, asked Ji Qing to help investigate the restaurant. 3, 2, wait, I agree. Seeing that Zhang Wei seemed to be serious, the boss did not dare to continue delaying and said in a hurry. Moreover, this tea house had originally been opened for only a year or so, and in a year or so, the amount of money invested had doubled. So what was there for him to be dissatisfied with? Alright then, hurry up and get a contract over, Zhang Wei said, directly pulling out a $5 bill from his pocket. After signing the contract, this money is yours. Looking at the $5 bill that was still a bit crumpled, the boss was suddenly a bit speechless for a moment. You just put the $5 bill in your pocket casually? Sure, you and the other small shopkeeper on the side also revealed a bizarre expression. This was A huge amount of money that could buy an entire restaurant. You just put it in your pocket like a few milliards of change, crumpled and stuffed into a ball? Zhang Wei, isn't it just $5? What's wrong with putting it in your pocket? It's just... Several people suddenly had an urge to vomit blood at the same time. Chapter 78 Boss, do you want to buy an airplane? When Zhang Wei finished speaking, he realized that the three of them were all looking at him with a weird gaze. He couldn't help but ask with some confusion. What's wrong? Did I say something strange? You also know that you said something strange. The three of them all looked at him with a look like they had seen a ghost. It's not just $5? How worthless is $5 in your eyes? This was a huge amount of money that could buy a restaurant. To be exact, if it wasn't in Dongtang Avenue, $5 would be enough for Zhang Wei even if he wanted to buy 2 restaurants. But in his mouth, this $5 was like money for a pack of cigarettes. What the hell kind of expression was this? However, what they actually don't know is that in Zhang Wei's eyes, $5 was really the money for a pack of cigarettes not long ago, and even might not be enough for him to buy a pack of cigarettes. No, it's fine. The boss realized that he was shivering a bit unconsciously as he spoke. It was really this one in front of him that really scared him a bit. How rich was this to be? To be able to fling out $5 so lightly as if it was change? Please wait, I'll go prepare the contract right away. After saying that, the boss just got up and ran out of the office to go prepare the contract. The little waitress girl looked at Zhang Wei, and her expression was a bit tangled. So, now you're my boss? It should be possible to say so. Zhang Wei didn't care much and nodded smilingly. Sure, you asked with somewhat complicated eyes. What exactly do you want to do? I don't really want to do anything. It just feels like this restaurant seems to be pretty good, so I plan to have a meal here later. Zhang Wei said. So, you just directly bought the entire restaurant just to have a meal here? Hearing Zhang Wei's explanation, Sure you and the little waiter could not help but slightly open their mouths at the same time. Soon, the restaurant's total of 10 or so staff members, including the chef, all learned of one thing. Just a moment ago, their restaurant had changed owners. That's right, in the span of 3 or 2 sentences, their boss had turned into the young man in front of them. Zhang Wei looked at the group of staff members, but did not care about the difference in their expressions, smiled and nodded his head. In the future, the restaurant will still operate as usual. Everything will remain the same. Just remember to hand over the monthly bills to my people to look at. I will send someone over later. Right, there is one more thing. Zhang Wei seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth. In the future, sure you will be the store manager of the store. When I'm not around, the restaurant's matters will just be handled by her. Me, store manager? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Sure you pointed at herself somewhat incredulously. She did not feel that she had the ability to become the store manager of the store, but Zhang Wei just handed the restaurant over to her to manage. Sure you was still a bit unresponsive for a while. Alright, you don't have to say anything. Zhang Wei interrupted Sure Yu's words and spoke. I've asked before. In the restaurant, you're pretty much the most qualified employee, and since I won't be guarding this place all the time like your previous bosses, the position of store manager does need someone to be it. And as the restaurant's oldest qualified employee, you are well suited for this position. So don't push back. Sure you opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. For Zhang Wei's help, she could only be grateful in her heart. In Sure Yu's opinion, although she had provided some information, this information, however, was definitely not enough to offset Zhang Wei's help to her. The money that she owed, Zhang Wei had helped to pay it back, and he had also directly bought the restaurant and promoted her to become the store manager. How many people would be able to come across such a good thing? Happily, she had encountered it, but Sure you didn't say it out loud, and it wasn't appropriate to say it now with so many people. She could only keep this gratitude silently in her heart first. If there is a chance in the future, I must repay him properly, Sure Yu's heart silently thought. As for Zhang Wei, he also waved his hand at this time and said with a smile, Alright, now let me taste the restaurant chef's handiwork first. Finally, Zhang Wei tasted the handiwork of the tea restaurant that he couldn't even line up for just now. In response, Zhang Wei's comment was, worthy of being a restaurant that can kill it on Dongtang Avenue. It really has its own unique features. At the very least, it was much tastier than any takeout he had ever eaten. No wonder Dongtang Avenue's specialties were almost never delivered, and there were still so many people rushing over. After enjoying a meal with Su Gang, Zhang Wei talked to Ji Qing about the tea restaurant, then bid farewell to Sure Yu and left Dongtang Avenue as well. At this time, Zhang Wei also received a message from someone from Maple Leaf Technology. Lu Ziyou had already taken her leave and left Maple Leaf Technology, and seemed to have bought her ticket and was ready to leave for home. Zhang Wei's sister-in-law's family resided in Suzhou, Hangzhou, and according to Lu Ziyou's leave slip, the place she was going to was indeed Suzhou, Hangzhou. It seems that something has indeed happened at home. Zhang Wei sighed. Gang, book 2 high-speed train tickets to Su Hang. Let's go there directly. Okay, boss. Su Bang was a reliable person and did his work cleanly, and within a short time, he had booked 2 high-speed train tickets to Suzhou Hangzhou, and before the two of them arrived at the high-speed train station, Zhang Wei received a call from Ji Qing. "Boss, you're leaving Binhai?" "Well, didn't I say it before? Something temporary came up." "Alright then, if there's an emergency at the company, I'll just call you directly," Ji Qing said. "No problem. By the way, I actually think that you should consider one thing too, boss." "What is it?" Zhang Wei was a bit puzzled. This was because Ji Qing would generally help him solve anything directly before saying anything, and in his current position, apart from some major decisions that he would seek him out for consultation, most of the things Ji Qing was able to solve on his own. Suddenly Ji Qing spoke in this inquisitive tone, making Zhang Wei feel a bit strange. "This time, boss, you booked a high-speed rail ticket, right?" Gung just told you about it?" "Right," Ji Qing said. "I think, when our company starts to grow bigger, maybe you'll have to travel a lot in the future, boss. So isn't it better for us to prepare a piece of private transportation? In that case, there's no need to book airfare tickets and high-speed rail tickets and such every time. Just say yes if something comes up," Zhang Wei said somewhat helplessly. "You know, I don't like to procrastinate." "Alright," Ji Qing said. "I just think, boss, do you want to consider buying a private airplane?" It had to be said that in the first instant of hearing this proposal from Ji Qing, Zhang Wei was a bit moved. A private airplane. This was one of the ultimate dreams of every die-hard otaku. Chapter 79 The Boss Seat. Private jet. Solo flight attendant. Belonging to a personal flight attendant. It couldn't be said to be everyone's ultimate dream, but at least for Zhang Wei, it definitely counted as one of the ultimate dreams. Unfortunately, before crossing over, let alone a private plane, the most expensive transportation he had ever taken was probably a subway worth billions of dollars. "I'll think about it, ask the price for me and I'll give you an answer when I return," Zhang Wei said quickly, afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back and buy it at once. It wasn't that he was heartbroken about the money. After all, in the current world, Zhang Wei felt that it really wasn't too much for him to buy a private airplane. But the point was, even if it was a private airplane, then he had seen it first before he could do so, right? "Alright then, have a nice trip," said Ji Qing. "When you come back, remember to tell me in advance." Oh, Zhang Wei's voice also gradually became a bit strange. "Is there any special reward if you say it in advance?" "You'll know when you come back." Ji Qing's phone hung up, leaving behind a sentence that made Zhang Wei's mind float. "I have to say, Ji Qing's figure is indeed, ahem. Gung, what time is the ticket we booked?" "Boss, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon." Zhang Wei looked at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock now, so he estimated that they should be almost ready to get on the bus just after they arrived at the high-speed rail station, and he also let Su Gung drive directly to the high-speed rail station. After completing the ticket check, Zhang Wei and Su Bang quickly board the high-speed train, and after finding his seat with great difficulty, Zhang Wei's brows couldn't help but frown. This was because he saw that his and Su Gang's seats had actually been taken by someone. "Hello?" Zhang Wei walked up and said to the man who had taken his seat. "What for?" The man gave Zhang Wei an impatient look. He was resting with his eyes closed and looked very upset at being disturbed. "This seat, it seems to be mine." Zhang Wei pointed at the man's seat and spoke. "Isn't it just a seat?" Hearing Zhang Wei's words, the man said with an annoyed expression, "There are so many empty seats here. Don't you know that you can just find one to sit on?" Hearing the man's words, Zhang Wei's expression became even more gloomy for a minute. "But the ticket I bought, it's this seat, as well as the seat next to it, which is also my companion's." "You're not finished, are you?" Being said so by Zhang Wei, the woman sitting beside the man also stood up, pointing at Zhang Wei and cursing. "Are you an idiot? There are so many empty seats next to us. Can't you see that we're taking a break? Can't you just find a seat first?" Before Zhang Wei had a chance to speak, Su Gang took the initiative to stand out at this time and stopped in front of Zhang Wei. "These 2 seats, we paid for them, so why can't you be the ones to find a seat?" Su Bang said in a deep voice. It had to be said that Su Bang's tall figure was still quite oppressive. Just by standing there, he was able to give off a not-so-small amount of pressure, and the pair of men and women were intimidated for a moment when they saw Su Bang. But soon, the two seemed to feel that there were other passengers beside them, and their guts were full again. "So what if you've spent money? Is having money a big deal? I'm going to sit in this seat today. What can you do to us? I'm telling you, big guy, we're filming with our cell phones. Don't try to make a move. If you do it, we'll just call the police." A man and a woman directly began to play a rascal. Hearing the words of the 2 men, for a while, facing this situation, Su Gang was also somewhat helpless. "I'll do it." Without letting Su Gung continue to tangle with the 2, Zhang Wei said to Su Gung, "Just go and call the stewardess over." "I know." Su Gung was also somewhat helpless. He had an empty body of force, but in the face of this kind of scoundrels, but still a bit jealous, heard Zhang Wei's words, turned around and left. Cabin attendant? The man heard Zhang Wei's words, but coldly laughed. Today I put my words here. Even if you heavenly father to come, I will not give up my seat. At this time, when the people around heard the commotion over here, they also showed their indignation and took out their cell phones to start filming. For Zhang Wei, the other passengers couldn't help but sympathize a bit. When encountering this kind of scoundrel, there was really no way to reason things out. Dude, don't be afraid. We've already filmed it. We'll pass it to the internet later and see who loses face then. A youth patted Zhang Wei's shoulder and said with some sympathy, pass it to the internet? Who are you bluffing? So what if it's rumored online? The woman on the side snorted disdainfully. Not good. Just letting the whole country have a good look at your shamelessness. The youth beside Zhang Wei laughed. You guys are afraid that you haven't forgotten that unless you were secretly drilling up here, the tickets have all your names written on them, and by the time they're uploaded on the internet, you'll really be on fire. Ha! Hearing this youth's words, this pair of men and women's faces finally changed a bit. Network this kind of thing. How powerful actually no one can say. They were not afraid before. That's because they know. Online is too much new things. Even if these people shoot online, other people do not know them, so it does not matter. Moreover, a small video is just a small video, and it is not necessarily really on any news headlines and so on, but it would be different if this news had a name. I know them. That man seems to be working at the Zhonghua processing plant. I've seen him before when I accompanied my boss to Zhonghua's factory to talk about work. At this time, another passenger suddenly said. This time, the man's face finally changed completely. There was actually someone who really knew him. This was something he didn't expect. He also did not want to make a big deal out of a seat, but just finished saying that he would definitely not let the seat go for a while and was a little embarrassed. His face was suddenly uncertain. Afraid of what? At this time, the woman beside the man opened her mouth and said, we just don't let. They can really do anything to us? So what if we know each other? If you have the guts, get off the car and run to report it to Zhonghua. The woman disdainfully sneered at Zhang Wei. If you're really that boring, then we really admire you. Zhang Wei had yet to speak, but at this time, Su Bang had also gotten the stewardess over. However, it was clear that these two had already firmly resolved to play the rogue, refusing to get up even after saying anything, and continuously clamoring towards the people around them with an incomparably arrogant look. Su Gang's nose twitched, and he suddenly pressed into Zhang Wei's ear and said, Boss, these two should have been drinking. I know. I can tell because people who aren't drunk wouldn't be this stupid. Zhang Wei nodded. It's fine. I'm not angry either. Moreover, it's actually quite simple to sober up. Just give them a little bit of sufficient stimulation. Su Gang froze at his words. Enough stimulation? What was the boss planning to do? Chapter 80. Who the hell is he? Su Gang looked at Zhang Wei, his eyes a little puzzled. Didn't the boss say that he wouldn't allow him to use violence here? Other than physical methods to make these two guys awake, was there any other way? Boss, how? Su Bao asked. Just watch. I'll do it. Zhang Wei smiled, then whispered a few words to the steward at the side. I know. After the stewardess heard Zhang Wei's words, he couldn't help but show an odd look on his face as well, but he still nodded his head. This was because he was also clear that the two people sitting in the seats right now obviously did not buy the tickets for these two seats. Both of you, since you must sit on these two seats, can you let me check your tickets first? The flight attendant's face was calm, and her tone was even as she said to the two. Hearing the words of the stewardess, this pair of men and women couldn't help but show a hesitant look on their faces. Obviously, they also knew that the tickets they bought couldn't sit in their current seats at all, and a glance would tell them if they checked their tickets. Both of you, even if you are sitting here, but the minimum ticket is still needed. Otherwise, I can only assume that you are entering the station without a ticket. Seeing that the two did not respond, the stewardess's tone also became low. I hope the two of you consider the consequences clearly. Entering the station without a ticket is much more serious than grabbing a seat. I can completely call the passenger police directly to come and arrest you, or even block your qualifications to travel on high-speed trains in the future. Hearing the stewardess say this, at once the pair of men and women also panicked a bit. Don't. Wait. I'll show you. We bought tickets, the man said. The woman on the side was still a bit reluctant, but could only reluctantly pull out her ticket. They had indeed bought tickets, only they hadn't bought sitting tickets. Anyone who has been on a train knows that there is a kind of ticket that belongs to the station ticket without a seat, and there are times when the car is not full of people, and people without seats can often find empty seats to enjoy the treatment of having bought a sitting ticket. And this pair of men and women is to want to greed this small advantage before choosing to buy a seatless ticket. The stewardess took the ticket and carefully examined it. Zhang Wei, who was not far away, smiled and went over to take a look. Before the pair could react, Zhang Wei's head shrunk back. Xian. Seeing this name, Zhang Wei nodded his head in satisfaction and then pulled out his cell phone. Hello, old Chen? It's me, old brother Zhang. Is something wrong? receiving Zhang Wei's call, Chen Xinzhou couldn't help but be a little surprised. In fact, lately, Chen Xinzhou had some mixed feelings, because this time, he had pulled a big patron for his own bank, and Zhang Wei without a doubt definitely counted as a real big patron, but for the sake of this big patron, Chen Xinzhou also took in one of his own elite. Although Ji Qing didn't work in Silver Plume industry from the beginning, she was a talent that Silver Plume industry had cultivated for several years, and all of a sudden, she was directly scooped up by Zhang Wei, so it would be a lie for Chen Xinzhou to say that he wasn't heartbroken. But thinking of the benefits that his family has received, Chen Xinzhou can only be happy with the pain. The project in the coastal area is in full swing. There is nothing special. He is not good to take the initiative to find Zhang Wei again. Is worried. Did not expect Zhang Wei actually took the initiative to call over. A little thing. Zhang Wei asked. I just want to ask. Under your silver feather industry, is there a processing plant called Zhonghua? Well, there is indeed such a processing plant. What's the matter, old brother, you fancy it? Chen Xinzhou asked in a hurry. No. Zhang Wei was a bit speechless. What is wrong with these people? Am I the kind of person who looks at something and then directly wants to buy it? Of course, this was something that Zhang Wei definitely wouldn't say out loud, because if it was Ji Qing, she would definitely answer with great certainty. Yes, I seem to have had a small conflict with an employee of Zhonghua. Do you have the contact number of the person in charge of Zhonghua? Give me one, Zhang Wei said. Conflict? Chen Xingzhou's tone did not change much, but his face turned ugly for a moment. Which one had enough to dare to offend this god of fortune? Didn't know that right now Silver Feather Industries was waiting for a full meal when the offshore area was developed? Zhonghua processing plant. I'll turn around and hammer that idiot in charge's dog head. Older brother, you first do not be anxious. You are all right? Of course I am fine, said just a little conflict, Zhang Wei said. Since it is a small contradiction, Chen Xingzhou said, then how about simply leaving it to me? Old Su even bragged to me last time that you attended a party of their company. That's fine. Zhang Wei told Chen Xingzhou directly about what happened in the car. Well, this person is called Xian. Of course, it's just a little conflict. No need to go too far. I know. Chen Xingzhou finished and directly hung up the phone. A small conflict? Greedy for a small advantage to force a seat. Actually forcing it to the head of the god of fortune? Zhonghua had this kind of stupidity. I guess the person in charge wasn't any smarter. After Chen Changzhou hung up Zhang Wei's phone, he directly dialed the person in charge of Zhonghua's phone, splitting his head and spewing a wild spray. Are you guys sick in the head? Who told you guys to go out and cause trouble over nothing? And that's Xian. Who's the idiot under him? He likes to take small advantages even if it's not enough. He has no eyesight when he goes out. Does he think that everyone's small advantages can be taken casually? Hurry up and settle this matter. If that person is not satisfied, I will personally go over to deal with it. Dozens of years old, a little bit of etiquette as a human being does not understand the rules. You do not mind shame. I still mind shame. The person in charge of Zhonghua was directly scolded by Chen Xingzhou over the phone, and after he figured out what was going on, he was immediately enraged. After finding Xian's contact information, he directly made a phone call. Are you a idiot? Xian, who had just connected the phone, was almost shocked by the roar coming out of the phone, and then the person in charge of Zhonghua finally found a way to vent his anger, and vented the fire he had just been scolded by Chen Xingzhou directly on Xian's head. And after Xian was scolded like this and understood the situation, his entire body also shivered and instantly came to his senses. At this time, he finally realized that he had messed with someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Look after yourself. If you can't handle it well, you don't have to come back to work. This vacation, you can just take as long as you want. And your wife, just get lost. Don't even let me see her in Zhonghua again in the future. At this moment, Xian finally woke up completely, taking a look at the contacts displayed on his cell phone. The head of Zhonghua, he was nothing but a small director. His salary was just a little bit higher than a general laborer, and the person in charge could be considered as his boss's boss. Just for the sake of that matter just now, this person actually jumped a few levels and directly called over. When he looked again at Zhang Wei, who was still smiling, Xian was suddenly a little creeped out. Who the hell is he?